In the land of fire, within the hidden village of Konoha, the streets bustled with life as a golden-haired boy strolled leisurely along the pathway. Strangely, passers-by seemed to instinctively maintain their distance from him, some even casting icy glances in his direction. The ninjas who passed by also avoided him, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, unwilling to approach. This isolated child, walking through the crowd, appeared utterly out of place. This unfortunate soul was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Unfazed by the cold reception, Naruto focused on the simple joys of life. As long as he could eat his meals on time and sleep soundly each night, he felt a profound sense of happiness. This was the last wish of his mother. As long as he fulfilled it, he wouldn't feel lonely to a traveler from another world. He understood that although Naruto's parents had perished 3 years prior in the attack of the Nine Tails, their love for him remained ever present. Upon arriving at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto deftly retrieved his wallet from his pocket. After glancing inside, his impoverished eyes filled with melancholy. He muttered to himself, "How is it that I'm already out of money at the start of the month? I suppose it's time to ask the old man for a bit more." With a slight smile, he lifted his gaze toward the Hokage building in the distance, his eyes sparkling with determination. Inside, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was engrossed in reading an inappropriate magazine when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shiver slightly. As a powerful shinobi, he should not have felt cold under normal circumstances. Have I been discovered? That seems unlikely, he pondered, quickly hiding the magazine and scanning the room for any signs of trouble. Feeling perplexed, he considered the possibility that it might have been a figment of his imagination. Knock, knock. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he replied. Naruto pushed the door open gently and scampered to the desk, his eyes fixed intently on Hiruzen. "Oh, it's little Naruto. Speak your mind, I'm rather busy with official matters today," Hiruzen said with a calm demeanor. "Grandpa Third, I'm so hungry and longing for ramen, but I've run out of pocket money." Boo-hooed, he gestured with his fingers, subtly hinting for assistance. Hiruzen furrowed his brow no wonder. He had felt a chill in his heart just moments earlier. How quickly this little vampire returns for more. Hadn't I just given him some money the day before? Yet, as a caring elder, Hiruzen remained patient, his tone gentle as he replied, "But I just gave you pocket money the other day. How could you spend it all so soon?" Sighing dramatically, Naruto lamented, "I want to, but I'm growing, you see. I get so hungry and eat a lot." Hiruzen remained unmoved. "Oh, you mean to say you would watch me go hungry and cold every day? Ah, I suppose I truly am a child with no one to care for me," Naruto said, feigning despair. "Well then, if life is to be lived this way, I might as well climb to the top of Hokage Rock and jump off to end this miserable existence." Noticing Hiruzen's continued silence, Naruto, feeling despondent, turned to leave. "Wait!" Hiruzen's authoritative voice halted him just as he reached the door. Filled with an undeniable gravity, he understood that Naruto's usual tactics of pouting and invoking pity were at play, yet he found himself unable to refuse. After all, he had promised the fourth Hokage to take good care of Naruto, and given Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, his well-being was of utmost importance to the village. "Thank you, Grandpa Third. You're the best," Naruto exclaimed, leaping into Hiruzen's embrace. Grinning at the elderly man while eagerly rubbing his fingers together, signaling his request, with a resigned sigh, Hiruzen reached into his wallet, producing the last few bills, and handed them to Naruto, pinching his cheek affectionately. "This is all I have left for the month. Please remember to spend it wisely, for you're a good boy, aren't you?" "Thank you. The new issue of the magazine is out, and I promise to bring it to you right away." With that, Naruto dashed off without a backward glance. Upon hearing Naruto's parting words, Hiruzen gasped, furrowing his brow in concern. "Have I been discovered? No, that can't be. How would a child know?" At the Ichiraku ramen shop, slurp. In no time, Naruto devoured 2 bowls of ramen, feeling blissfully full. He slumped contentedly into his chair, a radiant expression of joy on his face. Sated, he involuntarily yawned. "Ha ha, little one. If you're full, then you should sleep," said the gentle owner of Ichiraku Ramen. "Little Naruto, would you like your big sister to hold you while you nap?" Startled by the suddenly appearing lovely girl, Naruto swallowed hard, his expression turning shy as he instinctively shrank back, nervously stammering. No, that's not necessary, this girl. I am the owner's daughter, was youthful and overflowing with kindness, utterly unable to resist the charms of the adorably innocent Naruto. Without allowing him a chance to resist, I am scooped Naruto into her arms. Initially, he pretended to struggle, but soon he found himself snuggling against her softness. Wow, you smell amazing, big sister, he exclaimed, inhaling deeply, completely lost in the moment. Hey, isn't that the demon fox? Someone in the crowd remarked. That girl has no self-respect, getting close to a monster, another added. Exactly. It's disgraceful. A third chimed in, I don't understand why the Hokage allows him to stay here. He's infuriating to look at. It's about time we dealt with this demon fox once and for all. Someone suggested, Sure. What are you saying? The Hokage has issued a strict order forbidding such talk. Oh, you wish to end up in jail? Hearing the disparaging remarks from the crowd, I am fumed with indignation, storming out of the ramen shop to confront the onlookers. Are you all blind? Little Naruto is adorable. How could he possibly be a monster? You all need to get your eyes checked. As soon as she finished speaking, a passerby retorted, just because he's cute doesn't mean he isn't a monster. He's the demon fox that destroyed the village. Defending a monster, your mind must be clouded. Another scoffed. Lady, you ought to check your own sanity, came the reply. With such a foolish daughter, who knows what her father is like, someone else added. Oh, we can't keep patronizing this establishment, yet another remarked. The owner of Ichiraka Ramen could no longer contain himself, brandishing a spatula as he burst out of the shop, ready to defend his beloved Naruto. You are truly crossing the line. This is utterly immoral. I am equally furious, declared. You all need to check your minds. What kind of adults bully a child? What kind of strength is that? Naruto, nestled in I-Aim's embrace, let out a cold snort, breaking free and landing on the ground. He stood with a commanding presence, glaring at the crowd outside, and calmly asked, What are you all barking about? For 3 long years, he had silently borne the weight of it all. But in this moment, as he witnessed the harm inflicted upon those who protected him, he felt a storm of emotions rising within him, eager to unleash his fury upon the crowd. Demon Fox! Demon Fox! The crowd's discontent erupted suddenly, drawing more and more onlookers. A few bold individuals even stepped forward, gesturing animatedly at Naruto. With the atmosphere charged and Naruto becoming the target of their ire, it seemed he would soon be overwhelmed by the mob. After all, it had only been 3 years since the Nine-Tails incident, and many broken families still harbored deep resentment toward the beast. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Naruto bore the brunt of their collective hatred. Fortunately, however, the crowd maintained a semblance of reason, for the third Hokage had issued a decree forbidding any harm to befall him. Seeing the anger in their eyes, Naruto burst into laughter. Is that all you can do, Bark? If you have the guts, come at me. Wow, this monster is so arrogant. I want to take him down. Why are you all just standing there? Go and fight him. Indeed, what is there to fear when you have the support of your comrades? I will count down from 3, and on the count of 1, we shall charge together. The Hokage will not reprimand us for our numbers. The entire street erupted in chaos, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Naruto, however, remained unfazed, turning his back with a slight smile gracing his lips, and calmly closed his eyes. Shibu and Hinata hastily pulled Naruto behind them, shielding him from the impending conflict. What do you intend to do? Inciting a riot could land you in prison. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the 2 individuals at the forefront swung their fists and charged forward, followed closely by the throng behind them. Chapter 2. Not cute at all, swish. Several shurikens flew out from the shadows, landing precisely at the feet of the 2 individuals. Moments later, a group of ninjas wearing cat masks appeared before them. These were members of the Umbu, a clandestine unit directly under the Hokage, a force not to be trifled with. Under the chilling gaze of their icy masks, the onlookers were jolted into awareness. Those who had instigated trouble instinctively began to retreat, gradually dispersing. With the situation resolved, the ninjas vanished in a puff of smoke. Finally, it was over. Oh my, that was genuinely terrifying. SHBU wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at the composed Naruto, her eyes suddenly brightening with curiosity. Naruto, did you know that ninjas would come to the rescue? Honestly, I had no idea. But considering how chaotic things got, it's only natural for the ninjas of Konoha to intervene. he replied. Haha, Naruto, you truly have a brilliant mind, she praised before returning to the kitchen. SHBU playfully pinched Naruto's cheek, and he basked in the affection of his sister. Suddenly, an egg was hurled from a distance. Whack! It struck Naruto squarely on the forehead, startling SHBU, who stumbled back. The egg cracked open, its contents streaming down Naruto's nose and chin, splattering onto the ground. Naruto maintained a stoic expression and turned to see a chubby boy standing defiantly in the street, shouting, "You're scared. I'm not. I'm going to smash you. You freak." Fuming, SHBU pointed at the chubby boy, momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, Naruto felt a rush of clarity wash over him. Having spent 3 years in this world, he had never sought trouble. His only desire was to endure until the age of 12 and then follow the path of a hero. Yet, his forbearance had only emboldened his tormentors. Naruto lifted his head, sighed softly, and resolved to no longer suffer in silence. He would confront all injustices with his fists. With a swift motion, he reached behind him and produced a brick, a weapon that had fused with him upon his arrival in this world. Due to his restraint, he had never used it until now. Upon seeing the brick in Naruto's hand, the chubby boy's expression faltered as he retreated nervously. "Naruto, don't act impulsively," SHBU exclaimed, quickly snatching the brick from his grip, fearing he might do something rash. Hee. Witnessing this, the chubby boy stepped forward, puffing out his chest in a display of bravado, as if to taunt. "I'm right here. What are you going to do about it?" Naruto remained silent, a peculiar smile forming on his lips as he retrieved another brick from behind him. He then hurled it forward with all his strength. In an instant, he felt his chakra deplete, a wave of weakness washing over him. Thankfully, SHBU was nearby, and Naruto clutched his leg to steady himself. As the brick soared through the air, the chubby boy turned and fled, his body swaying as he attempted to dodge. Alas, no matter how he tried to evade it, the brick struck him squarely on the back of the head. With a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Naruto smiled faintly. His brick possessed a unique ability. Once he locked onto a target, it would unfailingly hit the back of their head. No matter how one might try to evade, they would be struck. However, the more formidable the target, the greater the chakra required to lock onto them. As of now, Naruto found himself nearly depleted even when targeting an ordinary child, let alone a ninja. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck an ordinary target with the brick. You have received a basic reward, 1 chakra. Hearing the voice in his mind, Naruto felt a surge of joy. In addition to the basic reward, he had received valuable information. Striking someone on the back of the head with the brick would yield rewards. The stronger the target, the higher the likelihood of receiving substantial rewards. However, one could only claim a reward for striking the same person once per day. Rewards were categorized as basic, novice, intermediate, advanced, special, and super. Among them, super rewards included powerful physical techniques, ocular techniques, and sage arts. Yet, many potent ninjutsu remained locked and required specific conditions to be met before they could be accessed. In that moment, Naruto thought of an elderly man. Meanwhile, in his office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt an unsettling chill. A sensation akin to being hunted washed over him. As a powerful figure, he possessed a keen intuition for danger. After a moment of contemplation, confusion filled his eyes. Why was he being targeted again? Suddenly, a name crossed his mind. Shimura Danzo. This individual had been acting rather restlessly lately. Hiruzen resolved to keep a close watch on him. At that moment, Danzo, the leader of the root organization within Konoha, was startled awake in his office, sensing someone watching him from the shadows. His brows furrowed in concern. "Ah, Naruto, you are quite ruthless. Humph. Not cute at all," SHBU exclaimed angrily, tossing the brick aside and storming off. Unfazed, Naruto picked up the brick, approached the chubby boy, and delivered another strike to his head before departing in a huff. Not far away, Sasuke, perched on his brother Itachi's shoulder, noticed Naruto's dazed expression and asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just saw something amusing." "Let us head back," Itachi replied with a slight smile, walking slowly in the direction of home. Though Itachi's exterior remained calm, his heart was tumultuous. Naruto's throwing technique had been remarkably peculiar. Even he had struggled to comprehend it. What appeared to be a casual toss had effectively sealed off all escape routes for the chubby boy. Simply put, it was unavoidable. If he were in that position, he would have little confidence in his ability to evade it. This child, merely a few years old, was quite intriguing. Alas, Itachi noted that Naruto had not activated his Sharingan. Otherwise, he might have gleaned some insights. Stealing a glance at Sasuke on his shoulder, Itachi felt a premonition that Sasuke would face challenges in the future. That child who had just faced Naruto was formidable indeed. Leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto returned to the Hokage building, eager to deliver a brick to the old man and see what rewards awaited him. After all, striking an elite ninja in the back of the head would surely yield enticing rewards, likely at least of an advanced level. However, before he could proceed, two figures emerged. Blocking his path, Mito Kazemaru and T-Core SH Rin stated flatly, "The Hokage is currently handling urgent matters. No one is permitted to approach." These two high-ranking officials, each possessing strength at least on par with the Jonin, were far beyond Naruto's capability to confront. They showed no signs of yielding as they stood firm. "Oh, but I have urgent business with Grandpa Third. Could you make an exception?" Naruto implored, his anxiousness evident as he paced restlessly, propping his chin in his hands. Suddenly, Naruto glanced to the side and exclaimed, "An assassin." Mito and T-Core turned their heads in the direction he indicated. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto quickly reached behind him, grasping two bricks in each hand, leaping into the air to strike at their heads. Given the immense strength of these high-ranking officials, a successful ambush would surely yield generous rewards. Just as he was about to make contact, the two turned around, swiftly grasping Naruto's hands. Pain jolted through his brain as the bricks fell from his grasp, and he inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. "You think you can fool us with a ruse? You still have much to learn," they remarked with impassive expressions, exchanging knowing glances. "This child exhibits violent tendencies. It is best to confine him and await the judgment of Lord Hokage." With a clang, Naruto was cast into an iron cage, and the cell door was shut behind him. Chapter 3. Successfully capturing the shadow-level target, Naruto erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "You two old geezers are truly despicable. It's one thing to close the door, but why steal my wallet? Are you both out of your minds over money? How can Konoha be this way? The higher-ups are so impoverished that they have to swindle a child's lunch money? It's absurd." As he watched their figures fade into the distance, Naruto's anger swelled. He muttered to himself that if only he had a bit more chakra, he would surely smash those two old men flat with a brick. Alas, at present, he could only contend with a few ordinary children, posing no real threat to seasoned ninjas. Speaking of chakra, Naruto suddenly recalled the entity residing within him. That being had enjoyed 3 years of free lodging and sustenance without paying rent. Perhaps it was time to extract some chakra from it? At the very least, he could avenge the insult he had just suffered. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails Fox, lost in a pleasant dream, was jolted awake, beads of sweat forming on its forehead. "This place is temperate throughout the year, yet I am sweating. Could someone be plotting against me?" But upon further reflection, it shook its head. It had been sealed here. Who could possibly conspire against it? Mito and Konohamaru listened intently to Naruto's outburst, their expressions growing increasingly grim, their faces twitching uncomfortably. They were acutely aware that pilfering a child's wallet was indeed reprehensible. However, what could they do? It was an order from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They were instructed to do everything in their power to obstruct Naruto's path, and if possible, to relieve him of his wallet. They could not fathom why the esteemed first Hokage would be so averse to encountering this little brat, nor why he placed such importance on the child's wallet. In the Hokage's office, Mito, feeling somewhat disgruntled, slammed the wallet onto Hiruzen's desk as he turned to leave. Konohamaru shot a disdainful glance at Hiruzen before snorting derisively and following suit. Hiruzen sat at his desk, bewildered. What on earth is happening? I merely asked them to hinder Naruto a bit. Is it really necessary to act as if they were on the verge of exploding? Soon after, an Umbu member appeared before him. I have a report on Naruto's activities today. Earlier, at Ichiraku Ramen, he had a confrontation with the crowd, nearly getting beaten up. At a critical moment, we intervened. Subsequently, a child smashed an egg on Naruto's face, provoking him to retaliate with a brick, which knocked the child unconscious. Afterward, he attempted to sneak past Mito and Konohamaru but failed, ultimately ending up locked in an iron cage. Inside, he continued to berate them. "What?" Hiruzen exclaimed, slamming his hands on the desk in disbelief. Today's events were hard to accept. In his memory, Naruto had always been a well-behaved child, generally avoiding trouble, except when it came to extracting resources from him, of course. In contrast, Naruto's actions today seemed particularly violent and unruly. After taking a few puffs from his pipe, Hiruzen pondered the situation. The nine-tails fox within Naruto. It was an embodiment of hatred, and as a Jinchuriki, Naruto was susceptible to its influence. Could the seal within him be weakening, affecting his mental state? This was a troubling thought. Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Before his demise, Minato had entrusted Naruto to Hiruzen's care, and he felt a profound responsibility to protect the boy. With this in mind, Hiruzen swiftly departed for the prison. Inside the cage, Naruto leaned against the wall, lost in contemplation. He realized he had been overly hasty. Initially, he had aimed for high rewards, targeting shadow level and Chunin level opponents, an approach that was inherently flawed given its low success rate and high likelihood of counteraction. He should have focused on the villagers, regardless of age, using his brick to gain initial rewards, which would accumulate significantly over time. Attacking villagers would almost guarantee success, while ninjas were a different story altogether. Unless he could lock onto a target, he would need an immense amount of chakra, a feat currently beyond his means due to his limited chakra reserves. However, once his chakra began to grow, he would ensure not a single Konoha ninja escaped his grasp. Why hasn't that old man come to release me yet? I'm so bored in here. Let me out. I have grand endeavors to pursue. Hurry up, you old coot. Hiruzen, on his way, suddenly sneezed. Puzzled as to whether he had caught a chill from staying up late reading. But he was a shadow-level ninja. How could he so easily succumb to the cold? It was perplexing. Upon arriving at the prison, he found Naruto asleep inside the cage. In a daze, Naruto seemed to hear footsteps, then felt a rough hand exploring his abdomen. The hand continued its invasive motions, and finally, Naruto could bear it no longer. He quietly retrieved a brick and struck upward. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting a shadow-level target with a brick, earning a high-level reward, mastering the fire style, Grand Fireball technique. Information about the Grand Fireball technique flooded his mind. Naruto awoke in surprise and quickly formed hand seals. Just then, Hiruzen, who had been examining Naruto's body, was unexpectedly struck by Naruto's brick. He merely scratched his head, not giving it much thought. The next moment, a burst of flame shot toward him. Hiruzen yelped as the fire singed his face, darkening his complexion while straightening his hair. Naturally, as a shadow-level ninja, he would not be harmed by Naruto. The pain was merely a minor inconvenience. Having completed his examination, Hiruzen was relieved to discover that the seal on the nine tails remained intact. However, he was astonished by Naruto's sudden use of the Grand Fireball technique. As far as he knew, no one had taught Naruto to utilize chakra. How on earth had he learned this fire technique? In Konoha, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their proficiency in fire techniques. Could it be that a Uchiha had secretly taught him? This seemed unlikely. Since the Nine Tails incident 3 years ago, the Uchiha had been under suspicion as the instigators. All clan members were under constant surveillance, leaving no opportunity for them to interact with Naruto. Yet, if even one Uchiha managed to evade the watchful eyes and teach Naruto, that would be a grave concern. This matter required thorough investigation. Suppressing his shock and confusion, Hiruzen approached Naruto with a gentle demeanor. Little Naruto, you're quite impressive. You can already use ninjutsu. Would you be so kind as to tell Grandpa how you learned it? Having just acquired the ninjutsu, Naruto was a mix of excitement and nervousness. He hadn't thought through the implications of his actions. In Konoha, the fire technique was synonymous with the Uchiha. It could easily lead to assumptions linking him to the Uchiha clan. The Nine Tails incident 3 years ago was a result of the Uchiha's Sharingan and the Nine Tails. If any connection were established, he would be in extreme danger, and the Uchiha might face extermination. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto replied, Grandpa Sarutobi, are you referring to the technique I just used? Is that ninjutsu? I'm not sure. It was just that while I was sleeping, a man seemed to teach me in my dream. I can't quite recall his face, but he felt familiar, and then I woke up having learned it. As long as he did not implicate the Uchiha, he would remain safe. Oh, Hiruzen mused, speculating that the man might have been Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. Although Naruto's explanation sounded unbelievable, it was indeed plausible, and Hiruzen chose not to pursue the matter further. Why did you attack Mito Minion and Ninja Kasumi today at the Hokage building? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his voice calm. Yet his profound gaze seemed to pierce through Naruto's very essence. Chapter 4. A breath of fresh air in Konoha. Upon hearing those words, Naruto immediately expressed his indignation. His tone was laced with intense anger as he exclaimed, Grandfather Third Hokage, you cannot possibly be unaware of the trouble they caused me. They barred my entry to see you and even inexplicably snatched my wallet. While those grievances may be trivial, what infuriated me the most was their audacity to claim you spend your days idly, indulging in peculiar pursuits. How can I tolerate such disrespect? I can forego the money, but to hear them belittle you, old man, is intolerable. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flush of embarrassment, puzzled by how those two individuals were aware of his interests. Reflecting on their earlier demeanor towards him, he felt a sense of clarity. Yet, it was utterly disgraceful for those two old men to speak of him so in front of a child. However, he also felt a strange sensation as if Naruto was indirectly criticizing him. Was it merely an illusion? Gazing at the innocent and harmless Naruto before him, he dismissed his overthinking. How could such a child harbor such thoughts? But I know I am no match for them. I can only resort to sneak attacks, though I failed this time. However, once I grow stronger, I will certainly seek justice for you, grandfather third Hokage. So, may I be released now? Naruto's tone shifted from one of righteous indignation to a more obedient demeanor. Cough, cough. It's all right, Naruto. I will take you out now. By the way, here is your wallet, returned to you. Upon receiving his wallet, Naruto quickly opened it to inspect its contents. Although he felt anger simmering within, he refrained from showing it. A significant portion of the money was missing, enough to sustain him for a month of delightful meals, now reduced to barely affording instant noodles. Those detestable old geezers. I shall not rest until I repay this affront. As they walked, Sarutobi chuckled. Those two are no weaker than I am. If you can manage to injure them, I will grant you any reasonable request you make, haha. He understood that Naruto could never harm those two, even after another decade of training. However, setting a goal for Naruto was beneficial, teaching him the value of diligent practice and discouraging him from causing trouble as he had today. Yet, if Naruto truly managed to injure those old men, he could imagine the boy waking up laughing in his dreams. After departing from the prison and bidding farewell to Naruto Chapter 5, the village's crusade, I was exceedingly careless, having left something behind. Upon hearing the indifferent tone, the woman's fervor was abruptly extinguished. At that moment, Naruto, disguised as her husband, had circled around to her rear. With a mischievous grin, he struck her on the back of the head with a brick. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting a common target with the brick. You have received a basic reward of 50 chakra. Immediately following this, Naruto transformed into the woman and sprinted towards her husband, uttering words that would never escape her lips in reality. Dear husband, I miss you, I long for your embrace. The man responded with a surprised smile and enveloped the approaching woman in a hug. Suddenly, the woman produced a brick and struck him fiercely, causing him to collapse. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting a common target with the brick. You have received a basic reward of 10 chakra. Knock, knock, knock. A man heard the sound of knocking and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, he was startled to find none other than the third Hokage. Feeling a bit anxious, he quickly invited the Hokage inside. Hokage-sama, please come in. What brings you here at such a late hour? Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffing on his pipe, replied nonchalantly. It seems there has been a break-in here. I came to investigate. Just leave me inside for a moment. Of course, Hokage-sama. I will assist you in your inspection. The man walked ahead, unwittingly exposing his back to Hiruzen. With a sly grin, Hiruzen drew out a brick and struck him. How lonely it is to be invincible. Naruto, disguised as Hiruzen, lamented. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The following morning, the area beneath the Hokage building was teeming with people, all clamoring for justice from the Hokage. Strangely, each individual bore bandages on their heads, as though they had suffered severe blows. Fortunately, numerous ninjas maintained order, otherwise, chaos would have ensued. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hurriedly arrived, still groggy from sleep. The scene was chaotic, filled with complaints and lamentations. I was merely tying my shoelaces on the street last night, when that monster suddenly appeared and struck me on the head with a brick. Woe is me. Hokage-sama, you must ensure justice is served and punish that beast. I was peacefully sleeping at home when I turned over in the night, and was inexplicably struck by something hard. My head is in agony now. Hokage-sama, please help me capture that thief. Wah. I was out walking my dog when I was ambushed. That person was so cruel. They didn't even spare my dog. We lay by the roadside all night. Numerous similar statements filled the air, all evidently pointing towards one individual, Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. In just one night, how many wrongdoings had Naruto committed? He even regretted releasing Naruto so hastily the previous day. This was indeed troublesome. Hokage-sama, why did you barge in and knock me unconscious while I was bathing? If you do not provide an explanation, this matter is far from over. An irate woman stormed up to Hiruzen, her voice resounding. At her words, the crowd fell silent. All eyes turned towards Hiruzen. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mito Kazan and Tika Kamachi turned away, unable to bear the sight of the old man. Danzo Shimura, perched above, propped his chin on his hand, watching with keen interest. Kakashi Hitaki, lurking in the shadows, squinted and instinctively clapped his hands. Beside him, Guy, bewildered, patted Kakashi on the shoulder and asked, "Is this youth? Please, don't be absurd. I was working diligently in the office all night." Hiruzen was nearly overwhelmed with anger at the woman's accusations, his finger trembling as he pointed at her, unable to fathom such slander directed at him. Wait a moment, knocked unconscious? This technique seemed familiar. It appeared that everyone present had experienced something similar. Naruto. It was Naruto again. When did he learn the transformation technique? Yet, that seemed irrelevant. As Naruto could already perform fire release, a transformation technique was trivial in comparison. But why was he causing trouble while disguised as others? Could a mere 3-year-old exhibit such behavior? This was troubling. Something was amiss. Previously, he suspected someone was lurking in the shadows teaching Naruto ninjutsu. Now, Hiruzen was convinced of that individual's existence, someone who was certainly not the beloved Minato from Naruto's dreams, but rather a malicious enemy intent on corrupting the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to wreak havoc upon Konoha. Naruto was still young and easily deceived. How infuriating. This matter required thorough investigation. Hiruzen could surmise that the villagers, though not as astute as he, would soon connect the dots. I propose we expel Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. I concur. Let's rid the village of this monster. I believe we should detain him first, give him a good beating, and then expel him. This child is too wicked. Let us hang him and set him ablaze. I suggest we break his limbs and abandon him in the wilderness. The crowd's voices grew increasingly fervent, signaling that a resolution was unlikely. Hiruzen bellowed, his aura as a shadow-level ninja, silencing the multitude instantly. With the crowd hushed, Hiruzen gestured, and a ninja wearing a cat mask appeared before him. Go capture Naruto and confine him in an iron cage. I shall personally interrogate him. Yes, afterward. He bowed to the crowd and declared, rest assured, once I ascertain the truth, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Despite the third Hokage's repeated assurances, the crowd remained furious and gradually dispersed. Hiruzen gestured again, and several Umbu members appeared before him. Conduct a thorough investigation of Konoha. Yes, regardless of what kind of demon or monster that person may be, today, we will unearth the identity of the one corrupting Naruto. The Umbu swiftly arrived at Naruto's residence. The righteous Naruto was currently sound asleep in bed. One of the Umbu easily hoisted Naruto onto his shoulder and sped towards the prison. Halfway there, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, chuckled, and struck the Umbu on the back of the head with the brick. Congratulations, host. For successfully hitting a J-Nin level target with the brick, you have received a medium reward, the instantaneous technique. Instantaneous technique. Simultaneously, he sensed that the super reward, the Flying Thunder God technique, had successfully unlocked. This meant that if he struck a shadow-level ninja again, he might learn the Flying Thunder God technique. What a delightful surprise. Clang. The iron door slammed shut. Naruto was once again confined to this familiar place, and he lay down, quickly drifting back to sleep. Before leaving, the Umbu instinctively scratched his head, casting a meaningful glance at Naruto. He could hardly believe that this 3-year-old had managed to successfully ambush him. As a J-Nin, this was quite unbecoming. It would surely become a source of ridicule among the other ninjas. Meanwhile, due to the third Hokage's directive for a thorough investigation of Konoha, the village was rife with tension as countless ninjas were mobilizing. The populace was in a state of unease, uncertain of the impending crisis. At that moment, within the Uchiha clan, atop a hidden tree, a man wearing an orange mask sat comfortably on a branch, gazing intently at the boy below. Quite interesting. How did you discover my presence? Chapter 6. The Duel of Experts. Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan as he coldly gazed at the masked man perched on the tree. He was certain that this individual did not belong to the Uchiha clan. Yet, the masked figure possessed a Sharingan as well. Their Sharingan locked onto each other, and the disparity in ocular power became evident in an instant. Sweat dripped from Itachi's forehead. while the masked man remained composed and unperturbed. Such strength. Their ocular powers were clearly not on the same level. Itachi was suddenly reminded of someone, Uchiha Madara. However, Madara could not possibly be so young, and his strength should be even greater. The only plausible explanation was that Uchiha Madara had been reincarnated through forbidden techniques. Although he had acquired a youthful body, his strength was likely diminished. Even so, he was still not someone Itachi could contend with. Then, Itachi recalled the Nine Tails incident from 3 years ago. Clearly, the mastermind behind it was this very person before him. With such a seasoned adversary harboring animosity towards Konoha, Itachi couldn't help but feel anxious for the future of the village. The masked man adjusted his mask and remarked with a hint of admiration. "It seems you have deduced my identity. Uchiha Madara?" Itachi's voice trailed off as he suddenly launched an attack, sending a flurry of shuriken towards the masked man. Unfazed, the masked figure simply shrugged. The shuriken embedded themselves into his body and then flew out from his back. At the moment of contact, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the great fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, striking the masked man directly. The fire technique Itachi executed was on an entirely different level compared to Naruto's. The tree upon which the masked man sat was instantly incinerated, billowing thick black smoke. Yet, the masked man's presence had already vanished. With a swift motion, he reappeared before Itachi, his right hand firmly grasping Itachi's throat. "You need not fear. I currently have little interest in Konoha. However, if you wish to challenge me." The masked man sneered, tightening his grip. Bang! The anticipated scene of Itachi's neck being snapped did not occur. Instead, it transformed into a multitude of crows that dispersed in all directions. The masked man shook his head, bemused by the caution of his opponent. Not far away, Itachi reappeared, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. The earlier probe had involved both ninja tools and ninjutsu attacks. He was acutely aware that both forms of assault had struck the masked figure. Yet, the masked man seemed to possess an ability that allowed him to become ethereal, thus evading the attacks. Itachi's crow clone, when grasped by the masked man's hand, had reverted to its physical form. Understanding this, Itachi felt a slight surge of confidence. Once his ocular power reached a higher level, he believed he could contend with the masked man. Within half a day, Konoha had been thoroughly investigated. One by one, ninjas appeared in the Hokage's office to report their findings. Although they had apprehended a number of individuals, they were primarily low-ranking subordinates, much to Sarutobi Hiruzen's frustration. Soon, everyone had reported and departed, leaving only Itachi behind in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen squinted with a slight smile as he regarded Itachi. "Itachi, you must have uncovered something, haven't you?" With a serious expression, Itachi replied, "Lord Hokage, I have identified a suspicious individual. I engaged him in combat and was at a disadvantage. He possesses a Sharingan with astonishing ocular power. I suspect he is a reincarnation of Uchiha Madara and may very well be the instigator of the Nine Tails incident from 3 years ago." "What?" Hiruzen exclaimed, rising in disbelief. Uchiha Madara was a figure renowned alongside the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. If he were indeed alive and harboring ill intentions towards Konoha, it would pose a significant threat. Upon further contemplation, Hiruzen acknowledged that aside from Uchiha Madara, he had not heard of any Uchiha capable of controlling the Nine Tails with a Sharingan. It appeared that over the years, the Uchiha clan had been unjustly blamed. Yet, who could ascertain the connections among them? If Uchiha Madara were orchestrating chaos from the shadows, Konoha could find itself on the brink of turmoil. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan remained a latent threat. At that moment, Hiruzen was nearly certain that the one who had led Naruto astray was none other than Uchiha Madara. However, he could not fathom the true purpose behind Madara's actions. "Itachi, would you be willing to join the Umbu?" Itachi was undoubtedly a rare talent. Failing to recruit him into the Umbu would be a tremendous loss. The fact that he alone had identified Uchiha Madara was a testament to his capabilities. Moreover, if Itachi had ulterior motives, he could have easily concealed this information, further affirming his loyalty. Noticing Itachi's hesitation, Hiruzen smiled and added, "There is no rush. You need not decide immediately. Take your time to consider it, and inform me when you are ready." "Understood," Itachi acknowledged before departing. With such a revelation, Hiruzen felt an even greater weight on his shoulders. He left the office and headed towards the prison, intent on verifying Itachi's claims through Naruto. Clang. Hiruzen opened the prison door to find Naruto sound asleep. He proceeded with the same procedure as before, checking the seal on the nine tails. However, as soon as his hand brushed against Naruto's abdomen, he felt a sudden, forceful blow to the back of his head from a solid object. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck an S-rank target with a brick, earning a medium reward, the shadow clone technique. Hiruzen turned to see Naruto clutching a brick. His expression one of confusion. Where did this brick come from? I certainly didn't see it when I entered. Then, recalling Naruto's antics from the previous day, he wondered if this brick had some sort of mind-altering effect, serving as a sinister ninja tool. After seizing the brick, Hiruzen examined it thoroughly, yet found nothing particularly remarkable, merely an ordinary brick. Hee. Naruto suddenly burst into laughter in his sleep. In his dream, numerous versions of Naruto rampaged through Konoha, striking anyone they encountered on the back of the head with a brick. The villagers fled at the sight of him, none daring to confront him. Hiruzen was utterly perplexed. What delightful dream could have prompted such joy? I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the village bully. Who can hold me accountable? Naruto guffawed as he awoke, only to find himself locking eyes with Hiruzen, feeling somewhat awkward. Naruto, why did you attack so many villagers yesterday while impersonating me? Were you acting under someone's instructions? Hiruzen's demeanor shifted from friendly to imposing, exerting his S-rank pressure over Naruto, who felt a chill run down his spine. In that moment, Naruto realized that his actions from the previous day might have been a bit excessive. But upon reflection, had he truly crossed the line? How had he endured the past 3 years, and who was truly at fault? Yet, given the current circumstances, voicing such thoughts was out of the question. As for Hiruzen's inquiry about whether someone had incited him, it felt like an attempt to find an excuse to gloss over the situation. Truly, he was the venerable elder he admired. But who should he blame? Shimura Danzo? That old fool didn't seem the type to orchestrate such mischief. Chapter 7. Where did it go wrong? After much contemplation, a fitting name finally emerged in Naruto's mind, Uchiha Obito, the man who masqueraded as Uchiha Madara, deceiving and manipulating others. The villain who, 3 years prior, summoned the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, resulting in the tragic demise of his parents. The scoundrel who, 3 years later, alongside Uchiha Itachi, exterminated the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Obito was as insipid as he was despicable. It was decided he was the one. Naruto's expression changed dramatically, as if he had recalled a figure of tremendous dread, prompting him to clutch tightly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, trembling in fear. After a considerable pause, he managed to utter, "He is a man with an orange mask." I merely glanced at him, and then I felt my body lose control. What happened afterward is a blur. It felt like a nightmare, where I was committing misdeeds. Oh, my conscience aches. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes, his youthful voice tinged with sorrow and guilt. He thought to himself, I must be more restrained in the future. Such reckless behavior could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, this time I had someone to take the blame, and I received so many rewards. It truly is delightful. Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor grew grave. Indeed, that person exists. It was he who activated the Sharingan and ensnared Naruto in an illusion, forcing him to commit such treacherous acts. How vile. Moreover, the ramifications of this incident are profound. Even though Naruto was unaware, it would be challenging to mitigate the fallout. Regaining his gentle demeanor, Sarutobi affectionately patted Naruto's head, offering solace. Naruto, do not be overly distressed. You may have fallen victim to a villain's illusion. This is not your fault. I know your heart is kind. But I cannot bear the weight of my conscience. Third Hokage, can you let me out? I wish to sincerely apologize to them. My heart is heavy with remorse. As he spoke, Naruto buried himself in Sarutobi's embrace, weeping bitterly. You are a good child. With your words, I am reassured. I will release you now, though I regret that you had to spend time in this cell. Not at all, not at all. You are the best, Third Hokage. Finally seeing the light, Naruto was determined not to return to confinement. After his efforts last night, his chakra had reached the level of a genin. He had mastered techniques such as fire style, fireball jutsu, transformation jutsu, body flicker jutsu, and shadow clone jutsu. At his age, he was indeed a formidable force, unstoppable. Naruto, you must remember to be sincere and apologize to each household individually. Otherwise, I will struggle to withstand the pressure from the populace, and you may be expelled from Konoha. Sarutobi advised earnestly. Rest assured, Third Hokage, I understand. Once I have eaten my fill, I will go door to door to apologize, Naruto proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. After a brief rest in the cell, he emerged to devour 2 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Feeling invigorated, he commenced his visits. Upon reaching the first house, Naruto politely knocked on the door. A woman opened it, and upon seeing Naruto's beaming face, she recoiled in terror, instinctively taking a few steps back. Why you? What do you want? Naruto bowed deeply. I am truly sorry for my actions yesterday. What did you do wrong? The woman blurted out, before realizing her words were misplaced. Looking up with a smile, Naruto continued, You may strike or scold me as you wish, as long as you can forgive me. I promise I will never act recklessly again. Hesitating, the woman retreated to the kitchen, seizing a frying pan to strike Naruto. Yet, just before delivering the blow, her heart softened, and she paused. Reflecting, she thought, which child does not err? Approaching Naruto, she gently ruffled his hair and said, Since you are sincerely apologetic, I shall forgive you. You have it tough. Accepting the cash Naruto offered, she turned and went back inside. Naruto shrugged, silently acknowledging that money does hold some value. After all, it was merely what he had collected the previous night, and resolving issues was most beneficial. Unfazed, he proceeded to the next house. A ninja hiding in the shadows squinted, having missed the earlier exchange. The woman had seemed intent on striking Naruto, yet inexplicably halted. Observing the apparent camaraderie between the two left him bewildered, though Naruto's earnestness was indeed evident. Knock, knock, knock. A man opened the door, startled by Naruto's playful grin, causing a child behind him to cry and cling to his leg. This was the father-son duo playing hide and seek. I apologize. Yesterday, I was manipulated by a villain and harmed you. I am truly sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Of course, you may do as you wish. I will not resist. Naruto bowed once more. The man scoffed. Manipulated by a villain? You seemed quite lucid last night. Realizing Naruto had come to apologize sparked a change in the man's demeanor, emboldening him. You say I can do whatever I want. Very well. Turning, the man retrieved a kitchen knife from the kitchen and brandished it at Naruto, a smug expression on his face, intending to frighten him. Suddenly, a burly figure appeared behind Naruto. What do you think you are doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged, his tone disapproving, laced with reproach. Upon seeing the third Hokage, the man froze, bewildered. His grip slackened, causing the knife to clatter to the ground as panic ensued. Hokage-sama, I meant no harm. I only intended to frighten the child. To teach him a lesson. Oh, do you realize the damage such actions can inflict upon a child? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, taking a deep puff from his pipe, clearly displeased. The man longed to retort, questioning the harm caused when Naruto had knocked his son unconscious with a brick the night prior, but such thoughts remained unvoiced. Festering within. Yes, Hokage-sama. I understand my error. This child is indeed well behaved. He must have been under the villain's influence yesterday. As he spoke, the man absent-mindedly pinched Naruto's cheek. Sarutobi nodded in approval before departing. Naruto, too, rushed over to pinch the child's cheek and tousle his hair. Do not be afraid. Little one, if anyone bullies you, simply invoke my name. If anyone displeases you, you may call upon me. I shall stand up for you. From this day forth, you shall be my number one little brother. Initially fearful, the child suddenly beamed with delight. All right, big brother. With a grin, Naruto exited the door, hopeful that this child would create more trouble, providing him with justifiable reasons to confront others. Though the basic rewards were meager, even the smallest of mosquitoes yield some sustenance. As he distanced himself, Naruto exchanged a high five with Sarutobi, relishing the ease with which the old man handled these unexpected situations. He pressed on to the next house. The ninja observing from the shadows was astounded. Naruto had not only utilized shadow clone jutsu, but had also impersonated the Hokage in his actions. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Knock, knock, knock. A woman, her head wrapped in bandages, emerged, and upon spotting Naruto, she erupted in fury. You monster. You inflicted such suffering upon me yesterday. I shall ensure your demise today. Fuming, she retreated to seize a spatula, marching toward Naruto with intent to strike. Yet, upon noticing the brick in Naruto's hand, she faltered, retreating a few steps, for she was acutely aware of the boy's reckless nature and dared not engage him directly. What? What do you want? I will scream. Apologies. I have come here today to express my remorse. Might you find it in your heart to forgive me? As Naruto spoke, he stepped forward, steadfastly clutching the brick in his hand. Stop. Let us converse amicably. You must first set down the brick. The woman, cornered and visibly alarmed, implored him. With a mischievous grin, Naruto tucked the brick away. Then, do you wish to pardon me? Forgive you? Not a chance. You relentlessly struck my head with that brick last night, over and over. Such pain. Upon witnessing Naruto disarm himself, the woman regained her courage and seized a spatula, ready to exact her revenge. You shall pay for this. Chapter 8. Why such desperate efforts? Nevertheless, Naruto swiftly brandished a brick, compelling her hand to halt midair. Hesitant to descend, Naruto coldly remarked, Indeed, one ought to possess gratitude. Were it not for my incapacitating your husband this morning, would you be enjoying such comfort here? Dare I expose your indiscretions? This was the woman who had been trysting the previous night, toward whom Naruto harbored profound resentment. Oh, Naruto darling, you're the sweetest. It's all my fault. I forgive you, the woman exclaimed, discarding the spatula and embracing Naruto in a clinging embrace. Naruto retaliated with a brick, rendering the woman unconscious once more. Disgusting. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking a common target with a brick, receiving a primary reward, mastering the ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Astounding. Naruto was incredulous. He suddenly realized that striking this individual yielded a remarkably high return. Perhaps frequent visits are warranted. At the final residence, a family of 5, each adorned with bandages, presented a pitiable sight. They fixed their gazes upon Naruto outside, their eyes filled with murderous intent, utterly terrifying. Naruto vaguely recalled that this family had been quarreling the previous night, and he, as an instigator, had exacerbated the situation, transforming trivial matters into major conflicts. Before launching a sneak attack amidst the chaos. Ahem, my sincerest apologies, everyone. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Can you extend your forgiveness? Woe is me, it was unintentional. Impossible. The 5 individuals within chorused, seizing weapons within the house, determined to eliminate Naruto. Thud. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly materialized within the house, kneeling to the ground. My apologies, everyone. It is my fault. I have failed to adequately discipline Naruto, my illegitimate son. My indulgence has fostered his recklessness. Henceforth, I shall diligently instruct him. I implore you to forgive him and grant him an opportunity for redemption. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, the 5 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their weapons clattering to the floor. Had we known of this connection earlier? We are not without magnanimity. Our family is quite amenable. With the Hokage kneeling, they dared not remain standing. They promptly knelt, kowtowing fervently. Lord Hokage, please rise. We cannot bear this. We forgive him, we forgive him. Naruto furrowed his brow, dismayed that his clone would utter such words, utterly preposterous. If these words reached the ears of that old codger, he would be doomed. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, rising nonchalantly, and stated with gravity, I appreciate your understanding. By the way, ensure today's events remain confidential, or else. As he spoke, he gestured across his throat. This was a threat. An order. Yes, 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 we shall certainly maintain secrecy. The family of 5 assented obsequiously. Late at night, Naruto finally completed his mission, arriving at Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate the triumphant conclusion of the day. Naruto and the clone transformed into Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged a high five. Poof! The clone abruptly dissipated. Naruto was perplexed. As he turned, he noticed an old man wearing a conical hat. Naruto exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The genuine Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, casting a profound glance at Naruto, and sighed. Clang! Naruto was once again confined within the iron bars. Minato, oh Minato, it seems Naruto has been corrupted. If you are watching from above, please guide me on what to do. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi lamented feebly. In the vast expanse of Konoha, not a single soul could assist him. Naruto's identity was too peculiar. Suddenly, he recalled an individual. Someone with a connection to Naruto, the mentor of Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya possessed formidable strength and unquestionable teaching abilities. Despite his proclivity for lechery, he was undoubtedly the prime candidate to steer Naruto onto the righteous path. The sole concern was the possibility of Naruto adopting the undesirable traits rather than the virtuous ones, which would be catastrophic. He would be unable to face Minato in the afterlife. However, upon further reflection, lechery seemed insignificant. Besides, what could a 3-year-old possibly comprehend? The paramount task was to rectify the child's values. After reassuring himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured slightly, and an Umbu operative appeared. Summon Jiraiya back. Inform him that I have matters of utmost importance to impart. Understood. However, Lord Jiraiya has been out of contact for an extended period, the operative inquired. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, then declared earnestly, I am uncertain. Deploy additional personnel and monitor the pleasure quarters of the 5 great nations. I am confident he will be located. Understood. Within the impenetrable darkness of the iron prison, Naruto had lost track of time. Initially, he assumed he would be confined for a few days. However, half a month had elapsed, and aside from the individual delivering meals, no one had appeared. With nothing to occupy his time, he could only dedicate himself to studying ninjutsu. The transformation technique offered little room for advancement. The body flicker technique, fire style, fireball jutsu, and shadow clone technique, on the other hand, could be enhanced through persistent practice. Shadow clone technique. Currently, he could only generate a single clone, which proved useful for assisting in training. His primary self practiced fire style, fireball jutsu, while the clone honed the body flicker technique. Clang. The iron prison reverberated. The clone, executing the body flicker technique, misjudged the distance and collided with the iron bars, eliciting a cry of pain. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, expelling a fireball toward the iron bars, which remained unaffected. Once more, another month passed. Naruto had mastered the body flicker technique. The fireball jutsu had increased exponentially in power, and he could now generate 2 shadow clones. As his chakra was depleted and replenished daily, his chakra reserves steadily increased, and his chakra began to undergo qualitative transformation. It could be said that Naruto's current strength had reached the level of a genin in all aspects. Even a typical Chunin might not withstand his ambush. With ninjutsu proving difficult to improve in the short term, Naruto shifted his focus to taijutsu. Taijutsu training was monotonous and time-consuming. From that day forward, the 3 Narutos within the prison began their training regimen. As if aware of his diligent training, the meals provided in the prison were exceptionally lavish each day. In the Hokage's office, individuals reported Naruto's condition to Hiruzen Sarutobi daily. Naruto did not practice ninjutsu today. He began utilizing his shadow clones to focus entirely on taijutsu training. An operative stated impassively, supervising Naruto daily was proving to be an agonizing ordeal for him. Naruto's talent was astonishing, especially considering he was only 3 years old. The fire-style techniques he employed were already comparable to those of a Chunin. His mastery of the body flicker technique had even surpassed his own. Good heavens! He recalled that at the age of 3, he was still riding on his father's shoulders, oblivious to the concept of chakra. At that moment, Sasuke, riding on Itachi's shoulders, suddenly lost his smile, sensing that someone was speaking ill of him. The operative sighed helplessly, lamenting the disparity between individuals. The most terrifying aspect was Naruto's relentless training. This was an era of peace. Should he not eat, drink, and sleep to his heart's content? Why such desperate efforts? Hiruzen Sarutobi placed his pipe in his mouth, took a deep puff, and waved for the operative to return to the prison and continue observing. Naruto's confinement in the prison had indeed alleviated his concerns. His diligent training filled him with gratification. However, the pace was exceedingly rapid. Mastering fire style, the transformation technique, the shadow clone technique, and the body flicker technique at the age of 3. How could other children possibly compete? Fortunately, the astonishing talent of Naruto remained largely unknown to the public. Otherwise, it could easily attract perilous attention. After all, no foreign nation would allow a person of extraordinary potential to grow unchecked as a Jinchuriki. Suddenly, a towering man with white hair burst into the Hokage's office, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been lost in thought. It's you. You finally returned. Upon seeing this man, Sarutobi's tone shifted from one of mild displeasure to sheer delight, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. For over a month, Sarutobi had been eagerly anticipating this man's arrival. This man was none other than his disciple, the master of the 4th Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya. Chapter 9. The woman in the bath. Hey, you always startle me like that. Can't you show me a little respect? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his displeasure. Ha ha ha, Lord Hokage. You are too humorous. You always pretend to be frightened by me, Jiraiya replied with a confident smile. After a moment, he added, so, what urgent matter brings me back to you? I'm quite busy with my writing lately. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, his expression one of disbelief, as if to say, you figured it out, truly worthy of being my disciple. Jiraiya's remark successfully concealed his embarrassment from being startled, demonstrating that he had indeed taught his disciple well, who knew how to ease the tension. Recently, there are indeed two rather troublesome matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly turned grave. No need to elaborate. I'm leaving right now. As he spoke, Jiraiya was already halfway out of the window. I'm just joking, it's actually not that serious. There's a child who's gone astray, and I hope you can guide him and take him as your disciple. Seeing Jiraiya about to flee, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interjected. I understand, until we meet again. With that, Jiraiya vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, feeling that Jiraiya was rather unreliable. Yet, knowing Jiraiya's consistent diligence, he couldn't help but wonder if his disciple had already returned. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion was correct. Jiraiya had returned days prior and had already gathered some intelligence. At this moment, Jiraiya was eager to meet the troublesome child. The child's name seemed to be Uzumaki Naruto, a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and he was the son of his disciple, Namikaze Minato. Quite intriguing indeed. In the Iron Cell, Naruto had recently finished his physical training and had fallen into a deep slumber from exhaustion. Jiraiya arrived quietly, following the same routine as any disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He lifted Naruto's shirt, placed his hand on Naruto's abdomen, and began to examine his physical condition. Though Naruto was in a deep sleep, he had developed a reflexive response. Whenever someone touched his belly, he would instantly pull out a brick to strike. Jiraiya smiled slightly. He was a young and powerful ninja, far quicker than any old man. In an instant, he snatched the brick from Naruto's hand and tossed it aside, chuckling. You little rascal, even in your sleep, you can't stay still. The next moment, sensing danger, Jiraiya swiftly took away another brick. He found it unbelievable, examining the brick with curiosity, wondering where this little brat had acquired it and how many more he could produce. In a brief moment, the cell was filled with bricks. Jiraiya, helpless, had to bind Naruto's hands. To his surprise, once Naruto's hands were secured, he became completely docile. Soon after, Jiraiya assessed that the nine-tailed seal within Naruto remained unchanged. And despite his exhaustion, he was fundamentally healthy. Then, he examined the strength of Naruto's body. To his astonishment, he could hardly believe his eyes. Was this really a 3-year-old child? He felt that even an average genin from the Ninja World War era would not compare to Naruto's current state. Next, he checked Naruto's chakra. Gasp! Jiraiya inhaled sharply, exclaiming monster. This was indeed a monster, a veritable creature of immense chakra, enough to evoke envy from many Jonin. Moreover, the exceptional quality of this chakra would amplify the power of any jutsu he cast. Hee. Jiraiya suddenly laughed aloud. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was his disciple. And if he could train Naruto to become the fifth Hokage, he would be the teacher of 2 Hokages, an unparalleled achievement in the ninja world. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. Help! Someone's breaking me out. Naruto awoke from the eerie laughter, seeing a grinning, white-haired man touching him. And he couldn't help but shout. When he recognized the man before him, excitement surged within him. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3. The man who would teach Naruto what it meant to be a ninja and the path of the ninja way. Naruto had thought he would have to wait until he graduated from the Ninja Academy and participated in the Chunin Exams 9 years later to meet him. He never expected to encounter him in a prison at the age of 3. All right, little brat, stop shouting. You don't seem afraid at all, Jiraiya remarked with a chuckle, finding Naruto's demeanor quite endearing. Big brother, are you here to rescue me? Naruto rubbed his eyes, asking adorably. Wait. Jiraiya suddenly became serious. What did you just call me? Big brother, Naruto tentatively repeated. Big brother? Big brother? Jiraiya clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, gasping in astonishment. This form of address seemed to possess a certain enchantment, making it difficult for him to resist. I want to hear it again, but I must hold back. This little brat is quite perceptive. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya continued. I am Jiraiya, sent by the 3rd Hokage to take you out. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with joy. But you must first confess all the good deeds you've done over the past 2 months. Jiraiya's voice was filled with authority, leaving no room for refusal. Naruto fell into deep thought. Jiraiya's reference to good deeds was not meant in the truest sense. After reviewing his actions, he sighed deeply, pouring out years of pent-up grievances. Since the day I was born, everyone has looked at me as if I were a monster, distant, cold, and scornful. For 3 long years, I endured quietly. Until one day, I encountered 2 people willing to befriend and defend me. I felt a glimmer of hope, Yet those kind souls were unjustly reprimanded because of me. With no other option, I picked up my brick to resist. That night, I nearly struck every villager with my brick. In the process, for convenience, I even transformed into the third Hokage's appearance and knocked down a woman who was taking a bath, along with many other misdeeds. Wait, Jiraiya squinted, interrupting Naruto. His fists clenched tightly, barely containing himself as he gritted his teeth. You. Tell me more about the woman in the bath. Upon hearing this, Naruto furrowed his brow outwardly, but was laughing internally, thinking to himself, look at you, still unable to keep your composure. Suppressing his curiosity, Jiraiya forced a smile and said, never mind, that is not important. Continue with your story. Later, after being imprisoned and deeply reflecting on his actions, the third Hokage released him, and he resolved to sincerely apologize to the villagers. However, he encountered numerous obstacles and even attempts on his life. With no choice, he had to use his shadow clones disguised as the third Hokage to assist him in resolving matters harmoniously. As a result, the third Hokage believed he was misusing his identity for mischief and locked him up for over a month. As he recounted this, Naruto clung to Jiraiya and began to cry, feeling wronged. Jiraiya nodded, understanding the situation but still preoccupied with thoughts of the woman in the bath, his curiosity reaching a fever pitch. However, I've heard many people say that you are the illegitimate child of the third Hokage. What is the story behind that? Jiraiya inquired, his tone laced with intrigue. Chapter 10, Super Rewards. Oh, is that so? Perhaps they believe that my great-grandfather has been overly kind to me. Naruto expressed his astonishment. Jiraiya smiled faintly, sensing that this young lad might not be entirely honest. The statements that spilled from Naruto's lips not only revealed his commendable moral compass, but also indicated that all discord stemmed from unavoidable circumstances. If he truly radiated such positive energy, the third Hokage wouldn't have hastened to summon him back. Regardless of the veracity, Jiraiya was resolute in his belief that he could guide Naruto onto the righteous path. I can rescue you, but you must pledge to fulfill 2 conditions. Jiraiya suddenly adopted a serious tone. Brother, don't mention just 2. I'd agree to 20. Naruto replied eagerly. You seem so positive, unlike a villain, so I'm sure you won't make things difficult for me. He had become obedient, having longed to escape the confines of his cell and bask in the sunlight. The first condition is that once outside, you must not instigate trouble in Konoha. The second is to become my disciple and aspire to be the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya stated matter-of-factly. Naruto furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Noticing his hesitation, Jiraiya teased, what is the matter? Do you find it too daunting to accomplish? The first condition is certainly manageable, but what is the benefit of being your disciple? Furthermore, I find the Hokage too weak. Not even a dog would regard him as worthy. I could defeat him with a single blow. Intrigued, Jiraiya responded, you claim you could vanquish the Hokage with 1 strike? Huh, I don't believe it. Would you care to test that assertion? Naruto smiled slyly and executed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2 additional Narutos appeared in the cell. Twin seduction technique. Brother, 2 stunning ladies emerged, one on either side of Jiraiya, whispering sweet nothings into his ears while caressing his muscles. Goodness. Jiraiya's nose bled profusely, his mind momentarily blank. Seizing the opportunity, the original Naruto stealthily maneuvered behind him and leaped, striking Jiraiya's head with a brick. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck a shadow-level target with a brick and earned a super reward, mastering the ninjutsu, Sharingan. Super reward. It was indeed a super reward. This marked Naruto's first encounter with such an accolade since arriving in this world. Simultaneously, the wind release, Sharingan, and other ninjutsu were unlocked. The Sharingan, a technique of immense explosive power, combined with the body flicker technique, filled him with confidence that he could easily defeat a Chunin. Coughing, Jiraiya regained his composure as he noticed the almost frenzied state he had been in. The astonishment he felt earlier had transformed into sheer admiration. If he had previously regarded Naruto with surprise, he now viewed him as extraordinary. This self-created ninjutsu indeed possessed the capability to annihilate shadow-level opponents. He even began to suspect this was the same individual he had seen bathing. From this moment on, you shall be my cherished disciple, Jiraiya. I shall take you under my wing and impart my lifelong knowledge to help you become the 5th Hokage. Wait. Naruto shrugged, reclining back in his cell, casually stating, I don't wish to leave just yet. The food and drink here are quite delightful. Before he could finish, Jiraiya had already whisked him outside. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been waiting outside for quite some time. He pulled Jiraiya aside to discuss matters quietly. Besides Naruto, there is another pressing issue. I suspect that Uchiha Madara has survived through the rebirth forbidden technique and harbors intentions towards Naruto. The Ninetales incident 3 years ago was instigated by him. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya felt a splitting headache. Madara was alive and was eyeing Konoha and the Ninetales. This was utterly absurd. Initially, he had planned to take Naruto on a journey for training, but he promptly abandoned that thought. It was far safer for Naruto to remain in Konoha. This child has a commendable disposition. I shall instruct him in Konoha for a few days before investigating this matter. Thank you for your hard work. Jiraiya brought Naruto to Hokage Rock, where he began recounting the illustrious deeds of the previous Hokages, hoping to ignite Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage. However, Naruto, listening intently, soon felt drowsy. He then pointed to a statue, declaring, "The fourth Hokage is the hero who saved the village. Can you teach me his ninjutsu?" Realizing the futility of boasting to a child, Jiraiya decided it was better to teach practical ninjutsu. The fourth's techniques are quite advanced. How about I start you off with something simpler? For instance, fire release, fireball technique. A blazing flame erupted instantaneously from Jiraiya's mouth. Naruto shook his head. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Naruto's mouth, exploding several meters ahead. Jiraiya recognized Naruto's solid foundation and increased the power of his fire technique slightly. To his astonishment, Naruto's fire release was on par with his own. Monster. Sensing Naruto's disdain, Jiraiya realized he needed to showcase something impressive, otherwise, he would be looked down upon by his newly acquired disciple. Watch. Jiraiya slowly gathered a blue energy sphere in his hand while glancing at a nearby building. In the next moment, he utilized the body flicker technique, appearing beside the wall, and forcefully slammed the energy sphere against it. The entire wall collapsed. A man rushed out, cursing, his weapon gleaming in the sunlight. Which fool? Ah, Lord Jiraiya. Haha, my apologies, feel free to break anything. With that, the man scurried away toward the Hokage building. Did you see that? This is the fourth Hokage's signature technique, the Rasengan. Impressive, isn't it? Jiraiya beamed at Naruto. But Naruto remained expressionless, devoid of any reaction. Too easy, I can do it too. Naruto smiled slightly, gathering a blue sphere the size of a marble in his right hand, which gradually enlarged. Just as Jiraiya began to chuckle, his laughter froze on his face. He hadn't even started teaching yet. What sorcery is this? Are your eyes the Sharingan? As the sphere swelled to the size of a soccer ball, Naruto felt a strain. With a loud bang, it detonated in his hand. Enduring the pain, Naruto realized that while he had learned the Rasengan, it was still somewhat challenging to execute it single-handedly like Jiraiya. Seeing Naruto's failure to perform, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. If even he had taken a long time to learn, it would be unbearable if Naruto could master it just by observing. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Shadow clone technique. The blue sphere reappeared in Naruto's hand, with 2 clones assisting in its control. In mere moments, the Rasengan was formed. Naruto dispelled his clones and swiftly appeared on the other wall of the building, hurling the blue sphere with force. Boom. The wall on the opposite side crumbled as well. At this moment, Jiraiya stood in stunned silence. Had he truly learned it just by watching? Amidst his astonishment, a tinge of sadness crept in. Was that just the body flicker technique? It seemed almost irrelevant now. Disheartened, he turned away. Don't go. I still want to learn the summoning technique. Brother, next time. For sure. Naruto scratched his head, contemplating his swift departure. Sigh, being too talented can be a burden. Perhaps I should play the fool a little. In front of the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto instinctively patted his pocket. Having been imprisoned for so long, he had forgotten that his wallet had been swiped by an Umbu ninja. I'm so hungry. I need to go retrieve my wallet. The detestable dark faction and the loathsome upper echelons. How is it that they have all fallen into such dire straits? At the Hokage building. As Naruto arrived at the entrance, he was intercepted by a masked ninja. The Hokage is currently attending to urgent matters. No one is permitted to disturb him. It was the same excuse, merely delivered by a different individual. Times have changed, and Naruto, plagued by hunger, felt his gaze grow increasingly frigid. His right hand had already drawn a brick, and he coldly commanded, "Leave." Chapter 11. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Rent is due. The Umbu operative hesitated. Observing the murderous intent emanating from Naruto, he was perplexed. Did youngsters these days all possess such intense ferocity, ready to engage at the slightest provocation? The Hokage is attending to urgent matters and must not be disturbed. Disregard this and face the consequences. The Umbu's tone grew sterner. His directive was merely to intercept Naruto. He had no desire to resort to physical force against a child. It would be laughable if word got out. Verbal dissuasion was preferable. Naruto slowly lowered the brick he clutched. Abruptly, his eyes widened as he gazed past the Umbu, a look of delight spreading across his face. Grandpa Third. Hadn't the third Hokage just sent him out to stop Naruto? Why was he here himself? The Umbu instinctively glanced behind him. Upon finding no one there, he realized he had been duped. A careless mistake. He'd fallen for a ruse from a mere 3-year-old. The Umbu chuckled dryly. This minor trickery was inconsequential to him. Did the little brat truly believe he could evade him or launch a successful sneak attack in a fleeting moment? Thwack! Before the Umbu could turn, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation stung. His countenance darkened, incredulous that the child had managed to strike him with the brick. He'd estimated that upon turning, the boy would barely reach his waist. How had this been accomplished? Congratulations, host, for successfully striking a Chunin-level target with the brick. You have received a basic reward. You have learned the ninjutsu substitution technique. The 3 body techniques were finally complete. In the next instant, Naruto, still suspended in midair, was seized by the neck. Naruto grinned faintly, and with a poof, transformed into a log. The substitution technique. So, it was the substitution technique. Although the Umbu operative was once again outwitted, he remained composed. He began to find the youngster before him intriguing. Naruto brandished the brick in his hand, giggling triumphantly. The Umbu scoffed, and, employing the body flicker technique, appeared before Naruto, pinning him to the ground with one hand. Youngster, you can't rely on sneak attacks alone. I concede that you're talented, but you're still far from a true ninja. I admit I was careless. Hidden in the shadows, Jiraiya shook his head, lamenting the Umbu's underestimation of his opponent. Jiraiya had been shadowing Naruto, seeking to understand the boy's true nature. Poof! The Naruto being restrained dissolved into smoke. The Umbu felt a sense of foreboding. He'd been toying with a shadow clone all this time. With the assistance of another clone, Naruto quietly formed a Rasengan in his hand. Before the Umbu could react, a blue orb of energy slammed into his back. Ack! He cried out, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The body flicker technique combined with the Rasengan had effortlessly defeated a Chunin. Of course, Naruto hadn't aimed to kill, only to incapacitate the Umbu. He then picked up the brick and struck the Umbu several more times. Serendipitously, 2 of the village elders witnessed the scene as they passed by. Naruto smiled faintly. He had detected the old Kage's presence long ago. His intention was to create the illusion that the Umbu had been ambushed and knocked unconscious, lulling the 2 elders into a false sense of security. If they discovered he knew the Rasengan, they would undoubtedly be more cautious. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatain, 2 of Konoha's elders, realized something was amiss and hastened toward Naruto. The sight that greeted them left them aghast. An Umbu operative had been knocked unconscious by that child. They exchanged glances, confirming the reality. A ninja who could be ambushed and defeated by a child was in the Umbu? Was the Umbu truly that short-staffed? Recalling their own encounter with the boy, they remembered easily subduing him with a single hand. It suddenly dawned on them why the Hokage had been so concerned about the boy's wallet. He must have been genuinely short on funds. What are you 2 old geezers gawking at? Do you want to whack as well? Oh, and I haven't forgotten about the money you swiped from my wallet last time. Who cares about your paltry sum? Even a dog wouldn't want it. We didn't take anything. Don't make false accusations, Hamura retorted angrily. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sneezed violently, his brow furrowing. Even if we did take it, what can you do about it? You little brat, daring to attack an Umbu operative. You've got quite the nerve. Prepare to spend some time in a cell to reflect on your actions, Koharu sneered. Hamura was dumbfounded, glancing at Koharu. We didn't take anything. Why admit to it? It's clearly that old Kage in there who did it. He now felt as though he could never clear his name. He had a premonition that being targeted by this boy would lead to no good. Jiraiya was stunned to hear this. Unbelievable. Would the 2 esteemed Konoha elders stoop to such a thing? Had Konoha fallen on such hard times? Hearing their admission, Naruto clenched the brick in his right hand even tighter. He had initially considered attempting a Rasengan sneak attack, but he now abandoned the idea. These 2 elders were not as easily fooled as the Umbu operative. He needed to be more audacious. His left hand reached behind him, and now Naruto held a brick in each hand, glaring coldly at the two elders. Being targeted by Naruto, Hamura and Koharu suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They exchanged glances, unable to believe that such a small child could instill a sense of dread in them. "You intend to attack us?" Hamura asked incredulously. "Do you think you can harm us?" Koharu scoffed mockingly. Jiraiya, watching from the shadows, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He knew that Naruto was currently powerful, but he posed no real threat to the two elders. Even a one-on-one fight would be difficult, let alone a two-on-one. Nevertheless, he was eager to see the outcome, hoping Naruto would somehow defeat them. Hearing the elders' words, Naruto shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, "Ninetales, it's time to pay the rent." The nine-tailed demon fox within Naruto suddenly awoke with a start. Who's calling me?" Then, it cried out in alarm. It realized that its body was rapidly shrinking. The nine-tailed fox, once several stories tall, had become a miniature fox the size of a hand. Bloodsucker, damn it. The nine-tails could no longer contain itself and cursed aloud. As the targets of this power, Hamura and Koharu suddenly felt uneasy. Swish! The two bricks flew from Naruto's hands, aimed directly at the two elders. A terrifying power emanated from Naruto, and Hamura and Koharu finally revealed expressions of terror. They felt as insignificant as ants before this power, utterly helpless. Unstoppable. Facing the two incoming bricks, they desperately wanted to evade them, but their bodies refused to move. This was a fear that resonated from the depths of their souls. The nine-tailed demon fox. This was the power of the nine-tailed demon fox. The nightmare that Konoha had endured 3 years ago had been unleashed by this very power. What was happening? Was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki about to lose control? Jiraiya frowned, also sensing that the Jinchuriki was on the verge of losing control. But in reality, that was not the case. He knew that Naruto was fully aware. There was only one explanation. Naruto could harness the power of the Nine-Tails while remaining conscious. He suddenly realized that his understanding of Naruto was woefully inadequate. Sensing the terrifying power, Hiruzen Sarutobi in the Hokage's office decisively drew his adamantine staff and rushed out. Many ninjas sensed the danger and hurried toward the scene. Chapter 12, Just Asking. Bang. A brick came hurtling through the air, striking the back of the heads of Mito Menyen and Shurin Koharu. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting a Jonin-level target with a brick, earning a junior reward. Chakra 999. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting a Jonin-level target with a brick, earning a junior reward. Chakra 999. Is this meager reward truly warranted for striking two elderly Jonin? How unfortunate. The oppressive force of the Nine-Tails dissipated, allowing the two to regain their mobility. Gritting their teeth through the pain, they touched the damp back of their heads, only to find it smeared with crimson. Mito Menyen and Shurin Koharu glared coldly at the audacious blonde boy before them, hesitant to retaliate. Numerous ninjas hidden in the shadows observed cautiously, fearing that the boy might unleash another brick upon them, which would certainly be humiliating. Uchiha's Kakashi coughed a few times, his grip on his sword trembling slightly. What is happening? The boy dares to act. The two esteemed adults possess such fortitude, not even bothering to evade. Now, they are left bloodied and bruised. Kakashi clapped his hands, a sense of admiration welling within him. Having been engrossed in his reading, he had missed the earlier events. Yet it was evident that the Jinchuriki had nearly lost control. The two adults had bravely endured Naruto's brick, averting catastrophe. Truly, they are role models for us all. Itachi Uchiha arrived swiftly, just in time to witness Naruto's impending assault on the two high-ranking officials. Activating his Sharingan, he discerned the moment Naruto hurled the brick. Chakra levels plummeted, and the chakra of the Nine-Tails was drawn forth. The two adults were locked in, with no means of escape, much like the last time when a certain chubby boy was targeted. Initially, he had believed it to be Naruto's exceptional throwing technique, but now it appeared to be a specialized tool capable of locking onto targets. To evade it, one must simply avoid being targeted. Nevertheless, Naruto's formidable physique and immense chakra still left him feeling inadequate. He couldn't help but worry for Sasuke. If Sasuke ever provoked Naruto, he would undoubtedly face daily beatings. Sarutobi Hiruzen brandished his staff, ready to intervene, but upon realizing the Nine-Tails' power had vanished, he opted to retreat. When the bricks struck the two esteemed officials, he nearly burst into laughter. Just 2 months prior, he had claimed that Naruto would never harm them within a decade. Yet here they were, just 2 months later, with Naruto accomplishing the feat, albeit with the Nine-Tails' assistance. Still, One could not deny Naruto's talent. These two old-timers are regressing with age. Sensing the Nine-Tails' power, Danzo Shimura rushed to the scene, hoping to seize an opportunity. Should the Jinchuriki lose control, he could easily take their place, ascending to new heights in Konoha. However, midway, he encountered Jiraiya, who shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to retreat in embarrassment. He was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Jiraiya's return. With both Jiraiya and Sarutobi present, he had no chance to capitalize on the situation. After a brief stalemate, Naruto finally regained some strength. He drew another brick from his pocket, pointing it menacingly at the two elderly men. "You two old geezers owe me money," he declared. "Or else." With a huff, he brandished a second brick in his left hand, his threat unmistakable. "They owe him money?" Uchiha's Kakashi looked perplexed. "Is this a dispute over unpaid debts that has escalated into violence?" Kakashi cast a disdainful glance. "It surely cannot be this simple." Itachi Uchiha, who was about to intervene with his own power, hesitated upon hearing Naruto's words, discreetly retracting his weapon. He chose to continue watching from the shadows. Mito Minyin and Shurin Koharu exchanged frustrated glances, reluctantly reaching into their pockets to retrieve their wallets, tossing them at Naruto. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen's doing. Yet they were left to bear the brunt of it. How infuriating. They not only lost their money, but also suffered a blow from a brick. Mito shot a glare at Shurin, scolding, "You spoke too much. Why did you bring this upon us?" Shurin, equally irate, retorted, "If you have the guts, go confront Sarutobi. Why take it out on me?" At last, they reached a consensus. "Sarutobi, you old fool, why are you hiding? Come out. You think we haven't noticed your presence? Do something." Sarutobi Hiruzen silently shrank back, thinking to himself, "I am not foolish." Taking the two wallets, Naruto inspected them closely, pouting, "You two are truly destitute. Very well. I shall let you off this time, but do not expect to appease me with such a pittance again. I hold grudges. Next time? You think there will be a next time?" They clenched their teeth, vowing silently never to provoke this little imp again. Seeing Naruto stow away the bricks, they both sighed in relief. The Umbu ninja who had been lying unconscious finally stirred. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the terrifying visage of the young boy, his eyes wide with fear. Then he noticed the two esteemed adults and prepared to call for help, only to realize they appeared submissive before the boy. "What on earth is happening? Are you still going to stop me?" Naruto leaned closer to the Umbu, brandishing the brick with a cheerful smile. "And no, of course not." He fainted in terror. Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. "Am I truly that frightening?" Mito Minyin and Shurin Koharu exchanged glances. It seemed the Umbu was the one who truly embarrassed himself. Uchiha's Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, seethed with indignation. He yearned to step forward to demonstrate that not all Umbu were like this. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to bully a mere child. Kakashi stifled a yawn. Boredom creeping in. "Are we still fighting?" He quietly flipped through an inappropriate publication, engrossed in it. Itachi Uchiha shook his head, relieved he hadn't accepted Sarutobi's offer to join the Umbu. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. This was one of his most capable subordinates. Surely, one should not be frightened into unconsciousness by a mere child. Could it be that he mistook Naruto for the Nine-Tails? That seemed plausible, given even a shadow-level powerhouse like himself had been rattled. Cough, cough, it's my turn to end this farce. A burly old man wearing a straw hat stepped forward, approaching Naruto. "Grandpa Third," Naruto exclaimed with joy. "Naruto, I presume you are looking for this." Sarutobi handed over the wallet. Taking the wallet, Naruto counted the contents meticulously. His eyes widened in disbelief at the additional bills inside. "Thank you, Grandpa Third." Sarutobi nodded. "It is quite late. Young Naruto should return home." Obediently, Naruto did not move, casually inquiring, "By the way, Grandpa Third, you previously mentioned that if I managed to injure Mito Minyin and Shurin Koharu, you would grant me a reasonable request. Do you remember?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mito Minyin and Shurin Koharu cast cold glares at Sarutobi. "Sarutobi, you truly have some nerve. Inciting a child against us. Are you? No wonder this little brat acts like we are his enemies, eager to harm us. It turns out you were behind this. How ridiculous. They had just taken the blame for him. Very well, we shall remember this grievance." Sarutobi's face contorted in frustration as he gazed at the seemingly harmless boy, feeling an overwhelming urge to silence him. "Why can't you just go home like a good boy? Can't we discuss this tomorrow? Must you create tension in front of the two involved?" Feeling the murderous glares from the two, Sarutobi knew trouble was brewing. "Of course I remember. Haha, I was merely asking, Naruto replied with a slight smile, before turning to leave. Chapter 13. We truly do not know this is sister-in-law at Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto gulped down the remaining ramen and broth, letting out a burp. Today had been immensely fruitful. Not only had he mastered the Rasengan and the shadow clone technique, but he had also significantly increased his chakra reserves. Most importantly, he had gained access to a portion of the Nine Tails chakra. This was a formidable amount, sufficient to target elite shinobi. What does that imply? He could contend with anyone below the Hokage level at will. Unfortunately, despite his newly acquired techniques, none could ensure his safety. If he had a jutsu to protect himself, he wouldn't feel so constrained and timid. Inside him, the mini Nine Tails rolled its eyes and grumbled. You're still timid? Is the ramen really that good? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, noticing a figure beside him. Turning around, he found a man wearing an orange mask scrutinizing him. Hiss. It's Uchiha Obito, he thought, recalling the one responsible for his parents' demise. Delicious, delicious. Naruto nodded, and in a flash, his right hand had produced a brick, attempting to lock onto the man before him. Internally, he pleaded, Hey, Nine Tails brother, lend me some chakra. The mini Nine Tails erupted in frustration, baring its teeth, and shouted, What are you yelling about? Don't you realize I've already drained you dry? You want to attack me? The masked man appeared confused, sensing hostility from the small boy, yet Naruto's expression was eerily calm. Raising a hand, the masked man snatched the brick away from Naruto. After examining it closely and finding nothing amiss, he returned it to him. No, I find you rather charming. I merely wish to befriend you by tapping your head with this brick. Look at my good friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito, and Nara Shikamaru, all of whom I've certified with a tap. Is that so? I think you're quite adorable too, and wish to be your friend. Come on, just be gentle. The masked man exaggeratedly cradled his head, feigning a remorseful posture. Naruto stared at him in disbelief for several seconds. Is this for real? After a moment of hesitation, seeing Naruto still hadn't made a move, the masked man leaned closer, pointing to the back of his head, signaling him to hurry. I truly wish to be your friend. A slight smile crept onto Naruto's lips. It was a rare opportunity with a target presenting itself so willingly. You really are a good person, though not entirely. Bang. Congratulations. Host has successfully struck an elite target with the brick, receiving a super reward, the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto chuckled heartily. How simple. The Flying Thunder God technique. A jutsu representing the pinnacle of speed. And it's a technique that could save my life. Now, I can walk boldly in Konoha. Ouch. That hurts. How can you laugh? The masked man, holding his head, squirmed as if in great pain. Naruto understood he was merely acting. His blows had been gentle, incapable of causing real harm. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he sensed the mark on the masked man's back, a remnant from the fourth Hokage's battle with him. At any moment, Naruto could ambush the masked man, but he knew his Rasengan was still too weak to inflict any real damage on an elite shinobi. Furthermore, the masked man could phase out, making it uncertain if he could even land a hit. He longed to strike the masked man with a Rasengan, but its current power was insufficient to threaten an elite. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. As long as the Flying Thunder God mark remained, the masked man would never escape his grasp. Clap. The two exchanged a high five. Good brother, let us play again next time. The masked man sensed Jiraiya approaching nearby. He wished to avoid conflict and vanished. Naruto stood there, gazing at the empty seat beside him, puzzled. Did this person come solely to gift me a jutsu? After inscribing the Flying Thunder God mark beneath the table, Naruto left Ichiraku Ramen. He began wandering aimlessly in Konoha, inadvertently marking spots for future escapes. Perhaps due to his current low strength, he could only perceive short-range Flying Thunder God marks, necessitating caution in his future endeavors. In a certain forest in Konoha, a blue-haired girl with extraordinary eyes, Hinata Hyuga, was separated from her family. At that moment, she found herself encircled by 3 children, paralyzed with fear. A chubby boy, hands in his pockets, led the mockery. If you're the daughter of the Hyuga clan, then show us your Byakugan. If you can't, don't glare at us like that. Those disgusting eyes of yours must be a monster's. You're a Byakugan monster. Ha ha. At that, the 3 children burst into laughter, prompting Hinata to cry woo. Is it really that funny? I'm a monster too. In a flash, Naruto used the body flicker technique, appearing in front of Hinata and shielding her behind him. He then placed his hands on his hips, glaring coldly at the children. Hiss. Upon seeing Naruto, the 3 children gasped, their smiles vanishing in an instant. The chubby boy swallowed hard, dropping to his knees and banging his head on the ground. The other two, frightened, followed suit. Big brother, we know we were wrong. We truly didn't know she was your sister-in-law. The children from the residential area had all encountered Naruto at some point, and seeing him still filled them with dread. These three were no exception, having been among those who bullied him before. Originally, Naruto had considered punishing them, as they seemed like the type who bullied others without remorse. However, hearing the term sister-in-law struck a chord with him. After some thought, he decided to let them off this time. So, do you know what to do from now on? Naruto asked with a serious tone. Seeing sister-in-law is like seeing big brother. They chorused. Naruto waved his hand, saying, "All right, off you go. Big brother, big sister. We'll take our leave now." The three scurried away in relief. Turning, Naruto patted the head of the sobbing girl. "It's all right now. If anyone bullies you in the future, just call my name, Uzumaki Naruto. My name still holds weight in Konoha." Thank you." Hinata stopped crying, gazing at the cheerful boy before her. She felt warmth within. Being protected felt wonderful. "By the way, my name is Hinata Hyuga." "Yes, Hinata. It's getting late. It's not safe. Let me escort you home," Naruto said with a smile. "Okay." Hinata instinctively touched her fingers, unsure of how to find her way back alone. In the next moment, Naruto took her hand. Hinata's heart raced as her pulse quickened. "Lady Hinata, we've finally found you. The clan leader has been worried sick." A middle-aged man appeared, displeasure crossing his face upon seeing Naruto holding Hinata's hand. "Release the lady's hand at once. You must not associate with such a person." "Uncle Hayashi," Hinata exclaimed happily, recognizing a kind family member. However, Uncle Hayashi's words towards Naruto made her uncomfortable. "Once he let go, what will you do about it?" If Hayashi had spoken respectfully, Naruto would have been amicable. Since he seeks to manipulate people's mindsets, let the battle commence. Chapter 14. A fine strike. Hinata's father, Hyuga Kakashi, chuckled derisively. "With your diminutive stature, I could easily pin you to the ground with one hand." Naruto, unfazed, offered a sincere warning, retrieving a brick and hurling it skyward. "You might want to activate your Byakugan quickly. If you're as strong as you claim, it would be quite embarrassing if the brick fell before you even realized it." The fourth Hokage had inscribed the flying thunder god seal onto his kunai for spatial movement. In contrast, Naruto's brick was an extension of his being, rendering it even more versatile. He could inscribe the seal onto the brick in an instant or erase it just as swiftly. "Do I really need to activate my Byakugan to deal with a mere child?" "What a joke," Kakashi scoffed, already charging towards Naruto, his irritation evident at being belittled by a young boy. As a Nin specializing in taijutsu, Kakashi's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Naruto, poised to strike and compel him to release his grip. Confidently, he believed he could subdue such a child in an instant. "Uncle Kakashi, no?" Hinata cried out, fear gripping her as she shut her eyes, unable to bear the impending scene. Just as Kakashi was about to make contact, a smirk on his lips, Naruto and Hinata vanished in a flash. The swift strike of Kakashi's hand froze mid-air, leaving him bewildered. What on earth? Where did they go? After a moment of silence devoid of combat sounds, Hinata cautiously opened her eyes to behold Naruto's warm smile. "Hinata, we've arrived home." "Ah," she exclaimed, turning to survey her surroundings and realizing that the Hyuga clan's gates were just ahead. "What just happened? How did we get home in the blink of an eye? And what about Uncle Kakashi?" "Haha, he was merely playing a joke on us. We shall see him again next time." Naruto chuckled, disappearing before Hinata could express her gratitude. Had she encountered a ghost? Yet, the warmth of her palm remained a tangible reminder of reality. Meanwhile, Kakashi scanned the area swiftly. Once he confirmed the absence of others, anxiety set in. He had finally located the young lady. If his earlier remarks led to her disappearance, he would be deemed a fool. Let them laugh at him. Locating the young lady was paramount. Byakugan, activate. As he opened his Byakugan, Jiraiya, lurking nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. He had no desire to be discovered. As Kakashi's gaze approached his hiding spot, Jiraiya wrestled with a dilemma. Should he resort to reverse summoning to evade detection? However, he was reluctant to leave the scene. In his moment of panic, Kakashi was wholly focused on his surroundings. He knew the brick Naruto had thrown would soon descend, but was confident it would not strike him, causing him to pay little heed. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had already returned, concealed in the shadows, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Just as the brick neared the height of Kakashi's head, Naruto appeared above him, gripping the brick tightly and bringing it down forcefully upon the back of Kakashi's head. This time, He put forth a bit more strength, causing the brick to shatter. Well done. Jiraiya silently applauded. Fortunately, Naruto's timely intervention disrupted Kakashi's search, preventing him from being detected by the Byakugan. Kakashi cried out in pain, sensing Naruto's presence behind him, and immediately spun to retaliate. Upon seeing Naruto suspended in midair, he smirked, convinced that without the ability to gain leverage, his punch would surely connect. He increased his strength, determined to deliver a heavy blow. To his astonishment, he struck nothing but air. Naruto, like a specter, evaded his attack with ease. Eventually, Kakashi's gaze landed upon Naruto once more, confusion filling his eyes. Was that the body flicker technique? But surely there should be traces left behind. How can a mere child comprehend such a technique? Even as Kakashi racked his brain, he found no reasonable explanation. Meanwhile, Naruto amusedly toyed with the brick in his hands, musing aloud. Taijutsu practitioners truly are something else, so stubborn. The moment Naruto uttered these words, Kakashi felt a dull ache in his skull. To be ambushed by a mere child was utterly humiliating. Such a disgrace had never befallen the Hyuga clan, especially at the hands of a child. Wait, this child is not ordinary. At that moment, Kakashi activated his Byakugan to scrutinize Naruto, only to discover the boy's formidable chakra. What in the world? How does a 3-year-old possess such an abundance of chakra? While it was common for taijutsu ninjas to have lesser chakra reserves, Kakashi, as a Chunin, found himself lacking even a third of this child's power. It was utterly absurd. Even more astonishing was the child's physical strength, which surpassed that of the younger generation of the Hyuga clan. Who, then, was truly the master of taijutsu? Previously, Kakashi had dismissed this child as merely the nine-tails Jinchuriki of the village. But it was now clear that he was far from ordinary. At just 3 years of age, his abilities eclipsed that of a genin. There was no way he could have achieved this without significant guidance from a powerful figure, likely someone of Hokage's caliber. Realizing this, Kakashi gasped in shock, even suspecting that this formidable individual might be nearby. 8 trigrams. Return heaven. Kakashi suddenly executed the advanced taijutsu secret technique of the Hyuga clan. Witnessing this, Naruto paused in confusion, unable to comprehend Kakashi's actions. Hadn't he merely remarked on Kakashi's stubbornness? Why was he now resorting to the return heaven technique? It was a defensive maneuver against an attack, yet there was no one to defend against. Was he truly frightened by the earlier ambush? With a heavy exhale, Kakashi understood the subtleties of his actions. He utilized the return heaven technique as a cover, swiftly scanning the vicinity with his Byakugan. Indeed, he detected an immensely powerful chakra presence nearby. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, sensing for a fleeting moment that he had been discovered. It seems I am indeed stubborn. My apologies. Upon this realization, Kakashi's fighting spirit waned, and he hastily clasped his hands in apology, cautiously inquiring, "Might I ask where Lady Hinata is?" What is this? Performing a return heaven technique and then backing down? Is this truly the behavior of a Chunin from the Hyuga clan? Although perplexing, it was undeniably amusing. Hinata has already been safely returned home. How dull, Naruto sighed, shaking his head before vanishing. Kakashi was left momentarily stunned. Returned home? That's impossible. Naruto merely vanished for a few breaths. He couldn't have flown to the Hyuga compound in such a short time. We're quite far from there. My head aches. Kakashi groaned, feeling the blood trickle from the back of his head. After a hasty bandaging, he hurried back to the Hyuga residence, determined to verify whether Hinata had truly returned home. Upon pushing open the door, Kakashi was greeted by the displeased visage of Hyuga Hayashi, who approached him. Why have you returned so late? Hinata has already bathed and gone to bed. And what happened to the bandage on your head? Have you been attacked? What? Kakashi exclaimed, incredulous. The young lady has bathed and gone to sleep? In that instant, his mind went blank. He even questioned whether the Hinata he had encountered earlier was a mere illusion. How could she possibly have returned so swiftly? Yet, how could an impostor have known his name? His head throbbed. I accidentally fell. Hayashi shot him a disdainful glance. You are a Chunin, yet you claim to have merely fallen? You must be joking. Jiraiya gazed blankly at the spot where Naruto had vanished, and he had already confirmed that it was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 15. The fashion trends of Konoha's high officials. Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel. Minato, you have indeed left a legacy for Naruto. He then recalled the moment he taught Naruto the Rasengan, and suddenly it all became clear. I thought to myself, how could such a complex technique like the Rasengan be mastered at a mere glance? Clearly, Naruto had studied it long before. Nonetheless, To master such a formidable technique at such a tender age is rare even within the vast ninja world. Furthermore, judging from what he had observed, Naruto was not only proficient in the Rasengan, but also in body replacement technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, fire style, and body flicker technique. He had mastered them all. Now, with the addition of the flying thunder god technique, Jiraiya could hardly fathom what kind of talent one would need to command such abilities at this age. It was highly likely that in the future, Naruto would surpass all previous Hokages, becoming the strongest entity in the ninja world, causing the entire realm to tremble. Fortunately, this was Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. Through an entire day of observation, Jiraiya had gained a profound understanding of Naruto's character. Naruto was not one to stir trouble unnecessarily and had a penchant for chivalry. Apart from being a tad greedy and mischievous, and occasionally resorting to violence when confronted with challenges, he had no significant flaws. After all, he was just a child. A bit of rebellion was entirely normal. He was undoubtedly a promising candidate worthy of being nurtured into the fifth Hokage. As Naruto's teacher, Jiraiya's foremost responsibility was to protect him, ensuring that he truly flourished. Even in this era of peace, countless prodigies had met untimely demises. Currently, with Uchiha Madara lurking in Konoha, eyeing the Nine Tails, Naruto was in constant peril. On the following day, in front of the Hokage building, a stranger stood there, just about to enter. At that moment, a dark-cloaked Umbu ninja, with his head wrapped in heavy bandages, appeared, blocking his path. In a calm tone, he stated, "The Hokage is currently occupied with urgent matters. No one is allowed to approach." "Is that so?" The stranger replied with a faint smile, dispelling his transformation technique. A bright, golden-haired child, Naruto Uzumaki, stood before him. "Ha ha ha, it's you, big brother Naruto." The Umbu instinctively rubbed his sore head and respectfully clasped his hands. "The Hokage is fine. Please, feel free to enter." He then gestured invitingly. "Really?" Naruto expressed disbelief at the swift change in demeanor. The Umbu, not daring to say more, nodded vigorously, nearly dislodging his bandages. "It seems true. Then I shall enter." Naruto nodded, tucking away the brick he had been holding, and stepped inside. Only after Naruto had walked away did the Umbu heave a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. In his eyes, this little brat was a demon, far more terrifying than the Nine Tails. As soon as he ascended the stairs, Naruto encountered two high-ranking officials coming towards him. Both were similarly bandaged, resembling the earlier Umbu. Upon spotting Naruto, Mito Gate N and Tsunade Shy immediately halted in their tracks. "I think I drank a bit too much water. I need to use the restroom." Tsunade Shy suddenly felt her heart race, cold sweat trickling down her back. "Looks like it's about to rain. I should go back and gather my clothes." Mito Gate and felt a dull ache in the back of his head. The two seemed eager to leave, employing the body flicker technique to vanish instantly. Naruto sighed, perplexed. Am I really that frightening? As he tucked the brick away, he realized he had developed a peculiar habit. Whenever he encountered Umbu or high-ranking officials, his hand would instinctively reach for the brick. Gently pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, Naruto was taken aback at the sight of the elderly man. The third Hokage's head was also wrapped in bandages. What is going on? Has bandaging one's head become the latest trend among Konoha's high officials? Curiously, he asked, "Grandpa Third, what happened to your head? Did someone bully you?" Mito Gate N and Tsunade Shy, hiding nearby and eavesdropping, swallowed hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at the seemingly harmless child before him, forcing a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I just had a little tumble yesterday." Despite his outward calm, inside he was seething, wishing to throttle the annoying brat. "How dare you ask? If you hadn't pried last night, would I have suffered those two old geezers' beatings? I endured 2 bricks for the sake of winning those two over. 2 bricks from 2 elite jonin. Just thinking about it brings pain." With a sudden grip on Naruto's cheek, Sarutobi Hiruzen impatiently queried, "What do you want today, little Naruto?" Naruto grinned, retaliating by pinching back. "It's about what we discussed yesterday. Didn't you say you would grant me a reasonable request? I've been wanting to practice my physical skills. I'm a bit bored and was hoping you could find me a sparring partner. Is that all?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him, glad it wasn't a troublesome matter. "You want to practice physical skills? I can't express how grateful I am. Just keep busy and don't bother me. I'm too old to handle all this." With a wave of his hand, he instructed the Umbu who had appeared. "Take Naruto to Might Guy. Let him handle the arrangements." Yes, as the hardest-working ninja in Konoha, My guy was currently doing push-ups in an open field, silently counting. 1,000, 1,001, 1,002. Once I reach 5,000, I'll challenge Kakashi to a duel. Swish. The Umbu brought Naruto before Might Guy. Guy, the Hokage has ordered that you train him in physical skills. He will be under your guidance for the foreseeable future. Might Guy paused for a moment, sizing up the adorable golden-haired child while continuing his workout. Are you certain you want to learn physical skills from me? Naruto grinned, eyeing the man with the distinctive bowl cut and thick eyebrows, dressed in a tight green outfit. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. To be precise, I need you to be my sparring partner. Very well, let us start right away, Naruto. Join me in doing push-ups. Let us ignite your youthful spirit. With that, Guy suddenly accelerated, performing his exercises at an exhilarating pace. Naruto shook his head, saying, "This is too dull. How about we make a bet? We'll run laps around Konoha, and whoever collapses first has to shave their head. What do you say? Ah, how thrilling. This is what youth is all about. Let us go." Guy's competitive spirit surged as he grabbed Naruto and dashed toward the gates of Konoha. I adore you, Naruto. You're even more entertaining than Kakashi. We'll start here. I'll slow down a bit at first to let you keep up with me. Konoha's prideful azure beast. The exuberant Guy? Let the youth burn bright. Ah, this is youth. I don't want to shave my head. I want my thick, luscious hair. Charge. With that, Guy took off running, leaving Naruto speechless. He had promised to wait, yet he dashed off without a second thought. However, in Konoha, no one could match his speed, for the signs of his flying thunder god technique were everywhere. He mainly aimed to improve his physical condition. Speed was of little consequence. Boom. At that moment, Naruto did not rush to take off, but instead created 3 shadow clones, instructing them to remain hidden and on standby. Guy trained relentlessly every day. His stamina was far beyond what Naruto's small frame could compare to. However, with shadow clones and the flying thunder god technique, Naruto could seamlessly execute a relay run with 4 participants. As for sustenance, Naruto had no shortage, as every major store bore the mark of the flying thunder god. He could simply grab food whenever he felt hungry, unnoticed by anyone. He could run continuously for a month without fatigue. Get ready for a bald head, little guy? Naruto smiled slightly, feeling confident in his victory, and began his run. Chapter 16 Woo. Kakashi save me. A man struggled to crawl beneath a tree, his voice barely audible. As a learned individual of Konoha, Kakashi was engrossed in his reading atop the tree trunk when he suddenly heard someone calling for him from below. He glanced down and beheld a bald man, devoid of eyebrows, forcing a smile and displaying his white teeth. Kakashi gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What a hideous creature." Upon closer inspection, recognition dawned on him, and he was slightly taken aback. "Is that Guy? Why have you shaved your head?" Kakashi remarked, "I have told you countless times. Young men should immerse themselves in their studies. Overexertion can easily deplete one's vitality." Woo. Kakashi, I made a bet with a 3-year-old brat to run laps around Konoha. Whoever collapses first must shave their head. It lasted a whole day and night. I couldn't keep up with him. He seemed to grow more energetic as he ran, and I lost. Upon shaving his head, he pondered for a long while, concluding that his initial overexertion led to his subsequent fatigue. I refused to accept defeat. So, I challenged him again. Woo. This time he cruelly wagered my eyebrows. Naturally, I couldn't back down, so I accepted the bet. I purposely slowed my pace to match his speed. However, he just accelerated, and I was left desperately chasing after him, resulting in yet another loss. Woo. Now my eyebrows are gone. Kakashi, please teach me how to win them back. Kakashi nearly burst into laughter at this confession. No wonder Guy hadn't sought him out for a challenge in days. He had found a new rival. To his astonishment, there was indeed someone in Konoha who could outrun Guy, a 3-year-old child, no less. How could that be possible? Even if one began training in the womb, it seemed implausible to outpace Guy. Wait, a 3-year-old child? This inevitably brought to mind a certain blonde child, Naruto Uzumaki. Could it truly be him? Who exactly is this 3-year-old you speak of? Kakashi inquired with utmost seriousness. Woo, it's Naruto Uzumaki. I would recognize him even if I turned to ash. Guy gritted his teeth. Little Guy, where are you? Come out and tell us what we should bet on tomorrow. Hearing this voice, Guy hurriedly scrambled behind the tree to hide. Naruto had already spotted Guy and, with a mischievous glint, let out a few playful whistles before silently departing. Once Naruto had moved away, Guy dared to exhale loudly, cautiously emerging from his hiding place. Kakashi chuckled. Guy, he's just a child. Is it really necessary to be so frightened? Guy sighed helplessly. He asked, genuinely terrified. You wouldn't say that if you were to wager with him? Kakashi shrugged. I find such antics rather tedious. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared pensively at the stack of requests from various shopping centers. The gist of the matter was that food had mysteriously vanished from the markets over the past few days, leading them to suspect the involvement of ninjas. Who would engage in such petty theft? Yet, he dispatched ninjas to covertly monitor the shopping centers. Days passed without a trace of suspicious figures, yet the food continued to disappear. How strange. Could it be that an invisible force was at play? Pondering the situation, Hiruzen thought of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, two prominent families, and ordered the Umbu to seek their assistance. Soon, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen briefed them on the situation. What? Hokage-sama, you want me to use my Sharingan to catch a food thief? Apologies, but our police force is quite occupied and cannot indulge in such trivialities. Farewell, Itachi said, bowing before departing. Neji, initially inclined to refuse, ultimately decided to lend a hand after some contemplation. Hokage-sama, allow me to take care of this matter. Hiruzen nodded. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. As he observed Neji's retreating figure, Hiruzen found himself deep in thought. Why was Neji's head wrapped in bandages? At one of the afflicted shopping centers, merely half a day had passed when Neji found himself shedding tears of anguish, regretting taking on this assignment. Food had vanished at various times, necessitating prolonged use of his Byakugan, which left him utterly exhausted. It was a torturous ordeal. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to coax Guy into betting with him. Guy reacted vehemently, adamantly refusing to gamble any further, pleading with a quivering voice, "Please spare me. This is the only tight-fitting outfit I have left." Ugh. Naruto grimaced at the sight of Guy's green jumpsuit, expressing his distaste. They abandoned the idea of betting and instead dedicated themselves to training wholeheartedly. At the shopping center, Neji had developed two prominent dark circles under his eyes. His luck had run dry. Food continued to disappear in various locations, while the store he was surveilling remained untouched. Straining to maintain his Byakugan, he felt despair creeping in. Just when he was on the brink of giving up, he finally detected chakra fluctuations nearby. A small figure darted past with astonishing speed. Had he not been vigilant, he would have completely missed it. That silhouette seemed familiar. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the back of Neji's head as realization struck him. It was that little rascal, Naruto Uzumaki. Finally identifying the culprit, Neji sprinted at full speed toward the Hokage's office. What? You mean to say it was Naruto who did this? Hiruzen stood up in disbelief upon hearing Neji's report. Internally, he scoffed. How could Naruto, who had been practicing taijutsu with Guy, possibly be involved in such petty theft? Furthermore, Naruto's wallet was currently quite full. He had no need to steal. This was clearly a case of personal vendetta. Observing Neji, whose head was still bandaged, Hiruzen was convinced that this was undoubtedly another mischief orchestrated by Naruto. Truly, what a compliant child. Villagers, Umbu, Konoha's elite. How many people had he offended? Was the next target to be the Uchiha clan? With that thought, Hiruzen couldn't help but clap his hands together. All right, I understand. You've worked hard these past few days. Hokage-sama, there's no need for such formalities. It's my duty, Neji replied, bowing before departing. Internally overjoyed, he thought, little brat, this time you won't escape my grasp. Just wait to be locked up. Regardless of who was backing Naruto, in Konoha, everyone must heed the Hokage's authority. After days of turmoil, Neji finally felt he could return home for some much-needed rest. On his way, he encountered Naruto running toward him. Hee, little brat, you're in big trouble. Naruto halted, scrutinizing the man before him, whose expression was menacing and whose dark circles were severe. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why this man, who had been so polite previously, now seemed so arrogant. I stand upright, and just, what trouble could I possibly be in? Naruto declared, puffing out his chest with righteousness. Just 2 days ago, I was entrusted by the Hokage to find the food thief at the shopping center. Guess what? With my Byakugan, I finally uncovered the identity of the thief. Neji exclaimed gleefully. Naruto chuckled nonchalantly at this revelation. He hadn't anticipated Neji's fortunate stroke of luck. Had he not been vigilant, Neji would have never discovered him. However, even if he was found out, it mattered little. As long as he didn't confess, and considering he had been training alongside Guy throughout, no one would believe Neji's accusations. Damn, that Neji keeps grinning. It's so infuriating. Naruto's expression suddenly changed. and he coldly pulled out a brick. Hinata's smile faltered as he took a few steps back. What? What do you intend to do? Chapter 17. The door opens. Hyuga Kakashi screamed, clutching his head. He had not even seen when Naruto made his move, although the boy appeared right before him. The back of his head had already met with a brick. This child was far too terrifying. I want to go home. Hyuga Kakashi dashed frantically into the Hyuga residence. Upon seeing Takashi's bright red head, Hyuga Hizashi's expression darkened. What on earth happened? Why has he been beaten again? As one of the prominent clans in Konoha, it infuriated him that a jonin from their clan had repeatedly been assaulted. Kakashi knew he could not keep it a secret any longer. He sighed inwardly, looking quite aggrieved. His words caught in his throat. He could never bring himself to admit. If the clan head discovered that he had been bested not once, but twice by a mere 3-year-old child, and had not even laid a finger on the little rascal, he would be utterly ashamed to remain in the Hyuga household. It was a 3-year-old named Uzumaki Naruto. He relied on the backing of a powerful ninja, while here I am, a distinguished jonin, too embarrassed to retaliate against a child, thus enduring 2 blows in vain. Hyuga Kakashi spoke timidly. Uzumaki Naruto? Isn't he the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Hizashi pondered for a moment, then patted Kakashi on the shoulder, assuring him, fear not, regardless of the might behind him. Anyone who bullies a member of the Hyuga clan will face our retribution. Go and issue him a challenge. Summon him to our Hyuga clan. I shall arrange for someone of a similar age to duel him, helping you reclaim your honor. Kakashi suddenly fell silent, pondering the situation. This might not be wise. Naruto was elusive. Even he could not contend with him. Wait. A crucial thought struck Kakashi. His encounters with Naruto had always been in expansive outdoor spaces, rife with hiding spots. If they were to duel in the Hyuga clan's arena, amidst a crowd of spectators, there was no way Naruto could remain as elusive. Hizashi laughed heartily, mentioning Hyuga Tanaka, who was 6 years old, had awakened the Byakugan, and had made some progress in Gentle Fist. I'll instruct him to go easy on you. Indeed, Hyuga Tanaka was a child of exceptional talent within the clan, rarely finding rivals among his peers. Takashi's confidence surged. Although Naruto was robust, he would be vulnerable against Gentle Fist techniques. On a confined arena, Naruto would have no means to evade. Once struck by Gentle Fist, he would become a mere plaything. Little rascal, prepare to be struck. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck a jonin-level target with a brick and received a high-level reward. Acquiring the body technique. The 8 gates. First gate, the opening gate. The 8 gates, the mightiest body technique in the shinobi world. Upon opening the first gate, one can enter an overloaded state, enhancing both strength and speed at the cost of bodily harm. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto's recovery ability is formidable. The damage from opening the gate would be negligible. In battles of equal standing, activating the first gate would allow him to swiftly determine the victor. Once the 8th gate, the Death Gate, is unlocked, it would be an unstoppable force. Were it not for Takashi's swift escape, Naruto would have been tempted to gauge the disparity between himself and a jonin dedicated to physical techniques while in the gate state. Kai arrived with the wind. Naruto, if you continue to slack off, you shall lose the next bet to me. Naruto smiled faintly. Do you still wish to bet? Perhaps wait until your hair and eyebrows grow back. Not interested. Farewell. In an instant, Kai broke through his limits, racing towards the sunset. Think you can escape, little Kai? Naruto pursued him closely. Observing Naruto's departing figure, the masked man adjusted his mask. Dear friend, casually discarding trash is not a commendable habit. Do remember to express your gratitude. That annoying Jiraiya is watching too closely. The masked man sighed. He longed to converse with this intriguing little rascal. Alas, Jiraiya was ever vigilant. He had no means to approach, and even observing Naruto proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, he resolved to depart from Konoha, intending to return once the storm had passed. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still grappling with the mystery of the market theft. Food items vanished daily, as if to challenge his authority. Suddenly, an ANBU ninja appeared before him. Report, Hokage-sama. We have made a significant discovery. In the Uchiha clan's trash bin, we have found packaging related to the stolen food for several consecutive days. We suspect this matter is connected to the Uchiha clan, but our investigation has been rebuffed. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, contemplating. The Uchiha clan? Indeed a hot potato. Since the Nine Tails incident, the only clan capable of controlling the Nine Tails, the Uchiha, had faced ostracism and isolation. They were understandably resentful and were, perhaps, covertly organizing to reclaim power in Konoha. Truly, the Uchiha clan was capable of stealthily absconding with goods from the market. Moreover, that day, the attitude of Uchiha Itachi had left him greatly dissatisfied. What precisely did the Uchiha clan intend? Did they wish to bring their conflicts into the open? Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan convened an emergency meeting. Having already faced neglect due to the Ninetales incident, they now found themselves inexplicably entangled in a theft scandal. "Do you think the Hokage is orchestrating this?" one member exclaimed. "I believe he seeks to further suppress us through this incident. The Hokage is an upright man. He would not engage in such underhanded tactics." The room erupted in debate, opinions clashing until tensions nearly boiled over. Some suggested inciting political unrest, while others advocated for uncovering the truth first. Ultimately, the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, turned to his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, seeking his perspective. Itachi calmly responded, "I believe this matter is unrelated to the Hokage. I recommend we assign a few individuals to surveil the market, conveying our stance to the Hokage. I will take it upon myself to investigate. I am certain I can uncover the truth." Understanding the broader implications, he recognized that someone was intentionally sowing discord between the Uchiha and the Hokage's faction. In the conflict of the clam and the snipe, the fisherman stands to gain. The most likely instigator was Danzo, the leader of the root organization, along with the enigmatic Uchiha Madara. Regardless of who was behind this, he must ascertain the truth swiftly. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would face a grave crisis. The following morning, Naruto and Kai began their laps around Konoha. After hours of intense training, the two rested against a tree, enjoying the shade. After several days of practice, Kai had completely fallen for this golden-haired boy. Naruto's dedication and perseverance inspired him like no one else, second only to Kakashi. He even considered pledging brotherhood with Naruto right there. However, the thought of Naruto's incessant bets made him reconsider. The memory of losing yesterday's bet, resulting in a pound of mustard, still lingered vividly. Just thinking about it made him want to retch. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Hyuga Takashi, brimming with confidence, declared, "Naruto, a genius wishes to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the duel at our Hyuga clan?" Naruto chuckled, scratching his head, and asked, "Are you serious?" Takashi huffed indignantly, "Of course, my mind is sound. He is of similar age. Just tell me if you dare." Naruto laughed again. "What is this? You, a jonin, have been thoroughly arranged by me. And now you wish for a child to challenge me? Aren't you afraid he might leave me traumatized?" Never mind. It's all my fault. I used too much force with the brick and ended up startling everyone. I shall be gentler this time. Lead the way." Chapter 18. He is not human. The Hyuga clan, a prominent family within Konoha, is divided into the main house and the branch house. At this moment, the training ground is filled with clan members of all ages, gathered beside the arena. The main house is represented by the clan head, Hyuga Hizashi, and Hinata Hyuga, while the branch house is represented by Hyuga Niji and others. They have all received a summons from the clan leader to witness the event. Following the match, the clan leader will demonstrate and teach the gentle fist technique while addressing questions related to training. This occasion is a grand affair for the clan, and they view the preceding matches merely as entertainment. Hyuga Taiko, recognized as a genius within the clan, has no rivals among his peers. Currently, he sits in meditation on the arena, awaiting his opponent's arrival. He recalls the advice from his uncle, Hyuga Q. If you cannot see your opponent, protect the back of your head. The thought that even his uncle could be caught off guard excites him. Taiko seems somewhat dashing, though. Compared to Naruto, he pales in comparison. Who could possibly be challenging him today? Given the grandeur of the event, it is sure to be an intense confrontation. Hinata whispers to herself as she observes the composed boy on stage. Niji, watching from below, smiles slightly. Taiko is 2 years his senior and indeed quite powerful. He has witnessed nearly all of Taiko's battles. If it were him on the stage today, Niji would have confidence in defeating Taiko. Hyuga Hayashi affectionately ruffles Niji's hair, knowing as his father that Niji's talent and effort surpass those of any clan member. If the Hyuga clan were to produce someone of Hokage-level strength in the future, it would undoubtedly be Niji. If Niji had been born into the main house, he would certainly become the next clan leader. Unfortunately, as a member of the branch house, he can only serve as a protector of the main house, unable to learn many of the secret techniques. Clan leader Hyuga Hizashi looks upon Taiko with satisfaction, believing that he will avenge Hyuga Q. According to gathered intelligence, Uzumaki Naruto is merely a child who has trained for a few days in taijutsu with Might Guy and lacks any significant backing. Hisashi suspects that Hyuga Q has been overly cautious, intimidated by the boy. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's strength is highly confidential, kept under wraps by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and those who have been bested would not dare to speak of their embarrassment. Wow, is this the Hyuga clan? My goodness, it's quite splendid. Naruto exclaims as he wanders in, marveling at the grand tree. This tree is enormous, perfect for using the Flying Thunder God technique to easily find Hinata later. Hyuga Q, exasperated, thinks to himself that Naruto behaves as if he has never seen such sights. Hearing this, Naruto halts, pulling out a brick and glaring at Q. What did you just say? Repeat that. Hyuga Q chuckles. Haha, the Hyuga clan is a prominent family in Konoha, with impressive architecture and abundant flora. Please, feel free to explore. Two members of the Hyuga clan scoffed, approaching Q quietly to inquire, who is that child, making you, an elite jounin, so courteous? Q replies, he is a distinguished guest invited by the clan leader. The two members nod, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto before discreetly moving away. In the training ground, a crowd grows weary from waiting, and to alleviate the tedium, refreshments of fruits and pastries are brought out for the clan members to enjoy. Taiko, feeling hunger pangs, swallows hard, longing to eat, but as a combatant, he must resist. Eating would affect his performance. Where's Uncle Q? Wasn't he supposed to bring the opponent over within half an hour? It has already been over an hour, and the spectators below are watching him, making him feel uncomfortable. Having circled the Hyuga clan grounds, Q wishes to urge Naruto to head to the training ground, but he hesitates. The boy before him is a minor deity, and he cannot provoke him, especially with the bandages wrapped around his head. Q, let us go. Take me to that training ground, Naruto finally says, feeling a bit bored after wandering for so long. Yes, right this way, Q responds, leading the way until they arrive at the training ground. Report to the clan head, Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. Q announces. The clan members, turning in unison, do not notice anyone else except Q. Hinata gasps, her cheeks flushing as she sees Naruto suddenly appear before her. Hinata, your grapes are still the sweetest, Naruto exclaims, snatching the fruit from her hand and enjoying it while ruffling her hair. Hinata's face turns crimson. Hyuga Hisashi clears his throat. You little rascal. You're here for a match, not to indulge in frivolities. Keep your distance from my daughter. Hisashi is the first to notice Naruto and the other clan members. Upon hearing him, turn and realize that a golden-haired boy has mysteriously appeared beside Hinata. Silence falls over the crowd, their expressions filled with disbelief. The Chunin present scratch their heads in confusion, while the Jounin pondered deeply. Hinata, wait for me. I'll take care of that one on the stage, and then come down to feed you sunflower seeds. Hisashi is on the brink of anger as Naruto, unfazed, strolls onto the arena. Taiko rises slowly, fists clenched, fixing his gaze on Naruto. The earlier words from Naruto irk him. It is clear that he does not regard him as a worthy opponent. As the clan's acknowledged genius, he possesses a certain pride and silently vows to secure victory in the shortest time possible. With the match about to commence, Hinata's heart races with concern for Naruto. She is well aware of Taiko's strength, yet she still harbors a glimmer of hope for Naruto's victory. Neji shakes his head. From the outset, he has found Naruto inscrutable. He believes Naruto is extraordinary, and Taiko is likely to lose. At this moment, Hisashi activates his Byakugan and is taken aback by the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto. What sort of creature is this? Taiko, do not underestimate him. He is formidable. Hisashi urgently warns Taiko, with no objections from either side. The battle between Hyuga Taiko and Uzumaki Naruto officially begins. Naruto, unfazed, casually pulls out a brick and tosses it forward. Taiko immediately adopts a combat stance, channeling chakra into his palm to strike the incoming brick. To his surprise, his hand misses the brick that was clearly within reach. In the next moment, he feels a sharp pain at the back of his head as the brick lands behind him. Ouch! He recalls Uncle Q's repeated warnings about safeguarding the back of his head, but he never expected to be caught off guard so quickly. At this point, both Hisashi and Hayashi feel a tingling sensation at the back of their necks. The brick, which should have been cleaved, suddenly strikes Taiko's head. How bizarre. Could that brick be some mysterious ninja tool? Realizing this, Hisashi declares, in this taijutsu match, you cannot use weapons. The spectators nod in agreement, finding this reasonable. Naruto shakes his head in resignation. Is there truly a rule against using weapons during a fight? How unfair. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Taiko wipes the sweat from his brow and reignites his fighting spirit. If he were to be struck by a couple more bricks, he would surely lose consciousness. What chance would he have then? Fortunately, the clan leader is wise. Taiko lets out a determined shout, activating his Byakugan, and charges at Naruto. After scanning Naruto with his Byakugan and swallowing hard, Taiko reluctantly turns back to Hisashi, retreating slightly. See, clan leader, I cannot fight. This person, he is not human. Chapter 19. Who else? Hyuga Hisashi said calmly, don't panic. He merely possesses superior physical prowess and a greater chakra reserve. By employing the gentle fist to seal his chakra points, you can still triumph over him. Hyuga Tenku nodded, swallowing hard yet again. Is that all? His physical strength far surpasses mine, and his chakra reserves are 100 times greater. Are you projecting yourself onto me? I'm still young. I truly can't seal his chakra points. Do you think I, a genius, am unaware of this? Is Naruto really that formidable? Hinata murmured, finding it unbelievable. Hyuga, who had intended to conceal his abilities, couldn't resist activating his Byakugan to observe the battle. The sight that greeted him caused him to gasp. He finally understood why Tenku was so frightened. His opponent was a monster. Had he been the one facing Naruto, he would have had to reveal all his trump cards to stand a chance. Hyuga Hayashi, the clan head, now realized that the Hyuga clan possessed another prodigy. Despite his astonishment at facing such a powerful contemporary, he displayed no timidity and instead radiated unwavering battle intent. Naruto smiled faintly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. I'll just stand here. Come and seal my chakra points, little Tenku. Humiliated in front of numerous clan members, Hyuga Tenku erupted in fury. With a roar that resonated throughout the training grounds, he felt his strength surge and charged directly at Naruto. Unleashing the gentle fist technique he had yet to fully master. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. It's the exceedingly difficult 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi exclaimed in unison. 8 trigrams 2 palms, for palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32. The forceful palm strikes landed on various parts of Naruto's body, but the final 32 palms failed to materialize. Hyuga Tenku panted heavily, his hands trembling uncontrollably. 16 palms were already his current limit. From the sidelines, Niji lamented inwardly. If he had executed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, he might have had a chance. Hinata's heart pounded as she watched Tenku unleash such a potent gentle fist technique, and she felt a pang of concern for Naruto. The clan members watched in astonishment as the 6-year-old Tenku comprehended such a formidable secret art of the Hyuga clan. For a moment, Naruto's body emitted a series of cracking sounds as his chakra points were sealed by the gentle fist. Thunderous applause erupted within the training grounds, celebrating Tenku's achievement. With his chakra points sealed, defeat was inevitable. However, both Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi wore cautious expressions. After a few breaths, Naruto smiled faintly. The vast sea of chakra within him shattered the sealed chakra points, restoring his mobility. Having just withstood the 8 trigrams 16 palms, he remained unfazed. Naruto sighed, realizing how powerful he had become. Then, he unleashed a simple, unadorned punch, striking Tenku in the abdomen. Tenku clutched his stomach, enduring the pain in silence. His face contorted in agony, his earlier burst of potential having exhausted his stamina. Soon, he could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground. A ninja from the clan carried him away. Silence descended upon the training grounds. They couldn't believe that Tenku, who had seemed certain of victory, had lost. There's something amiss with that child. We must investigate thoroughly. Perhaps he's taken forbidden drugs. Naruto shook his head and asked calmly, who else? His words ignited the crowd's indignation. Was he mocking the Hyuga clan for lacking worthy opponents? With a whoosh, a ninja leaped onto the platform. It was Hyuga Omoki, a young Chunin. Clan head Hyuga Hayashi nodded, tacitly approving Omoki's actions. This child was too arrogant. Without someone to teach him a lesson, the Hyuga clan would lose face. Hyuga Omoki clasped his fist and said, I, Hyuga Omoki, will challenge you today? A Chunin? This is getting interesting. Naruto began to take things seriously, throwing a punch to meet the oncoming Hyuga Omoki. Bang! Their fists collided, a pure contest of strength. Hyuga Omoki retreated a step, while Naruto skidded backward, stopping only at the edge of the platform. Omoki is strong. Hush! He's 15 years old, fighting a 3-year-old, we shouldn't praise him. Hyuga Omoki was inwardly shocked that his full-force punch hadn't knocked Naruto off the platform. Clan head Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow as well. What's wrong with Omoki? He hasn't demonstrated the Hyuga clan's strength with that punch. Gazing at the smiling child on the platform, a sense of unease suddenly arose in his heart. Hyuga Hizashi lamented inwardly, so close. Hinata nervously munched on several bites of watermelon. Niji took a deep breath, realizing that he had underestimated Naruto's strength. He had always believed himself to be the most talented and hardworking among his peers. Now, it seemed there was still a gap between him and Naruto. His efforts were far from sufficient. Hyuga Hayashi coughed lightly. Hyuga Omoki understood that the clan had wanted him to finish the battle quickly, and he immediately launched an attack on Naruto. This time, it wasn't just a pure display of strength, but also incorporated the gentle fist. Naruto dared not be careless and roared, unleashing the 8 gates release. First gate, the gate of opening, open. Naruto felt his chakra rapidly burning as his body was enveloped by a mysterious force. His strength and speed surged, and with a powerful push of his legs, the floor tiles beneath him cracked. The two began to grapple, Naruto using his fists to defend against the palm strikes. The gentle fist was terrifying in its ability to damage meridians and internal organs, and Naruto couldn't allow Omoki's attacks to land on his body. Initially, Naruto was unfamiliar with his enhanced power and spent most of his time defending. Later, as he grew accustomed to the power, he immediately launched a counterattack. A fierce punch sending Omoki staggering backward. Omoki was utterly shocked, calling the child before him a madman. The 8 gates release inflicted tremendous damage on the body. Yet this child seemed unfazed, fighting with increasing ferocity. Didn't he feel tired or in pain? Continuing this high-intensity clash would be unsustainable for him. He had to go all out. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. For palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. 32 palms, 64 palms. Naruto managed to block the first 16 palms, but the subsequent attacks came with increased frequency, and he couldn't keep up. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining 48 palms landed, shattering the air before him. Omoki panted rapidly, knowing that only 16 of the subsequent 48 palms had struck Naruto. At that moment, Naruto had vanished. Where had he gone? He's behind you, a clan member warned. Omoki turned around to see Naruto standing on a brick on the other side of the platform. He didn't know how Naruto had done it. It must have been a powerful, forbidden technique. To be able to withstand 16 palms and still move so quickly was terrifying. At that moment, Naruto's 8 gates release had dissipated, and intense pain and fatigue flooded his mind. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand straight and smile. Omoki knew that Naruto was at his limit, and that he would fall if he simply walked over and delivered the final blow. However, he also needed time to recover. As a Chunin specializing in taijutsu, it was embarrassing to be locked in such a close battle with a child. Omoki couldn't help but smile wryly. Naruto grinned and picked up a brick from the ground. Before Omoki could react, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. His vision blurred, and he knew he had been ambushed. The individual was clearly in front of him, separated by several meters. Their physical condition appeared to be quite similar, both unable to run. Yet, how did they suddenly materialize behind him? In the moment before he collapsed, the realization struck him. There was something foul afoot. Hinata had suffered a crushing defeat. This news erupted throughout the training ground like wildfire. Even the Chunin from the Hyuga clan had been bested. How extraordinarily formidable could this young prodigy be? With Chunin falling, who would dare to step into the arena? Beside him, Hinata Hayashi let out a deep sigh, reluctantly ascending to the stage. Chapter 20. Good brothers as a ninja of the clan's elite. The arrival of the Jonin on stage elicited an uproar of cheers from the audience. Do you wish to join in the fray? Naruto, slumped on the ground, observed Hyuga Hayashi with keen interest. The 8 gates technique had drained him of his strength, leaving him utterly fatigued. However, siphoning a bit of the Nine Tails chakra to deliver a swift blow to Hayashi's nape was still within his grasp. Though it might be a desperate struggle, it would nonetheless be rather exhilarating. The Nine Tails, suddenly roused, protested. Can't you act like a decent person? All you ever do is exploit me. With a cry of dismay, the Nine Tails shrank considerably. You insufferable leech. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head. He had no intention of engaging in a brawl. As a distinguished Jonin, it would be beneath his dignity to bully a child. Furthermore, Naruto's prowess had gained recognition from those present. Although the Hyuga clan faced defeat, it was not without merit. His purpose for stepping forward was to provide treatment to Hyuga Niji, ensuring he did not miss the guidance from the clan leader that was forthcoming. Nurturing a Chunin within the clan was no trivial matter, as they represented the backbone of the family. What Hayashi did not anticipate was the sudden flight of a brick, hurtling towards him. This audacious child dared to launch a sneak attack? Surely, a Jonin of my standing could withstand such an assault. Just as he was about to shatter the brick with a punch, he recalled that Tianguang had been caught off guard in a similar manner, resulting in a painful encounter. No, he must remain cautious. Displaying a technique in front of the clan members would serve to enlighten them. Bagua Palm, Returning Heaven. The technique, known for its absolute defense, could reflect all physical harm. Hyuga Hizashi smiled faintly. His brother understood his intentions well. Below, Niji activated his Byakugan, intently observing his father's movements in an attempt to fathom the mysteries of Returning Heaven. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise as she watched her uncle Hayashi perform the secret technique. In a corner, Hyuga Q finally allowed a smile to grace his face. Suddenly, as Hayashi executed Returning Heaven, the rapidly spinning motion ceased. His trembling hand reached for the back of his head, feeling a sudden warmth of crimson. In horror, he gazed at the feeble blond boy before him. There is something foul. He finally comprehended Tianguang's earlier reaction. Even the so-called absolute defense of Returning Heaven could not evade such a strike. This brick was no ordinary projectile. It possessed an aura that seemed to disregard all forms of defense. Once Naruto struck, he was bound to hit his mark. What a peculiar ninja tool this was. While the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. As a powerful Jonin of the Hyuga clan, he had been struck by a mere brick. Hyuga Q stifled a laugh. Finally, a Jonin within the clan understood him. Yet, he mused internally, this little ancestor was terrifying. He must not be provoked. Witnessing this spectacle, clan leader Hyuga Hayashi could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly empathized with Hyuga Q's plight, casting a sympathetic glance in his direction, only to find Q stifling laughter. His expression instantly turned cold. Q, caught off guard, shivered and quickly masked his amusement with a distressed visage. Niji, having gained profound insight into Returning Heaven, felt his mind racing with possibilities, just a step away from enlightenment. At merely 4 years of age, he was on the verge of comprehending such a formidable technique. Undoubtedly the most gifted talent the Hyuga clan had seen in a century. However, his father Hayashi's unexpected injury disrupted his thoughts, worry etching his features. That little rascal, though seemingly spent, still possessed the power to harm a Jonin. Niji realized he had underestimated Naruto. Hinata, too, began to grasp just how impressive the one she admired truly was. He had bested peers, narrowly triumphed over Chunin, and even made her uncle Hayashi suffer. I must strive even harder. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck a Jonin-level target with a brick, earning a high-level reward, mastery of the body technique. Second gate of the 8 gates, Rest Gate. Previously exhausted, Naruto felt invigorated upon hearing this announcement. The second gate, Rest Gate, allowed one to push their body, recover stamina, and alleviate the fatigue of opening the gates. It essentially extended the duration of the 8 gates technique, but at a greater toll on the body. It was best utilized sparingly. While he was not overly concerned about severe physical repercussions, the aftermath left one vulnerable to counterattacks. At that moment, he realized the system had changed. Instead of receiving rewards after each strike, multiple hits were now required for a single reward. On the upside, the quality of random rewards had increased. As the match concluded, clan leader Hayashi exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Let us congratulate Naruto Uzumaki on his resounding victory today." He approached Naruto, crouching to present him with a red envelope. The training ground erupted in cheers and applause lasting several seconds. Although the Hyuga clan had lost, they too celebrated Naruto's triumph. "I am so tired, I can hardly move." With that, Naruto pocketed the envelope and vanished from the stage in a flash. The next moment, Hinata gasped. Naruto had landed in her embrace, fast asleep. "Huh, you call this immobile?" Hayashi, fuming, struggled to contain himself. "Now, allow me to demonstrate the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan." An exhilarating display and Q&A ensued, keeping the audience in rapture. With his head bandaged, Hayashi quietly approached Hyuga Q. "You are not like me, are you?" Q nodded helplessly. "Good brothers." They exchanged a fist bump and embraced. Apart from clan leader Hayashi, Hinata, and the sleeping Naruto, everyone else had departed. "You little rascal, let go. I will have you for this." Gentle fist, 64 palms of Bagua. Witnessing Naruto comfortably nestled against Hinata, Hayashi could no longer restrain himself. With no one around, he sprang into action. Yet, before his palm could reach Naruto, the boy vanished, leaving only a faint whisper. Hinata, until next time. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she stood frozen in place. Hayashi, realizing his daughter's expression, furrowed his brow. He began to suspect that Hinata had developed feelings for the boy. What was so special about him? Was it merely his abundant chakra? His martial prowess, slightly superior to his peers? Perhaps his somewhat charming appearance? Suddenly, Hayashi gasped as he noticed a peculiar mark where Naruto had countered Hyuga jutsu on the stage. I think I understand. Wasn't this the signature of the fourth Hokage's famed space-time ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique? At that moment, the elusive movements of Naruto on the stage replayed in his mind. All the inconsistencies finally made sense. He had always believed that awakening the Byakugan at such a young age and mastering Gentle Fist was the hallmark of a super genius. However, he now realized his perspective had been too narrow. The difficulty of mastering space-time ninjutsu far surpassed that of any secret technique known to the Hyuga clan. This boy was truly remarkable. Father? Hinata queried, puzzled, unsure of what revelation had dawned upon him. Hayashi approached with a smile, pinching her cheek playfully. I can tell that boy has quite the fondness for you. Hinata's face flushed once more. Leaving the Hyuga clan, Naruto utilized the flying thunder god technique. Arriving directly at Ichiraku Ramen, the recent battles had drained his energy, leaving him ravenous. After devouring 2 bowls of ramen, he was preparing for a third when 3 members of the Uchiha clan approached him. We suspect you are connected to a theft at a shopping mall. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. Chapter 21. Imprisonment. What? I am a well-regarded citizen of the village. Surely you must be mistaken. Naruto stood in shock, bewildered by the madness of the Uchiha clan. To apprehend the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in broad daylight was a reckless act that could provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath, potentially leading to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The traumatic events of the Nine Tails incident 3 years prior were not something anyone wished to relive. Rest assured, if you have not committed any wrongdoing, you shall not be unjustly accused, stated the leading Uchiha member with a dismissive wave. The 2 other Uchihas, receiving the signal, charged towards Naruto. With a disdainful snort, Naruto hurled a brick at the commanding Uchiha. The man merely tilted his head to evade the projectile. In the next instant, Naruto found himself restrained by the 2 rushing Uchihas. One of them had just pulled out handcuffs when he looked forward again, only to find Naruto had vanished. As the man hesitated, a piercing scream erupted from the leader. The 2 others turned back, and in a fleeting moment, they too felt a crushing blow to their skulls. Echoing their leader's cry, "You all are pathetic," Naruto proclaimed, standing with his hands behind his back, laughing heartily. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck a high-ranking target with a brick, earning advanced rewards and mastering the water prison technique. Are they so incompetent? 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin bullying a mere child, resorting to Jinjutsu. However, Naruto's mirth was short-lived as he soon fell victim to a Jinjutsu, cursing before losing consciousness. The leading ninja wiped the sweat from his brow. Naruto's earlier assault was not particularly damaging, yet to avoid further complications, he opted to resolve the matter through illusion. The remaining 2 ninjas hoisted Naruto and followed their leader away. In the Hokage's office, upon receiving the news of Naruto's disappearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen erupted in fury, slamming his hands onto the desk. Did the Uchiha clan intend to defy the very heavens? Soon, a host of Umbu operatives were summoned. At all costs, bring Naruto back. Yes. Yet, still uneasy, Sarutobi Hiruzen performed a shunshin and left the office. In the next moment, he arrived at the largest bathhouse in Konoha, where he spotted a young man peeking from the shadows, Jiraiya. Sarutobi approached and placed a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, only to be shrugged off as Jiraiya continued to observe, occasionally letting out strange chuckles. Furrowing his brow in curiosity, Sarutobi crept closer for a better look. Suddenly, he nearly bled out from shock and, in a fit of violence, dragged Jiraiya aside. Stop looking. Naruto is in trouble. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, astounded that someone dared to lay hands on his disciple in Konoha. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku convened an emergency meeting. The incident had arisen abruptly. They were investigating a theft at a shopping mall when they discovered a connection to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Just as they prepared to report their findings, the Jinchuriki vanished, abducted in plain sight by 3 individuals clad in Uchiha attire. This calamity struck their clan like a thunderbolt. Report, clan leader. The guards Uchiha Chin, Uchiha Ki, and Uchiha Ya have gone missing. The latest investigation confirmed that these 3 disappeared after the Jinchuriki's vanishing act. Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep contemplation, realizing they were being framed. Someone sought to annihilate the Uchiha clan. This was undoubtedly premeditated. The theft at the mall was a trap to link them to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Now, with the Jinchuriki's disappearance, they found themselves the prime suspects, compounded by the absence of the 3 guards. Our situation is dire. The Hokage will arrive soon. And should we clash with the Umbu, it would lead to mutual destruction. Who harbors such hatred against us Uchiha? In Konoha, impersonating the Uchiha clan and evading the Umbu to abduct the Jinchuriki is no small feat, Shimura Danzo. Many had already deduced this, and the clan members were furious yet powerless. They had fallen into a trap, their predicament perilous. I shall investigate the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki, declared Uchiha Shursui, his voice resonating with determination as he vanished. I will communicate with the Hokage, followed Uchiha Itachi closely behind. In a concealed dungeon, several leagues away from Konoha, Shimura Danzo was instructing his subordinates on the preparations needed to seal the Nine-Tails. Once everything was in place, he would release the Nine-Tails from within Naruto, thereby taking the role of the Jinchuriki himself. With the power of the Nine-Tails, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Naruto, imprisoned in the dungeon, finally regained consciousness, cursing the insidious Jinjutsu. His formidable combat prowess had led him to overlook the threat of illusion. Confined, Naruto was determined not to remain passive. He intended to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but after a prolonged search, he found no markings of the technique nearby. He had left numerous marks in Konoha. Thus, this place was certainly far from home. What did the Uchiha clan intend? Surveying his surroundings, Naruto noticed several individuals setting up a large ceiling formation. Such a grand affair could only mean they sought the Nine-Tails within him. To his astonishment, he recognized Danzo orchestrating the efforts at the center. Initially suspecting the Uchiha clan had gone mad in their pursuit of him, he now realized it was the scheming Danzo behind it all. Not only did he aim to eliminate the Uchiha, but he also sought to seize the Nine-Tails, an audacious twofold objective. Yet, could he truly execute such a plan without a hitch? Danzo, you sent people to impersonate the Uchiha to capture me. Do you not fear being discovered by the 3rd Hokage and facing dire consequences? Danzo turned, a benign smile gracing his face. That old man, will he even notice? I imagine he is preoccupied with the Uchiha clan at this very moment. And I shall inform you, 3 members of the Uchiha guards have fallen into my trap. Soon, I will become the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails and use that power to eliminate them. Everyone will only suspect the Uchiha clan sought the Nine-Tails, which tragically led to their demise. No one will suspect me. He was taken aback. This boy seemed unperturbed by death, radiating either ignorance or fearless resolve. Naruto clapped his hands lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Danzo, you truly are a cunning strategist. To be outmaneuvered by you only makes my demise bittersweet. Yet, what a pity it is that a rising star in the ninja world could meet such an untimely end. I have but one wish before my death, to confront those 3 useless fools who captured me and give them a proper thrashing. May I? Danzo chuckled softly. You little brat. Your arrogance is amusing. Those 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin are elites from my root organization. Even the Umbu might struggle to best them. What can you, a mere child, do? Naruto burst into laughter. Elites from your root organization? How laughable. I dare you to summon them. Ask if they have not already felt my wrath. Danzo grinned, raising his hand. Bring in Jean, I, and Gu. He paused, reconsidering. Just call Jean. 3 people would attract too much attention. As he prepared for the sealing ceremony, he aimed to see if this little brat was merely spouting nonsense. Naruto secretly chuckled. This old fool had fallen into his trap. Each of the 3 bore his marks, and as long as one remained nearby, he could sense them and use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Chapter 22. Death be upon thee. In a subterranean chamber, Dust reclined upon a cot, Robe lounged on a divan, and Valley huddled in a corner. Each was swathed in bandages, concealing their injuries. The agony. A faint lament echoed through the dim cellar. What sorcery did that imp employ against us? A seemingly innocuous tap, yet the after-effects are devastating. Hiss. A throbbing sensation intensified with each moment of stillness. Alas, I yearn for slumber, Yet the pain is unbearable. Fear not. It shall abate within the Moro, Valley offered, attempting to console himself. I beseech that Lord Danzo not assign me any duties, Robe murmured, mortified by his current state. At that moment, a discordant voice shattered the silence. Dust, Lord Danzo summons thee. Dust bolted upright, his visage a mask of bewilderment. Wherefore me? Merely because I possess the greatest strength, a Jonin? Dust somberly exited the cellar, the bandages conspicuous even beneath his mask. As Dust drew near, Naruto sensed his presence. To his astonishment, the Flying Thunder God technique remained inaccessible. He appeared to be under a binding enchantment, his chakra immobilized, and the cell fortified with multiple seals. Alas, my prowess is insufficient. Had I mastered Sage Mode, I could have harnessed natural energy to execute the Flying Thunder God technique and evaded this predicament. Upon my next encounter with Jiraiya, I shall implore him to instruct me. Verily, his transformation technique possesses merit. Dust approached at a measured pace. Danzo immediately discerned Dust's impaired state, the bandages indicative of a substantial blow to the head. What transpired? Did that whelp truly inflict such damage? Dust, taken aback, lowered his gaze in silence. How did Lord Danzo perceive this? I divulged nothing, and neither Robe nor Valley would dare reveal such a mortifying incident. Indeed, Lord Danzo, a momentary lapse in vigilance. Not only myself, but they too, suffered the same fate. What instructions do you have for us, Lord Danzo? Since humiliation is inevitable, I shall implicate them as well. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. The imp's assertions were accurate. 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin, all bested. With a sigh, Danzo's countenance darkened. He would not tolerate carelessness or negligence among the members of Root. Such behavior would spell utter annihilation during a mission. Relate to me in exhaustive detail precisely how he accomplished this, Danzo commanded, his tone growing frigid. Dust shuddered and, without reservation, recounted the events. Danzo listened, equally perplexed. What manner of body flicker technique could outpace the reactions of Chunin, nay, even Jonin? Perchance only the Flying Thunder God technique employed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, Minato Namikaze perished 3 years prior. This imp, upon closer inspection, a resemblance to Minato Namikaze was undeniable. If this imp wields the Flying Thunder God technique, does it not stand to reason that he could master it as well? The Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Would not I, Shimura Danzo, become a shinobi of divine caliber? It appears the extraction of the 9 tails must be postponed. First, I shall elicit the method of learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Welp, thy request is granted. Danzo uttered with a sinister grin, ordering his subordinates to unlock the cell and allowed Dust to endure another assault. Dust was utterly bewildered. This serves as punishment for thy carelessness, Danzo proclaimed with sanctimonious indignation. Naruto had not anticipated that Danzo would genuinely accede to his demand. Not only did he summon Dust, but he also permitted him to enter for another beating. There is something fishy about this. Danzo is no benevolent being, and there is undoubtedly a ruse afoot. Naruto quietly produced a brick. At that moment, the iron gate creaked open, but before Dust could enter, a brick was already hurtling towards him. Dust instinctively ducked, evading the projectile. Danzo, intrigued, swiftly intercepted the brick, curious as to its nature. How can this whelp produce such an object when he is ostensibly devoid of possessions? Now is my chance. While Danzo was distracted by the brick and Dust was crouching to avoid harm, the surrounding individuals were engrossed in their task. 8 gates released formation. Open. The gate of opening. Open. The gate of healing. Open. In this state, Naruto's hand-to-hand combat prowess rivaled that of a Hyuga clan Chunin who specialized in taijutsu. Now focused solely on escape, he burst forth from the iron cell, passing Dust in a blur. The high-speed movement generated a gust of wind, partially disrupting the sealing ritual. Dust was unable to react in time to give chase. Danzo was momentarily stunned, never imagining that Naruto could exhibit such explosive power even with his chakra suppressed. How could a mere 3-year-old master both the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 gates released formation? Danzo felt a pang of envy, but quickly composed himself. What matter if he is a prodigy? He shall meet his demise at my hands. Clang. With no pursuers in sight and a clear path ahead, Naruto felt as though he was about to escape when he abruptly collided with an invisible barrier. This old codger cannot be compared to others of his ilk. He possesses a certain cunning. Very well, if you refuse to let me depart, then I shall fight you to the bitter end. Naruto silently produced a brick. Astonished to discover that activating the 8 gates released formation had loosened the bindings Danzo had placed upon him, allowing a trickle of chakra to escape. Curse you, Danzo. Perish. In the next instant, Danzo, still examining the brick, felt a sudden chill at the back of his head. A brick materialized, striking him with tremendous force. Fueled by the power of the 8 gates released formation, the brick shattered upon impact. Danzo's face contorted in agony, clearly unaccustomed to such a reward. Dust. Standing before the iron cell, swallowed hard, the scene filling him with dread. He had been summoned by Danzo to be beaten, but he had no desire to endure such a beating. Swish. Naruto was already before him, brandishing 2 bricks. Danzo, now on guard, knew that another sneak attack would be difficult. Dust, utterly terrified, was paralyzed with fear. Moreover, with the enhancements of the 8 gates released formation and the flying thunder god seal imprinted upon him, Dust had no chance of escape. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Brick after brick shattered. Dust's head, already weakened by the previous blow, was now subjected to further trauma. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as he lost consciousness. Danzo swiftly discarded the brick, clutching his head and retreating cautiously, his gaze fixed upon the whelp before him as he issued commands. The individuals who had been transporting materials and those lurking in the shadows emerged, encircling Naruto. Naruto glanced at Danzo, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Fear not, Danzo. I am spent. With those words, the 8 gates released formation deactivated, and he collapsed to the ground. Soon after, Naruto was unceremoniously tossed back into the iron cell. Only then did Danzo breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Verily, it is the Flying Thunder God technique. The brick he wielded must have been imprinted with the Flying Thunder God seal. And Dust, he must have been marked earlier. The 4th Hokage, a legend in his time, employed such tactics to vanquish his foes. I never imagined that, 3 years hence, Konoha would produce another prodigy rivaling the 4th Hokage. His prodigious talent for ninjutsu and combat is truly enviable. And yet, this whelp is the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. It is as though all the power in the world has been bestowed upon this one child. Nay, I cannot allow him to live. Such a prodigy must be eliminated. Utterly obliterated. Chapter 23, Devastation. Brother Danzo, let us strike a bargain. You spare me, and I shall teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto declared. Very well. Danzo's gaze fixed intently on the boy imprisoned within the cell, pondering what trickery he might be plotting. Then come inside. Lying on the ground, Naruto beckoned Danzo with a wave of his hand. Yet, Danzo remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Are you afraid? I, a naive and innocent 3-year-old child, would never deceive you. When the 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails within me, he also left behind the legacy of the Flying Thunder God. It is something I can perform without any training. Did you truly think I, at such a tender age, could comprehend space-time ninjutsu? Hurry up. No. First swear to release me, and then come closer. I assure you, I will share the legacy with you. Brother Danzo, I cannot defeat you. So what is there to fear? Naruto continued. Truly, a Leaf Village citizen would not deceive another Leaf Village citizen. Danzo furrowed his brow, torn between the desire to approach and the trepidation holding him back. This inexplicable fear likely stemmed from the pain at the back of his head. Upon reflection, he realized that he had sealed the boy's chakra, so why should he be afraid? However, the child had just demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique twice, indicating that his chakra was not entirely restrained. For a moment, Danzo found himself in a state of indecision. Yet, the boy's words held a kernel of truth. The Flying Thunder God technique was notoriously difficult to master. In the vast expanse of the Leaf Village, only the 2nd and 4th Hokage had truly acquired it. Without the legacy, how could a mere 3-year-old possibly learn it? It was time to take a gamble. He was in an invulnerable position here. What was there to fear? Danzo slowly approached Naruto, opening the cell door and stepping inside. As he drew near, he swiftly seized Naruto's right hand with his left, instantly sensing the faint pulse of chakra emanating from within the boy. A cold smirk crept across his face. Indeed, there was usable chakra remaining. In the next instant, his right hand formed a seal and struck towards Naruto's abdomen. Reinforcing the seal, he ensured that Naruto's chakra was thoroughly contained. Danzo smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "You wish to ambush me? You are still too inexperienced." Naruto's expression darkened, his eyes widening in shock as if all his secrets had been laid bare. "I, Shimura Danzo, swear that once I learn the Flying Thunder God technique, I shall set you free." No sooner had Danzo spoken than Naruto unleashed a powerful surge of energy. 8 gates. Open. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Danzo was startled, instinctively leaping back a considerable distance, his heart racing. However, it was but a fleeting moment. Naruto soon returned to a state of exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Scratching his head, Naruto chuckled. My apologies, Brother Danzo. I seem to have startled you again. I simply became a bit overexcited after hearing your words. Come here, let me have your hand, and I shall bestow the legacy upon you. Without hesitation, Danzo, having completely sealed Naruto's chakra, approached cautiously, extending his hand. Naruto smiled subtly, rising to his feet. Clap. Their palms met with a resounding slap. In the next moment, a curtain of water surged forth from Naruto's hand, enveloping Danzo in a spherical prison. Water style, water prison technique. Impossible. How does this child still possess chakra? Danzo gasped, utterly astonished. Just moments before, he had completely sealed the boy's chakra. In the blink of an eye, the truth dawned upon him. This was the 8 gates. This supreme taijutsu, while unlocking Naruto's physical potential, had also granted him a modicum of chakra. Initially, Naruto had executed the Flying Thunder God technique twice only after unleashing the 8 gates. Danzo finally grasped that Naruto had allowed him to seal his chakra once more, all in a ruse to lower his guard. The boy's application of the 8 gates was not a mere impulse, but a meticulously crafted scheme. How absurd that he had failed to perceive it. This child's intellect far surpassed his comprehension. Terrifying. Yet, what could it accomplish? Danzo sneered. The water prison technique could at most restrain him for a few breaths. As Naruto maintained the water prison technique, his own body remained immobile. Chapter 24. Farewell to Konoha Hospital. Naruto had been lying on the hospital bed for a month. Jiraiya stayed by his side, offering devoted care. He felt immense regret over Naruto's plight. Had he not acted on a whim, Naruto would not have been captured and suffered such severe injuries. Yet, he understood that no one could protect Naruto indefinitely. True strength was the foundation of everything. Fortunately, Naruto was resilient and had survived. Upon Naruto's awakening, Jiraiya resolved to impart all his knowledge to him. During this time, many familiar faces had visited Naruto. Among them was Hinata Hyuga, who brought flowers and visited numerous times, eliciting Jiraiya's envy. Then there was Might Guy. Initially, Jiraiya did not recognize him. It was only when Guy's eyebrows and hair had grown that realization dawned. Hiruzen Sarutobi, though busy, visited several times, each time discreetly slipping some money into Naruto's pocket. The explosion site, located on the outskirts of Konoha, had garnered significant attention. After thorough investigation, it was confirmed that 3 of the victims were the missing Uchiha. Instantly, the Uchiha clan found themselves in the spotlight once more. Even as more ninjas were identified among the casualties, suspicions lingered. Ultimately, Itachi Uchiha persuaded Hiruzen Sarutobi to join the Umbu, offering to act as a spy within the Uchiha clan, which quelled the uproar. Surprisingly to the Uchiha clan, Danzo Shimura, who had hoped to benefit from the chaos, found himself in dire straits as well. Witnesses reported seeing him grievously injured, wrapped like a mummy. It was not difficult to deduce that the explosion was either orchestrated by Danzo or caused by the rampaging Nine Tails. In the end, the root organization suffered significant losses, and Danzo was severely wounded. Little did Naruto know that his innocent act of pilfering had triggered such a monumental incident. For the past month, the root organization had been silent. Its leader, Danzo, had secluded himself, evading even Hiruzen Sarutobi's summons. His head, wrapped like a mummy, had yet to heal after a month. The mere thought of that brat caused him a dull ache at the back of his head, and cold sweat would involuntarily break out on his body. Damn that little brat. On the day of the incident, he had known Naruto was still alive. He longed to eliminate Naruto, but with Jiraiya watching over him day and night, he had no opportunity. Naruto Uzumaki had become an inescapable nightmare in his mind. After incurring great costs, he managed to sever the Flying Thunder God mark, filled with trepidation. How could he, Danzo Shimura, a seasoned warrior, be bested by a mere child? No. I must grow stronger. I must reclaim my lost dignity. After much contemplation, he began to focus on the Uchiha clan. With their Sharingan, he was certain he could deal with that brat. That brat had a notably weak resistance to Genjutsu. Huh. Just wait, you insufferable little imp. Danzo laughed maniacally, consumed by madness. Outside the hospital room, Jiraiya had dozed off for a moment, only to awaken in surprise to find Naruto missing from the bed. Pensive, Jiraiya quickly made his way to Ichiraku Ramen. Sure enough, there was Naruto, wrapped like a mummy, devouring ramen voraciously. Jiraiya sat down beside him and called out, "Boss, bring me a few bowls too." After a hearty meal, both of them slumped onto their seats. "Hey, Pervy Sage, do you remember what you said last time?" Naruto languidly inquired. Having narrowly escaped death, he credited the Nine Tails for his survival and decided to exert less pressure on it in the future. The Nine Tails, however, remained speechless. Was this gratitude? At the same time, Naruto recognized that he was still weak and lacked the ability to protect himself. He needed to become stronger. The Nine Tails remained incredulous, saying, "Weak? From the villagers to the Kage, who hasn't fallen to your hands? Do you even dare utter such words?" But indeed, his weaknesses were glaring, and he was far from true strength. "But you're only 3 years old, my goodness. At 3, you wish to contend with those in their 70s or 80s, or even crush them. How can they possibly survive? They might as well just die." Jiraiya recalled Naruto's desire to learn the summoning technique, promising that next time, he would fulfill that wish. To Naruto's newly bestowed title, he merely chuckled and asked, "Are you ready?" This time, he intended to teach him far more than just the summoning technique. "Go say your goodbyes to your friends. This time, you might be gone for quite a while." Naruto was instantly excited. This meant comprehensive special training, just what he wanted. Great. In Konoha, Naruto didn't have many acquaintances. The first person who came to his mind was Hinata. During his hospitalization, she had visited him multiple times. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto vanished, feeling as if he were submerged in water. Upon focusing, he realized he had hurriedly escaped. Hinata, while bathing, momentarily paused, gazing at the rippling water's surface. The next moment, Naruto appeared before Guy, who had grown a bit of hair and eyebrows. Instantly intrigued, Naruto exclaimed, "Guy, my good brother, how about a bet?" Upon recognizing Naruto, Guy bolted away. "Farewell." Naruto sighed and made his way to the Hokage building, where an Umbu greeted him respectfully. Naruto nodded and swiftly approached the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Kazuki, and Tfu Shko were engaged in discussion when the sudden intrusion of the little brat interrupted them. "Am I disturbing you?" Naruto ventured cautiously. Mito and Tfu quickly shook their heads and stepped aside. "That's good, Gramps. I'm about to leave Konoha for special training with Jiraiya-sensei. It will probably take a few years. I'm worried I might go hungry following him for 3 days. Could you help me out?" Naruto leaned over the desk, looking pitifully at Hiruzen, his little fingers fidgeting suggestively. "Leaving for a few years? How wonderful." Mito and Tfu, hearing this, felt sympathetic and promptly produced a stack of bills for Naruto. "Child, go out and broaden your horizons. It's best if you don't return." Seeing his 2 high-ranking officials offering assistance, Hiruzen felt compelled to do the same. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly reached into his pocket and pulled out a large stack. "Thank you, esteemed officials. Thank you, Gramps. By the way, I'll ensure the quality of those things you enjoy watching improves tremendously." With that, Naruto vanished. Hiruzen's face flushed upon hearing this. Mito and Tfu exchanged disdainful glances at him. "Ah, what a calamity." A woman in the residential area screamed. "Haha. When I return next time, I'll be sure to capture you." Naruto chuckled with delight. Another scream echoed. The Root organization, cloaked in darkness, lamented their misfortune. Having remained hidden for a month without incident, they ventured out for supplies only to be struck by a brick. Outside the gates of Konoha, Jiraiya and Naruto stood atop a height, casting a final glance at the village. "Wait for me. When I return, everyone will face my wrath." He laughed heartily. "You little brat, you lack ambition." Jiraiya playfully punched Naruto on the head. Bang! Naruto transformed into a wooden log. Jiraiya smiled. "A substitution technique. You think you can hit me? Not a chance." Not far away, Naruto stood with his hands behind his back. Thus, amidst their playful antics, the duo embarked on their journey of special training. Chapter 25. Return farewell, perverted sage, Naruto uttered, casting a final glance at the white-haired middle-aged man. As he stepped outside, a sudden wave of reluctance washed over him, prompting him to turn back. "Go on, Scram," Jiraiya retorted, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned his gleeful gaze to his latest masterpiece, intimate seduction. This labor of love, meticulously crafted over a year in collaboration with Naruto, was destined to ignite a sensation throughout the shinobi world upon its release. "Why are you still lingering?" Jiraiya asked, a hint of displeasure creeping into his voice as he noticed Naruto's hesitation at the doorway. "Just one last embrace," Naruto pleaded, his expression forlorn. Jiraiya, relenting to the pitiable sight, sighed and slowly approached Naruto, enveloping him in a hug. Thwack! A brick collided with Jiraiya's head. With a smirk, Jiraiya transformed into a log, effortlessly evading Naruto's ambush with a simple substitution technique. He had endured countless such attempts over the years, gradually developing the composure to meet them with nonchalant ease. Think you can catch me off guard so easily now? Impossible. But in the next instant, regret washed over him. Ouch! A brick to the head. No real harm done. Just a bit humiliating. How can this be? He wondered. I was so careful to avoid every flying thunder god seal. Then, the realization dawned. The book in his hands was the culprit. As Jiraiya leafed through the pages, he discovered a flying thunder god seal nestled within the middle. Above it, a message scrawled, "Perverted sage, I've outsmarted you after all." A mischievous doodle completed the taunt. Jiraiya sighed, his expression turning somber. The path ahead is yours to forge. Congratulations, host. Successfully striking a Kage-level target with a brick yields a super reward. Mastery of the body flicker technique. 8 gates formation, 4th gate, the gate of pain. Naruto merely smiled faintly at this newfound power. Jiraiya had imparted a wealth of knowledge over the years, and through his successful ambushes on the Kage-level shinobi, Naruto had mastered numerous ninjutsu and sage techniques. Now, with the 4th gate of the 8 gates formation unlocked, his power in full throttle rivaled that of a Kage. However, Jinjutsu remained his Achilles heel. Upon his return, he was determined to acquire the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Using the flying thunder god seals he had strategically placed along the way, Naruto traversed the landscape with incredible speed. Within half an hour, he stood atop the Hokage rock. Konoha remained unchanged, unaffected by his absence. After a long while taking in the familiar scenery, someone finally noticed him. The first to appear was an Umbu operative. The Umbu scrutinized Naruto, hesitant to engage. Instinct warned him of the danger emanating from the young boy. "Young man," he cautiously inquired, "you're a stranger here. Where do you hail from?" Naruto sighed in exasperation, realizing the Umbu's ignorance. "You don't even recognize me?" Had the people of Konoha forgotten him after a mere 3 years? Unacceptable. He was destined to become the 5th Hokage, and everyone needed to remember his name. 3 years ago, I sent an Umbu operative running from the Hokage tower. The Umbu chuckled derisively. 3 years ago? How old were you then? Umbu are the elite of the elite. If you could scare one witless, they might as well go and find a ditch to die in. Enough talk. Show me how much the Umbu have improved in 3 years. Naruto casually placed his hands behind his back and turned his back to the operative. The Umbu glared at Naruto, his teeth gritted. To turn his back was the ultimate sign of disrespect. This arrogant brat was testing his patience. Anyone would be pushed to the edge. He would teach this upstart a lesson, demonstrating the might of the Konoha Umbu. With a scornful snort, the Umbu charged toward Naruto. Halt! Kakashi Hitaki, clad in Umbu attire, appeared in a flash. The attacking Umbu was taken aback by Kakashi's sudden intervention, immediately halting his advance. Did this boy have connections to the upper echelons? But in the next instant, the chilling sensation of a kunai pressed against his back sent a wave of mortal terror through him. Hiss! When had this boy gotten behind him? He hadn't detected a thing. On the battlefield, this would have meant certain death. The realization was horrifying. Kakashi's command wasn't directed at him. Naruto sheathed his kunai and chuckled. Relax, I was just messing around. Messing around? The Umbu was mortified, his back drenched in cold sweat. Kakashi shook his head, a wry smile beneath his mask. Naruto hadn't changed a bit, still as playful as ever. He could sense that Naruto's training with Jiraiya had elevated his skills to a new level. In all of Konoha, few shinobi could withstand his antics. It seemed the ninja of Konoha were in for a wild ride. Let's go. The Hokage wishes to see you. As Kakashi spoke, Naruto had already vanished, reappearing in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, engrossed in his work, nearly suffered a stroke from Naruto's sudden appearance. He mentally grumbled, Naruto is just like Jiraiya, always materializing out of thin air to startle people. At my age, it could be fatal. But Hiruzen maintained his composure. Naruto, you finally returned. I've already enrolled you in the Ninja Academy. You can start classes whenever you're ready. Old man, are you saying I have to go back to school? With my skills, I could teach the teachers a thing or two. Can't you just hand me a diploma? Ahem, it'll be quick, just 5 years or so. It's merely a formality. Besides, many members of prominent clans attend the academy, including the Hyuga. Naruto raised his hand, cutting Hiruzen off. All right, I'll go. I'll definitely go. Hiruzen smiled knowingly. You thought you could escape my grasp, eh? He was well aware of Naruto's exploits with the Hyuga clan. As long as Naruto behaved himself at the academy, he would be eternally grateful. Suddenly, the doors to the Hokage's office burst open. Hamura Kato and Koharu Uchiha, clutching files, were about to step inside when they noticed the blonde brat in the office. Their steps faltered. Naruto grinned and brandished 2 bricks. Elder, care for a game? Whoosh. Hamura and Koharu instantly teleported away, using the body flicker technique. That little devil is incorrigible, they exclaimed as they fled, lamenting the money they had given him before his departure. No gratitude whatsoever. I was only joking, was it really necessary? Naruto mused, scratching his head in bewilderment. Hiruzen rolled his eyes. Joking is one thing, but pulling out bricks? What were you planning to do? Old man, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Naruto vanished before Hiruzen could respond. My friend, there you are. Any jobs you can bring me along for? A masked man stood not far away, somewhat surprised by Naruto's sudden appearance. He had recently arrived in Konoha but couldn't find Naruto. After some investigation, he learned that Naruto had been training with Jiraiya. He never expected Naruto to return and discover him so quickly. Besides Minato Namikaze, Itachi Uchiha, and Jiraiya, he was the 4th person to discover him. The masked man laughed, gazing at Naruto with an air of mystery. Tonight, there's a big opportunity, but I don't know if you're brave enough. It'll be fun, exhilarating. There's nothing in this world that Naruto is afraid of. Lead the way. Chapter 26. The True Great Fireball Brother. It's still early. Let's meet at night at the Uchiha clan. The masked man chuckled, transforming into a vortex and vanishing. Naruto attempted to sense the flying thunder god mark on the masked man, but after a long while, he shook his head in disappointment. Over 3 years of growth had significantly increased his sensing range, yet he still could not locate the masked man. Perhaps in Sage Mode, he could, but there was no need to reveal his trump card so soon. It was somewhat surprising that upon his return, the Uchiha clan was facing annihilation. Poor Sasuke was about to become increasingly isolated. It was only noon, and there was still a long wait until evening. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Boss, give me 10 bowls of the most extravagant ramen. Oh, it's Naruto. Long time no see. Today it's on me. As a treat for my loyal customer. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen beamed, delighted to see Naruto, who had grown taller. Naruto used to frequent the shop as a child, and over time, the owner had come to regard him as family. Thank you, boss. Then make it 100 bowls. Haha, you greedy little rascal. Too bad Ayam is out today. Otherwise, she would be thrilled to see you and exclaim how much you've grown. Too big to carry now? Naruto couldn't help but laugh, recalling a scene in his mind of a girl resolutely shielding him with her body. After finishing 3 bowls of ramen, Naruto felt a gust of wind sweep by him. Moments later, the wind returned from the opposite direction, and a robust man suddenly stopped in front of Ichiraku Ramen. Kai, he exclaimed, is that you, Naruto? Ah, my youth has returned. After more than 3 years, he had finally regrown his thick black hair and donned a confident demeanor. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kai rushed forward and embraced Naruto tightly, rubbing his face against Naruto's waist. Soon after, a boy of similar age to Naruto, dressed like Kai, appeared at the ramen shop. Kai-sensei, is this your senior? With a loud exclamation, Rock Lee dashed forward and hugged Naruto's leg. Naruto smiled wryly. What is going on here? It's like a family reunion. Ahem, little Kai. Little Lee, you're quite enthusiastic. Want to place a bet? Bet. Kai blurted out, then quickly added. But no bets on hair, no bets on eyebrows, and no wasabi. Upon hearing Kai's words, little Lee nearly jumped with excitement. Hair, eyebrows, wasabi. Wow, Kai-sensei. That sounds thrilling. I want to give it a try. Kai patted little Lee's hair and nodded. You're young. I think you can try. Youth should be fearless and unrestrained. Let us go. With a grin, Naruto replied. Hey, I'll be waiting for you two at the entrance of Konoha. With that, he vanished from the spot and appeared at the Konoha gate. Using a familiar technique, he created 4 shadow clones, and then his original self disappeared again. Wow, my senior is so fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. I want to be that fast too. Little Lee exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Exactly. Boys should be fast to keep up with the flow of youth. Charge. 2 green streaks darted through the crowd. Fire style, great fireball technique. By a river in Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke skillfully formed hand seals, and a flame erupted from his mouth, forming a fireball over 1 meter in diameter. After a while, the fireball vanished. And Sasuke gasped for breath, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. This was the culmination of his hard work, vastly superior to the small flames he had conjured at the beginning. He looked over at his father, Uchiha Fugaku, hoping for a hint of praise. Unfortunately, Fugaku shook his head, disappointment clouding his eyes, and muttered, mediocre at best. Years ago, Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, had been younger than Sasuke and had produced a fireball nearly identical to Sasuke's after merely watching him perform the hand seals once. No matter how talented or diligent an Uchiha was, they would pale in comparison to Itachi. Even though Sasuke had worked hard, his power still fell short of Itachi's initial fireball. Continue to strive. One day, you will catch up to Itachi, Fugaku said before leaving to prepare for an impending coup, with many clan matters demanding his attention. Yes, Sasuke replied, feeling a wave of disappointment. He had thought that after so many days of effort, he would be nearing his brother's level. However, from his father's glance, he realized that the gap between them seemed to be widening. Why? I train diligently every day, yet the distance only grows. Is my talent truly so lacking? You have worked very hard. In fact, few peers can match you. A sudden voice startled Sasuke. He turned to see a blonde youth standing beside him. Wait, this boy looks familiar. I think I ran into him on the street a few years ago. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto continued earnestly. Of course, aside from me, Little Lee, Neji, and a few dozen others, you are the strongest. If Naruto's earlier words offered Sasuke a modicum of comfort, the latter half ignited his anger. A string of unfamiliar names struck Sasuke like a slap to the face. His expression darkened, fists clenched, ready to explode. What do you mean? I work so hard, yet I can only rank among the 30th among my peers. I am Uchiha Sasuke, the genius of the Uchiha clan. What would you know, you blonde brat? Just as Sasuke was about to swing his fist, he noticed Naruto slowly forming seals facing the lake. It was the seal for the fire style, great fireball technique, but compared to his speed, Naruto's movements resembled a snail's crawl. With that level, you dare to boast? Sasuke lowered his fists and scoffed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto smiled faintly, deliberately slowing down his sealing process, then shouted. A torrent of flame erupted from his mouth, soaring skyward as a massive fireball formed in the air. Seconds later, it exploded, scattering red light in all directions. Witnessing the spectacle, Sasuke stood frozen, mouth agape. Wow, what a gigantic fireball. It was over 5 meters in diameter, at least 5 or 6 times larger than the one he had just conjured. At the moment of the explosion, the temperature soared, and even in his shirt, Sasuke felt the heat. Perhaps this was the great fireball technique his father had wished to see. Looking back at Naruto, Sasuke felt a newfound respect. Though they were of similar age, Naruto seemed utterly unattainable. How foolish he had been to consider himself the genius of the Uchiha clan. If that were the case, then the dozens of names Naruto mentioned must surpass him. Sasuke sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Sasuke, you are remarkable. Uchiha Itachi appeared beside Sasuke with a gentle smile, ruffling his younger brother's hair. We are the Uchiha clan, blessed with the Sharingan, especially after awakening it. Your power will surge. There's no need to rush. I understand, brother. Encouraged by Itachi's words, Sasuke finally felt revitalized. Itachi then observed Naruto, who had his back turned to him, and gasped in astonishment. This boy had left Konoha 3 years ago to train with one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Now, upon their reunion, Itachi could see that Naruto's physical strength and chakra levels far surpassed that of any Jonin. He realized that in his lifetime, it would be extremely difficult for Sasuke to catch up with Naruto. Just in terms of fundamentals, Sasuke lagged far behind. The only potential avenue for surpassing Naruto would be through the Sharingan. The Sharingan is indeed a formidable asset. Naruto chuckled softly and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. In the training grounds of the Hyuga clan, Hinata is engaged in a sparring match with the elite Jonin, Hyuga Q. Chapter 27. The work begins for Naruto, Hinata, and Hyuga Kyo engaged in a spirited exchange on the arena, with Kyo showing a hint of leniency in their sparring. At that moment, Hyuga Hisashi had just concluded his duties and arrived at the training ground. Observing the two playfully sparring, he was filled with frustration, stomping his feet in exasperation. What on earth is Kyo doing? This level of training yields no results whatsoever. Coughing heavily to attract attention, Hisashi finally caught Kyo's notice, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. With a slight exertion, he unleashed the gentle fist technique. To his astonishment, Hinata failed to react in time. The sudden shift in rhythm left her momentarily stunned, watching helplessly as Kyo's gentle fist approached her face. Hinata gasped, her jaw dropping in surprise, only to be even more astonished when Naruto abruptly intervened, shielding her with his own body and countering Kyo's attack with a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the wall several meters away. You have no honor," Kyo exclaimed, struggling to rise while cursing under his breath. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression transformed. It's Naruto. You haven't changed a bit over the years. Your strength surpasses what it once was. I can only look up to you." Naruto, bemused by Kyo's rapid change in demeanor, turned to Hinata, leaning in closer and softly inquiring, "Hinata, are you all right?" I am fine." Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, the proximity allowing Naruto to hear her breath. Kyo chuckled. "Of course she's fine. The one in trouble here is me. Ouch, just thinking about it makes it hurt. That little brat's punch could shatter bones." Hisashi, activating his Byakugan, glanced at Naruto and couldn't help but lament how the years had treated them. Naruto's prowess was now on par with his own. It was only a matter of time before he made a name for himself in the ninja world. 3 years prior, in an effort to negotiate peace with the Cloud Village, they had been compelled to relinquish Hyuga Hayashi, resulting in a significant decline in the clan's prestige. He hoped that his daughter could seize this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Naruto, thus allowing the Hyuga clan to restore its former glory. Kyo, come here. We need to have a word in my office." Hisashi, noticing Kyo's continued presence in the arena, felt compelled to discipline him, contemplating a swift reprimand. Clan leader, why? I don't believe I've done anything wrong." Kyo stammered, feeling flustered under Hisashi's fierce gaze, recalling the harsh reprimands he had faced in the past. "I was merely accompanying the young lady in a mock spar. Surely, I won't be punished with a whip again." Before he could ponder further, Hisashi lunged at him with the gentle fist technique. Kyo let out a yelp and fled through the wall, with Hisashi in relentless pursuit, leaving only Naruto and Hinata behind in the training area. "When did you return?" Hinata asked, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. "I just got back to Konoha and came to see you." Naruto replied without hesitation, though inwardly he thought, "Oh no. I've picked up some bad habits from Jiraiya over the years." The nine tails within him scoffed, "You're lying. You've met so many people since your return. Do you really think you can fool her?" Hinata fainted from the excitement. Naruto scratched his head, escorting Hinata back to her room before departing the Hyuga residence. He was perplexed to find that the clan members referred to him as the young master, which felt rather strange. With time still on his side, he wandered the streets until a sudden realization struck him. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he arrived at a dilapidated dwelling. The state of the house suggested it had long been abandoned. "That woman has moved away," he mused, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Even if she has moved, I can still find you." Closing his eyes momentarily, he opened them to reveal a transformation akin to a frog's pupils. Sage mode activated. It was quite the feat to activate Sage mode just to locate a commoner. Before long, Naruto pinpointed a particular house. Disengaging Sage mode, he darted through the residential area with remarkable speed. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the door, Naruto knocked amiably. Inside, a commotion ensued, and after a considerable delay, a woman cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing the golden-haired boy, she immediately recognized him and felt a chill run down her spine. "Unbelievable. I've moved houses and changed husbands. How did you manage to find me?" Her instinct was to flee, but as she turned, Naruto swiftly knocked her unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in bed, and upon raising her head, she spotted Naruto seated beside her, idly playing with a cold brick. "Why? I moved here to escape you. My husband and I are very much in love. I beg you, leave me alone," she pleaded, nearly breaking down. "In love? Then why are you hiding another man under the bed?" Naruto coldly retorted, pointing accusingly. "I'm not. That is my husband." "Oh, you've changed husbands, have you?" "Yes. Yes." She frantically nodded. "If he is your husband, why the need to sneak around under the bed?" Naruto scoffed, once again rendering her unconscious, as he sensed a more intriguing target nearby. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Naruto reappeared in a dimly lit basement. "Atsu." Upon seeing the golden-haired boy, the man named Gu instinctively held his breath, his body trembling. He had heard tales of this boy's fearsome reputation and was acutely aware of the flying thunder god mark on him. Had this been during wartime, being marked by an enemy would have meant death. Fortunately, it was a time of peace, and the boy did not seem inclined to kill, though he appeared to take pleasure in tormenting others. What about the other two? They went outside to carry out a mission. I'm here keeping an eye on the Uchiha clan. And what are you doing here? I'm just lounging around crack. The brick shattered. Even after joining the organization, you were just lazing about. Tell Danzo to clean up his act and wait for me to deal with him. With that, Naruto departed. Gu exhaled in relief. A single brick to the head was a minor inconvenience. As for informing Danzo, he had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Surviving was his primary concern. Finally, night descended. The masked man sat atop a large tree, perfectly positioned to observe the entire Uchiha clan. Despite their formidable legacy spanning multiple eras, the Uchiha clan was destined for decline. Noticing Naruto approaching slowly from a distance, the masked man was momentarily taken aback. He had been discovered once again by the boy. This child was indeed intriguing. The masked man chuckled, drawing a kunai and launching it in Naruto's direction. Naruto merely smiled, not bothering to evade, for the kunai was not aimed at him. It sailed past him in an unusual trajectory, striking the tree behind him. Clang! The pursuing Uchiha Yang quickly drew his shuriken to block, producing a loud clash as the two weapons collided and the kunai was deflected. At that moment, Naruto turned abruptly, as if struck by an epiphany, gazing toward Yang's concealed position. In truth, Naruto had long been aware of Yang's presence. He had deliberately left traces to draw him out. That man possesses considerable strength. His Sharingan has at least 2 tomo. Naruto aimed to acquire that man's eyes. The masked man leapt down from the tree and approached Naruto. Naruto, my dear brother, you've been rather careless. You nearly fell victim to a sneak attack. My goodness, you nearly scared me to death. I could have met an untimely demise without your intervention. Big wave masked brother. Naruto exchanged a knowing smile with the masked man. Who are you exactly? What brings you to our Uchiha clan's territory? Uchiha Yang let out a cold snort and stepped forward, immediately activating his Sharingan with 3 tomo. The masked man suddenly patted Naruto on the shoulder and calmly remarked, Naruto, this one is for you to handle. Sure thing, masked brother, Naruto replied without hesitation. Just call me Brother Fei. The masked man chuckled softly. Brother Fei, in case I struggle later, remember to lend me a hand, Naruto added. Chapter 28, Astounding. Utterly disconcerted, Uchiha Yang found his missives to his brethren unanswered. Yet, the emergence of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki within the Uchiha compound presented a stroke of opportune brilliance. Subjugating him would furnish an invaluable asset when the coup d'etat commenced. Uchiha Yang held no regard for Naruto. His apprehension was reserved for the masked figure, Toby, whose singular visible eye exuded a palpable aura of menace. Fire style, grand fireball technique. With near instantaneous execution, a conflagrant sphere erupted from Uchiha Yang's maw, hurtling towards Naruto. Subsequently, he brandished a kunai, lunging at Toby, his primary quarry. Naruto somersaulted aside, effortlessly evading the fiery projectile, deeming it imprudent to reveal his full prowess before Toby. He commenced a deliberate sequence of hand seals. Uchiha Yang's kunai pierced clean through Toby's form, eliciting an expression of astonishment. What manner of ninjutsu allows for such etherealization? Naruto, my comrade, hasten your pace. Toby urged, observing Naruto's languid gestures. I am prepared, Naruto declared. Water style, water dragon bullet, 9 serpent assault. A towering aquatic dragon materialized, then fractured into 9 serpentine entities, encircling and languidly advancing upon Uchiha Yang. The assault having failed, Uchiha Yang teleported to a secure vantage point, utterly bewildered by the spectacle before him. What sorcery is this? The once imposing water dragon had devolved into a ludicrous procession of diminutive serpents. Toby, equally perplexed, scratched his head, confessing unfamiliarity with such a technique. What purpose could be served by transforming a potent water dragon bullet into harmless serpents? In the ensuing moment, Naruto executed another hand seal. Swish! One of the diminutive serpents ascended skyward, echoing the actions of its 8 brethren, culminating in a cascade of water engulfing Uchiha Yang. Simultaneously, a kunai, imbued with electrical chakra, was launched toward Uchiha Yang, as Naruto himself charged forward, conjuring a cerulean energy orb within his grasp. At this juncture, Toby's composure faltered. His visage contorted in astonishment. Astounding, he exclaimed. The deceptive water serpents, alluring in their harmlessness, served as a delayed water prison technique. Such a detached water prison technique necessitated meticulous control over vast chakra reserves, with a fleeting duration of confinement. To the uninitiated, it would appear a flamboyant, self-defeating endeavor. In the entirety of the shinobi world, Naruto alone would dare such a stratagem. What further astounded Toby was Naruto's mastery of the fourth Hokage's signature technique, the Rasengan. Verily, an intriguing scamp. Toby pondered the ramifications of this night's events upon the Hidden Leaf Village's perception of Naruto. He had long detected the presence of hidden Umbu operatives monitoring the situation, as well as members of the root organization. Should Naruto defect from the village, his prodigious talent would undoubtedly burgeon to challenge the might of Hidden Leaf. The ensuing conflict would be a spectacle of unparalleled delight. Uchiha Yang, consumed by remorse, lamented his underestimation of the boy, failing to discern the true nature of the technique. Now ensnared within the water prison, he could only helplessly witness the electrified kunai hurtling toward him, as the boy, wielding a potent energy orb, advanced relentlessly. In this dire moment, Uchiha Yang resolved to gamble, invoking his Sharingan to ensnare Naruto within a Jinjutsu. It was his sole recourse. Should the kunai prove non-lethal, he could yet escape once the water prison's hold dissipated. However, to his utter despair, Naruto dispelled the illusion instantaneously, his momentum undeterred. Uchiha Yang's spirits plummeted. He glared at Toby, suspecting his complicity. Their Sharingan clashed in a battle of ocular prowess. Instantly, Uchiha Yang coughed blood, the disparity in their ocular strength overwhelming. Zing! The kunai pierced the water prison, impaling Uchiha Yang, whose body convulsed under the electrical surge, emitting a cacophony of agony. Boom! The water prison dissolved as Naruto's Rasengan collided with Uchiha Yang, extinguishing his life. Naruto, unrelenting, extracted Uchiha Yang's eyes. Then, turning to Toby, he expressed gratitude for his assistance. In truth, Naruto could have shattered the Jinjutsu unaided. His tutelage under Jiraiya had emphasized Jinjutsu dispelling. It is time to divide our efforts. Remember, leave no Uchiha alive. Not even the children? Toby offered no explicit reply before departing. He had pledged to Itachi not to harm Hidden Leaf or Sasuke. He would not act, but Naruto was free to do as he pleased. If Naruto were to slay Sasuke, what madness would consume Itachi? The prospect was intriguing. Naruto feigned a question, fully aware of the accord between Toby and Itachi. He would not antagonize Itachi, possessor of Shirsue's left eye, capable of unleashing the peerless Jinjutsu, kowtowed Tsukimi, unless he could seize the stolen right eye from Danzo. The thought of Danzo evoked images of his arm adorned with Sharingan. Tonight, he would gather a substantial stock, lest he find himself wanting. After all, Izanagi, the reality-altering Jinjutsu, held immense utility. Poof! Naruto employed the transformation technique, assuming Toby's likeness, and commenced his hunt. In the aftermath of Naruto's departure, Toby reappeared. Adjusting his mask, he transformed into Naruto. Within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his brow furrowed in concern, requested an account of the night's events. An Umbu operative, kneeling before him, reported, Danzo-sama, having learned of the Uchiha clan's plot to stage a coup, unilaterally entered into an agreement with Uchiha Itachi and resolved to exterminate the Uchiha clan tonight. Sarutobi fell silent, puffing pensively on his pipe. The Umbu continued. Uchiha Itachi enlisted the assistance of Uchiha Madara, who in turn recruited Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi was utterly aghast. What did you say? After a moment, incredulity still reigned. How could Naruto? The Umbu replied. Naruto and Uchiha Madara appear to be on amiable terms, addressing each other as brothers. Naruto slew Uchiha Yang and plundered his Sharingan, then assumed the guise of Uchiha Madara to partake in the massacre. Sarutobi exhaled heavily, running his hands through his hair. He yearned to ask Naruto if he had lost his mind. Despite Jiraiya's assurances of Naruto's unwavering loyalty, such events defied belief. Even Jiraiya could not have foreseen Naruto's slaughter of Hidden Leaf comrades. How many are privy to this? Those present, as well as members of the root organization. Sarutobi scoffed. Danzo has grown senile. After tonight, he shall retire. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Fortunately, few were aware of these events, allowing him to shift the blame entirely onto Danzo. As for Naruto, he remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura received the report of Naruto's actions. He applauded softly, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Summon all root members, those within Hidden Leaf and without, at once. Chapter 29. Siege, what are you doing? Uchiha Itachi appeared before Akatsuki, gently lifting his hand to dispel Naruto's transformation technique. Naruto did not respond immediately, he deftly removed his Sharingan before solemnly stating, "I am doing what you are doing." The Jinchuriki is an invaluable weapon of war for the village, essential for maintaining peace among the shinobi clans. To protect Konoha from turmoil, Uchiha Itachi ruthlessly eradicated the traitorous Uchiha clan. Presently, Naruto's actions as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki filled him with apprehension for Konoha's future. He hesitated, contemplating whether to employ Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi against Naruto. Noticing Itachi's troubled expression, Naruto added, "To protect Konoha, Itachi, do not think you are the only one capable of bearing such burdens. Everyone in Konoha can, and I can do it better than you." The Uchiha clan's betrayal was inextricably linked to Danzo's covert oppression. Yet, you forged an agreement with Danzo to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Do you not find that laughable? Itachi's hand gradually descended as he began to reassess the 7-year-old boy before him, a slight tremor coursing through him. Naruto's words resonated with undeniable logic, striking a deep chord. As the foremost genius of the Uchiha, he couldn't help but question his own decisions. Naruto truly was worthy of being Jiraiya's disciple. Seeing through the complexities with remarkable clarity, his resolve began to waver. Naruto smiled subtly, realizing he had successfully swayed Uchiha Itachi. Such a foolish endeavor to protect Konoha could only be undertaken by Itachi. What he sought to protect was not the current Konoha, but his own vision of Konoha, the Konoha of the 5th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. What are you two discussing? We are all on the same side. Let us not resort to violence, Akatsuki interjected, sensing the tension. Fortunately, he arrived in time to prevent conflict. You must remember your words, he said, uncertain whether it was directed at Akatsuki or Naruto. In the next moment, Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished. Without hesitation, Akatsuki followed Naruto. In the streets, Uchiha Itachi confronted Uchiha Sasuke. The two brothers were destined to stand on opposing sides. Sasuke could hardly believe it, questioning Itachi's motives for committing such heinous acts against their clan. Itachi merely smirked, his pupils spinning rapidly as his Sharingan transformed from 3 Tomo to the Manjiki Sharingan. He unleashed the Manjiki technique, Tsukuyami. Sasuke let out a blood-curdling scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Akatsuki, observing from a rooftop, shook his head in disbelief, remarking, "Itachi is indeed ruthless, even to his own brother." Naruto was equally astonished. Was this the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? It was undeniably formidable. Akatsuki fixed his gaze on Naruto, grinning, "You will possess such power in the future." He worried about Naruto's lack of ambition. Anyone who craved power was within his grasp. He had high hopes for Naruto, having prepared a significant gift for him. In time, Naruto would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset, perhaps even more valuable than Nagato. With a clap, the two shared a knowing smile. Remember, once you graduate from the academy or find it unbearable in Konoha, come to this place to find me. With that, Akatsuki leaped down to converse with Uchiha Itachi before departing Konoha. As he left, Itachi cast a glance back at Naruto. Understanding Itachi's intent, Naruto knew he was to watch over Sasuke. After all, Itachi had consented to the clan's extermination for his brother's sake. Sasuke, of course, did not require his protection. His immediate priority was to transplant Uchiha Shirsue's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Though he had gathered many today, only one pair was 3-Tomo. As he turned to exit the Uchiha compound, a group of masked ninjas suddenly surrounded him. Standing atop a rooftop, Naruto counted carefully. There were a total of 24 ninjas, not from the Umbu, but from the Root organization. He sensed the Flying Thunder God seal on one of them, belonging to a J-nin named Chun. Danzo's influence was indeed extensive. Had all the Root members gathered? Those who harm their kin are beyond redemption. As they spoke, for J-nin stood at a distance. They simultaneously formed hand seals, creating a vast barrier that ensnared Naruto and the remaining 20 Root ninjas within. To Naruto's surprise, Danzo himself was nowhere to be seen. He had plotted against the Nine-Tails for a long time. Surely he would not miss this opportunity, likely lurking in the shadows to observe. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen paced anxiously. He had just learned that Danzo had summoned a large force to the Uchiha clan, clearly intending to capture Naruto. He wished to aid Naruto, but could only reach out to Jiraiya. The Umbu could not be mobilized, or else Naruto's predicament would become public knowledge. In this critical moment, he was unable to contact Jiraiya. Naruto must not be harmed. The Nine-Tails must not be compromised in any way. Sarutobi drew out his staff and leapt through the window. Though he was older, he still had some vigor in critical moments. From the instant he burst through the window, he chose to trust Jiraiya and believe in Naruto. Within the barrier, the 20 members of the Root organization split into 4 groups, systematically launching ninjutsu at Naruto in the center. The first wave of attack commenced. Wind release, vacuum sphere. 5 members of the Root organization unleashed a barrage of light waves toward Naruto. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release countered wind release. Naruto's great fireball technique almost instantaneously erupted, racing towards the advancing light waves. Boom. The barrier shook violently as flames erupted, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto created a shadow clone to hide behind and gather natural energy. The second wave of Root members was already prepared. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. 5 massive water dragons surged forth, countering the flames and charging toward Naruto. Earth release, earth flow rampart. A wall of earth rose before Naruto just in time, with the 5 water dragons crashing against it, yet the wall remained steadfast. The third wave of Root members followed suit, launching their assault. Lightning release, thunderclap sword. 5 bolts of white lightning shot from their palms, tearing through the earth wall. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Behind the earth wall, Naruto had already dispatched 2 clones to assist in releasing ninjutsu. At that moment, the spiraling sphere combined with wind chakra, transforming into a shuriken shape and hurled forward. Boom. Several bolts of lightning were sliced apart as the spiraling shuriken surged toward the 20 Root members, detonating into a massive vortex. A few caught off guard were swept into the chaos, unable to utter a scream as their bodies were torn apart. Boom. An even more violent explosion resounded as the vortex wreaked havoc, leaving a fissure in the barrier before it was utterly torn asunder. Naruto dispelled his shadow clones, entering Sage mode. Soon, he sensed Danzo's location, locking onto him with a brick and casually tossing it. Locking onto Danzo consumed immense energy. Though Naruto's Sage mode was swiftly dispelled, the smile on his lips remained undiminished. From the outset, his target had been Danzo. The lesser minions were of no concern. Bang! A brick flew through the air, and Danzo immediately sensed danger. He desperately tried to evade, but it was futile. The brick struck the back of his head, drawing blood. What terrified him was that Naruto had already appeared behind him. The brick bore the flying Thunder God seal. Lightning release, Chidori. Naruto's hand, crackling with intensely potent electrical energy, pierced directly through Danzo's abdomen. Chapter 30, Attending School. Danzo stared in disbelief at the fist, crackling with electricity, that suddenly protruded from his abdomen, plunging him into despair. He had never anticipated that. Merely 3 years had passed. Naruto's prowess had surpassed his comprehension. On his right arm, one of his Sharingan slowly closed. Izanagi. At the cost of one eye's blindness, Danzo unleashed a forbidden technique to rewrite reality. The damage to his body vanished in an instant. Yet Danzo had completely lost his will to fight. The 20 ninjas could not inflict any harm upon Naruto, and the formidable barrier conjured by 4 Chunin was shattered. Most terrifyingly, he could be instantaneously slain even while lurking outside the battlefield. What could he possibly use to combat this? Perhaps employing Shursue's Kotoame Tsukumi could secure a victory. But that was his strongest trump card, and he was reluctant to use it so soon. Becoming Hokage and wielding absolute power was his ultimate objective. Swish. Realizing that remaining here would certainly lead to his demise, he had no choice but to resort to the forbidden technique to escape at all costs. Naruto lamented the missed opportunity. Indeed, Izanagi was an extraordinarily overpowered illusion, allowing one to negate any unfavorable events occurring within a minute. The earlier ambush had been exceedingly critical, yet Danzo had still managed to flee. However, he would spare none of the Root members present. Shadow clone technique. He created a staggering 48 clones, more than double the number of Root members present. With a swift motion, Naruto used the flying Thunder God technique to appear beside dust. Countless bricks flew in all directions as the 48 Narutos maneuvered through the chaos. Each kunai crackling with electricity claimed the lives of Root members. In the blink of an eye, 18 members of Root perished, including 6 Chunin and 12 Chunin. Adding to that were the 6 Chunin previously torn apart by the Rasengan. The Root organization was obliterated in an instant. During the Third Great Ninja War, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had similarly used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously eliminate 50 ninjas from the rock-hidden village. Now, Naruto matched that feat, swiftly dispatching 18 Root ninjas. The first golden flash had come to an end, while the second golden flash was just beginning to rise. After a brief respite, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wielding the Enma staff, finally arrived at the scene. The sight before him was shocking. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. A few members of the Uchiha clan were present, but the majority were root members. Clearly, a fierce battle had transpired here. The violent clash of ninjutsu had caused extensive destruction, reducing buildings to rubble. Upon careful examination of the scene, Hiruzen was profoundly shaken. 24 root members lay lifeless, nearly all suffering fatal wounds characterized by scorched gashes across their throats. A few had met particularly horrific ends, their bodies seemingly shredded by countless tiny blades. Others from the Uchiha clan were equally unbearable to behold, their eyes gouged out. As a seasoned leader of considerable experience, Hiruzen quickly deduced the likely sequence of events. The deaths of the root members were alarmingly swift, entirely unlike a protracted battle. He could envision Naruto confronting OV Chapter 31, the collapse of worldview. Is Naruto-kun going to sit next to me? But, is it really alright for him to be so domineering? Hinata murmured, lowering her head and quietly poking her fingers. My senior truly possesses an imposing aura. He is indeed our role model. Lee Rock exclaimed in admiration. Uchiha Sasuke scoffed inwardly, turning his head away. Although he disapproved of such behavior, he did not wish to provoke Naruto, whose strength far surpassed his own. Many shared Sasuke's sentiments, yet, having learned from past experiences, they dared not voice them. The student who had been pointed out stood up and walked forward without hesitation. Wait. Iruka-sensei's expression darkened as he directly called out to the student, glaring fiercely at Naruto. Naruto's blatant act of seat-stealing was a blatant disrespect towards the teacher. Uki Makoto, return to your seat. Uzumaki Naruto, you seem to enjoy sitting there, don't you? Fine. You can stand there for class today. Uki shook his head, saying, Sensei, please don't misunderstand. I willingly chose to sit in the corner. I quite enjoy that spot. After saying this, he walked straight to the corner and sat down. For him, it mattered little where he sat during class. The newcomer was evidently not to be trifled with, and with so many followers, it was unnecessary to offend him. Iruka could only manage a wry smile. Since the individual involved had spoken, he had no grounds to punish Naruto, and he turned to head back to the podium. Naruto sized up the boy named Uki with great appreciation for his decisiveness, and a thought of recruiting him as a subordinate crossed his mind. Uki, why not become my little brother? I assure you, you'll be able to walk freely in this school. I'm not boasting. No one here can match my strength. Haraha. The classroom erupted in laughter, finding Naruto's words humorous. I knew my senior was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable. How impressive. I must strive to catch up with my senior. Lee Rock exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. Sasuke smirked. He was one of the few who recognized that Naruto spoke the truth. Naruto-kun is indeed powerful. Hinata murmured in quiet defiance upon hearing the laughter. Yes, big brother. Uki replied, lowering his head. Haraha. The classroom erupted into laughter once more, as Uki and Naruto played off each other, bringing much amusement to the class. Good brothers. The 5 students who had previously stood up for Naruto shouted at Uki. Stop, stop, stop. We are still in class. What do you think this is? Uzumaki Naruto, you will come to my office after class. Iruka was both angry and exasperated. This little rascal was clearly not a compliant student. He would surely be a source of concern in the future. Moreover, he had just entered school and was already brazenly stealing seats and recruiting followers. His actions were nothing short of mischievous, utterly unbefitting of a student. This cannot continue. This little rascal poses too great a problem. I must communicate with Lord Hokage. He is sitting next to Hinata, such a well-behaved child. What if she gets led astray? Ignoring Iruka's words, Naruto proceeded on his own accord. He sat beside Hinata and gently whispered in her ear, Hinata, long time no see. I look forward to your guidance. Hinata's voice was softer than a mosquito's buzz, as she dared not meet Naruto's gaze. Finally, the class ended, and the students began to leave in succession. Lee Rock was the fastest, darting out of the classroom after shouting a farewell to Naruto. The 5 students who had stood up for Naruto earlier promptly approached him, calling out, Big brother. They then turned to Hinata and shouted, Sister-in-law. With the morning classes concluded, Iruka announced that the afternoon would consist of practical training and began to tidy up the desk to prepare to leave. Little did he expect, as he reached the door, to hear them calling out Big Brother and Sister-in-law. The most shocking part was that this sister-in-law was Hinata. Irika felt his worldview shatter in an instant. How could such a well-behaved girl like Hinata be associated with these delinquents? This matter required a serious discussion with Hinata's father. With a heavy sigh, Irika waited in his office for a long time, but did not see Naruto arrive. It appeared that his authority as a teacher held no weight. After finishing his meal and leaving the ninja academy, he headed toward the Hokage's office to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen about Naruto's antics that day. Upon learning that Naruto had returned safely, Sarutobi chuckled excitedly. Cough, cough. Irika-sensei, Naruto is just a playful child. You should be more accommodating. It's not a big deal. I'll have a chat with Naruto shortly. You can rest assured and prepare for the afternoon's lessons. Exiting the Hokage's office, Irika was left even more perplexed. Why did Lord Hokage find humor in Naruto's actions? Moreover, why was he asking a teacher to indulge such a troublesome student? Earlier, he had heard rumors that Naruto was the Hokage's illegitimate child. Such indulgence was truly. At that moment, Irika's idealized image of the Hokage began to crumble. So what is the ultimate goal of a ninja? Is it the indulgence of an illegitimate child? The Hyuga clan, upon learning of Irika's arrival, welcomed him with Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Niji. After some pleasantries, Irika began discussing Hinata's recent situation and the peculiar events of the day. Oh, the young lady is getting along quite well with the young master. The titles big brother and sister-in-law carry a sense of grandeur, don't they? Hyuga Niji remarked. Very well, indeed. Hyuga Hizashi nodded with a smile. Very well. Indeed it is. Haha. Irika scratched his head and laughed, quickly making his escape from the Hyuga clan. So, it turns out that Hinata and Naruto's behavior stems from the upbringing of this prestigious family. Irika suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt, questioning whether he could truly be a good teacher. As he walked partway, a student rushed towards him in a panic. Irika-sensei, trouble is brewing. Uzumaki Naruto and a few others have clashed with the advanced class. What? The Ninja Academy consists of both junior and senior classes. Earlier that day, during lunch, Naruto and Hinata, accompanied by 6 followers, had gone to the cafeteria. One of the new followers, a boy named Muki, pointed towards a tall boy seated at another table and said, Big brother, that's the one who glared at me yesterday. What? Naruto suddenly set down his utensils. That's a senior student. He is not to be trifled with. The newly recruited follower, Uki, timidly remarked that he had just joined the group and was unaware of their ways. Our big brother can take on even the Hokage. What is a mere senior student to him? Exactly, our big brother could easily handle that tall guy with one hand. Our big brother has declared that in Konoha, his word is law. One of the followers pointed at Uki and said, Uki, you go and summon that tall guy over here. Huh, me? Uki looked helplessly at Naruto. Go ahead, it's fine. Just remember to speak boldly. I can't do that, big brother. Afterward, Uki turned to Hinata for help, but she was focused on her meal, completely oblivious to him. Seeing Uki's timid demeanor, the chubby boy, Nakanishi, suddenly stood up. Uki, watch me perform. Learn from my example. Hey, you over there, tall guy? Come over and meet my big brother. With that loud shout, the entire cafeteria fell silent. The tall boy, Shimizu Ryu, stood up. He was well aware of this chubby troublemaker, who was the most notorious for causing chaos in the junior class, having a team and an organization. As a leader of the senior class, he had long held a mutual disdain for the junior class, yet they had maintained an unspoken truce. However, he wondered what had possessed this chubby boy to provoke him today. You think I'll just come over because you say so? I, Shimizu Ryu, am standing right here. If you have the guts, come over. No sooner had the words left his lips than a brick was already hurtling through the air. Chapter 32, Brutality. Shouting in agony, Shimura Ryu suffered a blow to the back of his head, his balance faltering as he collided with a table, prompting immediate assistance from those nearby. Thwack! Someone at the table slammed their hand down, expressing their displeasure. In an instant, everyone rose up in fury, brandishing benches. Steadying himself, Shimura Ryu gestured, and his cohort advanced menacingly towards Naruto. Hinata, engrossed in her meal, was startled by the commotion. Naruto patted her shoulder reassuringly, stating with composure, It's all right, Hinata. I'm here. Carry on, eat your fill. The nine-tailed fox within rolled its eyes, thinking, without you, this wouldn't even be happening. Naruto and his companions stood up to confront Shimura Ryu's group. Oh look, the junior class is taking on the senior class. Gather round for a spectacle. Neither of these groups is virtuous. They're always bullying others. I hope they destroy each other. If they fight, I'm betting on the senior class. They're all over 9 years old, while the junior class is only around 7. The difference in physical strength is too significant. I'm not so sure. The junior class wouldn't provoke them unless they had a trick up their sleeve. That blonde kid leading the junior class is unfamiliar. Is he new? How did he become the boss so quickly? That explains it. A new leader is using the senior class to make a statement. The two sides faced each other. The silence punctuated only by the sound of breathing. Just as Shimura Ryu was about to speak, Naruto struck him again with a brick. Ah! Shimura Ryu cried out once more, staggering and cursing. Do you even know the rules of the ninja world? Aren't you supposed to exchange insults before fighting? And you resort to sneak attacks. Not only do you attack without warning, but you use a weapon. Unchivalrous. Naruto grinned. Why would I show chivalry to the Shimura clan? You don't deserve it. He struck again, and Shimura Ryu collapsed to the ground. At Naruto's signal, the two factions engaged in a full-blown brawl. The scene descended into chaos, with punches, kicks, and benches flying. Bowls and plates shattered across the floor. Naruto pinned Shimura Ryu to the ground, relentlessly striking him with the brick. He carefully modulated his strikes to inflict pain without causing unconsciousness, ensuring prolonged torment. Before long, Shimura Ryu was covered in blood, clutching at the legs of those fighting nearby, desperately pleading for help, but to no avail. Everyone was preoccupied with their own battles. The stout Chuji was particularly valiant, overpowering a senior class student and pummeling him. However, the other members were at a disadvantage due to their age, consistently taking a beating. Kiba, a recent addition, displayed no fighting spirit, bracing himself for the onslaught. Hinata, help! Startled by Kiba's plea, Hinata hesitated. But witnessing her classmates being brutally beaten, she mustered her courage and joined the fray. Hiya! Hinata was careful not to exert too much force, as the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique could inflict severe damage. She gently pushed forward with her palm, causing a senior class student to stumble, successfully rescuing Kiba. Hinata, you're awesome. Despite being battered, Kiba wore a cheerful expression. Flustered by the praise, Hinata blushed. Seizing the opportunity, the student who had been pushed back launched a surprise attack, lunging forward with a punch. Ah! Hinata, watch out! Kiba cried out, attempting to warn Hinata. But it was too late. Whoosh! A tall figure materialized before Hinata like a guardian, swiftly raising a hand and striking the student with a brick, sending him crashing to the ground. How dare you attack my precious one? You have a death wish. Thwack! 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 Soon, the student was as bloodied as Shimura Ryu. That blonde kid is insane. No, a demon. Let's get out of here. What about Ryu? Forget him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the remaining 4 turned tail and fled. Naruto scoffed, hurling 4 bricks. The 4 collapsed simultaneously, clutching their heads and weeping. They had never experienced such humiliation. Seeing the senior class students prostrate and defenseless, Chuji and Kiba charged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. Those who had been on the receiving end earlier seized the opportunity for retribution. Kiba, emboldened, struck with increasing force. Ahem, what's going on here? Stop this at once. Irika, stifling a yawn, sauntered over. He had been observing the spectacle from the shadows for quite some time. Seeing that the fight had reached its climax, he decided to intervene. After briefly scolding both sides, reminding them that disturbances were prohibited in the dining hall, he waved dismissively, dispersing the crowd and departing. Naruto, you're the best. Hinata, you're the best. Triumphant, Naruto and his companions erupted in cheers. At that moment, Irika, panting, finally arrived at the dining hall, just in time to hear them chanting. He then noticed the senior class students seated at a nearby table, bruised and battered, some bleeding and sobbing. Gasp! A gruesome sight. Irika then cast a furtive glance at Hinata, seated at another table. He desperately wanted to deny what he had witnessed, finding it hard to believe that Hinata could be so violent. But the evidence was undeniable. Hinata was indeed a product of a family renowned for its martial arts prowess. One person single-handedly defeating 6 senior class students was, in a way, understandable. Irika silently gave Hinata a thumbs up before turning and leaving. Seeing Irika depart, Chuji resumed his taunts. Are you still here? Do you want another beating? The senior class students glared at Chuji, inwardly cursing, you fat oaf. You're just riding on his coattails. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave. Their legs and heads were aching, making it difficult to move. Although they yearned to retaliate, they suppressed their anger. They were no match for him. Furthermore, the Ninja Academy had rules against using ninjutsu in student brawls, limiting their abilities. How frustrating. Of course, their primary fear was the blonde kid. He was dishonorable and wielding a humiliating weapon. They had no desire to be struck by another brick. With a collective snort, the six supported each other, limping out of the dining hall. Naruto, how did I do? Chuji asked, brimming with pride, as he watched the senior class students flee. Naruto nodded. Excellent. Among all my underlings, you're the one I admire most. Whoosh. An Umbu operative appeared, addressing Naruto. The Hokage requires your immediate presence. Naruto nodded, instructing the others to go to lunch. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in the Hokage's office. Seeing Naruto materialize, Hiruzen inwardly exclaimed, Heavens! What a fright. Naruto, could you please knock next time? Don't imitate Jiraiya by appearing out of nowhere and startling people, alright? No. I heard from Jiraiya that you're a great actor, so I came to test it out. I didn't expect you to be so convincing when pretending to be startled. Naruto silently gave a thumbs up. Hiruzen's face flushed, and he glared at Naruto, hesitating to speak. Old man, what do you need? I have to get back to class soon. Naruto asked impatiently. Well, when you need money, it's Grandpa Hokage, but now it's just old man. You're quite the character, Naruto. Hiruzen complained. Naruto averted his gaze, unwilling to look at the old codger. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said with utmost seriousness, Naruto, it's about that new book you co-authored with Jiraiya. Every time I go to purchase it, it is sold out. I simply cannot acquire a copy. Could you assist me with this? Naruto regarded Hiruzen with a knowing glance. All right, old man, you have quite the discerning eye. This matter is simple. Let me take a photo, and I shall promptly retrieve a copy for you. Finally, he found a legitimate reason to photograph a formidable figure. It would be a missed opportunity not to do so. Who knows? He might even unlock the Manjiki Sharingan directly, which would be quite delightful. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Naruto, I consider you like a son. How could you betray me in such a way? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto nodded and produced a brick. Hiruzen gritted his teeth. As long as he could immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge, it would all be worth it. Chapter 33. Kaleidoscope. With a mischievous grin, Naruto leapt behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thud. Hiruzen, startled, instinctively shut his eyes, only to feel a gentle tap on the back of his head. Relieved, he acknowledged that Naruto was respectful of his elders and had not struck him with force. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck an elite target with a brick and received a super reward. Your 3-Tomo Sharingan has evolved into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fortunately, Naruto was positioned behind Hiruzen at that moment, causing his 3-Tomo Sharingan to automatically activate and swiftly transform into its kaleidoscopic form. In an instant, it reverted to its original state, remaining undetected. Regrettably, despite the enhancement of his ocular prowess, he had not acquired any new ocular techniques. However, the super reward had unlocked all the kaleidoscopic abilities, signifying that he could possess an array of formidable ocular techniques simultaneously. Wait for me, old man. I'll deliver it later. Naruto exclaimed as he burst through a window, darting across rooftops until he sensed someone closely pursuing him. A member of the Umbu swiftly leapt forward, halting directly before him, crouching down to bring his head level with Naruto's. Naruto. I also want to see. Kakashi Hitaki admitted, a hint of shyness in his tone. Sure, Naruto replied, producing the brick and striking Kakashi, who promptly lost consciousness. By the time Kakashi regained his senses, Naruto had vanished. Staring at the book that had mysteriously appeared in his hands, Kakashi trembled, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his expression teetering on the brink of uncontrollable excitement. Hiss. Just a glance at the cover had overwhelmed him. Kakashi's heart raced, a wild grin spreading across his face. And he couldn't contain himself. The next moment, he found himself at the Hokage's office, eager to request a month's leave for in-depth study. However, despair washed over him as he noticed a sign on the door that read, "The Hokage is unwell and will be resting for a month." In the afternoon at the Ninja Academy, Iruka was in high spirits, having received news that a high-ranking ninja would be visiting the training grounds for guidance. Entering the classroom, he began to take attendance. After calling out names, he led the students to the training field. Uchiha Sasuke, here. Uzumaki Naruto, the chubby boy shouted, here. Jinyae Ijin, here. The chubby boy called again. Iruka frowned. Are you Uzumaki Naruto or Jinyae Ijin? Report, teacher. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the chubby boy declared. Jinyae Ijin. The call continued. Iruka sighed. All right, I'll have your parents come tomorrow. After attendance was complete, Irika noticed one student was absent. He remembered the golden-haired boy, but decided to let it be. Irika organized the students for warm-up exercises, instructing them to run laps around the playground. Rock Lee surged ahead, leading the pack, exclaiming, "I am the green wild man of Konoha, Rock Lee." Sasuke followed closely behind, not to be outdone. Wow, Sasuke is so fast. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were captivated by his impressive pace. However, Sasuke soon found himself struggling, as Lee lapped him repeatedly. What is up with this little bald head? He isn't giving Sasuke any leeway. How infuriating. Exactly. Can't you let Sasuke have a break? At that moment, the training field was divided into two sections, one for the advanced class and one for the beginners. The advanced class gathered on the grass, where a man wearing sunglasses and a bandana spoke eloquently. Students occasionally took notes or applauded, indicating the man's teaching methods were effective and well-received. After concluding the theoretical lesson, Ebisu smiled and instructed them to practice independently, mentioning that a practical session would be arranged later. After a short break, Ebisu approached the beginners section. Whoosh! A small bald boy clad in a green jumpsuit zipped past him, nearly knocking off his sunglasses. He had noticed this exceptionally fit boy earlier. While the other students were panting from exhaustion, this little bald boy was still sprinting, embodying a refreshing vigor among the beginners. After greeting Irika, Ebisu began to gather the students for a lesson. One by one, they sat on the grass, catching their breath. The undeniably strongest, Sasuke, strained to control his breathing, while Lee appeared entirely at ease. Ebisu approached Lee. "Little bald boy, what is your name? Your stamina is impressive, rivaling that of a genin." "Thank you, teacher. My name is Rock Lee. I must mention, my senior brother is even more formidable, 100 times stronger than I am." Lee's eyes sparkled at the thought of his senior brother. Despite being a year younger, his senior brother surpassed both him and Gai-sensei, making him Lee's idol. The other students exchanged incredulous glances, realizing Lee was referring to the newly arrived golden-haired boy, Naruto Uzumaki. But they couldn't shake the feeling that the scrawny Naruto didn't seem capable of surpassing Lee's strength. "That is impressive." 5 younger boys suddenly shouted in admiration. Hinata rested her chin on her hand, displaying a look of adoration. Whenever Naruto was mentioned, Sasuke felt a sense of despair, as he was someone he could never catch up to, no matter how hard he tried. Ebisu chuckled. "Your senior brother must be a remarkable ninja indeed." Lee waved his hand dismissively. No. My senior brother just started attending school today." Upon hearing this, Ebisu studied the students closely, ultimately fixing his gaze on Sasuke. Could this be the senior brother? He pondered, but Sasuke appeared rather frail. Irika, feeling awkward, leaned closer to Ebisu and whispered, "That student skipped class this afternoon." Ebisu shook his head. No matter how great one's physical abilities are, without a good attitude towards learning, it won't suffice. He then commenced his theoretical lesson. After a nap and a bowl of ramen at home, Naruto stretched and leisurely made his way to the Ninja Academy to obtain those 2 renowned books. He had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique for over an hour, exhausting himself in the process, arriving at the classroom to find it empty. Naruto closed his eyes and quickly sensed Hinata's presence. Hinata was engrossed in watching a combat match in class. Naruto's sudden appearance surprised her. She had grown accustomed to his dramatic entrances. With a gentle smile, Naruto observed the ongoing battle. Daiki was evidently no longer the timid boy he had been that morning, engaging in a fierce brawl with another student that quickly devolved into a display of raw strength. Before long, Daiki had pinned his opponent to the ground, claiming victory. "Daiki is awesome," cheered his 4 accompanying friends. Irika nodded. Next group, Hinata Hyuga against Jinnya Ijian. Jinnya immediately raised his hand, declaring, "Teacher, I concede." Irika shook his head. "This is practice. You cannot surrender. You must engage seriously." At that moment, Naruto strolled into the center. "Irika-sensei, I believe organizing the students for internal combat is rather dull. Look, the advanced class is right next door. Why don't we challenge them directly?" "Wow, the boss has arrived. I support the boss's proposal. Let us go fight the advanced class. Fight the advanced class. Fight the advanced class." But the advanced class has far superior physical abilities. We might just end up getting beaten. What's there to fear? We'll take them out by noon. We won't hold back. "I'm so eager to fight the advanced class." My senior brother said it's exhilarating, and I feel invigorated. Irika pondered for a moment, deeming the suggestion plausible, and hurriedly approached Ebisu to discuss it. Soon, Irika excitedly waved the students over. Naruto cleared his throat, leading the charge, followed closely by his 5 companions, marching with determination towards the advanced class. Chapter 34. The Confrontation. Watch out. It's that golden-haired one. They're coming. The 6-member group, still bandaged from their earlier beating, appeared pitiable. Upon seeing Naruto leading the way, an inexplicable fear crept over them. Shimizu Ryu, with a casual toss of his head, suddenly cried out in pain. Don't be afraid. I've heard. The junior class is coming to have a practical exercise with us seniors. We have a chance to avenge the humiliation from noon. Iruka was discussing the selection of participants with Ebisu. Naruto stood up, pointed at Shimizu Ryu, and said, "Hey, Ryu, how about a little spar?" Shimizu Ryu, the top fighter in the senior class, felt the sting of being belittled by a mere child, inciting discontent among his peers. Is this how juniors behave? Picking on the injured? If I weren't hurt, I could take you down with one hand. Golden-haired brat, don't be so arrogant. Even injured, Ryu can still handle you. Shimizu Ryu was incensed. You're the cripple here. Your whole family is crippled. In this predicament, he could not retreat and had to swallow a pill to alleviate his pain. The pill would hasten his recovery, though it came with certain drawbacks. Vortex Naruto, just you wait. Naruto leaped into the center of the arena, surveying the senior class. He sighed lightly. How disappointing. Not a single worthy opponent. What are you pretending for? The senior class erupted in anger, a cacophony of insults flying. A hefty boy could no longer contain himself and jumped onto the stage. I, Gikawa Toshiro, will show you a thing or two, brat. Just don't cry out in pain later. Naruto shook his head and beckoned the chubby boy. You're not up to it. You're too weak. My little brother could make you cry. The chubby boy understood and stepped onto the stage, giving Naruto a high five. When we fight later. All right. Big brother is impressive. He then grinned and began warming up. The hefty boy's face darkened, feeling humiliated, his fists cracking with determination. Naruto quietly descended from the platform, and the students beside Hinata made room for him. Is that big boy all right? He seems quite formidable, Hinata expressed her concern. Naruto gently patted Hinata's head, reassuring her. Don't worry, the chubby boy will end this swiftly. Ebisu watched Naruto with curiosity and inquired of Iruka. Where did that golden-haired one come from? They were still discussing practical matters, and this little brat just jumped in, igniting the conflict. Iruka sighed. He's Lee Rock Sr., with significant backing. Let us accommodate him. Ebisu nodded, indicating his understanding. On the platform, the hefty boy beckoned to Seiya, brimming with pride. Suddenly, he scratched his head. Oh, what was your name again, Gikawa? The hefty boy's face twitched. I'm called. Just as he began to speak, the chubby boy, following Naruto's lead, formed a hand seal. A brick appeared in his hand, which he promptly hurled forward. Bang! The hefty boy was struck on the back of the head, collapsing to the ground. Shimizu Ryu stomped his foot in frustration again. No martial ethics. Attacking while someone's speaking. Was it really that simple? The chubby boy scratched his head and scanned the senior class, repeating the question multiple times. Why not dodge? Would moving kill you? Gikawa Toshiro became careless. After a brief silence, another senior stepped onto the stage. Sammy Uo, a top student of the senior class, was handsome and received cheers upon his entrance. Come on, Sasuke. Naruto signaled to Sasuke. Sasuke rolled his eyes, unwilling. Why should I follow your orders? After some hesitation, Sasuke stepped onto the stage, realizing the importance of class honor. Go. Sasuke. So cool. Several female admirers began to cheer. The chubby boy was undeterred, leading the chant, Big brother is the coolest. The enthusiasm from his followers drowned out the cheers for Sasuke. Naruto-kun is the coolest. Hinata murmured shyly, her fingers fidgeting. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he lifted Hinata's chin, their gazes locking for a moment before Hinata blushed deeply and fainted. In the arena, Sammy Uo and Sasuke exchanged glances. And then, as if in sync, they formed identical seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Their thoughts aligned. They aimed to settle this with a single jutsu. A flame erupted from Sammy Uo's mouth, rapidly forming a fireball over a meter in radius, hurtling towards Sasuke. Sasuke completed his seals, pausing momentarily before unleashing a fireball over 2 meters wide, resulting in a collision of flames. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke, slightly injured, knelt on the ground, while Sammy Uo appeared charred and had retreated outside the arena, supported by 2 others. A silent admiration spread for the Uchiha clan's genius. Ebisu's eyes lit up. Sasuke's fireball technique outclassed Sammy Uo's, clearly a student with exceptional talent. Iruka slowly raised his head. Despite having little direct connection, he felt a swell of pride. Of course. He is my student. Having secured victory, Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto as he slowly exited the arena. After much effort, he had moved a step closer to Naruto. How? After a lengthy wait, aided by the pill, Shimizu Ryu fully recovered and leaped onto the stage. Vortex Naruto, if you have the ability, fight me without weapons. Let us have a fair duel. Go, Ryu. Take him down. The senior class's morale was low after 2 consecutive defeats. Naruto chuckled helplessly. They won't let me use bricks or sneak attacks. This seems rather unfair. Standing on the stage, Naruto clasped his hands behind his back. Then, Ryu, I'll let you strike first. Big brother is impressive. Big brother is impressive. Naruto-kun go. Hinata suddenly awakened. Shimizu Ryu snorted coldly and quickly formed seals. Wind style, vacuum wave. This was his strongest jutsu. In an instant, he released 18 air blades directed at Naruto, expending the last of his chakra. Naruto stretched lazily, beginning to form seals at a leisurely pace. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As the air blades approached, Naruto finally exhaled a small flame. The flame split into 18 smaller sparks, meeting the air blades. No one believed that these small sparks could withstand the fierce blades. Laughter erupted as they anticipated Naruto's slow seal formation. Sasuke had already seen through it. Naruto was deliberately belittling Shimizu Ryu. Ebisu and Iruka exchanged worried glances, uncertain if they should intervene, fearing for Naruto's safety. Sizzle. The small flame's heat evaporated the air. Shimizu Ryu stood dumbfounded. This was his ultimate attack. Sasuke shook his head, confirming his thoughts. Naruto's chakra control had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Hinata couldn't help but exclaim, Naruto-kun is amazing. Ebisu and Iruka exchanged incredulous looks, unable to believe it. Is this truly just a small flame? It resembles a droplet of magma. Naruto scratched his head. Was it really that simple? He began to scan the senior class like before, repeatedly echoing the question. I'll fight you to the end. As his adversary jeered, Zamura long lunged forward with unrestrained aggression. Naruto, with a subtle smile, initiated the hand seals once more, albeit at a deliberately languid pace. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. Precisely as Zamura Long was on the cusp of laying hands on him, Naruto deftly manipulated the earth, ensnaring Zamura Long and drawing him beneath the surface, leaving only his head exposed above ground. Haha. Naruto crouched down, his gaze fixed upon Zamura Long's head, and wordlessly produced a brick, which he brought down with considerable force. Ack! Zamura Long emitted a piercing shriek before succumbing to unconsciousness. As Naruto prepared to deliver another blow, his hand poised in midair, Ebisu materialized beside him, seizing his hand to prevent further action. Observing this intervention, Naruto flashed a faint smile and inquired, Sensei, would you perhaps desire to partake as well? Chapter 35. The escape. Ebisu was on the verge of reprimanding the students for their excessive aggression, but before he could voice his concerns, he felt himself being pulled downward. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. Taking advantage of Ebisuzawa's moment of contemplation, Naruto unleashed his jutsu once more, dragging Ebisuzawa into the ground. Ebisuzawa was utterly taken aback that this little brat dared to attack him, especially since he was a teacher. Speechless with rage, he realized his oversight. Naruto's previous techniques had been executed slowly, but this earth release was instantaneous. What a detestable little brat. To his astonishment, even the teacher failed to react quickly enough and fell victim to the surprise attack. Ebisuzawa was reputed to be a special J-nin, known for his formidable strength. Perhaps he had simply underestimated Naruto. That golden-haired boy is relentless, not even sparing the teacher, exclaimed several onlookers in unison. Even Hinata found herself involuntarily shouting, then looked around in confusion, surprised that she had been swept up in their enthusiasm. My senior did brilliantly, Lee exclaimed, only to realize that may have been inappropriate. Sasuke snorted, a special J-nin, and this is what we get? With Ebisuzawa trapped underground, only his head remained visible, a humiliating position for a teacher of his caliber. The atmosphere grew awkward as Ebisuzawa turned to Iruka, hoping for assistance. However, Iruka simply averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. If a special J-nin can't fend off an attack, what hope do I have as a mere ch-nin? If I dared to move closer, I would surely become the next victim. I'm not foolish. Naruto's eyes are fixed on me. Realizing Iruka's lack of support, Naruto aimed his attention back at Ebisuzawa. brandishing a brick with a mischievous grin. Ebisuzawa, having failed to elicit help, was horrified by Naruto's sudden smile. You don't intend to hit me, do you? Wasn't I just stopping you for a moment? What do you want from me? As Naruto approached slowly, Ebisuzawa was gripped by fear. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a chubby figure tossed a black bag over his head. Isn't this a special Chunin? Aren't you going to join in? Before anyone could respond, he was the first to act. Naruto gave a thumbs up to the chubby boy, impressed by his initiative. Bang! Bang! 2 bricks shattered into pieces. I want to try too, one exclaimed, though they had just been taught to refrain. It's fine, he can't see us. Another chimed in. Let us go and give it a shot. Wow. Thrashing a special Chunin, what a thrill. This is something I never dared to dream of. The following morning, Naruto sought out Hiruzen Sarutobi to discuss the possibility of being struck with a brick daily. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he was reminded of the old man's warnings against startling him, almost prompting Naruto to teleport there instead. To his dismay, he discovered the old man had fled during the night, taking a month off. With so few elite shinobi in Konoha, this setback was a blow to Naruto's ambitions. Just as he prepared to leave, he stumbled upon a piece of intel on the desk. Shimura Danzo had appeared in the Land of Fire's forest at Orochimaru's secret base, and had yet to return. No wonder there had been no news of Danzo or the Root organization lately. He had vanished. Orochimaru was a formidable figure. If Danzo had allied with him, it could spell danger. However, for Naruto, the convergence of these 2 powerful figures presented a golden opportunity. If Sarutobi's absence was due to an investigation into this matter, it might just gather 3 elite shinobi in one place. If he played his cards right, obtaining the Manjiki Sharingan could be within reach. As he exited the Hokage's office, he encountered a familiar figure ahead. Ebisuzawa, wrapped in bandages, stormed towards him. Intent on reporting to the Hokage, he never expected to run into Naruto before reaching the office. The fury radiating from him was palpable. You little brat. Where do you think you're going? Binding technique. Ebisuzawa quickly formed hand seals, employing his jutsu. In an instant, Naruto felt an invisible force rise, immobilizing his limbs. However, he paid it no mind. He could easily break free from such a trivial restraint. With Hiruzen on leave, Tonari and Mito Menka were responsible for overseeing things. As they rounded the corner, they witnessed the astonishing sight of a ninja using the binding technique on Naruto. Is he out of his mind? With such enmity? It could very well be this brat's doing. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. In Konoha's upper echelons, Naruto was considered a taboo subject. Can't move, can you? You little rascal. What you did to me yesterday, I'll repay tenfold. Ebisuzawa reveled in his newfound control over Naruto, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He surveyed the vicinity and made his way to the Hokage's office, removing the large wooden sign hanging at the entrance, casting a triumphant glance at Naruto. You hit me with a brick yesterday. Today, I shall strike you with this wooden board. Sound fair? With that, Ebisuzawa let out a grunt and swung the board downwards. Wait. Mito Menka intervened, immobilizing Ebisuzawa with his binding technique. The wooden board hung perilously close to Naruto. Throughout the ordeal, Naruto remained silent. His gaze fixed on Ebisuzawa with an expression of barely concealed amusement. Despair washed over Ebisuzawa. He was so close yet so far. He couldn't comprehend why Mito Menka would intervene on behalf of this brat. The wooden sign was public property and could not be misused. Tonari seized the sign, dusted it off, and promptly hung it back up. Following this, Mito Menka and Tonari entered the Hokage's office and closed the door. As Mito Menka released his binding technique, Ebisuzawa felt a wave of relief and immediately cast the binding technique on Naruto once more, knowing that the 2 elite shinobi had no intention of aiding him. Just as he began to speak, he was abruptly struck on the head with a brick. A cry of despair escaped him as he fell to the ground, unconscious. Having never understood how Naruto had managed to break free and counterattack. Brother Naruto, please. After Ebisuzawa collapsed, a member of the Umbu, holding a brick, bowed in a gesture of respect. Well done, Naruto nodded approvingly. After all these years, the Umbu had indeed made significant progress. Leaving the Hokage building, Naruto left a shadow clone to attend class, while he himself activated the Flying Thunder God technique, departing from Konoha and making his way towards the forest of the Land of Fire. Chapter 36. Allies in the Forest of the Land of Fire. After a journey of half a month, Naruto finally arrived here. To locate a small base entrance within this vast forest seemed nearly impossible. Prior to his arrival, Naruto had devised a plan. He had pilfered several signal flares specifically designed for summoning aid from the Hidden Leaf Village. Boom! The flare in his hand shot into the sky, and after a brief delay, a brilliant light illuminated the heavens, forming a leaf-shaped symbol. In the distance, the young Koyuki, upon witnessing this signal, immediately rushed towards Naruto's location. These flares were exceedingly precious, typically reserved for times of war. Upon reflection, a dreadful thought suddenly crossed his mind. The forest of fire bordered the land of rivers and the land of bears, both of which were under the influence of the land of water. Could it be that the land of water was planning a large-scale invasion? Although all nations had signed peace treaties, it was well understood that this peace was merely superficial. With this realization, Koyuki hastened his pace once more. Boom! Once again, the sky erupted with light. 2 flares. Was the 4th great ninja war about to ignite? Swish! Koyuki finally arrived at the scene, only to be left speechless by what lay before him. Scattered across the ground were several flares, and a young boy was skewering a wild chicken with a branch, intermittently using fire techniques to roast it. At that moment, a spark flew, igniting one of the flares on the ground. Boom! The sky was ablaze with brilliance. Kid, do you even realize what you're doing? Koyuki exclaimed, incensed by the reckless waste of such an important signal flare. He felt an overwhelming urge to march over and tug the boy's ear, dragging him back to face his parents. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm roasting chicken. Would you care for a taste? Here, have a chicken butt. With that, Naruto, feeling somewhat pained, tore off that part, hesitated for a moment, and tossed it over. Koyuki initially intended to remark on the absurdity of the offering, but upon hearing it was his favorite part, he swallowed his words. Accepting the chicken butt, he inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with delight. Oh no, it was the familiar flavor, crisp on the outside yet tender within, thanks to the fire technique. Koyuki held the chicken butt in his mouth, reluctant to swallow. Ah, how delicious! Naruto observed silently, suddenly furrowing his brows in confusion. Was the chicken butt truly that delectable? All right, brother, hurry up and eat. I can't stand it any longer. At that moment, Koyuki was jolted from his reverie, staring intently at the golden-haired boy. Something was amiss. How could a mere child be found in the forest of fire, seemingly as comfortable as if wandering in his own backyard? The ability to perform fire techniques and the abundance of signal flares suggested something was amiss. Who are you? Why are you here? Koyuki interrogated. I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf, sent by Lord Hokage to carry out a secret mission here. I've never heard of you. How can you prove it? Koyuki began to grow wary. Naruto Uzumaki was a name he had never come across, and given the boy's youth, what kind of secret mission could he possibly undertake? If he were indeed on a mission, they should have communicated beforehand, as only they understood the local circumstances. This boy was highly suspect. Naruto replied nonchalantly. I am here to apprehend the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. As a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, he cannot act openly, so I was dispatched. Additionally, my objective includes Shimura Danzo, who has committed numerous acts detrimental to the Hidden Leaf. My mission is to capture them both. Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo. How could this child possess such classified information? They had only reported it to the Hokage. The Hokage had mentioned arranging for someone to come, yet nearly a month had passed without any sign of arrival. Could it be that this child was genuinely sent by the Hokage? Yet, given his age, it seemed implausible that he could apprehend Orochimaru and Danzo. Perhaps this individual was much older but trapped in a youthful form, much like the 3rd Tsuchikage. Was it possible that this boy was similar? With caution, Koyuki decided to test Naruto's capabilities. The moment he glanced at Naruto, 3 shuriken flew forth in unison. Ah! Naruto cried out in pain as the shuriken pierced his body, blood dripping to the ground as he knelt. What the? Koyuki stood frozen. How could this child not even dodge? Was he truly sent by the Hokage? Seeing that Koyuki was still ensnared in the illusion, Naruto shook his head in resignation and pulled out a brick, striking him on the forehead with a forceful thud. Swish! 4 figures appeared, and one of them whisked Koyuki away. Another launched fire techniques at Naruto, forcing him back, while the other 2 positioned themselves behind him, surrounding him. Who are you? What is your purpose in luring us out with the signal flares? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall rest here for eternity. The speaker was Yudo, the captain of Koyuki's team. He sensed that this boy was not ordinary and quickly exchanged glances with his comrades. In an instant, they understood, and the 3 began to weave hand signs. A barrier formed, enveloping Naruto within its confines. Except for Koeo, who was attempting to awaken Koyuki, the others were all Jonin. I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto swiftly formed hand signs, summoning a massive water dragon that surged upward, violently crashing against the barrier. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The entire barrier trembled under the impact. Yudo broke into a cold sweat, relieved that the barrier held firm and did not shatter. Such potent water techniques immediately indicated that Naruto was from the land of water. There was no way this boy could be from the Hidden Leaf, for if he were truly from the leaf, he would not have attacked Koyuki. Had they not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. Subdue him, Yudo commanded, and the three once again formed hand signs, summoning iron chains to ensnare Naruto from the 6 corners of the barrier. Realizing this was likely a sealing technique, Naruto darted around within the barrier, skillfully evading the chains. In a short while, he discovered a weak point in the barrier. After tossing a brick, he dashed in the opposite direction while the chains pursued him. Yudo and his teammates felt immense frustration. Despite their combined efforts, they could not even graze the hem of the boy's clothing. Maintaining the barrier while continuously attacking was a tremendous drain on their chakra. If Koyuki were to join the fray, they would not find themselves in such a disadvantageous position. Unfortunately, Koyuki remained unconscious, and any hesitation could lead to disaster. Thrust. The dark chains morphed into countless spikes, shooting towards every corner within the barrier. You don't know? Naruto is one of us. Finally, with Koeo's assistance, Koyuki awakened from the illusion and dashed forward, desperate to intervene. Internally shocked, he realized how formidable the boy was. He had unknowingly cast an illusion upon him. Such power indeed warranted a mission to capture Orochimaru and Danzo. Koyuki, don't be deceived. He is definitely not one of us. Yudo and his teammates, having witnessed Naruto's attack on Koyuki, were now resolute in their intentions. The previously discarded brick had reached the weak point, and confronted with a sudden surge of lethal intent, Naruto executed the Flying Thunder God technique, unleashing a massive Rasengan against the barrier. Boom! The barrier cracked, disintegrating in an instant, enveloped in smoke as countless spikes shot outward. Those closest to the barrier were awestruck by Naruto's destructive power, quickly retreating to evade the spikes. However, Koeo, having exhausted significant chakra and energy to aid Koyuki, was now moving sluggishly. Koeo, be careful. Chapter 37. The first encounter with Orochimaru. At a critical moment, Naruto appeared and whisked Koya to safety. Thank you. Koya, still trembling from her narrow escape from death, was utterly astonished that this enemy would come to her aid. After the harrowing incident, others soon gathered around her. Not sensing any hostility from Naruto, they began to calm down and engage in conversation. With a brief explanation from Shokan, the others finally understood. It turned out that Shokan had initiated the confrontation to test Naruto's strength, only to find himself ensnared in an illusion before any real combat could ensue. Naruto's prowess was truly formidable. Shokan felt a touch of embarrassment and profound reflection. They had not returned to Konoha for many years, remaining occupied with intelligence work in this region. The village continued to produce exceptional talent, and even a mere child was so incredibly strong. Konoha, as the foremost hidden village, truly deserved its reputation. Yudo held a deep admiration for Naruto's capabilities. To breach a barrier conjured by 3 Jonin single-handedly was beyond mere strength. It was astonishing. Given Naruto's youthful appearance, it was somewhat disheartening. If he were to discover that Naruto could effortlessly tear apart the barrier of the 4-member organization, he would likely question his very existence. Aware that Naruto had been dispatched by the Hokage to undertake a mission, Yudo expressed his apologies for his earlier impulsiveness. Fortunately, Naruto's strength was sufficiently formidable, otherwise, he would have struggled to report back to the Hokage. Yudo patted his chest and declared, "Brother Naruto, I assure you, if you need any assistance during your operations here, we will lend our utmost support." Naruto nodded. This was precisely the outcome he desired. That evening, Yudo guided Naruto to their base. The location was exceedingly concealed. Without a guide, one would find no trace of the entrance. They did not linger for rest, but proceeded directly to the conference room to share the intelligence they had gathered. In truth, the information at their disposal was scant. Orochimaru's primary secret base had been abandoned for quite some time, but had recently resumed activity. The situation within remained shrouded in mystery, with a white snake monitoring the entrance, which deterred them from acting recklessly. The only certainty was that both Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo were inside. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub, Naruto resolved, having determined to boldly enter the following day. Tomorrow, take me to the vicinity of the entrance. I will proceed alone. A larger group would complicate matters, and I have my means of retreat. Rest assured. Seeing Naruto's determination, they refrained from further discussion. The next day, Yudo brought Naruto to the vicinity of Orochimaru's secret base. Be exceedingly cautious, Yudo warned repeatedly. Naruto nodded, having already located the white snake guarding the entrance. With a powerful leap, he landed effortlessly beside the white serpent and seized it with his hand. Hiss! The white snake flicked its tongue and bit down on Naruto's arm. At that moment, Naruto's eyes transformed, resembling those of a toad, as he began to gather natural energy. The white snake, a manifestation of Orochimaru's chakra, triggered Naruto's sage mode, allowing him to trace the chakra's source. In an instant, he discerned Orochimaru's location and turned to enter the base. As Naruto was bitten, Yudo felt his heart leap in alarm, about to chastise Naruto for his reckless action. But in the next moment, Naruto underwent a transformation, unleashing a potent force he had never witnessed before, and Yudo realized that Naruto had intentionally put himself in harm's way. Inside the base's research facility, the slumbering Orochimaru sensed the trace of a counter-tracking technique and abruptly awoke, revealing a strange smile, filled with delight, as if he had discovered a treasure. Haha, Danzo. It seems a little brat has intruded and traced my location. How amusing. Orochimaru mused. Danzo felt a surge of unease and frowned slightly. Hearing the term little brat made him feel uncomfortable. He had suffered significant losses at the hands of a child on 2 occasions, losing a substantial portion of his organization. Orochimaru nodded, his gaze fixed on Danzo with keen interest, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It was clear that Danzo was familiar with this golden-haired child and had incurred significant losses against him. This piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. What manner of child could bring such a seasoned warrior to his knees? Hiss! It was indeed that little brat. Danzo was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread. His collaboration with Orochimaru was aimed at delving deeper into the first Hokage's cells, the Sharingan, and sage powers to acquire greater strength for revenge. Now, with the child pursuing him before their research was complete, he feared he might face further humiliation. Previously, his defeats had gone unnoticed, but with Orochimaru as a witness, it would be utterly mortifying. Danzo contemplated a hasty retreat, suggesting that Orochimaru engage the child first. Orochimaru, I must retrieve a secret weapon, Danzo coldly announced, stepping outside the research facility. As he reached the door, he added, Oh, and that little brat has a penchant for surprise attacks from behind. Do be cautious. Orochimaru chuckled, unperturbed by the warning. If such a little brat could ambush him, he might as well end it all. However, he surmised that this child must be Jiraiya's new apprentice, adept in the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku. As one of the legendary 3, he would need to exercise caution. Suddenly, Orochimaru's attention snapped to the entrance as a golden-haired child appeared at the threshold. Hiss! 2 massive serpents surged from the ground, lunging at Naruto. Naruto took a step back, beginning to form hand seals at a deliberate pace. As the serpents were about to strike, they suddenly froze, immobilized as if bound. Inspired by the joy he had seen in Ebisu using this technique, he sought to employ it himself. Is that the binding technique? Orochimaru cackled, instantly recognizing the jutsu. As an aficionado of ninjutsu, he had studied nearly half of the techniques in the ninja world. However, he believed that such a trivial power could not restrain his serpents. With a surge of strength, the serpents broke free and lunged at Naruto. In response, Naruto produced 2 bricks, swiftly knocking both serpents unconscious. What? Orochimaru exclaimed, taken aback. What were these objects that could render his serpents incapacitated? Were they genuine bricks or some form of ninja tool? Before he could ponder further, one of the bricks soared toward him, and Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as an instinct warned him that he could not evade this attack. What in the world was this? Chapter 38, The Betrayal of the Ninja Bang. Knowing that evasion was futile, Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle, silently standing in place to absorb a brick to the head. Subsequently, he seized the brick that had struck him and scrutinized it closely. After a fruitless examination, Orochimaru exerted force, shattering the brick with a resounding crack. Hiss! An increasing number of snakes surged forth, attacking Naruto from all directions. A shadow clone lurking nearby was dispelled, and Naruto entered sage mode once more. utilizing his enhanced sensory perception to pinpoint Danzo's location. Boom. With no escape route, Naruto swiftly concentrated chakra into his right hand, forming a Rasengan, which he used to demolish the wall behind him, fleeing to another location while casually remarking, "Little snake, perhaps we shall meet again by fate. You think you can escape in my domain?" Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Hearing the commotion, Danzo burst into laughter, aware that the young brat was clashing with Orochimaru, though the outcome remained a mystery. Swish! Suddenly, a brick flew toward him, and Danzo cursed under his breath, retreating in haste. Yet, a brick still struck the back of his head, prompting him to stomp his foot in frustration. Haha, Danzo, my dear brother, you really are too careless. Naruto's voice echoed in his ears. Danzo broke out in a cold sweat. To his surprise, the brat did not continue his assault, but abruptly vanished. At that moment, an odd sensation arose within him, akin to being baited. Meanwhile, the miniature Ninetales within him quietly picked up a cigarette, feeling inexplicably drained and sprawled on the ground in defeat. How could this be? He vanished. Orochimaru's expression darkened further. The white snakes traversing the base served as his second pair of eyes. He had just witnessed the young brat strike Danzo with a brick, only to disappear without a trace. After several searches, he finally discerned a clue. Remarkably, he discovered flying thunder god seals scattered throughout the base. So, it is the flying thunder god technique. This brat actually knows the flying thunder god technique. At that moment, Orochimaru could only shake his head in resigned amusement. A child who comprehends the flying thunder god technique was indeed beyond his ability to capture, unless he had preemptively set up seals to confine the area. But that seemed unnecessary. He sensed that the young boy bore no malice, appearing merely to play and leave a brick for both himself and Danzo before departing. He had a premonition that the boy would return the next day. Yet, he could not fathom the true purpose of the boy's visit. However, he was certain it was related to power. In the world of shinobi, no one could resist the allure of becoming stronger. Hee. At that moment, Danzo finally strolled back. The two stood in the room, both rubbing the back of their heads, sharing a knowing smile. It seems, Danzo, that your secret weapon was also ineffective. Orochimaru remarked with a shake of his head. It's not my fault. Your base's lighting is too dim, causing me to stumble. Danzo retorted with a cold snort, displeased with Orochimaru's poorly lit base. The darkness had prevented him from noticing when the young brat had struck, resulting in him receiving a brick for nothing. Danzo, my dear brother, you really are too careless. Orochimaru mimicked Naruto's tone, dripping with sarcasm. Don't think I'm unaware of the events occurring within this base. You should be more vigilant. Danzo, understanding the implication, felt his face flush and ceased his deflection. Upon leaving Orochimaru's secret base, Naruto found no trace of Yudo. Yudo had mentioned waiting for him to emerge, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had encountered some trouble. He needed to return to the base to assess the situation. However, halfway there, Naruto heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Not far off, a thick fog obscured visibility. Naruto activated his Sharingan, and the scene began to clarify. He saw a large blade swinging through the mist, each strike being parried by kunai. Yudo and his companions were ensnared within the fog, their vision restricted. However, with their numbers and being elite jonin, they were not in immediate danger. Both sides were wearing each other down, searching for a breakthrough point. We'll stand back to back, protecting Kawao in the center. I refuse to believe he can outlast the five of us, Yagura declared with confidence. At that moment, Zabuza became anxious, having just failed to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. He was now being pursued by Umbu and fled for his life. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at this location, he was intercepted by the Konoha ninja. There was no way around it. His missing mean headband was too conspicuous. After a prolonged struggle, even with the mist-hidden technique, Zabuza still could not breach their formidable defenses. If this continued, should the Umbu from the Mist Village catch up, his life would surely be forfeit. No choice. I must gamble. Zabuza quickly formed hand signs, unleashing a powerful water release technique, feigning a desperate struggle, then making his escape. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Seeing the ferocious water dragon charging toward them, Junki and Kinji simultaneously executed a fire release technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. The two fireballs collided with the water dragon, causing a tremendous explosion. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent surged forth, prompting Yudo to hastily employ earth release to defend. Zabuza felt a surge of joy and made his escape. However, just as he took a step, a flying brick struck the back of his head. Ah! A sharp pain coursed through him, and Zabuza cried out, cursing. What the hell was that sneak attack? The agony was intense. Blood trickled from the back of his head. Stumbling, Zabuza fell to the ground. Naruto appeared before him, grinning widely. Zabuza's face contorted in disbelief, cursing his misfortune. He had nearly escaped, but where did this brat come from? Bang! Another brick struck. Crack! The brick shattered. Zabuza curled up on the ground, howling in pain. It's Naruto. Ah! Naruto's here. As the fog cleared, everyone turned toward the direction of Zabuza's anguished cries, spotting Naruto. When Yudo noticed Zabuza sprawled on the ground, he couldn't help but smile wryly. They had battled Zabuza for so long, unable to even lay a finger on him. Yet, upon Naruto's arrival, he had instantly taken Zabuza down. Sigh. How boring. He's too strong. Little Koyuki lamented. Only those who had genuinely faced Naruto could grasp the extent of his abnormal prowess. The decisive moment arrived in an instant. You, who exactly are you? Zabuza sighed, realizing he would not escape today. However, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, he felt a sense of unwillingness to be defeated by a mere child. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the future 5th Hokage. You must remember that, he declared. Swish. Just as Naruto finished speaking, 5 figures appeared in unison. Leading the charge, Chuunin gazed at Zabuza on the ground in disbelief. They were all too familiar with Zabuza. From his meticulous assassination of the 4th Mizukage to his adept escape, he had left no room for error. They had pursued him for over half a month with no success. To their astonishment, just as they entered the Land of Fire's forest, Zabuza had been apprehended by someone. Is the ninja of the Land of Fire truly this formidable? Observing the scene, it seemed a mere child had taken down Zabuza. This cannot be real. It is the Umbu of the Mist. Upon their sudden appearance, Yudo immediately discerned the truth. Zabuza Momochi is a missing nin from our Mist Village. He possesses many secrets of our village that we must bring him back for processing. Chuunin stated flatly, then slowly approached Zabuza. Yudo and his companions remained silent. It was only natural that a missing nin from the Mist Village would be handled by the Mist Village itself. Witnessing this unfolding situation, Zabuza sighed once more, fully resigned to his fate. At that moment, Naruto suddenly took a step forward and inquired with a hint of indifference, what if I do not agree? Okay. Here's the revised and improved version of the text you provided. Chapter 39. An unbelievable spectacle. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Po Yuan halted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had initially presumed the impetuous youth had subdued Zabuza, but it now appeared the boy was an accomplice. Naturally, they were disinclined to harm an innocent bystander. With this in mind, Po Yuan turned to Y2, inquiring, who is this child? Y2 scratched his head, then glanced at Naruto, uncertain of the latter's intentions. As Naruto had been the one to capture Zabuza, the decision of whether to surrender him was his alone. Zabuza, too, was taken aback. Was this brat going to shield him? If the Leaf Ninja joined the fray, perhaps he could exploit the chaos to escape. The prospect ignited a flicker of hope within him. I was the one who apprehended Zabuza, Naruto declared with a sly grin. You can't expect to swoop in and claim the spoils. Po Yuan furrowed his brow. Y2's deference suggested the flaxen-haired boy was the leader. A 5-on-6 confrontation would be challenging. Perhaps the boy merely sought some form of compensation. He decided to temporize. Rest assured, upon Zabuza's capture and return, Kirigakure will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Furthermore, we shall extend our gratitude to Konoha. Then make your move, Naruto retorted, commencing a deliberately slow series of hand seals. Observing Naruto's clumsy gestures, Po Yuan nearly burst into laughter. To attempt water ninjutsu before the Umbu of the Land of Water's Kirigakure was sheer audacity. Moreover, the casting speed was painfully slow. As Naruto reached the penultimate seal, Po Yuan smirked, completing his own sequence with swift precision. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A towering water dragon, easily 2 meters in height, hurtled toward Naruto. The remaining 4 Kirigakure Umbu vigilantly monitored Y2 and his companions, poised to engage them. To their astonishment, Y2's group remained stationary, showing no inclination to intervene. Y2 even yawned, still fatigued from the earlier clash with Zabuza. Kojika Sonoko stretched languidly, confident that such a rudimentary water technique posed no threat to Naruto. Chikahisa and Kenkai simply chuckled. The water dragon Naruto had once unleashed possessed the power to shake the very foundations of their combined barrier. This Kirigakure Umbu, ostensibly the leader, had produced a feeble imitation. As a medical ninja, Kawayo lacked their expertise, but despite knowing Naruto's strength, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Zabuza fervently hoped for a swift escalation of hostilities, providing him with an opportunity to flee. However, the other factions remained locked in a tense stalemate, leaving only the audacious blonde youth and Po Yuan to engage in a ninjutsu duel. Based on the casting speed, Zabuza was convinced the boy was outmatched. Kirigakure was renowned for its mastery of water techniques. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As Po Yuan's water dragon approached, Naruto completed his seals. An equally imposing water dragon erupted from the ground, colliding head-on with Po Yuan's, shattering it into a cascade of droplets. Naruto's dragon surged forward a mere half-meter before dissipating, its residual force showering Po Yuan with a face full of water. The remaining Kirigakure shinobi gaped in utter disbelief. They knew Po Yuan's capabilities intimately. He was, without question, a top-tier J-nin. While he hadn't exerted his full power, it was inconceivable that a mere child could withstand such an attack. Yet, this boy had effortlessly deflected it and manipulated the water dragon to splash Po Yuan's face. Such precise control over chakra was a testament to exceptional skill, a feat they, as water ninjutsu specialists, fully appreciated. Is this some kind of farce? I suspect it was mere happenstance. I concur. Who would deliberately orchestrate such a display? It's excessively wasteful of chakra, exceedingly difficult to control, and ultimately pointless. Had the masked man been present, he would have entertained no doubts about coincidence. He knew Naruto was capable of such antics, and indeed, frequently engaged in them. Boy, I commend you. Your display just now makes me believe that dying at your hand would be an honor, Zabuza said admiringly. Po Yuan wiped the water from his face, regarding the smirking blonde boy with newfound caution. As a water ninjutsu expert, he recognized the water splash as a deliberate act. Despite his youthful appearance, this boy was likely the most formidable individual present. Clearly, forcibly seizing Zabuza was out of the question. Boy, do you truly intend to antagonize Kirigakure? Naruto chuckled derisively. Kirigakure? What is that to me? If you dare, initiate hostilities with Konoha. Po Yuan's expression darkened. The boy was impervious to threats. Initiating a war with Konoha over Zabuza was unthinkable, yet relinquishing a hard-won opportunity to capture him was equally unpalatable. The situation had reached an impasse. Captain, there's no need to parley with a mere child. Indeed, let us dispense with formalities. Thwack, thwack. Two paving stones hurtled through the air, striking the two dissenting Kirigakure Umbu, who collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads. Snap, snap. Naruto materialized beside the fallen shinobi, shattering the remaining paving stones. The two Umbu lay motionless. The remaining two leapt back, fearing Naruto's wrath. They were spared, but every muscle and bone in their bodies quivered, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Gasp. Zabuza instinctively rubbed the back of his head, recognizing the scene. He had suffered the same fate. Only now did he fully comprehend the sequence of events, the unavoidable paving stones, and the imperceptible body flicker technique. Had kunai been used, the two Umbu would have been dead. Witnessing this, Po Yuan shuddered. He had failed to detect Naruto's movements as he vanished and reappeared beside his comrades. While he pondered the unerring accuracy of the paving stones, 3 more were launched. Thwack! A sharp pain seared the back of Po Yuan's head. Now he understood. The paving stones were impossible to evade. The remaining 2 Umbu collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with terror, as if death himself had them in his grasp. The miniature nine-tailed fox within Naruto roared in protest. Damn it, even in this state, you continue to push yourself? Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, the 3 paving stones shattered. With the exception of Po Yuan, who clung desperately to consciousness, the 4 Kirigakure Umbu had fallen. Seeing Naruto's distance, Zabuza bolted. He had barely taken 2 steps when he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. A paving stone shattered, and he crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Naruto had been careful, inflicting pain but avoiding unconsciousness. What is Konoha's intention? Po Yuan stammered, panic rising within him. The sudden incapacitation of his 4 comrades filled him with dread. Even the great ninja war hadn't been this brutal. The boy's uncanny speed and the inescapable paving stones were terrifying. What is our intention? Naruto scoffed. Your Kirigakure Umbu initiate hostilities against Konoha shinobi. And you dare question our motives? Once again, he began a deliberately slow sequence of hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Po Yuan, realizing his disadvantage, refused to surrender. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged forward, but Naruto's meter-wide fireball sliced through the water with incredible speed, striking Po Yuan and engulfing him in flames. Aya! Po Yuan screamed in agony, his clothes and hair consumed by fire. Naruto then struck him with a paving stone, knocking him unconscious. Aya! Kawayo cried out, covering her eyes in embarrassment. Ha ha ha! Naruto approached Zabuza once more. With great difficulty, he suppressed the throbbing pain in his head and let out a cold snort, declaring that a warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. Chapter 40. The re-encounter with Orochimaru. Naruto smiled faintly, pulling out a brick, ready to strike. Wait. Zabuza is suddenly called out, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. Actually, I believe living is the most important thing. You can do whatever you wish with me. Hee hee. Indeed, those who recognize the circumstances are wise. Naruto patted him on the back, explained the situation, and waved farewell to Yudo and the others as they departed. Zabuza hesitated, then ultimately acquiesced. Gritting his teeth, he moved forward, reassured that no one would know. Time passed, and Po Yuan was the first to awaken. Glancing at his bare body, feeling an intense sense of shame. As he attempted to rise, he was struck by a searing pain. The remaining 4 members of the Mist Village Umbu shared similar sentiments. Some wailed while others cried uncontrollably. Wah! I am no longer pure. The Leaf Village is full of perverts. I want to go home. For the next few days, Naruto remained inactive, sensing that the Nine-Tails chakra had yet to recover. The mini Nine-Tails lay on the ground, picking up a cigarette and taking deep puffs. I give up. I'm not recovering anymore. Kurama, shall we negotiate a deal? No negotiation. Get lost. Naruto felt helpless, unsure how the Nine-Tails had changed so drastically. The Nine-Tails, too, was exasperated. Don't you have any idea how it happened? With no reliable ally in Kurama, Naruto resolved to take matters into his own hands. At Orochimaru's secret base, everything appeared as usual. Naruto strode confidently into the laboratory, only to find Orochimaru and Danzo lounging in chairs, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Danzo squinted, suddenly unleashing a wind blade toward Naruto. Just as Naruto considered dodging, he noticed Orochimaru smiling slightly. From the ground, 2 white snakes emerged, ensnaring Naruto's legs. As Naruto attempted to form hand seals at a snail's pace, 2 more white snakes leapt from either side, binding his hands as well. He was immobilized, unable to perform any seals. As the wind blade approached, Naruto inhaled deeply. Huh! A fierce flame erupted from his mouth, instantly forming a fireball 3 meters in diameter. The fireball surged forward, consuming Danzo's wind blade and hurtling toward Orochimaru and Danzo. Orochimaru placed a hand gently on the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise silently. The fireball collided with the wall, and purple lightning danced. But soon the wall crumbled. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. The fireball was infused with a hint of lightning chakra, effectively tearing through his earthen barrier. With the wall's obstruction, the fireball's momentum diminished, altering its trajectory toward Danzo. Danzo shot a glare at Orochimaru. Was that intentional? Fine. If you lack righteousness, don't blame me for my actions. With that, Danzo leapt up, breaking through the wall to escape. Boom. The fireball struck the wall, sending sparks flying, with the intense heat causing Orochimaru to sweat. Wiping his brow, Orochimaru's breath quickened as he began to delve underground. This space is too confined. Let us fight outside. Naruto nodded, employing the flying thunder god technique to reach the surface. Orochimaru's body slowly emerged from the ground, already beginning to form hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A massive gale swept through, uprooting trees and sending them soaring skyward. Naruto quickly rolled backward, completing his hand seals midair. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A fire dragon charged forward, its claws tearing through the tempest. Boom. Flames erupted where Orochimaru stood, engulfing the area in a sea of fire. In the next moment, Naruto landed on the ground, only to be ensnared by hands emerging from below, attempting to drag him underground. Clang. The brick, now infused with wind chakra, emitted a piercing sound as it sliced downward, severing the hands. The hands transformed into 2 severed white snakes, and just then, Orochimaru surfaced, wielding the Kusanagi sword. aimed at Naruto. Naruto raised the brick to block, then pushed off with his legs, leaping backward and executing another ninjutsu midair. Earth release, earth prison. Walls of earth rapidly formed, encasing Orochimaru within. However, the prison did not hold for long. The earthen structure erupted as Orochimaru struck with the Kusanagi sword. Several bricks flew towards him but were effortlessly cleaved in two. Haha. A multitude of small snakes suddenly appeared behind Naruto, overwhelming him. Orochimaru smirked, ready to slice Naruto in half. Boom. Body replacement technique. The Naruto that was struck transformed into wood. Orochimaru paused, looking upward. Among the bricks hurled earlier, one had ascended high enough to evade Orochimaru's line of sight, buying Naruto precious time to execute his ninjutsu. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto hurled the spiraling shuriken with great force toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru had never encountered such a technique, compressing chakra to its utmost, forming the shape of a shuriken. It resembled the fourth Hokage's Rasengan, but was infinitely more advanced. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru slammed his hand onto the ground. Boom. 3 gates materialized before him. A formidable defense against Naruto's terrifying ninjutsu. Boom. The spiraling shuriken collided with the first gate, creating a massive vortex. The first gate exploded instantly. The second gate held for a moment before also being ripped apart. 10,000 snakes formation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Orochimaru swiftly retreated, releasing a torrent of snakes from his mouth to counter the remnants of the spiraling shuriken. The final wave of destruction swept through, shredding countless small snakes into pieces. Their remains piling high. Orochimaru fell back, finally managing to stave off Naruto's onslaught. Orochimaru appeared somewhat disheveled, regretting his choice to confront the spiraling shuriken directly. The power of that technique was astonishing, piquing his interest immensely. As Naruto landed once more, fatigued from their intense confrontation, he remarked, "You are formidable, at your age. I am nowhere near your level." Orochimaru lamented, acknowledging Naruto as the most gifted individual he had ever encountered. He understood that Naruto likely had more hidden cards, and continuing the battle would be futile. "Now, tell me, what is your purpose in seeking me out?" Naruto smiled gently. "Of course, I wish to propose a grand business deal that I believe will greatly intrigue you." Orochimaru chuckled. "I find you quite interesting at this moment, but alas, you are from the Leaf." Naruto replied, "For someone like us, a mere Leaf village is inconsequential. Besides, doesn't Danzo also belong to the Leaf? You are collaborating with him as well." Orochimaru inquired, "Then what sort of grand business do you propose?" Naruto responded, "I can provide you with a perfect vessel for reincarnation, such as the last of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha. Furthermore, I can assist you in avenging the Leaf." Orochimaru suddenly burst into applause, grinning widely. Chapter 41, Betrayal of Konoha? Naruto's words deeply resonated with Orochimaru, who was engrossed in the pursuit of immortality and sought a flawless vessel for reincarnation. The sole surviving Uchiha, Sasuke, presented himself as an exceptionally suitable candidate. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of immense power, could only be perfectly harnessed by a member of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru harbored no doubts about his ability to secure Sasuke, given Naruto's capabilities. His prodigious talent was undeniable. The fact that a ninja of Naruto's caliber was not aligned with Konoha pleased Orochimaru, who felt he had found a kindred spirit. In his eyes, Konoha was nothing more than a collection of mediocrities and antiquated elders, devoid of any real interest. Orochimaru nodded vigorously and inquired, "Very well, what do you seek from me?" Naruto responded, "I desire the power of the first Hokage. Only by obtaining the strength of Hashirama Senju can the Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan." His intentions extended beyond acquiring visual prowess. He also sought wood release and aimed to lay the groundwork for his future transformation into a Rinnegan user. Orochimaru smiled faintly and extended his hand, saying, "No problem, we have a deal." Naruto scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, and added, "There is also the matter of a peculiar predilection I possess. I enjoy striking the back of powerful individuals' heads with a brick on a daily basis. During our collaboration, I would like to indulge in this pastime with you and Danzo." "I object," Danzo exclaimed, bursting into the base. Noticing the silence within, he had come to investigate. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard Orochimaru's agreement and Naruto's outrageous request. He could never consent to such a thing. Orochimaru disregarded Danzo and chuckled, "That poses no issue. The mighty often harbor eccentricities. However, I too have a request. I wish to learn your ninjutsu. Their eyes met, and an accord was reached instantly. Whack! Caught off guard, Danzo felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. He cried out in pain and stamped his foot in anger. When he turned around, Naruto had vanished and was shaking hands with Orochimaru. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking a Kaga-level target with a brick. You have received a super reward. Mastery of the 8 gates, 5th gate, gate of closing. Naruto chuckled inwardly. He had discreetly placed a flying thunder god seal at the entrance, a strategically important location. He had successfully opened the 5th gate and was only a few steps away from the 8th. Unfortunately, he had not acquired any visual jutsu, but he was confident that opportunities would arise in the future. You little brat, I'll get you for this. Danzo raged, but he refrained from attacking Naruto, knowing he was outmatched. Orochimaru, with his keen insight, approached Danzo and patted him on the shoulder. Danzo, surely there isn't any deep-seated animosity between you two. Harmony is paramount. Anything can be compromised for the sake of empowerment. No deep-seated animosity. Do you have any idea how many members of my root organization he annihilated? Danzo retorted. However, upon further reflection, he realized that there was indeed no profound hatred. It seemed that he had brought it upon himself. At that moment, Naruto approached and said, Danzo, my friend, I believe you are the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Once Orochimaru and I have disposed of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the position will be yours. In a clandestine underground chamber in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while occupied with his ablutions, felt a sudden chill. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, but inwardly scoffed at the idea of becoming Hokage. Really? Danzo asked, incredulous. He knew that Naruto possessed the talent to become Hokage eventually, and he doubted that Naruto would relinquish such an opportunity. The Hokage was the leader of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the supreme authority in Konoha. Naruto laughed heartily and declared, the Hokage position is not worth pursuing. Orochimaru nodded vehemently, as Naruto had voiced his innermost thoughts. After careful consideration, Danzo concurred, finding the logic compelling. 3 months passed swiftly. Naruto had made significant gains, successfully transplanting cells from the first Hokage and mastering wood release. He had also acquired the visual jutsu Izanagi and Tsukuyomi, greatly enhancing his strength. Orochimaru had successfully learned the Rasengan and was experimenting with the addition of elemental transformations. Diligently honing his skills, Danzo Shimura had begun to explore the power of Sage Mode, immersing himself in the power of the Cursed Seal. One day, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi received a letter from the Mizukage of Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. The message was simple. 3 months prior, in the forests of the Land of Fire, a blonde child had obstructed Kirigakure's Umbu from apprehending the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. The description of a blonde child clearly referred to Naruto, although Naruto had taken leave during that period to focus on his training. Umbu reports indicated that he had not left Konoha and had been attending classes diligently. The only explanation was that someone was impersonating Naruto to frame Konoha and incite conflict between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. To investigate the matter, Hiruzen wrote to Yudo and decided to dispatch Kakashi Hitaki to the forests of the Land of Fire. Kakashi readily accepted the mission, vowing to uncover the truth. Soon after, Yudo received a letter from the Hokage, informing him that Kakashi would be arriving to conduct an investigation and requesting his assistance. Yudo was perplexed. If Naruto had been sent by the Hokage, why was another ninja being sent? Furthermore, the letter made no mention of Naruto's presence. In recent months, Yudo had noticed Naruto entering Orochimaru's secret base openly and even engaging in amicable conversations with Orochimaru outside the base. He had assumed that Naruto was infiltrating Orochimaru's organization. However, it now seemed that Naruto was not working for the Hokage, but was instead collaborating with Orochimaru. Moreover, he had been instructed not to disclose Naruto's activities to Konoha. Recalling the incident when Naruto had protected Zabuza and antagonized Kirigakure's Umbu, Yudo began to suspect a conspiracy against Konoha. He decided to inform the Hokage immediately. Upon returning to the base, Naruto sensed a change in Yudo's demeanor, marked by suspicion and distrust. Naruto sighed, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth. The time had come to settle matters with Orochimaru and Danzo. Yudo could no longer contain himself and asked directly, Naruto, have you betrayed Konoha? Chapter 42, Seeking Humor? Yongdo paused for a moment and continued. The Hokage has sent word, indicating that ninjas will be dispatched to investigate, without mentioning you. Naruto shook his head, offering no further explanation, and returned to his room. Once trust is eroded, words hold no weight. Having lingered in the forest of fire for far too long, it was time to return. He wondered who the old man would send over. When that person arrives, they would storm into Orochimaru's first secret base and eliminate Danzo. As for eliminating Orochimaru, that seemed improbable. He simply could not be killed. Half a month passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen received Yondo's letter, instantly grasping the situation. He had been too preoccupied with his studies to conceal Danzo's information. Upon learning of this, Naruto pursued him straight to the Forest of Fire. Those remaining in Konoha were likely just shadow clones. Sarutobi chuckled softly, replying with a few calm words. Naruto can be unconditionally trusted. As for the alliance with the Village of Mist and Orochimaru, it was inconsequential. The future of Konoha belonged to the younger generation. An old man like him couldn't be bothered. Another fortnight passed, and Yondo received word from the Hokage, instantly feeling relieved. He hurried to Naruto's room to apologize. Naruto reclined in a rocking chair, dismissively waving his hand. It's fine. When that person arrives, we will storm Orochimaru's base. I have already mastered everything within. Bang. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck an elite target with a brick, earning a super reward and mastering the body technique. The 6th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of view. Bang. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck an elite target with a brick, earning a super reward and mastering the Sharingan technique, Susanoo. Acquiring ninjutsu seemed exceedingly effortless. Before turning 8, Naruto had already learned ninjutsu that would take others a lifetime to master. He excelled in space-type techniques, such as body flicker and flying thunder god. He mastered all 5 elemental natures: earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning. After obtaining the cells of the Senju clan, he could also perform wood release. He learned non-elemental ninjutsu, such as the Rasengan and its various transformations. His ocular techniques included Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Izanagi. His body techniques had reached the 6th gate of the 8 gates, alongside the sage arts of Mayaboka Mountain and various shadow clone and sealing techniques. Bored. After leaving Orochimaru's base, Naruto returned to his own base. For him, each day consisted of a monotonous routine. Was that ninja a turtle? It had taken 2 months to arrive. Lying back in the rocking chair, Naruto lamented. It had taken him just over half a month to journey from Konoha to the Forest of Fire. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi strolled leisurely along the path, engrossed in a book, occasionally revealing a peculiar smile. Suddenly, he began sneezing uncontrollably. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi realized that he had been out for nearly 2 months and could no longer afford to be lax. He promptly closed his book and quickened his pace, finally arriving at his destination 3 days later. Hello, I am Hatake Kakashi, here to carry out a mission. Yondo stepped out of the base, gazing at the masked man before him, somewhat speechless. Was this the mobility speed of a Jonin? 2 months had passed. He could have made multiple trips to Konoha himself. I am Yondo, the person in charge here. After a brief exchange, they gathered everyone for a meeting. Kakashi was taken aback. A meeting so soon? Aren't we going to rest for a few days first? I'm quite exhausted. In the conference room, Naruto lounged in a rocking chair, his feet propped up on the table, thoroughly at ease. Seeing Kakashi enter, he was not surprised. Only Kakashi could take 2 months to arrive here. If it were Might Guy, he might have made it in a week. Kakashi nervously entered the conference room, and upon seeing Naruto seated in the center, he felt a surge of excitement. He had come to investigate the ninja impersonating Naruto, who had obstructed the actions of the Umbu from the Village of Mist. Clearly, there was no impersonation. It was Naruto who had clashed with the Village of Mist. A brief conversation with Naruto would suffice to complete his mission. Then, he could linger here for a few months before returning to Konoha. A perfect plan. Once everyone was seated, Yondo turned to Naruto. Naruto, please describe the situation within Orochimaru's secret base so we can devise a battle plan to capture Orochimaru and Danzo. Wait. Kakashi interrupted, stunned. What? Capture Orochimaru and Danzo? That doesn't seem like something I should be hearing. I am merely here to investigate matters concerning the Village of Mist. Capturing 2 top-tier powerhouses was too perilous. He had no intention of getting involved. Excuse me. With that thought, Kakashi stood up. The notion of capturing Orochimaru and Danzo seemed outside his purview. Pardon me, everyone, but I must take my leave. Everyone stared at Kakashi, puzzled. If you are not here to capture Orochimaru and Danzo, then what is your purpose? Are you here to entertain us? At that moment, Naruto narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling Kakashi to depart. He could surmise that Sarutobi had never intended to capture Orochimaru, who was his beloved disciple, even after his betrayal. Kakashi's presence here likely stemmed from the complaint of the Umbu from the village of Mist. That despicable village of Mist was truly overstepping. Perhaps before returning to Konoha, he should eliminate the fourth Mizukage. Ahem, it was time to lay out the battle plan. After Kakashi's departure, Naruto began sketching the layout of Orochimaru's base, preparing to explain the battle plan for the following day. After finally completing his explanation, Naruto made another visit to Orochimaru's secret base. What? You plan to blow up my base tomorrow? Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished. That doesn't seem to concern me. Danzo reclined in a chair, slowly closing his eyes. Naruto nodded. The third Hokage has ordered your capture, and action will be taken tomorrow. As your close friend, I assure you I won't truly harm you. But I must make a show of it. Can you understand? In any case, tomorrow, both of you will merely pretend to be apprehended and then be driven off by me. Wait. Danzo suddenly opened his eyes. Are you implying that I will also be attacked? Naruto patted his chest. Rest assured, Brother Danzo, tomorrow will just be for show. Why are you so anxious? The primary target is Orochimaru. Cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He had not anticipated that his master, Sarutobi, would seek to eliminate him entirely. He felt a pang of anguish for the base that was about to be destroyed. Humph, that old man Sarutobi. One day, I will take my revenge on Konoha and return it tenfold. Well said. When that time comes, I shall lend you my support. Naruto agreed. After discussing the details, Naruto departed from Orochimaru's base. Let us hope we can eliminate Danzo tomorrow, Naruto murmured. For Danzo, who had mastered his Izanagi, he would need to strike several times to ensure his demise. One slip could allow Danzo to escape. He would do his utmost. Chapter 43. Wasn't it just for show? Near Orochimaru's secret base. Gather. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Although the numbers were few, they were easily discernible at a glance. However, in the context of military action, morale was paramount, hence the necessity of counting off. Charge. With a commanding shout, Naruto advanced stealthily, hurling a brick that struck a white snake at the entrance, rendering it unconscious. The group began to enter the base, and at the end of the first corridor, they encountered a fork in the path. The 6 individuals immediately split into 3 teams, with Chuan Yao trailing behind Naruto, agreeing to regroup at the center. Suddenly, several poisonous snakes lunged at them. Chuan Yao swiftly drew a shuriken and sliced through the snakes, which fell to the ground. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and expelled a fireball the size of a passageway, which surged forward, causing the snakes on the wall to tumble to the ground. After a brief journey, Naruto and Chuan Yao soon faced Orochimaru. Orochimaru grinned ominously. Ah, a leaf brat. Those who deceive me shall perish. With a wave of his hand, 2 enormous snakes burst forth from his sleeves. Hidden shadow snake hands. Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, channeling a powerful electric current into his hand, producing a sizzling sound. Lightning style, Chidori. His right hand effortlessly pierced through an oncoming snake as he charged towards Orochimaru. The latter recoiled, summoning 2 additional snakes. Both were similarly pierced, but Naruto's offensive momentum came to a halt. Meanwhile, Chuan Yao hastily brandished her weapon to defend herself, but was swiftly knocked aside by a snake. The snake opened its mouth to swallow Chuan Yao whole, but Naruto, seizing the opportunity, threw a brick into the snake's mouth, preventing it from closing. Taking advantage of this moment, Chuan Yao retrieved her shuriken and, with all her might, finally dispatched the enormous serpent before her. Wind style, wind cutter technique. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Boom. In an instant, fierce winds and roaring flames intertwined, resulting in a massive explosion. Chuan Yao watched in horror. She was utterly unable to assist in such a fierce confrontation. In the center of the base, Danzo was effortlessly handling the other 4. To the onlooker, it seemed like a balanced exchange of blows. In reality, had Naruto not insisted on sparing them, Danzo would have eliminated them all long ago. Noticing the time, Danzo unleashed a broad wind technique to push them back, then feigned defeat, escaping the base. The brave 4 did not pursue him, instead opting to assist Naruto. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Naruto proactively summoned a water dragon that surged forward. Orochimaru conjured an earthen wall to defend himself. Only to his astonishment, the earth technique faltered against the water dragon, which tore through it. Humph, brat, your demise is imminent. Seeing reinforcements approaching, Orochimaru scoffed and sank into the ground. A sense of foreboding washed over the group as the underground base began to tremble. Disaster! The base is collapsing. Quickly, grab hold of me, Naruto shouted urgently. Rumbling. Orochimaru's secret base crumbled, and in a moment of crisis, Naruto utilized the flying thunder god technique to transport everyone back to the surface. That was terrifying. We nearly perished. The brave few escaped with lingering dread. Yet, the battle was far from over. Orochimaru and Danzo awaited them on the surface, their gazes cold and unyielding. Naruto smirked, hurling 2 bricks while summoning 3 shadow clones. 2 clones aided the original in executing the spiraling shuriken, while the third unleashed Chidori. Orochimaru and Danzo, sensing the impending danger, quickly diverged, each taking a separate path. Wind style, spiraling shuriken, Chidori. With the bricks locked onto them, neither Orochimaru nor Danzo could evade. The Nine-Tails lamented, as it was always the one being drained. In the instant the bricks struck the back of their heads, Naruto appeared behind them. Seriously, wasn't this just for show? Orochimaru and Danzo exclaimed in unison, their frustration palpable. However, before they could ponder further, the Chidori unleashed by the clone pierced Danzo's chest. The spiraling shuriken also struck Orochimaru at an extremely close range, creating a massive vortex. At the moment of impact, Orochimaru employed the Great Snake transformation technique, subsequently retreating underground to escape. Orochimaru's flight was anticipated by Naruto. Danzo activated his Anaji, rewriting reality to revert to the moment before being struck by the brick. Then, with a gust of wind, he dispatched Naruto's clone and fled at a frantic pace. Naruto, undeterred, pursued relentlessly, beckoning the others to follow. Seriously, are you for real? Danzo cursed in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Hey, Danzo, don't misinterpret. How could I possibly lay a hand on you? We're old buddies, aren't we? Since they aren't following, we don't need to pretend anymore. Naruto smiled slightly before abruptly accelerating. Wait, you're speeding up. I swear I won't rest until I settle this with you. Danzo gritted his teeth and also quickened his pace. The brave few only pursued for a short while before losing track of them and had no choice but to return. Seeing his companions weary and realizing Naruto had been absent for too long, Kakashi inquired about Naruto's whereabouts from the brave few. Naruto went after Danzo. The usually humorous Jonin felt no interest in this. Upon hearing this, Kakashi could no longer remain idle. If Naruto encountered even the slightest misfortune, he would bear the weight of that consequence. After ascertaining Naruto's general direction, his heart raced with anxiety. The path Naruto pursued led directly to the land of water. Just recently, Naruto had offended the Mist Village. If he were to pursue Danzo to the land of water, who knew what calamity could ensue? Hastily penning a letter to send back to Konoha, Kakashi promptly departed the base, giving chase. At the border of the land of water, on an island, a small squad was patrolling when suddenly, a figure charged towards them. Who goes there? The squad tensed, and their leader, Alu, quickly formed hand seals, intending to use water barrier to trap the intruder. However, in an instant, they all fell under a jinjutsu, succumbing to manipulation. Danzo halted, gasping for breath. The days and nights of relentless flight could finally come to an end. Yet, he dared not linger, manipulating the 5-man team to obstruct Naruto's approach before continuing to flee. Moments later, Naruto encountered this 5-man squad. Without a word, 5 water-style techniques were hurled towards him. Naruto chuckled wryly, realizing he would not catch Danzo. Fire style, great fire extinguishing technique. Boom. A vast expanse of searing flames collided with the water techniques, exploding instantaneously and creating a violent storm. The 5-member squad was caught in the aftershock, flung backward several meters, crashing against a tree trunk. The excruciating pain jolted them out of the jinjutsu, and they stared incredulously at the golden-haired youth before them. Their squad was no weakling. Their leader, Alu, was a Jonin, supported by 2 Chunin and 2 Genin. Was this a monster? How could he possibly use fire style to annihilate their combined water style? The sound of explosions drew the island's ninjas towards Naruto, encircling him from a distance with unfriendly gazes. Exhausted after several days and nights of relentless pursuit, Naruto had no choice but to sit on the ground and take a rest. A burly man approached the somewhat disheveled Ale and inquired, "What is going on?" Chapter 44. I shall assist you once more. Lu wore a somewhat grim expression, unwilling to conceal the truth under the scrutinizing gaze of the island lord, Zhu Wu. With trembling fingers, he pointed at the center of the encirclement where Naruto stood, declaring, "It is this little brat who intruded upon our island." Our team, in a state of confusion, launched an attack on him, but our 5 combined water techniques were effortlessly dispelled by his fire technique. Zhu Wu turned to observe the young boy leisurely seated on the ground. Is this child truly that powerful? Although Lu had recently attained the rank of Jonin, it was hard to fathom that 5 could not contend with 1. Noticing Naruto's fatigue, Lu speculated that perhaps he had employed a formidable forbidden technique. Would you care to give it a try? Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly as he presented an innocent demeanor, appearing bashful under the intense scrutiny of so many eyes. Zhu Wu scoffed, feeling an innate sense of danger emanating from the boy. Lock him up. I shall interrogate him personally later. Before long, Naruto was bound and unceremoniously thrown into a steel cage. Familiar with the confines, he promptly drifted off to sleep. A ninja received orders to seal Naruto's chakra, yet after numerous attempts, he failed each time. Lord of the island, I cannot contain it. This child's chakra is too vast. Each time I manage to seal a small portion, it bursts free almost instantaneously. The ninja was drenched in sweat, exerting every ounce of strength to seal Naruto's chakra. Zhu Wu furrowed his brow. Is the amount of chakra truly that immense? It cannot be sealed? Allow me. Zhu Wu rolled up his sleeves and approached Naruto. This child sleeps quite soundly. It was his first encounter with someone so tranquil despite being in captivity. Was it ignorance that bred courage, or the fearlessness of youth? Zhu Wu's hands swiftly struck Naruto's body in a series of precise motions, culminating in a sealing technique that he forcefully applied to Naruto. Strange runes began to manifest across Naruto's body, ultimately sinking within. The sealing was executed with ease. Was it truly so difficult? Zhu Wu questioned, casting a puzzled glance at the ninja. Is it really so difficult? The ninja's face contorted, about to respond, when suddenly, a shattering sound echoed as the seal collapsed, unleashing a torrent of potent energy. Boom! Zhu Wu and the ninja were hurled from the cage, Zhu Wu managing a backward roll to regain his stance, while another ninja slammed against the wall. It was then that Zhu Wu noticed 2 4-symbol seals affixed to Naruto. These seals were typically employed to contain powerful beasts, such as tailed beasts. The presence of 2 such seals on this child suggested he might be a Jinchuriki from a major ninja village. Indeed, were he not a Jinchuriki, how could he possess such colossal chakra? The emergence of a Jinchuriki on the borders of the land of water was far from fortuitous. Fortunately, he had discovered this in time. Had this Jinchuriki rampaged within the land of water, it could lead to calamity, potentially even annihilation. This matter was beyond his purview. He needed to inform Lord Mizukage post-haste. After reinforcing the iron cage, Zhu Wu hurriedly departed. The following day, Naruto continued to sleep soundly within the iron cage. Rising slowly, he stretched lazily, the chains binding his hands and feet clanking noisily. 2 nearby ninjas awoke, glancing at the golden-haired youth in the cage. Hey, good brothers. Come help me with these chains. They are quite heavy. With that, Naruto flipped onto his back, lying on the ground. The 2 ninjas shook their heads, ignoring him. You 2 are so cold-hearted. Fine, I shall handle it myself. Naruto stood once more and gestured lightly. Clang. The chains fell heavily to the ground. The 2 ninjas chuckled. They were well aware of the chain's durability and dismissed Naruto's antics as mere folly. Water style, hidden mist technique. The cage was soon enveloped in thick mist, obscuring visibility. Naruto utilized the flying thunder god technique, teleporting back to the island where he had previously marked his location while resting. It's done. The prisoner has escaped. The 2 ninjas sensed the ominous mist surrounding Naruto's cage and immediately felt a sense of dread. Zhu Wu received the alarming news and swiftly summoned all ninjas on the island to search for Naruto. After a thorough investigation, he received a shocking revelation that left him momentarily stunned. Naruto had entered the sea, heading for the land of water. Hurry, hurry. Shortly after entering the sea, Naruto encountered a fierce shark. However, it only posed a brief threat before it was tamed and became his steed. Under Naruto's electric treatment, they surged forward. Boom. A ship was capsized, the shark rolling onto its back and floating on the surface. Damn it, what a wretched thing. I barely had time to react. A man standing on a piece of driftwood cursed. Soon, he spotted the source of his misfortune, the overturned shark. Hey, I'll slice you in half. He brandished a large blade, intending to cleave the shark. But upon recognizing the young boy atop it, he hastily retracted his weapon. Stumbling, he nearly threw out his back and fell into the water. After struggling to resurface, he gazed at Naruto with trepidation. "Big brother Naruto, what brings you to the land of water?" Naruto, appearing displeased, replied, "I just wanted to visit the Mist Village to have some fun. Your wretched ship is infuriating. It knocked my pet unconscious. You deal with it. Rest assured, big brother Naruto. Once I repair the ship, I will take you to the Mist Village." Zabuza felt disheartened. He had finally found the opportunity to return to the Mist Village to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, only to encounter this little troublemaker mid-journey. He hoped it would not hinder his assassination plans. Upon seeing Naruto nod, Zabuza began to bend down to repair the ship. He hadn't felt any pain in his back until now, but upon seeing this little troublemaker, it seemed to flare up. Bored, Naruto lay atop the shark and asked Zabuza, "Are you planning to return to assassinate the fourth Mizukage? I mean, no offense, I simply wish to lend a hand. Especially since you helped me deal with those Umbu last time." Zabuza paused, taken aback that Naruto could discern his intentions, instantly growing wary. But upon hearing the rest of Naruto's statement, he quickly gestured to halt. "Ahem, well, thank you then." Naruto smiled slightly. "You have no idea. Those Umbu complained all the way to Konoha. I was furious and wanted to teach them another lesson. Meeting you is fortuitous. Your expertise is just what I need." Zabuza gritted his teeth. "You call it expertise? Your whole family is the definition of expertise. That was my first time, you know. Woe is me." Remembering this, Zabuza felt wronged but nodded in agreement. "No problem. Big brother Naruto, I shall assist you once more." Chapter 45, The Purple Flash. Zabuza, my dear brother." Naruto sighed with emotion. He then added, "As a gesture of gratitude, I shall lend you my strength against the fourth Mizukage." Zabuza's eyes brimmed with tears. He was well aware of Naruto's prowess. The swift defeat of 5 from the Mist Village had bolstered his confidence immensely. However, unbeknownst to Zabuza, Naruto's words were merely a casual remark, akin to an empty promise. Previous claims, such as assisting Orochimaru in finding a vessel, seeking vengeance against Konoha, eliminating Hiruzen Sarutobi, and aiding Danzo in ascending to the position of Hokage, were all but illusions. After a considerable time, a figure surged forth from the ocean. "Zabuza, it is indeed you. Your failure to assassinate the fourth Mizukage allowed you to escape. This time, in collusion with foreign Jinchuriki, you seek to annihilate the Mist Village. As a ninja of the Land of Water, I shall not permit it." At that moment, Takebu's focus was entirely on Zabuza, who was busy repairing the ship. His intention was to completely destroy the vessel, delaying the arrival of reinforcements to subdue both Zabuza and Naruto. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza sneered, pausing his work. He was oblivious to the talk of Jinchuriki and the destruction of the Mist Village. He was merely a rogue ninja. Accusations were of no concern to him. He then seized his great sword and charged forward. With one strike, he cleaved the water dragon in two, then aimed his blade at Takebu, armed with a long sword. Takebu found himself at a disadvantage against Zabuza's executioner's blade. After more than a dozen exchanges, his weapon was severed. Takebu gasped in shock, retreating in panic, fully aware that he was no match for Zabuza in close combat. Water release, water wave hand. Two powerful columns of water erupted from Takebu's hands, forcing Zabuza to raise his great sword to defend, pushing him back. Before Zabuza could catch his breath, Takebu swiftly formed hand signs again. Water release, water fong bullet. A barrage of water bullets shot forth from his hands, targeting Zabuza. Faced with the relentless assault of ninjutsu, Zabuza had no choice but to evade by running in circles on the ocean surface. Suddenly, Zabuza revealed a smile, leaping high into the air to strike down at Takebu. Just as Takebu prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the airborne Zabuza, a hand emerged from beneath the sea. It grasped his foot and pulled him down, causing him to lose his balance. Alarmed, Takebu looked down, only to discover that Zabuza's water clone had ensnared him, having stealthily awaited the right moment beneath the waves. Water release, water barrier. In a dire situation, Takebu channeled all his chakra into a wall of water to protect himself, which successfully obliterated the water clone below. The water wall mitigated much of the damage, yet Zabuza still managed to wound his arm and back, leaving him in a perilous state. "Island Lord." A voice of urgency rang out, and in the next moment, 6 figures surrounded Takebu. Upon hearing this, Take-Bu sighed in relief, fully aware he was outmatched by Zabuza. The fact that he had managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived was no small feat now. Not only did they possess a numerical advantage, but their strength was near that of elite Chunin, rendering them unafraid of Zabuza and that young boy. Zabuza frowned. The numbers on the opposing side were overwhelming, and he could not contend with them all. He then turned to Naruto, signaling for him to retreat. Lying atop a shark, Naruto yawned, genuinely feeling drowsy watching Zabuza and Take-Bu fight. After stretching his body, he began to saunter toward Take-Bu. As he walked, he taunted, "Zabuza, you truly are a weakling. With such a small number, you still need to run?" Zabuza, somewhat disgruntled, pouted, I really cannot. Brother Naruto, you take over." The arriving ninjas exchanged puzzled glances before burst into laughter. Zabuza, such a large man, calling a mere child brother? Moreover, this child spoke with such audacity. One among them sneered, "Island Lord, shall I go play with him?" Take-Bu, his face pale, waved his hand to stop him. "Don't underestimate him. Let us all attack together. This boy is a Jinchuriki, far stronger than Zabuza." A Jinchuriki? Brother Naruto, is Konoha's Jinchuriki? Zabuza stared at Naruto in astonishment, marveling at the audacity of Konoha to send a Jinchuriki into the land of water. Truly, they deserve their reputation as the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, what was a Jinchuriki? Merely someone with a bit more chakra. Compared to seasoned warriors like us, they were hardly formidable. Though they spoke bravely, they heeded Take-Bu's words, and 6 of them simultaneously charged at Naruto. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water fong bullet. Water release, great waterfall technique. Naruto shook his head, retrieving 7 bricks from behind him, which flew through the air. He then produced a kunai, infusing it with lightning chakra, causing it to crackle with energy. In an instant, 7 bolts of lightning streaked across the ocean's surface. Plop! 7 figures plunged into the sea, blood gradually staining the water's surface red. The purple flash? 7 men were slain in an instant, leaving Zabuza utterly stunned, nearly falling into the ocean. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had once instantaneously killed 51 IWA Nin during the 3rd Shinobi World War. He had not witnessed it firsthand and found it hard to believe. Yet today, he had witnessed Naruto's swift execution of 7 mist ninjas. The spectacle was indeed overwhelming. Of course, he did not perceive it clearly, as the speed of the flying thunder god technique was beyond the naked eye. At that moment, he could only shout in admiration, "Brother Naruto is incredible. What of the 4th Mizukage? Before Brother Naruto, he is but refuse. With Brother Naruto present, this assassination will surely succeed." Just as Zabuza was lost in his daydreams, he suddenly felt a brick strike the back of his head. "It hurts." Naruto sighed. "We need to hurry and repair the ship. A horde of sharks is about to swim over." Yes, just a moment, brother." After a period of discomfort, Zabuza set sail, taking Naruto through a hidden waterway, slowly entering the land of water. In Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi received the news and was left utterly astonished. Naruto Chapter 46. Confrontation with the 4th Mizukage. Yagura sneered coldly, lamenting his earlier inability to locate Zabuza, only to have him conveniently arrive. As he pondered, Zabuza charged at him, wielding his infamous sword, the Kubikirib, and swung down with great force. Yagura remained composed, catching the blade with his bare hands, gripping the sword with his left. Zabuza was taken aback. No matter how much he exerted himself, he could not bring the sword down. Their previous assassination attempt had ended in a stalemate, yet this time, Zabuza felt an unsettling sense of inferiority. With a dismissive grunt, Yagura completed his hand signs. Water release, water bullet. The sound of 5 water bullets surged towards Zabuza, their power exceeding that of any technique previously displayed by Take-Bu. With his weapon still restrained, Zabuza was compelled to evade the onslaught. Observing Zabuza's predicament brought Yagura a sense of satisfaction. Holding the legendary sword, he felt a kinship with such a formidable weapon. A powerful weapon deserved a powerful ninja. Suddenly, from the hilt of the Kubikirib, a golden-haired youth, Naruto Uzumaki, emerged. Naruto seized Yagura and activated the flying thunder god technique. In an instant, they appeared on a desolate island far from the hidden mist village. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto's clone had already formed a spiraling shuriken, and upon landing, it collided with Yagura. A tremendous white vortex erupted. Naruto, utilizing the flying thunder god technique, repositioned himself at a distance. Soon after, Zabuza arrived, guided by Naruto's clone. Witnessing the devastating power of the jutsu, Zabuza felt a wave of dread wash over him. Not even 10th Mizukages could withstand such a force. A colossal figure emerged from the center, tearing through the vortex. It was a turtle covered in spines, possessing 3 tails. The creature let out a fearsome roar, creating a small storm around it. The 3 tails Isabu. Zabuza was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Kei-Kiyagura would transform into a tailed beast, withstanding the spiraling shuriken's assault. Naruto had foreseen this outcome. Kei-Kiyagura was one of the rare individuals capable of fully controlling a tailed beast. Even so, despite Kei-Kiyagura's timely transformation, the spiraling shuriken's onslaught would still inflict severe damage. Faced with such a formidable entity, Zabuza swallowed hard, yet did not falter. He unleashed an array of ninjutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. The 2 powerful techniques intertwined, striking Isabu as if merely tickling it. Isabu inhaled deeply, exhaling a fierce gale that sent Zabuza flying. To the beast, Zabuza was but a mere jester. Subsequently, Isabu's gaze turned toward Naruto, filled with trepidation. This individual was likely the Jinchuriki mentioned by Takebu, and the immense power he had just endured left Isabu shaken. With a powerful arch, Isabu enveloped its massive, sturdy shell around itself and began to roll like a wheel toward Naruto, intent on crushing him with its size and weight. Isabu moved like a bulldozer, leaving deep craters in its wake. Zabuza, frightened, hurried to the sea for refuge. He lacked Naruto's agility and knew he would be obliterated if caught. In no time, the desolate land was riddled with pits. Finally, Isabu halted, despair etched on its face. Each time it felt it had struck Naruto, it had not. Naruto's body flickered with such speed that Isabu could not react. Continuing this way would surely mean death for Isabu. Then, Isabu soared into the sky, gathering a massive black energy sphere in its mouth. Tailed beast ball. After swallowing the energy, Isabu's form swelled dramatically. Moments later, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from its mouth, threatening to annihilate the entire island and surrounding seas. No matter where Naruto fled, he would perish. Blast! I'm truly done for. Zabuza exclaimed, panic-stricken at the sight. With his speed, he could not escape far. Being caught in the blast would cost him dearly. While most would choose to evade such a terrifying assault, Naruto feared nothing. A true warrior confronts challenges head-on, just as Orochimaru had once faced the spiraling shuriken. In an instant, Naruto activated Sage Mode. Boom! 2 clones emerged, and the spiraling shuriken was launched. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The 2 energies, one black and one white, collided midair. Their clash resulted in an explosive detonation, unleashing powerful energy that tore through the sky. Zabuza felt his head ring, momentarily blinded. Trembling in fear, he realized that he was not suited for such a fierce battle. With a resounding crash, a massive figure slammed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust, before rapidly shrinking back into human form. Kei-Kiyagura's face was ashen, filled with immense regret. Had he not been ambushed initially, he would not have faced such a dismal defeat. Naruto stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, appearing effortlessly at ease. Despite his own injuries, Naruto, you're incredible. A voice called from afar as Zabuza sprinted toward him. Naruto, what about the 4th Mizukage? Wait a moment. Naruto replied, retrieving a brick and approaching Kei-Kiyagura, delivering a series of forceful blows. The final strike. Infused with considerable stress. Chapter 47. The Hidden Leaf's Black Sheep. Another member of the Umbu from the Mist Village was thrown near Zabuza Momochi. As Zabuza toiled away, he found himself seething in silence, having already endured the arrival of numerous Umbu operatives courtesy of Naruto. Naruto, this truly is enough. The Mist Village has treated me fairly well. I have already dealt with the culprit. Please spare them. Zabuza gasped, pleading with Naruto to release the people of the Mist Village. It was clear that if this continued, he would genuinely perish. Naruto sighed softly, remarking that such compassion was too merciful in the harsh world of shinobi. If that is your wish, I shall not force you. Zabuza rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that the cruelest among them was none other than Naruto. The Nine-Tails Fox nodded in agreement. In the Mist Village, the death of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, had stirred a significant uproar. Even more absurd was the discovery of several disheveled Umbu members at the crime scene. Yet, these operatives remained tight-lipped about the incident, their demeanor suggesting they had suffered severe trauma. Some even trembled at the sight of a golden-haired child on the streets. The golden-haired youth had become an unspeakable nightmare for the Umbu of the Mist Village, and the reputation of the Leaf Ninja was gradually tarnished. On the following day, the medical department of the Mist Village uncovered a strange liquid at a concealed location on Yagura's body. Upon further investigation, they determined that this liquid had significant ties to the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Consequently, the Mist Village issued the highest bounty for the capture of Zabuza. His successful assassination of the fourth Mizukage had also caused quite a stir. While fleeing, Zabuza encountered Kakashi Hitaki at the borders of the Land of Water. The two engaged in a tentative skirmish. Zabuza was wary of Kakashi being a leaf ninja, while Kakashi was eager to discover Naruto's whereabouts. Ultimately, their confrontation ended in a stalemate. In the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a creeping sense of dread as he read a report regarding the incident in the Mist Village. The article stated that the fourth Mizukage had been killed, and Zabuza had elegantly departed from the scene. What unsettled him most was the mention that someone had seen the fourth Mizukage working in his office the night of his death, only to suddenly perish at a great distance. Hiruzen immediately thought of Naruto. He was certain this incident was intricately linked to him. The ability to abduct someone without leaving a trace could only be attributed to the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, Naruto had previously assisted Zabuza in the Forest of Fire. And at that moment, Naruto was in the Land of Water. Hiruzen sighed, realizing that the boy was a magnet for trouble. Previously, when Naruto had helped to extinguish the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen had found it outrageous. Now, he had the audacity to eliminate even the fourth Mizukage. It seemed there was nothing Naruto could not accomplish. Although the report claimed that Zabuza had killed the fourth Mizukage, Hiruzen knew well that a Jonin could not possibly defeat a shinobi of such caliber. The gap between a Jonin and a Kage was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Only that golden-haired boy, who relentlessly pursued Danzo, could achieve such a feat. Suddenly, Hiruzen gasped in realization. Fortunately, Naruto was in the Land of Water. Had he remained in the Leaf, Hiruzen himself could have been the one to meet his end. Thankfully, he had treated Naruto well in the past. Otherwise, he might have been truly frightened. At this moment, while Hiruzen was concerned for Naruto's safety, he did not particularly wish for him to return. But what if Naruto decided not to return to the Leaf, but instead ventured to the Land of Wind, the Land of Lightning, or the Land of Earth? What if he eliminated the Kazekage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage? This boy, could he be aspiring to unify the shinobi world? On that day, Naruto, wearing a straw hat, strolled leisurely through the Mist Village. He relished the seafood here, finding it 100 times more delectable than that of the Leaf. Following the assassination of the fourth Mizukage, the village's stockpiles had been pillaged, leading to heightened security throughout the village. Suddenly, 3 masked ninjas obstructed Naruto's path. Umbu is conducting a population check. Please remove your hat and cooperate with the investigation. One Umbu member, noticing Naruto's refusal to comply, reached out to forcibly remove his hat. Hold on. Another Umbu member interjected hastily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This person poses no threat. I recognize him. As Naruto spoke, the first Umbu member's legs trembled uncontrollably, though he could not place the voice. It was undeniably a nightmare he wished to avoid. The 3 Umbu members retreated. How dull. Naruto ambled over to a ramen shop and seated himself. Boss, give me 10 bowls of super deluxe seafood ramen. Just as he finished speaking, a woman with reddish-brown hair appeared and sat beside him. Boss, I'll have 20 bowls of super deluxe seafood ramen. As their eyes met, she inquired, Child, could you enlighten me as to why everyone fears you? In return, I shall cover all your expenses in the Land of Water. Kirigakure's Mei Terumi leaned closer, whispering in Naruto's ear. No need. I have money. Naruto replied coldly, tossing stacks of bills onto the table. Mei was astonished by Naruto's actions, not by the sheer volume of cash, but by the realization that the thief who had plundered the village was right before her. It was as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure effortlessly. Reaching out, she seized Naruto's hat, revealing a seemingly trustworthy golden-haired boy. With her other hand, she clutched him tightly. You're the thief who robbed the village, aren't you? Mei flashed a comical grin. Please don't grab me. I'm merely following orders. The third Hokage of the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lamented that our village is declining, and instructed me to seek alms in other lands. I figured the seafood in the land of water looked promising, so here I am. You must be one of the Leaf's black sheep. How could the prestigious Leaf village be so impoverished? May remarked, her curiosity piqued. But more than capturing you, I'm intrigued by how a mere child managed to infiltrate such heavily guarded territory. With a slight squeeze, May pulled Naruto into her embrace, trapping him with her thigh. Having finally caught the elusive thief, she had no intention of letting him escape. As Naruto struggled, rubbing against her soft form, he attempted to wiggle free. Regardless of his efforts, May held firm, finding him rather endearing. Do you truly wish to know? Naruto asked softly, testing her resolve. May nodded eagerly. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and May found themselves in a pitch-black warehouse. Thief! Someone is stealing! Naruto shouted, prompting the guards nearby to rush toward the commotion. In that moment, an elderly man appeared, opening the warehouse door to find a bewildered May. Meanwhile, Naruto had already finished his meal and left, leaving May in the lurch. Fuming from being outsmarted by a child, May promptly summoned all Umbu operatives, vowing to search the Mist Village from top to bottom until Naruto was found. As she described Naruto's features, young and golden-haired, dozens of Umbu members began to tremble. They were baffled as to why they reacted this way, for their minds had selectively erased certain memories. What on earth is happening? May furrowed her brow. Chapter 48. The bounty Pun was in a frenzy, racking his brain, yet unable to recall anything. Unable to find another solution, Terumi May resorted to interrogating each member one by one. Consequently, all the Umbu agents were left in extreme discomfort. Some were banging their heads on the ground, while others were crashing into walls, and a few even fainted outright. Suddenly, a brick flew through the air, prompting Terumi May to leap back in alarm. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, waterfong bullet technique. Several quick-reacting mist Umbu, upon seeing the brick, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed their jutsu, aiming to impress Terumi May. Ah! Terumi May cried out, feeling the impact of the brick on the back of her head. Moments later, multiple water techniques struck her face. We truly did not intend for this. Our target was merely that brick. Terumi May's expression darkened to that of ink, her frustration palpable as she stomped her foot. The brick bore an inscription, I am penniless. In gratitude for the 20 bowls of ramen, I present you with this treasured family heirloom, one brick. I hope you accept it. That day, the village hidden in mist issued a bounty, the reward surpassing even that of Zabuza Momochi. In no time, wanted posters featuring Zabuza and Naruto plastered the streets of the Land of Water. Kakashi Hitaki finally arrived in the Land of Water, and upon stepping onto the street, he saw Naruto's bounty, causing him to hastily duck into a corner. He stole from the Mist Village's reserves and attacked high-ranking officials. He breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the Mist Village seemed unaware of Naruto's true identity. He needed to locate Naruto promptly and persuade him to return to Konoha. The outside world was far too perilous. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Kakashi's thoughts, he would surely express his gratitude. Zabuza had gained notoriety after successfully assassinating the fourth Mizukage, creating quite a stir. The masked man, Obito, was diligently searching for talent for the Akatsuki organization when he fortuitously crossed paths with Zabuza. What ensued was an intense battle, or rather, a one-sided thrashing. Zabuza found himself battered and bruised, unable to rise. You're pathetic. How could such trash possibly kill the fourth Mizukage? Obito criticized as he began to torment Zabuza. Eventually, Zabuza could bear it no longer and revealed the truth. Whoa, please, don't hit me anymore. The one who killed the fourth Mizukage was Naruto. Obito was momentarily stunned. The fact that the fourth Mizukage's death could be linked to his good buddy was astonishing. As he listened to Zabuza recount the entire ordeal, his astonishment only deepened. When Naruto had annihilated the Uchiha clan, he had only showcased strength slightly above that of AJ Nin. There was no way he could have dealt with the fourth Mizukage directly, yet the Mizukage had a weakness, Jinjutsu. What shocked him was that Naruto hadn't utilized the Sharingan to cast illusions. Instead, he had chosen to confront the fourth Mizukage head-on and emerged victorious. If Naruto had held back initially, then his progress was indeed terrifying. At merely 8 years old, he possessed the power to contend with the Hokage. Additionally, Obito was surprised by Konoha's approach. While other ninja villages preferred to confine their Jinchuriki within the village, Konoha had allowed Naruto to roam free. Such audacity. With this in mind, Obito disregarded Zabuza and set off for the Land of Water. The Akatsuki was in dire need of manpower, and his good friend Naruto, who possessed the strength to confront a Kage head-on, would be a valuable addition. Moreover, Naruto's absence from Konoha presented a perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Naruto had successfully blended in with a cargo ship, secretly heading for the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning, particularly Kumogakure, was even more arrogant and overbearing than the Mist Village. They had once captured his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, and a few years prior, they had sent people to abduct Hinata, resulting in Hyuga's demise. Alas, at that time, he had been training with Jiraiya. Otherwise, the ninja sent by Kumogakure to capture Hinata would not have returned alive. It was time to settle these scores. After drifting at sea for over a month, Naruto finally arrived in the Land of Lightning. The inhabitants were fond of practicing physical techniques, revering martial prowess, and he encountered numerous muscular men with 8-pack abs. However, every one of them had dark skin, forming a true gathering of people of color. As soon as Naruto stepped into Kumogakure, he caught the attention of several individuals. Swish! 3 ninjas appeared before him. The one in the middle brandishing a piece of paper to compare with Naruto. Indeed, it's this little brat. He matches the wanted poster perfectly. Attack! The other 2 lunged at Naruto. What bounty? Naruto scratched his head, bewildered. He was unaware that Terumi may had issued a bounty for him, with a reward exceeding that of Zabuza. However, he had come to Kumogakure intending to stir trouble, and since the ninjas had initiated the confrontation, he would not hold back. He hurled 2 bricks into the air and stepped back a few paces. In that brief moment, the 2 ninjas swiftly pursued him, only to be taken aback when Naruto vanished. What incredible speed! Watch out behind you. The remaining ninja, witnessing the scene unfold, was astonished. Though he had warned them at top speed, it was still too late. Bang! Bang! Naruto reappeared behind them, the bricks shattering upon impact. The 2 ninjas, mere ch-nin, were incapacitated by a single blow from Naruto and fell unconscious. Realizing he was outmatched, the last ninja fled while calling for help. The wanted criminal from the Land of Water has appeared at our Kumogakure's doorstep. Someone please help. On the street, a blonde child chased after a member of the Umbu, shouting and causing a stir. A wanted criminal? Me? Isn't the real wanted criminal Zabuza? Naruto tossed another brick, and the ninja let out a scream before collapsing. Approaching the fallen ninja, Naruto picked up the wanted poster and began to chuckle bitterly. I only stole a little stock. Is it really necessary to place such a high bounty on my head? The people of the Land of Water are so stingy. With that thought, Naruto grew indignant and raised another brick. Bang! The brick shattered. Although it was not the ninja's fault, striking him felt immensely satisfying. What? The wanted criminal from the Land of Water has come to our Kumogakure? Could it be the one who successfully assassinated the 4th Mizukage? I've heard the bounty is quite high. I've long wanted to see just how powerful this Zabuza is. In an instant, 6 ninjas surrounded Naruto, encircling him. What? Just a kid? Did Zabuza escape? 3 of the ninjas immediately dashed out of the village. As they stowed away the wanted posters, Naruto suddenly looked up, quickly locking onto a burly man wearing a straw hat in the distance, and hurled a brick towards him. The surrounding ninjas were drawn to the flying brick, glancing toward its trajectory. That seems to be the 4th Raikage. Is this little brat attempting to ambush Lord Raikage? They chuckled, observing the incoming brick. The 4th Raikage, sneered and charged forward, enveloped in blue lightning. He then swung a fist at the brick. However, to his surprise, he struck nothing but air. This was a brick so firmly thrown that even a child wouldn't miss it. He had merely hit emptiness, which felt rather peculiar. The onlookers were equally bewildered, having been caught off guard by A's incredible speed. It appears as though he rushed forward to receive a blow from a brick himself. A sharp pain radiates from the back of his head. Even someone as robust as the 4th Raikage cannot help but cry out in agony. Such is the power of a brick. No matter how strong one may be, the pain inflicted by a single strike remains excruciatingly profound. Chapter 49 Reinforcements arrive. Oh, my dear elder brother, what has happened to you? Who has left you battered and bloodied? This is utterly detestable. If I find out who is responsible, I shall not let them go unpunished. A robust man named Killer Bee, moving with an unrestrained gait, appeared and expressed his concern for AI. It was that little brat. Several ninjas pointed towards Naruto's location. In an instant, AI transformed into a bolt of lightning, causing the air around him to explode. Killer Bee felt the fierce gust of wind whip against his face. Bang! AI's fist struck the air once more, the residual force sending 3 nearby ninjas flying. Killer Bee marveled at his elder brother's valor and indomitable spirit. Yet, despite the forceful punch, AI found only empty air where his target had been. The others, recovering from their shock, gazed in disbelief. The fourth Raikage's incredibly swift punch had been evaded, and that little brat had vanished before their very eyes. AI furrowed his brows, recognizing this scene as eerily familiar. He was confident that no instant transmission technique, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, could evade his assault. Previously, during the Third Great Ninja War, he had suffered a significant loss in speed against the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze. He thought that after so many years, his speed had surpassed that of his youth, especially with Minato now deceased. He had considered himself the fastest ninja in the ninja world. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his power, another child capable of the Flying Thunder God technique had emerged. What a cruel twist of fate. Puzzled, AI pondered how he had been struck out of nowhere. You all, investigate the origins of that golden-haired brat immediately and inform me at once. He then beckoned to a ninja. You, hurry to Konoha and see if there are any records on this child. Those who can use the Flying Thunder God technique are primarily from Konoha, and he suspected this child was sent to cause trouble in Kumogakure. Indeed, my brother is wise. Killer Bee began to dance with enthusiasm. AI leisurely returned to the Raikage's office, and soon, news about Naruto arrived. Report to the fourth Raikage, sir. That golden-haired brat just arrived in Kumogakure today. He appears to be a wanted criminal from the Land of Water, rumored to have stolen numerous items. However, his identity remains unclear. Theft! AI suddenly exclaimed in shock. Quickly, check the warehouse. No sooner had he spoken than a ninja rushed in, breathless. Raikage-sama, we have grave news. Our warehouse has been completely ransacked. Bang! Upon hearing this, AI erupted with rage, slamming his fist on the table, which shattered on impact. The messenger ninja trembled in fear. Witnessing the Raikage's fury for the first time, issue a command. All ninjas in Kumogakure cease their tasks. Mobilize everyone. Overturn the entire village if necessary. We must capture this brat and flay him alive. Yes. Soon after, several injured ninjas were brought into the Raikage's office. What happened? AI's brow furrowed. Raikage-sama. We found the brat, but we couldn't defeat him. We were thoroughly beaten. Woe is me. Raikage-sama, my head aches terribly. That little brat claimed my head was quite hard and hit me with 10 bricks. Raikage-sama, please avenge us. More and more ninjas were brought in, looking utterly wretched, most having suffered severe head injuries. AI felt his scalp tingle. If this continued, Kumogakure would run out of bandages. You all, hurry to the Land of Water and request reinforcements, and also bring back more bandages. Having spoken, AI leaped through the window, ascending to the highest point in Kumogakure, where he roared, You little brat, if you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one. You rely on sneaky tactics. What kind of skill is that? Come out. Are you afraid? I could obliterate you with a single punch. Before long, a crowd gathered below, some cheering for the Raikage while others questioned his sanity. AI's shouts echoed unanswered for a long time, and after half an hour of yelling, he began to tire. Suddenly, a brick flew towards him. With a familiar motion, AI aimed at the brick and struck with all his might. Bang! A sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Once again, his fist met only empty air. Frustration mounted. Why couldn't he land a hit? After several failed attempts, he began to doubt the clarity of his vision. The crowd below gasped as they witnessed the Raikage being hit by a brick, leaving them astounded. This was the Raikage, renowned as the strongest in Kumogakure. Yet he had been struck down by a hidden weapon. What formidable foe had they provoked? On the other side, Killer Bee stared in awe at Naruto, then, accepting defeat, bowed to him. Oh, my heavens, my brother. How did you achieve this? Every shot lands perfectly, while my elder brother cannot evade. This is magnificent. Will you teach me? Of course, but only if you treat me to grilled squid, Naruto replied before vanishing. Oh, my dear brother, can't you let him have a bite? Killer Bee asked the 8 tails within him. Hearing this, the 8 tails cursed vehemently. Are you foolish? That brat is just toying with you. Besides, within that child, I sense the power of the 9 tails. The next moment, the fourth Raikage, AI, appeared beside Killer Bee, his rage palpable. B, was that golden-haired brat here, just now? Killer Bee nodded eagerly. Oh, brother, you are so clever. I was just about to capture him when he vanished. By the way, he seems to be the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails from Konoha. Konoha indeed. AI's expression turned grim. They had come to retaliate against Kumogakure. However, upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. Jinchuriki were weapons of the great nations. They would never be allowed to roam freely unless Konoha had faced dire circumstances, leading to frequent conflicts and forcing them to release him. A nine-tails Jinchuriki capable of the Flying Thunder God technique would be a nightmare for any nation. After piecing this together, AI couldn't help but commend his own intellect. From fragmented information, he had deduced so much. Having thought too much, pain surged in the back of his head again. B. Send someone to Konoha to request reinforcements and gauge their response. Yes. After that, AI hurried to the medical room, wrapping his head with bandages. By the way, do you have any painkillers? A female medical ninja smiled sweetly, surprised that the mighty Raikage would fear pain. In the land of water, Kirigakure, following the death of the fourth Mizukage, governance fell to the original masters. Upon receiving Kumogakure's plea for assistance, an immediate order was issued for Terumi Mei to lead a large force to capture the golden-haired thief and recover their losses. In the land of fire, Konoha. In response to the Raikage's request for aid, Hiruzen Sarutobi spared no effort, dispatching Might Guy to rendezvous with Kakashi in the land of lightning to assist the Raikage. He understood that no matter how many people were sent to aid the Raikage, it would be futile as long as Naruto did not wish to be captured. In the land of lightning, Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage AI harbored an intense hatred for Naruto, who persistently struck him with bricks, each hit more painful than the last. Currently, nearly half of Kumogakure's ninjas sported bandages on their heads, and passers-by couldn't help but smirk, making the village seem utterly disgraceful. If they could not deal with that golden-haired brat soon, Kumogakure would truly lose all face. When would reinforcements arrive? AI sat in his office, overwhelmed by despair. The golden-haired imp, elusive and intangible like a specter, unexpectedly hurled a brick at him, an object that seemed impossible to evade. Who could endure such a predicament? Just then, a ninja, his head swathed in bandages akin to a mummy, burst through the door with fervor. Lord Raikage, I bring good news. Reinforcements from the village hidden in the mist have arrived. Beyond the confines of the hidden cloud village, Mei Terumi led a procession of 20 shinobi. Simultaneously, Killer Bee, accompanied by 2 other ninja, emerged to greet them. Killer Bee, uniquely unscathed by the brick-throwing incident within the cloud village, was the natural choice to receive the guests. Terumi Mei, my cherished comrade, Killer Bee exclaimed, extending his arms for a hearty embrace. The mist ninjas responded with visible astonishment. Mei Terumi questioned, her brow furrowing. Since when did we become comrades? Swiftly, she launched a kick, sending Killer Bee sprawling. Indeed, a formidable woman. Despite the face full of dirt, Killer Bee continued his eccentric dance. Greetings, esteemed brethren from the Mist Village. I am Killer Bee, dispatched by the Raikage to welcome you. He proceeded to shake hands with each of the Mist Village ninjas. Mei Terumi observed that many ninjas had multiple layers of bandages wrapped around their heads, wondering if there was an epidemic. Then she noticed Killer Bee, who, although unbandaged, seemed to be afflicted by some ailment. Heavens, help me, she thought. Is there anyone of sound mind in the hidden cloud village? Finally, the 2 accompanying cloud ninjas intervened. Ahem, Killer Bee, remember the Raikage's instructions. After shaking hands with the last ninja, Killer Bee addressed the 2 cloud ninjas. Of course, my brethren. Escort our mist brethren to their lodgings, while I accompany my esteemed comrade to meet the Raikage. Understood. The 2 cloud ninjas led the mist delegation away. Ha ha ha. A peculiar laughter echoed nearby, drawing the attention of Killer Bee and Mei Terumi. A masked man, engrossed in a book, emitted unrestrained laughter. The headband indicated he was a leaf ninja. Could this be one of the reinforcements from the leaf? Killer Bee and Mei Terumi wondered. Kakashi, how many times must I tell you? Refrain from reading those books in public. They are a corrupting influence. A dashing man appeared beside Kakashi, draping an arm over his shoulder. Another leaf ninja. Mei Terumi was taken aback. Good heavens, that hairstyle. Is that a bowl cut? Is that even natural? And those eyebrows. They are thicker than 2 of my fingers combined. This is unbearable. I am seized by an impulse to eliminate them. Killer Bee, unable to contain himself, charged forward. He glanced at Kakashi's book, Intimate Seduction. This book seems rather unorthodox. A moment later, Killer Bee exclaimed, incredible. My inner universe is stirring. Kakashi turned, meeting Killer Bee's gaze. Ha ha ha. They chuckled in unison. Subsequently, Killer Bee and Might Guy began flexing their muscles, their bodies colliding, igniting a youthful fire in their eyes. Killer Bee, Might Guy? Mei Terumi watched as they drew closer, nearly embracing, and felt a wave of nausea. To her dismay, Killer Bee approached her, flanked by the two leaf ninjas. My esteemed comrade, allow me to introduce my new brethren, also reinforcements from the leaf, Might Guy and Kakashi. Ha. Kakashi scratched his head. Oh ho. Might Guy grinned, flashing a row of pristine teeth. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Meitarumi was dumbfounded, verging on collapse. Could the Cloud Village not find more conventional reinforcements? One is a masked pervert, and the other is a perpetually zealous oddball. I cannot endure this. It would be preferable to be eliminated than to cooperate with you. Killer Bee was gratified that the reinforcements seemed to be integrating seamlessly. He led them to the Raikage's office. Ahem. Upon the arrival of the reinforcements, the fourth Raikage, A, hastily composed himself. The frequent brick attacks had left him in perpetual agony. Inside the office, he wore an expression of misery. Meitarumi noticed the Raikage's fleeting grimace and the bandages wrapped even more thickly around his head than those of the other Cloud Ninjas. Could a mere child have inflicted such suffering? Even the formidable Raikage is in such a state. What chance does a fragile woman like myself have? Meitarumi shuddered at the thought, recalling the days of pain from a single brick. The Raikage rose, a rare smile gracing his features. Our reinforcements are truly remarkable. Meitarumi, wielder of both lava and boil release. Kakashi, the copy ninja, distinguished during the Third Shinobi World War. And Might Guy, whose reputation precedes him, vouched for by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Formulated a plan. I am grateful for your assistance. Without further ado, I must inform you that the bricks hurled by that child are unavoidable. However, this is contingent on the child being in proximity to the target. Given his animosity towards me, I anticipate an attack tomorrow at noon. As soon as he appears, the Cloud and Mist ninjas will erect a sealing barrier to confine him. Even if he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, escape will be impossible. Then, Killer Bee, Meitarumi, Kakashi, Might Guy, and I will apprehend him with ease. Might Guy applauded enthusiastically. Raikage-sama, your plan is flawless. We will give our all. Kakashi nodded impassively, glancing at Guy, who scratched his head. He had almost forgotten that they were there to shirk their duties, as Naruto was the true champion of the leaf. Yet, he yearned to know if his efforts had brought him even slightly closer to Naruto. Meitarumi was acutely aware of the inevitability of the bricks. She was wary of the child's Flying Thunder God technique, recalling the devastating impact of its previous wielder during the war. Failure to capture the child would have dire consequences. They proceeded to discuss the finer points, finalizing all details. What if the child detects our plan and refrains from attacking? Meitarumi inquired. I chuckled. Impossible. At his age, he is fearless. The more elaborate our scheme, the more compelled he will be to challenge us. On a tree, Toby watched his comrade. Naruto is exactly what I want. First, he destroyed the Uchiha clan. Then he killed Danzo. And then he killed the fourth Mizukage, stealing the hidden Mist Village's savings. He even went to the hidden Cloud Village and stole their savings. He tortured the Cloud Ninjas. The Raikage hated Naruto, but he couldn't do anything. In this peaceful time, one person forced the hidden Cloud Village, the hidden Mist Village, and the hidden Leaf Village to fight together. The masked man had already devised a plan. Once the fight commenced and Naruto could no longer endure, he would intervene. Simultaneously, he declared Naruto's induction into the Akatsuki, thereby providing a pretext for future confrontations with the three great nations. The following day, as sunlight streamed upon him, Naruto groggily opened his eyes and stretched languidly. After contemplating his schedule, he realized it was once again time for his regular visit. He needed to attend to the fourth Raikage, otherwise, he would fully recover without his intervention. Chapter 51. Kakashi saves me. After enjoying breakfast, Naruto stood atop a high point, gazing at the Raikage's office from a distance. To his surprise, the Raikage was not present inside, which left him somewhat astonished. The Raikage, who appeared rather dim-witted, had somehow deduced that Naruto would visit today and had chosen to hide in advance. Quite clever indeed. It was a reminder that one should never underestimate their adversaries, regardless of the circumstances. However, with the small size of the hidden Cloud Village and the Flying Thunder God marks scattered throughout, it did not take long for Naruto to locate the fourth Raikage. Come out, you brat. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. I know you're here. Stood on a flat area of a high mountain, surrounded by emptiness. Based on his calculations, if that little brat wanted to throw a brick at him, he would have to come to this platform. As soon as the brat dared to appear, the 50 lurking ninjas would activate the sealing barrier and trap him inside. No matter how formidable the Flying Thunder God technique was, There would be no room to maneuver on this open and limited platform. That infuriating blonde brat would be at his mercy. So many people. Naruto activated his Sharingan from a distance. Although he could not discern their identities, he was well aware of their numbers. Beneath the platform were approximately 40 to 50 ninjas, with one Hokage above and 4 others disguised as stones nearby. One chakra presence was immense. Undoubtedly Killer Bee, the host of the 8 Tails. The remaining 3 appeared weak but should not be underestimated. Naruto shook his head in resignation. It seemed the Hidden Cloud village was truly desperate, attempting to set a deadly trap to eliminate him. 2 shadow-level powerhouses, 3 elite Jonin, and 50 Chunin. This was an overwhelming force in the context of the Ninja World War. He was merely here out of boredom, and revealing all his cards for a direct confrontation would be unwise. He needed to retain some trump cards for future endeavors. Naruto sighed. His strength was still insufficient. The 9 Tails chimed in. You're not weak. You're just pathetic, you little chick. Boom. A smile crept across Naruto's face as he summoned 51 shadow clones. 50 clones stealthily positioned themselves to ambush the 50 ninjas outside, while one clone gathered Senjutsu Chakra as a backup. After this operation, he would have to return to class, even amidst a life-and-death battle. The thought of studying crossed his mind, truly a model student of the Ninja Academy. Swish! A kunai landed at the edge of the platform. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on that spot. However, a minute passed without any sign of movement. Many could no longer contain themselves and started gasping for air. Could it be that this brat was afraid? Humph, it seems that aside from ambushing, he is incapable of anything else. Swish! A large sofa appeared beside the kunai, with Naruto comfortably reclining on it, disdainfully gazing at the Hokage. Humph, you insufferable brat. He instantly activated his lightning chakra mode, enveloping himself in a layer of blue, crackling chakra. Although filled with rage, he refrained from launching an immediate attack. Boom. The ceiling barrier began to take form, and the transformed figures revealed their true forms. Killer Bee. Tsunade? Why was this lady also in the Hidden Cloud village? The sight of the 2 behind her left Naruto utterly astonished. Kakashi Hatake was also here. Was he here to entertain again? And there was Mike Guy? This bushy-browed guy seemed more like he had come to brawl. The 2 Konoha ninjas looked at Naruto, pretending not to recognize him. Suddenly, one side of the barrier shook violently. The Umbu from the Mist Village exhibited unusual behavior upon seeing the blonde brat. Most of the ninjas trembled in fear. What was happening? I looked quizzically at Tsunade. This reinforcement seemed unreliable, with their legs shaking. Had they indulged in revelry the night before? If the barrier did not close soon, allowing the brat to escape would render their efforts futile. Tsunade, equally bewildered, knew that the blonde brat was a taboo for them. Yet she did not anticipate such a strong reaction. Infuriated, she shouted, "Close your eyes and focus on the task at hand." Boom. Closing their eyes indeed restored normalcy, and they let out a sigh of relief only when the barrier finally sealed. Naruto remained casually reclined on the sofa. Surprised by the intense reaction from the Mist Village ninjas, they trembled at the sight of him. At that moment, he felt as if he were bearing the blame for Zabuza's actions. Sigh. How frustrating. That was clearly Zabuza's doing. Meanwhile, the Hidden Cloud ninjas, with bandages wrapped around their heads, gritted their teeth, seething with rage, eager to eliminate him. Whoosh! I could no longer contain himself, transforming into a bolt of lightning, his hand resembling a blade as he charged at Naruto. Thud! Naruto swiftly completed his hand seals, and several wooden stakes erupted from the platform, blocking A's path, quickly transforming into a wooden prison to trap him. Subsequently, a brick was hurled at Tsunade. When outnumbered, it was crucial to swiftly reduce the opposing side's numbers by eliminating the weaker ones first. Tsunade? Clearly, that guy is weaker than that perverted one. Liquid release, liquid monster technique. Realizing she could not dodge, she aimed to dissolve Naruto's sofa first. What she did not expect was Killer Bee's swift reaction. A tentacle extended from behind him, shielding her within its grasp. Sizzle. The tentacle was seared by intense heat. Killer Bee yelped in pain, while the 8 tails within him held its head in disbelief. Tsunade cursed, frustrated with Killer Bee's lack of coordination. Are we about to fight? Mike Guy finally reacted. 8th gate of the 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. 5th gate, limit gate, open. Guy radiated green energy, leaping towards Naruto. Kakashi, what are you doing? For heaven's sake. That's our ally. Naruto. Seriously, are we escalating this? Bang. The brick struck Tsunade's head, and she yelped in pain. To her surprise, Naruto had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind her, executing a jutsu instantaneously. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fortunately, Killer Bee reacted in time, using the tentacle to shield Tsunade. This time, both ends of the tentacle were scorched. Tsunade, realizing the danger, cast a grateful glance towards Killer Bee. At that moment, Kakashi wasted no time, forming hand seals to summon Nin dogs. Boom! 8 ninja dogs appeared, attacking the sofa where Naruto lay. Naruto vanished, leaving Guy suspended in midair, only to witness Kakashi's dogs tearing at the sofa. Guy was bewildered and swiftly turned to Kakashi. What are you doing? Can you be a bit more professional? Thankfully, Naruto was engaged in a tussle, and the Raikage was trapped in the wooden prison. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Guy. Have you forgotten about the 50 spectators? Guy suddenly yelled in anger, leaping into a fit, smashing the sofa to pieces. This action startled the 8 ninja dogs, who all turned to glare at Guy. The next moment, they all charged after him, intent on biting him to shreds. Kakashi, save me. Boom. The 4th Raikage's hair stood on end, unleashing his full power as the wooden prison erupted into splinters. He had never anticipated that such a flimsy wooden prison could confine him even for a single breath. Chapter 52. Scapegoated. Once more, Kakashi disregarded Kai's entreaties for assistance. You've embroiled yourself in this predicament. Extricate yourself, he quipped. Subsequently, he hastened toward Naruto, intermittently launching volleys of kunai in his direction. An infuriated grunt escaped as he renewed his assault on Naruto. Naruto, presently engaged in a taijutsu skirmish with Killer Bee, swiftly succumbed to the latter's superior prowess after a flurry of blows. Meiterumi's water ninjutsu persistently rained down. Kakashi's kunai barges continued unabated, and A was poised to strike imminently. How fortunate is Kai, beset by hounds, precluding his involvement in the fray, Naruto mused. A most convincing performance indeed. A performance it is not, Kai retorted. These canines are genuinely vicious, audacious enough to bite. Swoosh. Naruto executed the flying Raijin technique, reverting to his initial position upon the sofa, which served to conceal the technique's marking beneath the platform. Water release, hiding in mist technique. Dense fog enveloped the environs instantaneously, impairing the visibility of all save Meiterumi, proficient in water ninjutsu. Remain calm and adhere to my attacks. I shall relay your positions, Meiterumi proclaimed with composure, as she conjured a water pistol, discharging it toward Naruto. A reacted with alacrity, outpacing the water jet and aiming a punch at Naruto. Naruto smirked, anticipating this gambit. He gently tossed a brick skyward. As A's fist neared its target, Naruto employed the flying Raijin technique to reposition himself behind A, unleashing a spontaneously formed Rasengan upon A's dorsal region. A bellowed in agony, colliding with the barrier. The brick was once more launched, targeting Meiterumi. Poof! 2 shadow clones materialized. As the Rasen Shuriken took form, A renewed his assault. Alas, his blow struck only empty air, much to A's vexation. As Naruto materialized behind her, Meiterumi felt an icy dread permeate her being, the specter of death looming large. Meiterumi was taken aback. Had the boy's ninjutsu struck her, her demise would have been assured. Yet, the boy had refrained, instead casting it upon the ground. A reprieve, perhaps? Before she could ruminate further, the Rasen Shuriken's devastating effects began to manifest. Boom! The Rasen Shuriken detonated upon impact, swiftly expanding into a colossal vortex. Killer Bee, in close proximity to Meiterumi, sensed impending catastrophe and promptly transformed into his 8 tails form, shielding Meiterumi within his massive frame. Arc. Even the robust physique of the 8 tails writhed in agony under the Rasen Shuriken's relentless barrage, its anguished cries reverberating throughout the vicinity. The scores of ninjas stationed outside the barrier shuddered at the sound. The battle appears to have intensified, a spectacle worth witnessing, the masked man chuckled, gradually approaching the theater of conflict. Within the barrier, however, the dense fog obscured all but the vaguest outlines, even when viewed through the Sharingan. 6 combatants locked in mortal struggle, he observed. One, beset by a multitude of summoned beasts, lies prostrate, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Another, sequestered in a corner, hurls projectiles with abandon, their targets indiscernible. A colossal 8 tails shields an individual, enduring excruciating torment. Thud! The behemoth collapses, succumbing to its wounds. And yet another, toyed with by Naruto, eluding every strike, a comical spectacle indeed. Alas, it appears my intervention is superfluous. These cloud ninja, a band of brutes. These mist ninja, woefully inept. The masked man shook his head ruefully. Such a grand undertaking, yet not a single combatant can apply pressure on Naruto. Sensing Killer Bee's collapse, ceased his assault to assess his comrade's injuries. Kakashi, aid me. Kai pleaded from the ground, the hound's relentless assault causing him excruciating pain. Kakashi scratched his head in resignation, preparing to dispel the summoning jutsu. However, Naruto interjected, charging forth. Clang. The two engaged in close-quarters combat with kunai, their duel reaching a fever pitch. B. Your condition? A inquired, concern etched upon his features as he gazed upon the behemoth. Brother, I am unharmed. A respite is all I require. The giant bovine, adorned with octopus tentacles, managed a feeble smile, brandishing a tentacle in a gesture of defiance. Witnessing Killer Bee's plight, A's fury swelled anew, yet the dense fog rendered him impotent against Naruto. Mei Terumi was deeply moved. Were it not for Killer Bee's selfless act of protection, she would have perished. She was compelled to reciprocate. An idea struck her. Lord Raikage, permit me to inundate the barrier with water ninjutsu. A, upon hearing this, was galvanized. In an aquatic environment, the issue of visibility would be nullified. As for locomotion, it posed no impediment to a ninja of his exceptional physical prowess. Water release, great waterfall technique. Mei Terumi exerted her utmost, unleashing her water ninjutsu, swiftly inundating the barrier. Naruto and Kakashi immediately disengaged, retreating as the deluge threatened to engulf them, a sense of foreboding washing over Naruto. With the brick, his conduit for the flying Raijin technique, rendered ineffective in the water, and the Raikage's velocity, he was certain to suffer a beating. Help! Kai cried out, enduring the agony of the hound's assault, as he frantically swam upward. After great effort, he surfaced, gasping for air, having nearly drowned. Kakashi, unperturbed, leisurely ascended, observing Kai's wretched state, and finally recalled to dispel the summoning jutsu. Woe is me! Kai lamented, tears streaming down his face. Humph! Scoffed, unaffected by the water, he swiftly closed the distance to Naruto, unleashing a devastating blow. Though Naruto evaded the strike, he was now acutely aware of the peril. The flying Raijin technique's markings within the barrier were finite, should the Raikage memorize their locations. He could anticipate Naruto's maneuvers and launch a relentless offensive. However, with only A remaining capable of combat, Naruto was undeterred. Smirked. Having discerned Naruto's potential locations after numerous exchanges, he launched another punch, which once again met empty air, but he had already predicted Naruto's next location and directly towards it, delivering a devastating blow. As he saw Naruto materialize precisely where he had anticipated, a triumphant grin spread across his face. Now you shall fall by my hand. Poof! A shadow clone outside the barrier dissipated, and Naruto entered Sage mode, launching a counterattack. As his fist neared A's face, A felt an impact, and he was sent flying. What transpired? A touched his swollen cheek, bewildered. Naruto had not made contact, yet he had been struck. Naruto smiled faintly. Sage art, frog kata. My reach extends beyond your perception. Bang, bang, bang. A staggered backward. As he discerned the range of Naruto's attacks, he retaliated, lunging towards Naruto. Lightning release, lariat. Naruto felt as if he had been struck by a steel ram, his body crashing against the barrier. Lightning style, lightning release armor. A, channeling a high-voltage current into his hand, descended upon Naruto. Sage art, lightning release. Naruto, unwilling to yield, mirrored the technique. In an instant, the two currents clashed in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The force of the blast propelled both combatants backward, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Naruto collided with the barrier once more. His Sage mode dispelled, though he sustained minimal injuries. A, on the other hand, suffered the effects of the Sage art, his arm numb and convulsing. Kakashi was astonished. This bears a resemblance to the jutsu I developed, yet it surpasses it in potency. Alas, you are all woefully inadequate. Until our next encounter. The organization beckons my return. Naruto declared with a sudden sneer, as an intangible aura emanated from him. The organization? The onlookers were perplexed. What manner of organization could command such a formidable youth? Remember, I am Akatsuki Obito. Naruto transformed, taking on the guise of the masked man, Obito. Chapter 53. No need for the Akatsuki? AI expressed his confusion. having never heard of the Akatsuki or the character known as Toby, glancing perplexedly at Conan. Conan shrugged, signaling her ignorance as well. However, witnessing Naruto's transformation from a mere child into a middle-aged man, they found it quite reasonable. After all, how could an 8-year-old possibly hold such power? Surely, he must be an old fellow, perhaps even in his 70s or 80s, while they themselves were merely in their 30s or 40s. In the prime of their lives, failing to overcome him was entirely normal. Conan quipped, "You're only in your 30s or 40s. Your entire family is." The true masked man, resting his chin on his hand, mused to himself. He had made his entrance, or perhaps he had not entirely revealed himself. A thought crossed his mind. Could this young brother intend for him to take the blame and then continue his covert operations in Konoha? Indeed, it was a brilliant plan. This way, when he sought to annihilate the 3 ninja villages in the future, he would have just cause. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Our Akatsuki organization is still in its infancy. It is entirely normal for mortals like you to be unaware of us. Our mission has always been to eradicate the wicked, uphold justice, and protect the peace of the ninja world." AI pondered, "Are you implying that we have endured such beatings because we are too strong, too violent, and too cunning?" Conan, on the verge of tears, retorted, "Are you suggesting that our storeroom was emptied because we are too wealthy?" Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. They had never encountered anyone who could so boldly equate violence with noble deeds. Suddenly, the masked man felt a tinge of shyness. The words he had spoken made him feel like a beacon of hope in the ninja world. With a swift motion, Naruto summoned 50 masked men who had been lying in wait outside. The first to react was AI, whose face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Toby had concealed so many clones outside. Given Toby's strength, even his clones would be more than a match for the Chunin maintaining the barrier. The first thought that sprang to AI's mind was one of despair. It was over. Both Kumogakure and Kirigakure were doomed. Conan's expression mirrored his despair. Surely, they would not suffer total annihilation today. Kirigakure had already a dwindling population, and those present were the elite among the elite. If they fell here, the village would face ruin. Kakashi and Guy exchanged worried glances, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. The masked man suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "This young brother is remarkable. I find myself invigorated." With a resounding crash, 50 bricks rained down upon the Chunin maintaining the barrier, leaving them no time to react. Their heads were struck, and they cried out in agony. In the next moment, the masked man appeared behind them. With a loud smack, the bricks shattered, and all 50 ninja were knocked unconscious, collapsing in unison. The barrier emitted a thunderous roar, shattering in an instant. Witnessing this, the masked man could not help but touch the back of his head, contemplating the pain that must have ensued from such a blow. AI lamented, "Kumogakure is finished." Conan echoed, "Kirigakure is finished." Kakashi and Guy, incredulous, remarked, "Are both Kumogakure and Kirigakure finished?" "Consider this a warning," the masked man stated coldly. "Next time, I hope you will conduct yourselves with honor, refrain from abusing your power, and cease your nefarious deeds." With a disdainful laugh, Naruto vanished. The Nine-Tails scoffed, "Who truly abuses their power and engages in wickedness? Have you no awareness, you fledgling?" AI, bewildered, questioned, "What does this flying brick mean? Is it aimed at me?" "Oh, the injustice." He scratched his head, feeling utterly defeated. The Nine-Tails sighed, "You truly have a knack for causing chaos." At this moment, Karabi exclaimed with excitement. Having spotted that the Kumogakure and Kirigakure ninja were merely unconscious and not slain, the village had been spared, a cause for celebration. He expressed heartfelt gratitude to the masked man for his mercy. AI, furiously frowning, delivered an annoyed punch to Karabi's head. "What are you laughing about when your brother was struck?" "Oh, brother, I am laughing because our people are still alive." Upon hearing this, Conan rushed to check on the Kirigakure members. After a lengthy wait, she breathed a sigh of relief. All were safe. A chilling wind swept through, leaving everyone feeling desolate. Despite the combined strength of the 3 great ninja villages and a flawless strategy, they could not subdue the Akatsuki's Toby. The masked man shrugged, "Not my concern. Don't blame me." He turned to leave, having dominated the encounter while everyone sustained varying degrees of injuries. However, it seemed that 2 individuals had emerged relatively unscathed. Upon deeper reflection, a sense of dread crept in. These 2 must be scrutinized. AI, Karabi, and Conan all turned their gazes toward Guy. As a taijutsu specialist, How could you be pursued by a mere dog while opening the 8th gate? You accomplished nothing aside from destroying a sofa. What is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Guy stood dumbfounded, unsure how to defend himself, and could only cast a pleading glance at Kakashi. You unleashed the dog. You should help me explain. Kakashi sighed. Guy, I have told you countless times not to forcefully open the 5th gate. Your body is not yet strong enough. The side effects will incapacitate you. As soon as he spoke, the trio's eyes fixated on Kakashi. Were you slacking off while we weren't looking? You merely threw shuriken and cast no jutsu whatsoever. You are the copy ninja Kakashi. Enlighten us on what you copied. Kakashi longed to mention that he had summoned a familiar. Yes, the dog was indeed mine. But he felt no need to elaborate. Clearing his throat, Kakashi began forming hand seals, electricity crackling around him. Lightning release, lightning cutter. AI looked astonished. The copy ninja was indeed formidable. Karabi rested his chin on his hand, noting the technique appeared somewhat familiar. Conan stood frozen, incredulous. Guy's eyes widened in realization. This looks like something that doesn't require copying. Kakashi wanted to assert that this technique was of his own design, but deemed it unnecessary. He simply wished to prove he had not been idle. Not only that, he had even engaged in close combat with Naruto for a considerable time. The misunderstanding was dispelled. After resting for a while in Kumogakure, Conan promptly led the Kirigakure members away, fearing that remaining too long among the peculiar villagers would lead to madness. Kakashi and Guy, however, lingered for a full week before departing. AI, restless in the Raikage's office, contemplated whether the masked man's departure was genuine. After several days of intensive patrols without incident, he finally felt relieved. Subsequently, Kumogakure and Kirigakure commenced investigations into the Akatsuki and Tobi. The bounty shifted from the golden-haired youth to the masked elder, Tobi, as the former gradually faded from public view. Following the battle, Naruto left Kumogakure. While on a ship returning to Konoha, Tobi approached him. Good brother. Good brother. They exchanged a high five. Good brother, I have a gift for you. A black cloak adorned with red clouds appeared in Tobi's hands. Chapter 54. Joining the organization without hesitation, Naruto donned the attire. It must be said, amidst the throng, he was indeed the most striking figure. Faye, this outfit is quite splendid. Do you have any more? I would like a larger size for a few years down the line. Faye shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face. This is the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, and its quantity is exceedingly limited. This particular piece was tailored specifically for you. Wait until you graduate, and I shall procure another for you. Naruto chuckled heartily. Thank you, Faye. He then scratched his head and inquired, by the way, what exactly does the Akatsuki do? I seem to have never heard of it. Upon hearing this, Faye nearly choked on his own words. Didn't you just solemnly declare to the Raikage and his entourage that you are a member of the Akatsuki, and now you claim ignorance? Nonetheless, Faye maintained his composure and explained, Ahem, the Akatsuki is a clandestine organization composed of several powerful shinobi, united under the goal of preserving peace within the ninja world. Currently, there are only a handful of members, and now you are one of them. Your codename is Sora. After saying this, Faye handed Naruto a ring emblazoned with the character for Sora. Wow, a codename. That is incredibly cool. I will certainly strive to contribute to the organization. Naruto added. By the way, since you mentioned it's composed of elite shinobi, surely my grandfather, the third Hokage, must be one of them, right? As Naruto adorned the ring. His expression reflected excitement and anticipation as he looked at Faye. Faye internally rolled his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fellow? Does he deserve such an honor? Of course, Faye refrained from voicing this thought. Instead, he began earnestly. The third Hokage is preoccupied with the affairs of Konoha and likely lacks the time to participate. However, if you encounter him next, feel free to extend an invitation to join us. Naruto's eyes gleamed with incredulity as he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Faye, I will do just that. Preserving peace in the ninja world is my duty as Hokage. Faye smiled faintly. He understood that beneath Naruto's seemingly simple and honest exterior lay a profound depth. This boy's potential was formidable, and even he had to tread carefully. The fates of several powerful shinobi served as stark reminders of their perilous encounters with Naruto. Shimura Danzo now wandered the earth, too fearful to return home. The fourth Mizukage met a grim fate, while the robust fourth Raikage found himself at his wit's end. Presently, Naruto's growth seemed manageable. With a sudden sigh, Faye patted Naruto's shoulder and remarked, Naruto, the organization is currently facing significant challenges. We are not only in dire need of funds, but also short on manpower. While manpower is secondary, funding is paramount. Fei had gathered intelligence prior to his arrival. He hoped to extract some resources from Naruto, who had pilfered numerous assets from the land of water and the land of lightning. Fei, just say the word. As long as it's not a monetary issue, I will do my utmost to assist the organization. Naruto smiled faintly, aware of Fei's intentions. However, it would be impossible for Fei to extract funds from him. Beneath his mask, Fei's smile faltered. Earning money is difficult for you? You are destitute? The entirety of Konoha likely pales in comparison to your wealth. Yet if Naruto was unwilling to part with his resources, there was little Fei could do. He would have to delegate other tasks to Naruto, given the manpower shortage. In the land of wind, in the sand village, there is a puppeteer named Sasori. The organization requires you to persuade him to join us. Naruto's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sasori, is it? No problem, leave it to me. He smiled slightly. Sasori possesses considerable strength, having eliminated even the third Kazekage. Convincing him to join the Akatsuki should pose no challenge. The key to piquing his interest lies with Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, is Gaara's father and is notorious for sending assassins after him, which has rendered Gaara isolated, bloodthirsty, and devoid of emotions, a mere tool for killing. Naruto could not abide such self-righteous individuals. He sought to uphold justice. He would assist Gaara in eliminating the fourth Kazekage. However, with 4 of the 5 great nations having been arranged thus, there remained a sense of imbalance without the land of Earth. Thus, Naruto inquired, by the way, are there any misguided individuals in the land of Earth that I should persuade? Fei pondered for a moment and acknowledged, indeed, there is one. He found Naruto's eagerness puzzling, as he had just joined the organization yet was already so eager to exert himself. Truly, a promising candidate. Fei's eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded. In the land of Earth, in Awagakure, there is an artist named Deidara. I have already sent Itachi to persuade him. However, if you act swiftly, after convincing Sasori, you can rendezvous with Itachi in the land of Earth and collaborate. Uchiha Itachi? Perfect. I shall have the opportunity to converse with him. Without hesitation, Naruto nodded in agreement. All right, once I complete these 2 tasks, I shall return to Konoha for further training. Should the organization have new directives, feel free to contact me in the village. While the land of Earth may lack entertainment, delivering a few bricks to that old man, the third Tsuchikage, would indeed be quite enjoyable. At that moment, basking in the sun, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, felt a sudden chill and abruptly opened his eyes. Tsuchikage-sama. What is it? A female ninja was currently massaging him. Confirming that no one was around, Anoki let out a long sigh, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's nothing, just be gentle. Fei smiled subtly, appreciating Naruto's thoughtfulness. After providing Naruto with some information, the two exchanged a fist bump before parting ways. The journey from the land of lightning to the land of wind was long, with Konoha lying in between. Having not returned to Konoha for quite some time, he was eager to see how his shadow clone was faring in its studies. However, before reaching Konoha, he encountered a cloud ninja named Tia, dispatched by the Hokage to investigate Naruto. To this day, Tia had finally uncovered the secrets surrounding Naruto. Yet, just as he parted ways with Naruto at the Ninja Academy, he found himself face to face with him on a boat. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. Upon seeing Tia's odd reaction, Naruto decided to strike first. Tia, initially smug, was well aware that Naruto was merely a student at the Ninja Academy and, in the presence of a J-nin like himself, was nothing more than a fledgling. However, in the next instant, he regretted his arrogance. Before Naruto, he was utterly defenseless, being pummeled mercilessly. With a resounding bang, Tia soon found himself battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground. Speak. What is your mission? Have you seen me in Konoha? When Tia remained tight-lipped, resolute in his silence, Naruto, unfazed, activated his Sharingan and unleashed a Genjutsu upon him. Chapter 55. The Light of Konoha in the Realm of Illusion. Tia, weary from his journey, sought comfort in the forest to relieve himself. Suddenly, a small snake darted out and struck a vital spot. The pain brought tears to Tia's eyes, and his despair deepened as he realized it was a venomous snake. Frantically, he ran, clutching his thigh, aware that his endurance was waning. At that moment, the fourth Hokage materialized before him. Woowoo, Lord Hokage. Tia reported the intelligence he had gathered in Konoha. You have done well. Do not fear. I can assist you. My strikes are swift, precise, and lethal. The Hokage suddenly revealed a fearsome mask, transforming into a demon. Zzz. His electrified hand came crashing down, and Tia fainted from fright. Naruto, unfazed, smiled knowingly, aware that Tia had been sent to Konoha to investigate him. However, no useful information had been acquired. It was merely known that he was at the Ninja Academy. Clearly, Konoha's secrecy was impenetrable. Upon awakening, Tia found himself on the back of a shark, startled. The shark lay foaming at the mouth on the shore, and he could not recall what had transpired. To his astonishment, he had returned to the land of lightning. He promptly made his way to the Hokage's office to report his findings. You mean to say, at the Ninja Academy in Konoha, there is a blonde boy named Uzumaki Naruto who bears an uncanny resemblance to the bounty poster from the Land of Water? Edo pondered deeply. He understood well that the Akatsuki sought to incite conflict between Konoha and both the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Cloud. What puzzled him was why the Akatsuki would disguise themselves as a mere schoolboy. What was so special about this child? Tia squinted and whispered, I've heard he is the illegitimate son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Edo's lips curled into a knowing smile. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news from Kakashi and Guy. Learning that the Akatsuki had unleashed Naruto to wreak havoc, he was incensed and nearly hurled the book he held, though he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. Despite Konoha's limited funds, he immediately issued a bounty, rallying the higher-ups to raise resources to claim the head of Akatsuki's Deidara. Those who harm Konoha shall face retribution, no matter their strength. However, shortly after announcing the bounty, an Umbu agent rushed in with urgency. Hokage-sama, we have dire news. A figure clad in a fiery cloud robe and wearing a straw hat has appeared 3 kilometers outside the village. It seems to be an Akatsuki member. They are advancing towards Konoha, likely intent on causing trouble. What shall we do? What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely alarmed. He had just issued a bounty, and now retaliation seemed imminent. His bounty was merely a fade for other nations to perceive. With the Akatsuki's average strength, who would dare provoke them? The village had scarcely any capable fighters left. Kakashi and Guy were still absent, Jiraiya was missing, and it was uncertain whether Danzo was alive. In that moment, it seemed he alone possessed any combat capability within the vast Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound melancholy, yet he was left with no choice. Then let us fight. I, though aging, am still vigorous. If it comes to it, I shall employ the Reaper Death Seal and descend into hell together. Coughing, he added, by the way, funds are scarce. Remember to issue that bounty in a few days. The Umbu nodded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen waved them away. He then quietly penned his will, tucking it among the pages of Intimate Temptation. Immediately, he drew forth his summoning scroll, exclaiming as he leaped through the window. Naruto strolled leisurely down the path, intentionally dressed to intimidate the old man. Only Jiraiya, who had investigated the Akatsuki, and the third Hokage would comprehend the implications of such attire. Whoosh! Naruto felt a gust of wind rush past him. The next moment, a massive staff slammed into the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the staff, stood before Naruto. Halt! Konoha does not welcome you. His cold voice resonated with authority, hoping to deter the figure before him. Naruto let out a derisive laugh, clasping his hands together to commence a slow series of hand seals. Upon witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously held his breath. If it came to a confrontation, he felt somewhat intimidated. As Naruto completed his seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen mirrored his movements. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A 3-meter-tall water dragon surged forth before Sarutobi Hiruzen, crashing violently towards Naruto. In contrast, a small black water dragon, no larger than a palm, erupted from Naruto's mouth, skillfully evading the larger dragon to explode in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught off guard, splattered with ink, and froze in place. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Is this ink poisonous? Am I going to die? Ahead, Naruto tore through the water dragon, advancing straight toward him. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard, wiping the ink from his forehead. The enemy was far too powerful. Should the enemy draw any closer, he would resort to the Reaper Death Seal as a last resort. To protect Konoha is my duty. Observing the old man forming seals, Naruto halted, removing his straw hat. What's this, old man? Konoha doesn't he welcome me? Naruto smiled faintly. Upon seeing Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if death itself was looming behind him, prompting him to cease his hand signs immediately. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to strangle Naruto. Why are you wearing Akatsuki-s attire? You nearly scared me to death. That's the kind of death that's real. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to express his frustration when Naruto suddenly sighed. Oh, I've been gathering alms in the land of water and the land of lightning, earning quite a bit. I intended to invest in Konoha, but if that's the case, perhaps I should take my leave. Welcome, welcome. Naruto's return must be celebrated, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another in excitement, grinning widely and disregarding the ink on his face. He thought to himself, indeed, Naruto is quite considerate, not disappointing my expectations. Just as he earns money, he thinks of rebuilding Konoha. Truly, he is the light of Konoha. He mused how wonderful it would be if all the younger generations were as diligent as Naruto. Haha, Naruto must be exhausted from his endeavors. Let us return home to rest and discuss matters of reconstruction later. Naruto is truly exceptional. Naruto shook his head, replying, No, I merely came to take a glance. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us return directly to discuss the plans for construction. Whoosh. Naruto grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand and utilized the flying thunder god technique, arriving at the Hokage's office in mere breaths. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled ruefully. His earlier journey had left him sore and weary, while Naruto required only moments. Unceremoniously, Naruto seated himself in the Hokage's chair, propping his feet on the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Naruto. Naruto is indeed considerate, coming straight to discuss construction plans. Clearing his throat, he continued, I believe the development of Konoha should commence with the Ninja Academy. The current school is too small and lacks resources, and the prominent clans are reluctant to participate. Yes, I heed your words. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded fervently, finding Naruto's reasoning sound. With substantial funding acquired, the Ninja Academy expanded rapidly, its teaching capacity surpassing previous standards. An increasing number of elite clan heirs enrolled, and the school implemented stricter class divisions. All of this was attributable to the selfless contributions of Uzumaki Naruto. Consequently, a statue of Naruto was erected at the very center of the Ninja Academy, beneath which the words "The Light of Konoha" shone brightly. For such a hollow title, Naruto remained indifferent. After dispelling his shadow clone at the Ninja Academy, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Today, Hinata donned a striking red attire. Alas, this clone is utterly perplexing, its mind cluttered with trivialities. Such a clone is hardly worth retaining. With a sense of resignation, Naruto departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, embarking on a journey to the Land of Wind. Chapter 56. Rampage. After more than a month, Naruto finally reached the edge of the Land of Wind. The swirling sands obscured his vision, leaving him disoriented. Trapped in the desert for several days, parched and famished, he felt his strength waning. Doubts crept into his mind regarding the landmarks provided by Akatsuki. He could not find Scorpion, feeling utterly deceived. In a moment of desperation, he cried out for help. Just as he lost his footing and was about to be swallowed by the sands, he glimpsed a slender figure in the distance. Instinctively, he hurled a brick towards the approaching person, driven by hunger and a foggy mind. Had there not been an appearance, he might have forgotten to use the brick as a springboard to escape with his flying thunder god technique. Handmaid, alerted by the noise, threw a long rope towards Naruto, intending to pull him out. Yet, it was too late. He had already sunk beneath the sand. The next moment, a brick, flung by Naruto, struck Handmaid squarely, causing her to yelp in pain. Rubbing her sore head, Handmaid angrily stomped her foot, cursing, "What kind of person are you? Even if I cannot save you, you needn't resort to treachery against me." With a heavy thud, Naruto appeared behind her, exclaiming, "Sister, save me." Startled, Handmaid jumped at the sudden appearance of Naruto. What the hell? Wasn't he just buried in the sands? The thought of having been ambushed by this brat made her want to retaliate with the brick. However, seeing Naruto's pitiful and feeble state softened her heart. Yet, instead of immediately assisting him, she turned away, huffing, "Give me a reason to help you, and I might consider it." Naruto understood that Handmaid was upset about the brick incident, but he had merely acted out of hunger. Struggling to think clearly, he finally blurted, "Sister, look, we both have golden hair. We might be long-lost siblings. Please help." With that, he fainted. Hearing such a flimsy excuse, Handmaid's expression twisted momentarily. She glanced at the unconscious Naruto and, for a fleeting instant, almost believed it to be true. With a chuckle, she hoisted Naruto onto her back and returned to Sunagakure. encountering Gaara along the way. Gaara pointed at the unconscious Naruto and suddenly broke into a cold grin. Can I kill him? No. He's someone I went through great lengths to rescue. Handmaid shot Gaara an exasperated glare and hurried off. She felt a mix of awe and helplessness towards her brother, who was solely fixated on killing. Later, she ran into another brother, Kankuro, who was carrying a puppet. Frowning at Naruto, he remained silent for a moment before finally stating, I dislike children. I dislike puppeteers. Naruto retorted groggily from Handmaid's back, exchanging disdainful glares with Kankuro. Just as tensions rose, Handmaid intervened. Stop it. This is my brother. I'm leaving now. Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Kankuro nodded. Kankuro's frown deepened. Who was truly the brother here? Naruto made a face at Kankuro. Of course. You are the brother. You're just a brother. Though Kankuro was somewhat irritated, he said nothing further and walked away. Handmaid laid Naruto down in a small room and placed some water and food on the table. Remembering his earlier antics with the brick and his sudden appearance, she cautiously asked, You must be a ninja, right? Who are you, and why were you in the desert? Naruto did not hide the truth. I am Naruto Uzumaki, a second-year student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. I haven't graduated yet, so I'm not technically a ninja. I was sent to the Land of Wind to find someone proficient in puppetry for academic exchange. Handmaid narrowed her eyes, sensing deceit. He had just claimed to dislike puppetry, yet now sought academic exchange? Perhaps he said this to provoke Kankuro. All right, do you have any proof? By heaven and earth, Naruto exclaimed, then quickly added, Oh. All the evidence was sucked beneath the sands by that whirlpool. Handmaid fell into contemplation. Then take care of yourself. And it's best you don't mention you're from Konoha. She had a hunch about the person Naruto was seeking. Chiyo, a legendary puppeteer in the Land of Wind, held no fondness for Konoha after her son was killed by the Leaf's white fang. Having said that, Handmaid departed. Naruto rushed to the table, drinking water and gobbling food, exclaiming, I, Naruto Uzumaki, have finally come back to life. In a new place, observing the surroundings and leaving a mark was crucial. After a brief exploration, Naruto discovered the location of the Sand Village's warehouse. After some effort, he sneaked inside, only to find it brimming with sand gold. Though valuable, the sand gold was heavy and cumbersome to carry. With reluctance, he pocketed a handful and set off to the weapon shop to sell it. However, he was soon confronted by a red-haired boy blocking his path, glaring at him coldly. You stole the village's sand gold. Naruto, hands in pockets, looked ahead nonchalantly. Don't spout nonsense. I picked this up in the desert. Gaara snorted, manipulating the sand to ensnare Naruto. He was aware that Naruto had arrived without any sand gold, in a hurry to trade the sand gold for food. Naruto had no intention of tangling with Gaara. Silently, he unleashed a jutsu and activated his Flying Thunder God technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A palm-sized water dragon zipped past the sand and exploded in front of Gaara. Boom. Gaara was splattered with ink, his expression turning menacing, clenching his fists in fury. He had never been humiliated in such a manner before, nor had he encountered an attack his sand could not evade. I will kill you. His terrifying roar echoed, sending chills to a nearby ninja who ran to the Kazakage's office, reporting that Gaara was about to rampage again. Hearing this, the fourth Kazakage, Raza, immediately dropped his work and rushed out. At the weapon shop, Naruto concluded his transaction with the owner. Upon receiving his payment, he sensed Gaara was pursuing him. With no choice, he realized that to enjoy a good meal, he first had to deal with Gaara. Swish! Naruto began darting across the rooftops, sand relentlessly chasing him as Gaara followed closely. After a while, Naruto locked onto Gaara and hurled 3 bricks in quick succession. Gaara smirked, confident that such projectiles would be blocked by the sand and pose no threat. But in the next moment, the first brick struck him on the back of the head, leaving him stunned. Why? This monster's attack could breach his sand defenses? As a Jinchuriki, he could sense the beast within Naruto as well, which was how he located him so quickly. The second brick hit, and Gaara let out a heart-wrenching scream. The third brick followed suit, and Gaara collapsed. In an instant, Gaara transformed into a colossal beast, the one-tailed Shikaku. This is bad, Raza shouted in alarm. Gaara had truly gone berserk, and the village would inevitably suffer the consequences. Naruto was equally bewildered. He had forgotten that once Gaara lost consciousness, Shikaku would seize control of Gaara's body, resulting in chaos. As the light of Konoha, he could not stand idly by. Chapter 57, Melee Combat Boom. Shikaku unleashed a barrage of 3 compressed air blasts towards Naruto's location. instantly obliterating a vast area of structures. Shikaku bared its fangs, frantically seeking Naruto's whereabouts. It detected the scent of a certain vixen on Naruto, which it found exceedingly displeasing. The nine-tailed demon fox's assertion that a tailed beast's power was directly proportional to the number of its tails had been a source of resentment for years, considering Shikaku possessed only one. Witnessing the extensive destruction of buildings, Raza's heart ached, and he nearly wept. Each structure represented a considerable financial investment. Magnet release, gold dust. Raza unleashed his full power, determined to subdue Shikaku as swiftly as possible. Just as his gold dust was about to ensnare Shikaku's feet, the beast vanished. Has Gaara regained consciousness? Raza wondered with a flicker of hope. It seemed his son was not entirely hopeless after all, having regained control and suppressed Shikaku so quickly. A promising sign indeed. However, as he strained to sense Gaara's presence, he was overcome with dread. Meanwhile, Naruto employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Shikaku outside the confines of the hidden sand village, where 4 Naruto clones engaged the beast in fierce combat. Vixen, prepare to meet your end. Shikaku roared, unleashing a dozen compressed air blasts upon the desert, initiating a relentless bombardment. Each blast narrowly missed Naruto's face, fueling Shikaku's rage. The Ninetales, casually puffing on a cigarette, chuckled derisively. You're utterly inept. If you manage to land a single hit, I'll perform a handstand while shampooing my fur. It then proceeded to groom its lustrous mane. Vixen, just you wait. Shikaku snarled, its anger reaching a boiling point, causing it to become even more volatile. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Naruto slammed a giant Rasengan into its face, the sheer force of the impact sending it staggering backwards several paces, before it tumbled head over heels. Witnessing this, the Ninetales was convulsed with laughter, showering praise upon Naruto. Completely enraged, Shikaku began to conjure a dark energy sphere. Boom! Naruto, summoning all his strength, launched 2 more giant Rasengans, causing Shikaku to stumble once more before it could unleash its tailed beast ball. Unable to launch its attack and failing to land a blow, Shikaku was on the verge of a breakdown, baring its fangs in frustration. Vixen, you're merely a sycophant, relying on the strength of others. Face me in single combat, and I'll pin you to the ground with a single foot. What did you say? The Ninetales roared, suddenly rising to its feet. It admitted to being provoked by Shikaku's taunts. Naruto was taken aback. The ever-rebellious Ninetales was actually willing to cooperate, merely to teach the diminutive-tailed rodent a lesson. Recognizing this rare opportunity, Naruto immediately agreed. Who are you calling a rodent? I'm calling you a rodent. A rodent. A rodent. Shikaku bellowed in a fit of pique. The Ninetales materialized in the desert, its expression one of utter contempt. Boom. A series of compressed air blasts hurtled towards the Ninetales, which merely scoffed, not even bothering to evade them. Enduring the full force of the blasts, it lunged towards Shikaku, delivering a swift, powerful swipe with its claws. Shikaku tumbled across the desert before regaining its footing, immediately devising a plan. It began to release compressed air blasts while simultaneously fleeing, denying the Ninetales the opportunity to engage in close combat. The Ninetales was growing weary of the chase, as the compressed air blasts pummeled its face. Yet it was unable to lay a hand on Shikaku. It now understood the torment Naruto had been enduring. Seeing the Ninetales repeatedly failing, Shikaku began to gloat. Vixen, you're all talk and no action. The Ninetales bared its fangs, realizing that this strategy was futile. It then communicated with Naruto. In an instant, the Ninetales vanished, and Naruto employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Shikaku. The Ninetales reappeared, immediately tackling Shikaku to the ground, delivering a series of blows to its face. What are you posturing about, you insignificant rodent? Do you think those paltry air blasts can even scratch me? Shikaku, enduring the relentless assault, managed to shove the Ninetales off its back in a fit of rage, retaliating with blows to the Ninetales' face. Take that, you arrogant show-off. Slap, slap, slap. The battle devolved into a purely physical confrontation. Both tailed beasts, abandoning all restraint, exchanged blows to the face, each determined to outlast the other. The Ninetales snarled, unleashing another blow. At that very moment, Shikaku vanished, replaced by a small child. Gaara had awakened, his face contorted in terror as he saw the massive claw descending upon him. As the beacon of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto could not bear to witness Gaara being reduced to a bloody pulp, so he immediately seized control of his body. He then snatched Gaara and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the hidden sand village, where he promptly sought out a ramen shop to indulge in a hearty meal. Meanwhile, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was frantically searching for Gaara both inside and outside the village. To him, the Jinchuriki was a vital strategic asset that could not be lost under any circumstances. As the ramen was placed before him, Gaara remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Naruto. "What are you staring at? Eat up. Are you ungrateful? If I hadn't intervened, you would have been crushed." "Still glaring, huh?" Naruto muttered, exasperated, as he was about to unleash a jutsu, water-style, water dragon bullet technique. A minuscule serpent emerged, immediately exploding into a cloud of ink, splattering Gaara's face, who remained expressionless. Temari, frantically searching for Gaara, happened to pass by and witnessed the astonishing scene. "My heavens, you're practically courting death. He'll be turned into mincemeat by the sand." Just as she was about to intervene and prevent the carnage, something unexpected occurred. Gaara suddenly grinned foolishly, then picked up the bowl and began to devour the ramen. The sight left Temari speechless. She hadn't seen her brother smile in years. And this person, whom she had just rescued, had accomplished the impossible. Good heavens, it's a miracle. Ha! Naruto chuckled as he began to eat his ramen. At that moment, he sensed that Gaara's animosity towards him had dissipated. This naive child seemed to have a penchant for being mistreated. Seeing the two of them getting along so well, Temari's lips curled into a slight smile, and she quietly departed. She then went to inform her father that Gaara had returned to the village, safe and sound. Raza, still searching in the desert, was dumbfounded upon hearing the news. So many guards had been stationed around the village. How had Gaara managed to return without being detected? So, Gaara had suppressed Shikaku and then hid in the village without him noticing? After pondering the situation, Raza concluded that something was amiss. He went to the ramen shop, intending to question Gaara. However, he found Gaara and a young boy eating ramen, devouring over a dozen bowls with gusto. As Gaara's father, he had never seen him eat with such relish, and it seemed that Gaara was more amiable towards the boy than he was towards his own father. Raza sighed helplessly and called out, "Gaara, come out. I have a few questions to ask you." Upon hearing the voice, Gaara's expression darkened, and he reluctantly stood up. Just then, Naruto slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with anger. "I'm eating ramen with my good friend Gaara. What are you badgering him for?" The surrounding patrons were shocked, wondering who this audacious child was who dared to speak to the Kazekage in such a manner. He was practically courting death. Gaara was also taken aback, never expecting Naruto to defend him. Moreover, his words were surprisingly comforting, making him think that this person was trustworthy. The thought of befriending Naruto suddenly arose in his mind. Chapter 58. The good man Temari was drawn to the commotion and approached, only to be left stunned. Her father, Raza, was confronting Gaara, who was smeared in ink, and Naruto. Without a hint of hesitation, Naruto was performing hand seals at a glacial pace. Could he possibly be attempting to challenge the Kazekage? Observing the speed of his hand seals, Raza scoffed derisively, standing with his arms crossed. "You, who haven't even graduated from ninja school, think you can take me on?" The onlookers erupted into laughter. Indeed, his hand seals resembled a slow-motion replay, a comical display that had them eagerly anticipating what jutsu the boy would unleash. Gaara stifled a laugh, having recognized the jutsu Naruto was attempting. At last, Naruto completed the final seal and shouted, "Water-style, water dragon jutsu." He then inhaled deeply and exhaled a palm-sized water dragon. "Haha, is that a water dragon? More like a worm." Raza shook his head in exasperation. "This kid is going to kill me with laughter." Temari wiped her brow, realizing that Naruto was indeed just a child who had graduated. Despite the mockery, some bystanders were impressed, believing that it was remarkable for someone of his age to wield ninjutsu. Suddenly, the diminutive water serpent, after a brief moment of sluggishness, accelerated with such swiftness that Raza had no time to defend himself with sand, and it exploded right before him. Boom. Raza was splattered with ink, his facial muscles twitching as he wore a grim expression. A stunned silence engulfed the surrounding crowd, their faces reflecting disbelief. The Kazekage had been struck, and by a mere child no less. What a tale this would make. Temari stood agape, astonished that Naruto's jutsu had truly connected with Raza's face. It was a literal slap in the face. Ha! Both Naruto and Gaara burst into laughter. However, their joy was fleeting. In the next moment, Naruto was seized by the sand shinobi and thrown into a cell. Gaara yearned to rescue Naruto, but he was forcibly confined at home, feeling utterly helpless. The rift between father and son deepened. Temari brought a bounty of delicious treats to the cell, sympathizing with Naruto's plight. Being so young and imprisoned must be quite distressing, she thought. To her surprise, Naruto was sleeping soundly in the cell, as if he were at home. Temari held her forehead, realizing she was growing increasingly perplexed by these children. Gaara was one thing, but Naruto had audaciously struck the Kazekage in public. He truly had no regard for his own safety. She resolved to plead for Naruto's release once her father had calmed down. Meanwhile, Naruto slumbered peacefully, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. Having just devoured a bowl of ramen, it was only natural for him to indulge in a good nap. After all, even 10 Kazekages could not capture him while he was resting. In the dead of night, Naruto suddenly awoke. Leaving a shadow clone behind in the cell, his main body utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Sand Village's warehouse, swiftly transferring all the sand gold outside the village. Then, he bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. Boom! A massive toad, bearing a samurai sword and clutching a pipe, appeared. "What's the matter, little bro? Why did you summon me?" Fukasaku the toad looked at Naruto with apparent disdain. But soon his attention was drawn to the vast quantity of sand gold nearby. His mouth twitched, and his tone shifted to one of fury. "Little bro, what's your game? Last time it was the land of water, then the land of lightning, and now this? Do you really think of Mount Myaboku as a personal storage facility? No. This is the last time, I promise. Please help me." Naruto grinned sheepishly. Fukasaku regarded the enormous slab of sand gold behind Naruto, his indignation stifled. Silently, he opened his mouth to swallow a considerable amount of sand gold before returning to Mount Myaboku. Thus, they made several trips until all the sand gold had been cleared away. Naruto chuckled, patting Fukasaku's head. "Thanks for your hard work, big brother. I'll come to you again next time." Fukasaku, terrified, fled Mount Myaboku that very night, claiming he needed to go on a training journey. The other toads were astonished, exclaiming that Fukasaku was a model of diligence in the toad realm. Returning to the cell, no one noticed anything amiss, and Naruto resumed his sleep. After all, while he was in the cell, no one could trace anything back to him. If the fourth Kazekage had been made a laughingstock by being publicly humiliated, then the theft of sand gold in the dead of night sent shockwaves through the sand village. The sand gold trade was the economic lifeblood of the sand village, and its theft plunged the village into an economic crisis. Upon hearing this news, Raza's legs buckled beneath him, leaving him despondent. "Investigate. We must conduct a thorough investigation." Countless sand umbu leapt from rooftop to rooftop, scouring the village. At that moment, the owner of the weapon shop was in a panic. He had purchased a batch of sand gold at a low price the previous day and feared that it would lead back to him. Sure enough, umbu soon arrived at his door, taking him before the Kazekage. "Explain yourself. What is the story behind the sand gold in your shop?" Raza's tone grew icy as he recognized that the quality of the sand gold matched that which had been stolen from the warehouse. It was undoubtedly connected to the thief. The weapon shop owner, trembling, confessed it was a blonde kid who sold it to me for cheap yesterday afternoon. He proceeded to describe Naruto's appearance. Raza finally connected the dots. Wasn't he the same kid they had captured just yesterday? He immediately rushed to the cell to interrogate Naruto. "The sand gold? I found it in the village yesterday. If you continue to wrongfully accuse me, I might just retaliate." Naruto retorted, furious, as he began to perform the slow-motion hand seals. Raza quickly retreated from the cell, not out of fear, but because he felt there was something uncanny about the boy. Having realized there was no need to waste time here, he left. Once Raza departed, Naruto smiled slightly. Days passed with no word from the thieves. Just as Raza was on the verge of a breakdown, news arrived from the sand shinobi indicating that someone in the land of rivers was trading a large quantity of sand gold, suspected to be the rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand. The thief had finally surfaced. Raza was elated and led a group of sand shinobi to pursue. Since no one had visited the cell for days, Naruto left a clone inside while his main body, disguised as an ordinary person, enjoyed a feast outside. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Naruto's curiosity piqued, and he discreetly followed the group. The land of rivers, situated between the land of wind and the land of fire, required a Kekei Genkai, specifically magnet release, to collect sand gold in the desert. Only the third Kazekage and the fourth Kazekage possessed this ability. After the third Kazekage was assassinated by Sasori, his corpse was transformed into a puppet. Whenever funds were low, Sasori would venture into the desert to collect sand gold for sale. With the acquired funds, he would return to his desert base to continue his puppet research, only to encounter Raza en route. Raza, wary of Sasare's strength, rumored to have been responsible for the third Kazekage's demise, understood the peril but felt emboldened by numerical superiority. Sasori of the Red Sand, surrender the Sand Gold, and the Sand Village shall overlook your past transgressions. Sasori scoffed coldly and uttered a single word, scram. Raza knew negotiations would lead nowhere and commanded the Sand Shinobi to charge. Sasori summoned his puppets, and a fierce battle ensued. Observing the grand spectacle, Naruto scratched his head, thinking, Sasori is truly a good man. He has taken on the blame with just one word. How splendid. Chapter 59, The Brick's Triumph in the Desert. A tempest of sand and dust surged violently, as the Sand Ninja recklessly unleashed their jutsu upon the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Rasha, in particular, wielded the formidable power of his bloodline limit. Magnet release, Sand Gold. A deluge of sand gold surged forth. The Scorpion remained expressionless, deftly controlling 3 puppets, unleashing a barrage of flying knives, needles, and sharp hooks in every direction. Subsequently, he unfurled a scroll, summoning yet another puppet. A cage of sand gold materialized, shielding him from all assaults. In the next moment, the Sand Ninja who had accidentally sustained injuries began to feel unwell, their foreheads darkening as they collapsed one by one. The weapons launched by the Scorpion were laced with deadly poison. In an instant, only Rasha remained standing. This the third Kazekage. You are indeed responsible for his demise. Rasha's body trembled slightly. The third Kazekage was renowned as the strongest among all Kazekage. Faced with the Scorpion and his 4 puppets, his chances of victory were slim, leaving him with no choice but to fight with all his might. Magnet release, Sand Gold Barrier. A multitude of sharp sand gold, akin to bamboo shoots, shot forth towards the 4 puppets. The Scorpion chuckled coldly, manipulating the Kazekage puppet. Magnet release, Sand Iron Wall. A wall forged from sand iron suddenly rose, blocking all of Rasha's attacks. In the next moment, the remaining 3 puppets began launching flying knives, needles, and hooks at Rasha. Recognizing he was outmatched, Rasha hastily commanded the Sand Gold to form a defensive barrier, then fled without a glance back. The Scorpion, of course, would not let Rasha escape easily, relentlessly pursuing him with his puppets, the attacks never ceasing. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto silently hurled a brick, locking onto Rasha. What the? A brick soared through the air, bypassing Rasha's Sand Gold, striking him sharply on the back of the head. Stumbling, he lost his footing. The Scorpion seized the moment, launching a needle at Rasha's vulnerable spot. It was over. A strong instinct for survival surged within him. Rasha's speed surged as he evaded the Scorpion's pursuit. The Scorpion snorted coldly, retracting his puppets, confident in his poison. Few could find an antidote. He then glanced over his shoulder and said coolly, "Stop hiding. Come out." Not far off, a golden-haired boy sauntered into view. The Scorpion squinted, unable to believe his eyes. He had always thought that one capable of ambushing the 4th Kazekage must be a renowned powerhouse. To his surprise, it was merely a child. A prodigious youth, perhaps. Just the kind of puppet he needed. Bang! The Scorpion immediately summoned a puppet, which dashed forward with remarkable speed, brandishing a large blade towards Naruto. Naruto shrugged, producing a brick adorned with an explosive tag. He locked onto the puppet and casually tossed it. The Scorpion frantically maneuvered his puppet, attempting to evade the brick, but alas, it seemed to pursue him relentlessly. Bang! The puppet was obliterated. The Scorpion felt a pang of regret. That puppet had been meticulously crafted. He began to suspect that this child was a puppet master with superior skills. Otherwise, evading that brick would have been impossible. Naruto sighed. "You're the wide-eyed Scorpion, aren't you? I was merely trying to help you, and you turn around to eliminate Chapter 60. The filial son Raza was infuriated. Everything had been calm until an unexpected attack from an old coin had struck him, causing him great distress. The venom from the Scorpion's stinger was excruciatingly potent, twisting his expression into one of agony. Had it not been for his formidable strength and his ability to forcibly channel chakra to stave off the toxin, he would have succumbed to his fate. The most skilled in antidotes in Tsunade cure was none other than Chiyo, and he needed to return for her assistance without delay. To his astonishment, he encountered Gaara and the imprisoned blonde boy en route. He was nearly driven to the brink of madness. This ungrateful son had dared to assist in an escape. "Gaara, your father is furious and will surely take our lives. It would be prudent for us to act first and carve out a path to survival. As Naruto's shadow clone, he was never one to shy away from chaos. Gaara hesitated, recalling the numerous pressures his father had imposed upon him in the past. Helping Naruto with the jailbreak could indeed lead to dire consequences. He quickly acquiesced to Naruto's suggestion, raising his hand to unleash a lethal strike. Sand coffin. Sand burial. The sand surged beneath, intent on enveloping Raza's body, leaving him utterly bewildered. Did this rebellious child truly comprehend the gravity of his actions? Assisting in an escape was one thing, but attempting to eliminate his own father was another. Yet, as a weapon of Sunagakure, he had indeed perfected the art of betrayal. Before Raza could express his astonishment, a deluge of sand bore down upon him. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he could only muster a fraction of chakra to resist. As the majority was needed to counter the poison's intrusion, his body became instantly ensconced in sand, and all of Gaara's attacks were thwarted. Gaara, increase the sand's coverage. I shall use water release to amplify its weight and suffocate him. Gaara nodded in agreement, finding the idea ingenious. He began to summon all the sand around to crush Raza beneath its weight, forming an increasingly dense cube. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water cascaded over the sand, nearly doubling its weight. Trapped within, Raza found himself in a dire predicament. This rebellious son was indeed serious. He had to escape, or he would either suffocate or succumb to the poison. Magnet release, sand gold spear. The sand transformed into a sharp spear, piercing through the layers of sand to carve a path for his escape. Meanwhile, upon learning of Gaara's jailbreak and the slaughter of several sand shinobi, Temari was greatly concerned for their safety and immediately pursued them. She arrived just in time to witness Naruto and Gaara unleashing ninjutsu in a fierce assault. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What is happening? The shadow clone of Naruto sensed Raza's imminent escape and urgently called out, "Sister, hurry. This man intends to kill your two younger brothers. He is about to break free. We need your assistance for a decisive blow." With that, Naruto pointed towards a specific direction of the cube. What? Who dares to threaten Naruto and Gaara? Temari seethed, vowing to prevent that person from escaping at all costs. She swiftly brandished her large fan, preparing to unleash her most potent attack. Wind release, great scythe. A violent gale erupted, transforming into countless blades that sliced through the air. Naruto's clone was equally resolute, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. The fierce flames, bolstered by the wind, surged forth with devastating power. Gaara clenched his fists. Sand coffin. Just as Raza managed to escape through the opening, he was bombarded by the onslaught of blades. Before he could scream in agony, the roaring flames engulfed him. Ultimately, a massive volume of sand enveloped the blades, the flames, and Raza, forming a shape reminiscent of an egg made of sand. Upon seeing their father emerge from the chaos, Temari was left in shock. She wished to withdraw, but it was already too late. She shot Gaara an accusing glare. "You have put me in a precarious situation." Gaara remained impassive. "Why are you glaring at me?" Those words were not mine. Naruto's clone pondered, a realization dawning upon him. "Do not panic. I have a solution." With a loud explosion, the sand erupted, and Raza emerged, disheveled and battered. His clothes were charred, and he bore several cuts from the wind blades. But fortunately, the sand gold had served as a makeshift garment. The flawless coordination of the three left Raza's scalp tingling. As he contemplated this, he was consumed by rage. Gaara was one thing. He was indeed a rebellious son. But Temari, who had always been so obedient, had joined him in this insurrection. Before him unfolded a dramatic scene. Naruto's true form had arrived, transforming his shadow clones into replicas of Temari and Gaara. Gaara glared at his doppelganger, coldly demanding, "Why do you take my form to harm my father?" Temari, equally furious, confronted her clone. "Who are you? And why do you conspire against my brother and me?" The two sides clashed, and Naruto's clones were swiftly dispatched. "I shall take my revenge on Sunagakure. Just wait, ha." A brick flew forth, and Naruto vanished entirely. Raza was left bewildered. Why is it that when a fight breaks out, the brick is aimed at me? Once more, he received a blow to the back of his head, causing him to lose composure, allowing the poison to invade further. At that moment, he finally deduced who had ambushed him. That detestable blonde boy was clearly in league with the Akatsuki Sasori. No wonder the sand gold was present. They had conspired to steal it together. How infuriating that this rebellious son remained oblivious, treating that boy as a brother. Ouch, my head aches. My heart aches too. I have nurtured these two ingrates in vain. They conspired to stage this act, thinking I would be none the wiser. Could a clone really use wind release? Great scythe? Could a clone really use sand coffin? Could it execute sand burial? Father, are you unharmed? After Naruto departed, Gaara and Temari hurried to their father's side, expressing their concern. Raza's facial muscles twitched violently. He had not witnessed such a scene since becoming a father. Although the smile on Gaara's face was forced, it was still remarkable. This was Gaara, a cold-blooded killer, now smiling. Goodness. Temari's concern appeared sincere, yet the anxiety in her eyes was unmistakable. For a moment, Raza felt a flicker of warmth and happiness from these devoted children. If only their feelings were genuine. Meanwhile, Naruto departed from the Land of Wind, humming a cheerful tune as he journeyed northward. Between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth lay two nations, the Land of Birds and the Land of Rain. Before heading to the Land of Earth, he planned to visit the Land of Rain to see the legendary Hidden Rain Village, a stronghold of the Akatsuki. However, as Naruto neared the Hidden Rain Village, a white-haired man suddenly appeared, seizing him and whisking him away to a small dwelling. Perverted sage, Naruto exclaimed, surprised, while his right hand instinctively drew a brick to strike. Jiraiya's hair instantly elongated into steel needles, blocking the brick, and he smiled slightly. Naruto, you haven't changed a bit. What brings you to the Akatsuki's base? It's far too dangerous. Naruto sheathed the brick, speaking nonchalantly, I've already joined the Akatsuki. What do I have to fear? With that, he donned a wind coat adorned with flames and slipped on a ring. Seeing this, Jiraiya was utterly stunned. Are you joking, or is this for real? Naruto laughed heartily. I've successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Leave the rest to me. You can focus on your writing. Or perhaps, I could introduce you to a few folks. And you could join the Akatsuki too? Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation, followed by a series of sighs. He longed to express that without you, I could never create anything better, alas. As for joining Akatsuki, perhaps it's best to refrain, sigh. With his appearance, he could never fit in. He clearly embodies the essence of righteousness. Naruto. Chapter 61. Temptation. Jiraiya observed Naruto with keen interest and quietly inquired, might you consider co-authoring another book with me? I already have a title in mind, The Art of Intimacy. What do you think, my dear Naruto? Hee. Naruto chuckled in response. Absolutely. Next time for sure. But for now, I have pressing matters to attend to. Their conversation then shifted to their recent experiences. Since the release of The Art of Seduction, Jiraiya had sought to boast to Tsunade, only to be met with a rather severe beating. Subsequently, he began investigating Uchiha Obito, ultimately focusing on the Akatsuki organization and the Rain Village. Naturally, a significant portion of his time was still devoted to gathering material for his new book. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto had astonished Jiraiya with a series of remarkable feats. First, he eradicated the rebellious Uchiha clan, making substantial contributions to the village's peace. Then, he dismantled the Root organization, eliminating a malignant force from Konoha. Finally, he invested in the Ninja Academy, significantly enhancing its faculty, resulting in a new generation of ninjas whose prowess eclipsed that of other villages, earning Konoha the title of the Light of the Ninja World. Moreover, he allied with the Mist Village's shinobi, overthrowing the tyrannical Fourth Mizukage and leading the village towards a brighter future. Subsequently, he coordinated with oppressed communities to confront the Fourth Raikage, reforming the corrupt leadership of the Cloud Village and revitalizing its spirit. Recently, he had even dealt a significant blow to the domestic abuser known as the Fourth Kazekage. Now, he prepared to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, aiming to dismantle it from within in pursuit of peace in the ninja world. Undoubtedly, he was the beacon of hope for the shinobi realm. Jiraiya listened in astonishment. In comparison to Naruto's extraordinary life, he felt like a mere shadow of his former self. Reflecting on Naruto's growth, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Initially, Naruto had been a victim of bullying, forced to rise in defiance. Now, he championed justice, punishing evildoers, and delivering blows to the leaders of various nations. It seemed that the shadows of every nation were less than virtuous. Is there any courtesy left among you? Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. I am in a state of utter panic. On the whole, Naruto had far surpassed him. Regarding Naruto's future endeavors, he could only offer his unwavering support. Rain Village is indeed a perilous place. Should you find yourself in danger, remember to notify me at once. I shall remain outside, vigilant until I see you safely depart. Jiraiya reiterated as they approached the outskirts of the Rain Village. Naruto nodded and slowly entered the village. The rain village was perpetually drenched, and the raindrops felt oddly surreal against his skin. At the Akatsuki's stronghold, the moment Naruto set foot in the village, the leader, Nagato, abruptly opened his eyes, astonished. Konan, standing nearby, was puzzled. She had never witnessed such an expression on Nagato's face and quickly inquired, "Nagato, what is the matter?" Nagato shook his head, saying, "A formidable individual has entered the rain village. I cannot ascertain whether they are friend or foe." After a moment, he added, "He has halted at the village entrance. I am uncertain of his intentions. I shall investigate." With that, Konan transformed into a myriad of paper shards and soared into the sky. Shortly after her departure, Nagato was once again taken aback. The powerful figure had indeed entered Sage mode and utilized a counter-detection technique to ascertain his location. Upon reaching the village entrance, Konan spotted a golden-haired youth. This young boy exuded chakra, forming a barrier that shielded him from the rain. "Is this the strong individual Nagato spoke of?" Konan mused. "Who are you? What brings you to the rain village?" Naruto smiled gently, donning his cloak and revealing the ring in his hand. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I wish to meet the leader of your organization." Konan was momentarily startled. This child was one of their own, confirming that Nagato's strong individual was indeed him. Previously, she had wondered why the masked man had custom-made a child's outfit. It turned out to be for this young boy. "I am Konan, a member of the Akatsuki. Codename, White. The leader is not someone you can meet so easily. If you wish to see him, I must first gauge your strength." With that, her body began to shed countless paper shards, transforming into long spears that surged towards Naruto. She sought to ascertain the capabilities of this child who had evidently moved Nagato. Tick-tock. In an instant, the spears pierced Naruto's form, blood spilling onto the ground. Is this a strong individual? No, wait. It's an illusion. Breaking free from the illusion, Konan opened her eyes to find herself still at the entrance of the rain village, but Naruto's figure had already vanished. With a swift retreat, Naruto was on the verge of reaching Nagato's location. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared in unison, blocking his path. Pain 6 paths. How intriguing. Naruto surveyed the scene but refrained from acting hastily. Nagato would undoubtedly recognize him as an Akatsuki member and would not resort to lethal measures. Moreover, he did not wish to reveal too much of his own abilities. This was merely a mutual exploration. Boom. Naruto created 6 shadow clones, leaving one behind while the other 6 charged towards Pain's 6 paths. In response, Deva Path silently raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. The 6 attacking Narutos were instantaneously repelled, with all but the original clone dissipating upon impact. The remaining clone caught the original Naruto as he was flung back. In midair, Naruto unleashed a Rasengan, targeting the Deva Path. The hungry ghost path stepped forward, raising its hand. The Rasengan was promptly absorbed. Naruto suddenly smiled, retreating to concealment as his clone dispelled. Instantly entering Sage mode, he unleashed a powerful punch. Even without striking the hungry ghost path, it was sent careening away by an invisible force. As the hungry ghost path fell, the animal path summoned a hellhound that lunged at Naruto. The Azura path extended its arms toward him. Naruto swiftly performed hand seals, conjuring a wooden prison that enveloped him. At that moment, Konan arrived, observing the skirmish. Nagato sensed a change in the atmosphere, with Naruto hidden within the wooden prison. He lost sight of him. In the next instant, the Hell Path was dragged underground, and Naruto swiftly dispatched it with a punch. The Hell Path was capable of restoring the damaged Pains, so it had to be eliminated first. In a fleeting moment, Naruto had already taken down the Hungry Ghost Path and the Hell Path. Deva Path emitted a disdainful huff, raising his right hand towards Naruto. Bansho Tenin. Naruto felt his body being drawn uncontrollably toward Deva Path, as a black rod materialized in his hand. The rod pierced through Naruto's body. Boom. Naruto transformed into a wooden figure. How powerful. Konan gasped in shock. This young boy had managed to fell 2 Pains, compelling Nagato to exert considerable effort. What surprised her further was that, having evaded the attack, Naruto reappeared on the opposite side, raising a white flag in surrender. Indeed, the individual chosen by Uchiha Obito was remarkably strong. Welcome to the Akatsuki. Nagato understood that Naruto had not exerted his full strength, just as he had withheld his own. Chapter 62. Art Naruto smiled with a calm demeanor, fully aware of the abilities possessed by Pain's 6 paths, and thus felt quite at ease in facing them. If it were someone else, they might have already fallen victim. Would you not invite me in for a visit? Chuunin hesitated as she glanced at Tendo, who fell into a momentary silence. Let him in, Tendo finally replied. Chuunin understood and opened a hidden door, guiding Naruto through a narrow, dimly lit passage until they arrived before Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato appeared somewhat impaired in his movements, his Rinnegan eyes casting an unsettling gaze. Upon seeing Nagato, Naruto maintained a nonchalant expression. We are, in a sense, brothers in arms. Jiraiya-sensei guided my training for several years. At the mention of Jiraiya, Nagato paused, as though transported back to those years spent with Yahiko, Chunin, and their esteemed teacher. Those days were filled with dreams and aspirations, constituting some of the few joyful moments in his life. Chunin shared this sentiment. Regrettably, the harsh realities of war obliterated everything. After Yahiko's death, Nagato embarked on a path starkly different from his previous one, determined to incite conflict through extreme force, believing that only through endless suffering and fear could the shinobi world attain peace. Jiraiya was indeed an exceptional teacher, yet his ideals seemed futile in an age ravaged by war. With a heavy sigh, Nagato continued, ultimately, true understanding and trust between individuals is an impossibility. War can never cease. After the loss of my dear friend, I came to realize that immense power is the foundation of everything. Thus, I began to devise plans to gather tailed beasts, develop new forbidden techniques, and create weapons capable of obliterating entire nations. I aim to suppress war through humanity's fear of pain, guiding the world towards peace through suffering. This is the essence of Akatsuki. Naruto nodded in agreement, echoing Nagato's sentiment that power is indeed the cornerstone of everything. To achieve peace, one must invoke war. Only through the agony of conflict can one yearn for tranquility. Unlike Nagato, however, Naruto envisioned unifying the shinobi world to establish a new Leaf Empire, the singular empire of the shinobi world, thereby realizing peace. The two found common ground, engaging in lively conversation, ultimately feeling as though they had met too late in life. After discussing various matters, Naruto gifted Nagato a substantial amount of gold dust. Nagato was overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly praising Naruto as the light of the organization. Given Akatsuki's dire need for funding, Naruto's gesture was akin to a timely boon. As Naruto prepared to depart, Nagato instructed Chunin to see him off. Sister Nan, this is far enough, Naruto said, halting at the entrance of the Rain Village. I truly appreciate your kindness. Since Yahiko's departure, it has been a long time since Nagato has been this happy, Chunin expressed sincerely. Happiness. Naruto suddenly recalled something, turning around to retrieve a packaged item, which he then handed to Chunin. Give this to your brother. Upon seeing it, he is sure to be even happier. Naruto smiled earnestly, thinking to himself that one look would surely bring joy, and continuous viewing would yield endless delight. With that, Naruto waved farewell to Chunin and departed the Rain Village. Meanwhile, Jiraiya slipped away quietly, relieved to see Naruto safe. On the other side, Nagato fixed his gaze on the bag, inquiring of Chunin, "What is this?" Chunin shook her head, unsure. "I do not know. It is a gift from your junior. You should open it and see." Nagato hesitated before unzipping the bag, his hands trembling slightly. Inside lay a book titled Intimate Temptation. Just the sight of the cover, depicting the vivid actions of the two figures, rendered him breathless. He had never imagined such exquisite wonders existed in the world. Nagato's hands quivered as he yearned to flip to the first page, yet with Chunin present, he felt hesitant. The atmosphere hung in the air, thick with tension. Chunin sensed something amiss and quickly asked, "What is wrong? What is in the bag?" As she reached for the bag, Nagato swiftly withdrew it, silence enveloping them for a moment before he replied, "This is happiness." Chunin? By the way, Chunin, I just had a conversation with my junior and suddenly gained new insights. I have decided to enter seclusion for training. I estimate it will take at least a month. And I entrust the affairs of the Rain Village to you. Chunin furrowed her brow. Understood. In the land of Earth, at the Rock Village, 2 years prior, Deidara had been forced to leave due to his frequent instigation of terror within the village. Now, he found himself at an art exhibition in the land of Earth, admiring various artworks, when a painting of a ferocious beast caught his eye. As he gazed upon it, he began molding a piece of clay into shape. However, before he could finish, a golden-haired youth approached him and exclaimed, "Indeed, marvelous." He then rolled up the painting, stowed it in his backpack, and executed a body flicker technique to dash towards the exit. Deidara finally realized. This was a thief. Someone is stealing a painting. He shouted, pursuing the fleeing figure and intercepting Naruto. To Deidara's surprise, Naruto simply leaned against the doorway, calm and unfazed, as if waiting for him to emerge. In the next moment, several security personnel and the exhibition's curator rushed out, inquiring about the thief's whereabouts. Deidara, fuming with anger, pointed at Naruto. It's him. He just stuffed a painting of a ferocious beast into his bag. I dare you to search him. The crowd turned to Deidara, regarding him as though he were a fool. Deidara, boss, if there's nothing else, we shall take our leave, one of the curators said, bowing to Naruto. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, and the crowd dispersed. Witnessing this, Deidara felt utterly baffled, inwardly cursing. You're the boss here? You should have said so earlier. Acting all stealthy like a thief, is that amusing? If not for my desire to preserve the sanctity of art, I would have thrown my clay and blown this little brat to bits. Seeing Deidara's frustration, Naruto chuckled softly and sighed. Ah, you do not understand. This is performance art. Just tell me, do I perform it well? Having searched for Deidara for quite some time in the land of Earth, Naruto concluded that he should attract Deidara to join their organization through the medium of art. Pray tell, what kind of artist are you? Deidara scoffed. What kind of art is this? There is no aesthetic value whatsoever. With that, he turned to leave, but paused to add, utterly speechless. He felt that this golden-haired brat was desecrating art. Subsequently, Deidara settled beneath a large tree, recalling the image of the ferocious beast and slowly shaping it from clay. A smile creeping onto his lips. A genius indeed. It bears a striking resemblance. Naruto stood before Deidara with the original painting for comparison, genuinely admiring his work. You dare approach me again. Upon seeing Naruto, Deidara felt a surge of irritation and resolved to teach this brat a lesson through the medium of art. Chapter 63. Stunned silently, Deidara retrieved some clay from behind him, swallowing it with the mouth in his palm, and immediately expelled a 2-meter-long white centipede. The centipede charged towards Naruto, who nimbly leaped back and quickly formed hand seals. Wooden stakes erupted from the ground, ensnaring the centipede, followed by more wooden stakes that gradually morphed into the shape of a chicken, its claws firmly pinning the centipede down. Wood release. Wooden chicken. Deidara gazed in awe at the 3-meter-tall, vividly lifelike wooden chicken that had materialized before him, momentarily rendered speechless, forgetting entirely to detonate the centipede. He looked up at the wooden chicken, marveling, this is art. Just as he was lost in admiration, the wooden chicken suddenly sprang to life, pecking violently at Deidara. No way. It can move, he exclaimed excitedly while fleeing. The interaction between artists was always such a delightful spectacle. The wooden chicken darted swiftly, nearly pecking him several times. Exhausted from running, Deidara had no choice but to conjure another handful of clay, crafting an owl that lifted him into the air. Just as he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling secure, the wooden chicken leapt high into the sky. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound was somewhat eerie. A voice added by Naruto himself. The chicken's beak collided with the owl, emitting a brilliant electric spark that utterly destroyed it. Deidara shouted in alarm as he plummeted from the owl. Fortunately, he was quick enough to create a large bird to catch him. Thrilling. An electrified wooden chicken. This kid is impressive. Deidara silently gave a thumbs up. Then, he directed the centipede towards Naruto. Just as it neared, it exploded. Unfortunately, Naruto's instantaneously summoned wooden prison thwarted the blast. A smile crept across Deidara's face. Your art is formidable. Now it's time for you to witness mine. In the next moment, he hurled 12 grasshoppers from his hands. Boom. The ground erupted with a series of explosions. After activating his Sharingan, Naruto could clearly perceive the subtle energy around him, effortlessly dodging Deidara's explosive clay. Seeing Naruto unscathed, Deidara chuckled even more. Haha, here comes something big for you. A puppet he had just crafted descended from the sky, swelling midair to the size of a house. If it landed, its explosive force would level the surroundings. Naruto frowned, manipulating the wooden chicken. The chicken jumped once more, landing atop the puppet. Gradually, the wooden structure enveloped the puppet, resembling a gigantic wooden egg. Wood release. Wooden chicken lays an egg. Then came a terrifying explosion. Boom. The wooden egg held for only a moment before shattering in midair, creating a storm that uprooted trees. Since Naruto had controlled the explosion in the air, the impact on the surroundings was minimal. Art is an explosion. Deidara's eyes sparkled as he descended on the large bird. After the thrill, he began to feel a twinge of guilt. This was the land of Earth. If his master Inoki discovered his reckless bombardment, he might come to reprimand him. Thankfully, that young boy had absorbed the damage from his explosive clay. If they could befriend each other, wouldn't he be able to perform his art freely? I apologize for my earlier remarks. You truly appreciate art. My name is Deidara. Deidara smiled and extended his hand to Naruto. Hiss. Upon seeing the mouth in Deidara's palm, Naruto recalled Jiraiya's intimate secret technique and suddenly had an idea. Deidara was indeed extraordinarily gifted, possessing an additional mouth in his palm. What convenience. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto grinned, shaking Deidara's hand, and continued, I find your art fascinating. The moment of explosion is as dazzling as a shooting star. Hearing Naruto's words, Deidara erupted in excitement, realizing that Naruto truly understood his art. Your wooden chicken is impressive too. Not only is it agile, but it also has significant destructive potential. Naruto laughed heartily. The wooden chicken is merely a small aspect of my art. There is much more I can create. Are you familiar with the koan? Deidara chuckled. Though he didn't know what that was, he nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto smiled slightly, opened his backpack, and pulled out the beast scroll he had shown earlier. I see you quite like this painting. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. Deidara's face lit up with joy as he accepted the painting, admiring it and praising it profusely. Then, he took the clay beast he had just fashioned and, after some time refining it, handed it to Naruto, saying, Good friends should exchange gifts. This artwork is for you. Naruto hesitantly accepted the clay, quietly probing. This one explode, will it? Deidara laughed heartily. Fear not. This one has not been detonated. Thus, the two began their journey through the land of Earth, exploring art exhibits and delving into artistic studies together. With Naruto by his side, Deidara felt liberated in expressing his art. At times, while strolling down the street, inspiration would strike, resulting in an explosion. Fortunately, Naruto would promptly shield the surroundings with his wood techniques. Their synergy grew stronger. Deidara thoroughly enjoyed his time with Naruto, allowing him to freely unleash his artistry. Naruto eagerly anticipated the creation of new works, and Deidara, charmed by him, agreed to assist. In the blink of an eye, over a month passed, and Naruto suddenly proposed. How about we perform our art in a wagakure? Let those muggles witness it and be dazzled. They were foolish to have forced you to leave. Initially reluctant, Deidara, upon hearing the latter part, felt a rush of enthusiasm and readily agreed. They were in perfect harmony. In the sky, Deidara soared on a large bird. On the ground, Naruto raced atop the wooden chicken, a picturesque scene. At the entrance of a wagakure, he shouted, I'm about to perform art. Rampaging chicken, riding the wooden chicken. He crashed through the gates with a resounding boom. Naruto, what are you doing? Deidara felt a twinge of guilt as the gate crumbled upon their arrival. What is happening? Good heavens, what a massive chicken. Enemies are attacking. It's Deidara. He is back to blow up the gate. Deidara interjected, What are you blind? It was clearly the wooden chicken that knocked it down. Meanwhile, Inoki had turned over, with two kunoichi giving him a massage. An IWA ninja rushed in, startling the two women. Lord Sasuke, we have a grave situation. Deidara has stormed into a wagakure, claiming he wants to perform art, and he has destroyed the gate. What? That brat has lost his mind. The third Sasuke, Inoki, leaped up in fury, hastily dressing before flying to the village entrance. At the gate, 5 or 6 IWA ninjas lay on the ground, unconscious. Naruto was thoroughly enjoying himself, with the wooden chicken knocking down a ninja with a single swipe. Deidara trembled atop, reluctant to harm a wagakure, fearing his master's wrath. Observing the fallen IWA ninjas, Inoki was seething with rage, berating Deidara. Deidara, you little brat. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Deidara protested. I haven't harmed anyone. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Chapter 64. The Porter, Dust Release. Original World Separation Technique. Inoki clasped his hands together, conjuring a transparent square barrier between his palms. A brilliant beam of white light shot forth. Boom. The clay bird was obliterated in an instant, prompting Deidara to hastily leap away, cursing, What the hell? Old man, are you serious? Inoki let out a cold snort, turning to aim at Naruto's wooden chicken, unleashing another devastating strike. Dust Release. Original World Separation Technique. The white light surged once more, but to his astonishment, the wooden chicken evaded with remarkable agility, fleeing perilously. Deidara hastily formed a handful of clay, sculpting an owl, which soared into the skies once again. Observing the wooden chicken's nimble maneuvers, he felt a twinge of envy. When would his clay bird exhibit such swiftness? With Naka's valiant entrance, an increasing number of rock shinobi joined the fray. Riding the wooden chicken, Naruto circled back to Deidara, saying, "Deidara, wait for me to deal with this bunch of rock shinobi. Then we can plot against that old coot. Once we succeed, we'll make our escape." Deidara nodded, fully embracing the aerial chaos. An abundance of spiders, grasshoppers, and centipedes rained down, causing a cacophony of explosions outside the rock village. Noki gestured to the approaching Kuratsuchi, instructing him to have the rock shinobi subdue the wooden chicken, which appeared to pose little threat, while Deidara's explosives were far too potent, making it wiser for him to contend with them alone. "All right," Kuratsuchi replied, leading 8 rock shinobi in pursuit of the wooden chicken. Earth release, earth stone spear. Earth release, rock pillar. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. A flurry of earth release techniques ensued, creating a chaotic scene. Yet, the wooden chicken narrowly dodged each attack. Naruto smiled subtly, even taking a moment to control the wooden chicken to pirouette mockingly on one leg, infuriating the assembly of ninjas. Quietly, he unleashed shadow clones, instructing them to engage the wooden chicken in play, while his main body stealthily infiltrated the rock-hidden village. Having come this far, it would be remiss not to seize some treasures from their storeroom. The elite forces of the rock-hidden village were few, allowing Naruto to traverse unimpeded until he arrived at the storeroom. Biting his finger, he called forth the summoning technique. A large purple-red toad, bearing a shield resembling a pot lid and armed with spiked harpoons, emerged. Naruto was taken aback. "Toad Gama, what brings you here? Where's Gamakichi?" Gamakichi was still away on a training journey. "Is there something you require my assistance with?" Toad Gama began to stretch, exuding an eagerness for action. Naruto pointed toward the storeroom brimming with goods, simply stating, "I need you to help me transport these back to Mount Mayaboku." "How on earth am I supposed to carry all this?" Toad Gama frowned. "I was prepared to take on 10 foes, and you want me to do this? No worries. Just make a few trips. I see you're a novice. I'll summon another to assist." Summoning technique. In an instant, a blue-green toad, wielding 2 large swords, appeared. "What is happening? Are we fighting?" Swish. Toad Gama swiftly drew both swords, striking a battle-ready pose. Toad Gama chuckled, "Not fighting. We are here to transport." "Huh? Transport? What is that about? I'm out of here." However, upon witnessing a heavy brick being lifted effortlessly, the blue-green toad noticed the golden-haired boy nearby. "Hiss, I can't mess with this." Toad Gama swatted Toad Gama aside. "What are you dawdling for? Get to work." "Ouch." Toad Gama complied meekly. Naruto shook his head, retracting the brick as he stepped outside, sensing 2 individuals approaching. Akatsuki and Kuratsuchi, being siblings, sensed the commotion near the storeroom and hurried over. Their hearts raced as they observed the unconscious rock shinobi sprawled about. Soon, they arrived at the storeroom where a golden-haired boy stood, flanked by 2 large toads pilfering goods. "Stop. This is the rock-hidden village storeroom, and you cannot act recklessly." As he spoke, Akatsuki unleashed a powerful earth release technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. Kuratsuchi scoffed, her right fist transforming into rock as she charged toward Naruto, skilled in close combat. Realizing the transport would take time, Naruto decided to loosen his muscles. He formed hand seals, invoking wood release, causing thick wooden pillars to erupt from the ground, ensnaring Akatsuki and the earth dragon bullet technique within. The earth dragon bullet collided with the wooden pillars, producing no effect. Akatsuchi's expression soured as he immediately attempted to escape the wooden prison, but despair soon enveloped him. The ground was also sealed by the wooden pillars, leaving no avenue for escape. He could only force his way through the wooden confines. Earth release, stone golem technique. Gritting his teeth, Akatsuki expended a significant amount of chakra to create a 3-meter-tall rock giant, pounding against the walls of the wooden prison. The wooden structure quaked violently, yet remained steadfast. Outside, Naruto's fist met Kuratsuchi's rock fist. Upon impact, Naruto activated the first gate of the 8 inner gates, unleashing a powerful force. Boom. Kuratsuchi, confident in her strength against peers, was unexpectedly sent reeling, struggling to regain her footing. Damn, the rock is weaker than his punch. After a brief respite, Kuratsuchi charged again, unleashing a punch. This time, she went all out, augmenting her rock fist with the heavy rock technique, multiplying its power dramatically. As Naruto's fist connected, he sensed impending doom, akin to striking steel. Boom. He was sent flying, fortunately caught by Toad Gamma. Naruto, let me take a shot. Toad Gamma brandished his long knife. Eager for action, Naruto shook his head, slightly embarrassed, having underestimated the situation. His right hand was nearly incapacitated. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed. Akatsuki's rock giant shattered the wooden prison, breaking free. Seeing his comrade escape, Kuratsuchi's confidence surged as she activated her Kekkei Jinkai. Lava release, stone sealing technique. A torrent of concrete spewed from her mouth, ensnaring Naruto's feet, rendering him immobile. Akatsuki seized the moment, commanding the rock giant to strike Naruto. Naruto smiled faintly, his pupils spiraling into a kaleidoscopic pattern. A golden giant materialized, its overwhelming presence dispersing everything in its vicinity. Then, the golden giant unleashed a punch forward. Boom. The rock giant was obliterated, the residual force propelling both Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki, who were left stunned, crashing against the wall, rendering them unconscious. Compared to Susanoo, the fragile rock giant was laughable. Naruto covered his face, having unveiled Susanoo for the first time, mismanaging his strength, nearly fatally injuring the two. With the battle concluded, Naruto began urgent treatment for his right hand, and by the time he could move normally, the transport was already complete. Returning to the village entrance, the wooden chicken controlled by his clones was now riddled with wounds, on the verge of collapse. Water release, great waterfall technique. Naruto unleashed his full power, the torrent of water sweeping away Kuratsuchi and the remaining rock shinobi. Chapter 65. The formation of the Akatsuki organization. Deidara found himself in a strenuous tug-of-war with Inoki, his clay nearly depleted. Upon witnessing Naruto incapacitate an IWA shinobi with a single strike, he hastily called out for Naruto's assistance. Naruto, my clay is running low. Hurry up and make your move. Naruto nodded, quickly repairing a wooden chicken to ride upon, and after silently tossing a brick, he began his escape from IWA village. Deidara, I've taken care of it. Let's make our getaway. Deidara, taken aback, questioned, what do you mean? Is it really that simple to ambush Inoki with just a brick? Noticing Deidara's confusion, Naruto tossed another brick. Hurry. Let us go. When the first brick struck Inoki squarely on the back of his head, Deidara was left astounded. Is it really this easy? Can this work? He quickly commanded his owl to make a hasty retreat. Inoki, baring his teeth, unleashed a flurry of white light toward the incoming bricks, but to no avail. With a resounding thud, 2 more bricks followed, leaving Inoki momentarily dazed. Grasping the bricks, he exerted a slight force, causing them to shatter. Perplexed, he wondered about the nature of these bricks, so fragile yet impervious to his dust release technique. Once he confirmed that the two had fled, Inoki sighed in relief, realizing he could not bring himself to harm Deidara, his disciple. Suddenly, he recalled the golden-haired boy's words. Taken care of? What did that mean? Several IWA shinobi rushed in, exclaiming, Lord Sasuke, it's terrible. The warehouse has been looted. Hearing this dreadful news, Inoki spat blood in fury. He had been deceived. Deidara had deliberately drawn the attention of the IWA shinobi at the village entrance while his accomplice raided the warehouse. You clever Deidara. If I ever see you again, I will ensure your demise. Meanwhile, Deidara remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly taken the fall for Naruto. I too am completely oblivious, remarked Sasori of the Red Sand. This scene feels familiar, added the masked man. Is the organization still recruiting? Inquired Shimura Danzo. Curiosity piqued, Deidara asked, Naruto, how did you accomplish that? He was keenly aware of Inoki's strength, and the fact that Naruto had managed to ambush him with 2 bricks was no mere coincidence. Naruto smiled softly. The simplest forms of art often resonate most deeply. Deidara pondered, recalling Naruto's seemingly casual brick toss, which had indeed appeared effortless. Days later, Deidara's wanted posters were plastered throughout the land of Earth. Confounded, he wondered why the poster depicted him alongside a wooden chicken, but not Naruto. With a sigh, Naruto replied, True art always garners attention. I simply do not measure up. With the IWA village's bounty on their heads, they could not linger in the land of Earth. Deidara, unfamiliar with the territory beyond, felt lost regarding their next move. Naruto suggested heading to the Rain Village, claiming it was a haven for artists where they could freely indulge in their craft. Thus, the two set off southward. A few days later, 3 men clad in fiery cloud cloaks appeared before them. At the center stood Itachi Uchiha, flanked by Sasori of the Red Sand and Kisame Hoshigaki. Itachi regarded Naruto coolly. inquiring, "Have you completed your mission?" Naruto shook his head and gestured to Deidara. "They are all artists, eager to challenge you." Without hesitation, Deidara accepted the invitation to spar in artistry. "If you lose, you join the Akatsuki," Itachi stated. Meeting Itachi's gaze, Deidara grinned, "No problem." With a resounding boom, several explosive clay grasshoppers were prepared in their brief exchange, and before he finished speaking, they leapt toward Itachi, detonating upon impact. Itachi swiftly retreated a step, only to be ensnared by a centipede that erupted from the ground. Deidara cackled triumphantly, ready to trigger the explosion. Itachi replied coolly, "You might want to check your own body first." As Itachi dispelled the illusion, Deidara realized, dazed, when he had fallen prey to the Genjutsu. The centipede coiled around him, and had he detonated the clay, it would have been his end. Kisame chuckled. "From the very moment you laid eyes on Itachi's Sharingan, you were ensnared in the Genjutsu. How exhilarating. I feel like picking a fight as well. Sasori, shall we give it a go?" Naruto suddenly suggested, eyeing Sasori eagerly. Sasori twitched, indicating his refusal. Noticing Sasori's lack of enthusiasm, Naruto turned to Kisame. With a grin, Kisame replied, "I have no interest in playing with you younglings. If I were to fight, I would seek out Momochi Zabuza. I hear he assassinated the fourth Mizukichi. That would be an intriguing encounter." Naruto squinted at this mention of Zabuza, recalling his formidable reputation, having bested many Umbu operatives. After a brief exchange, the group made their way toward the Rain Village. The masked man, Tobi, had also recruited Haiden, solidifying the Akatsuki's formation. Leader Nagato, codename Zero. Konan, codename White. Zetsu, codename Boar. Itachi Uchiha, codename Red. Kisame Hoshigaki, codename South. Naruto Uzumaki, codename Sky. Sasori of the Red Sand, codename Jade. Deidara, codename Blue. Kakuzu, codename North. Haiden, codename 3. The final member, Tobi, was Uchiha Obito, the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki. In the Rain Village, due to Nagato's seclusion for training, Konan assigned tasks to each member, with the exception of Naruto, who had already contributed significantly. Upon returning from the Land of Earth, he had donated a substantial sum, establishing himself as the organization's beacon of hope. In the ensuing days, Naruto found himself with little to do. Yet he was reluctant to return to Konoha. He began spending time with Jiraiya, wholeheartedly engaged in crafting a new book. Occasionally, he invited Deidara for cameo appearances, though Naruto insisted he always enter with his eyes closed. Sasori was similarly coerced, as Naruto threatened him, compelling his participation. For the art of puppet mastery was an intriguing subject. Kisame, being a creature of controversy, opted out, not wishing to partake. Years passed. In the Land of Fire, Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone in his office, engrossed in a book that transported him into a trance. Incredible. Is this even possible? Goodness, what a revelation. As he reached the final page, he fixated on an editor's name, lost in contemplation. Uzumaki Naruto. The last time he returned to Konoha was ages ago. Although there were occasional reports of him collaborating with Jiraiya on significant projects or serving as an undercover agent within the Akatsuki, the years had slipped away. Tomorrow marked the graduation examination for his cohort. Would Naruto return? He found himself feeling a sense of longing. In the Hyuga household, Hinata lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind flooded with memories of the golden-haired boy who had once protected her. "It has been 4 years since you left. Will you appear tomorrow, Naruto-kun?" With hope in her heart, the young girl drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the streets, 2 spirited youths continued their training. "Kakashi-sensei, I miss my senior. When will he return?" exclaimed Lee, furrowing his brow and tossing his hair, hinting at its considerable length, yearning for a trim. Kakashi shook his head. "I'm not sure. I heard it was the Hokage who sent him abroad for further training." At Ichiraku Ramen, the owner was about to close when he squinted at the sudden appearance of a familiar figure, exclaiming in delight. Chapter 66. Graduation Examination. Will I have the chance to savor ramen again? The owner of Ichiraku chuckled heartily. For anyone else, that would be impossible. But you are the exception, the only exception. With that, he promptly roused his daughter, SHBU, to get to work. The ingredients prepared for the day had been exhausted, but soon they completed a fresh, extravagant bowl of Ichiraku ramen. As Naruto indulged in the steaming noodles, tears welled in his eyes, the familiar taste flooding back memories. After finishing, SHBU offered him a tissue to wipe his mouth and forehead. Overcome with emotion, Naruto gently pinched SHBU's soft, warm cheek. Years had passed, and he could clearly see how much she had grown, just as he had matured into adulthood. Yet, between them lay an insurmountable chasm, preventing them from interacting as they once did. With such heartfelt service, an investment is essential. Ichiraku ramen must expand throughout the entire ninja world. At the Hyuga household, in Hinata's room, Naruto stealthily approached the bedside and planted a kiss on her cheek, a delightful thrill coursing through his mind. Hinata trembled slightly. Waking up, her face flushed. Upon realizing it was Naruto, she feigned sleep once more, her heart racing with excitement. It was Naruto-kun, he has returned. He even stole a kiss. Surely, he didn't notice I was awake, did he? Huh. It seems he wants to. Naruto swallowed hard, sensing something unusual about Hinata, even in her slumber. Her cheeks were tinged with red, perhaps she dreamt of him. This charming allure is utterly maddening. Unable to resist, he leaned in for another kiss before swiftly employing the flying thunder god technique to escape the scene. The second contact left Hinata breathless, her heart racing, and she fainted from excitement. After leaving the Hyuga household, it took Naruto a while to regain his composure. This was far more exhilarating than any mission across the 5 great nations. Observing this, the Nine-Tails shook its head, calling him a mere child, inexperienced in the ways of the world. The thought of the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, brought a wistful smile to its face. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still diligently working at his desk late into the night, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, truly a model of diligence. Well done, old man, managing to acquire the latest work. On Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto, Sarutobi exclaimed joyfully, only to receive a brick to the head, letting out a yelp. Naruto sighed, realizing this old man was incorrigible. If Sarutobi had initially responded with an instead of an he might not have been provoked into action. Clearly, he was in need of more bricks to the head. Scratching his head, Sarutobi noted that Naruto had greeted him with a brick as soon as they met, extinguishing his excitement. Naturally, he could not obtain the latest work, as it had been brought by Jiraiya. After a chuckle, he welcomed Naruto back. By the way, tomorrow is the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy. Will you participate? Naruto raised his hand, interrupting Sarutobi. I came to discuss this matter. I will definitely participate in the graduation examination, but I intend to do so as the chief examiner. What? The chief examiner? Sarutobi was taken aback, not expecting Naruto to have such an idea, and he immediately agreed. As a major stakeholder in the Ninja Academy, Naruto was free to do as he pleased. The following day, the news that Naruto Uzumaki, the Light of Konoha, would serve as the chief examiner for the students of the Ninja Academy spread like wildfire throughout the school. Furthermore, due to the return of the Light of Konoha, this year's graduation examination would be far more challenging than before. Upon hearing this news, some students panicked. Originally, the graduation assessment consisted of simple techniques. As long as one had hands, they could pass. Now, they were left in the dark about what to expect. In response, the Ninja Academy provided clarification. As ninjas, they must be prepared for the unpredictable. One must be adaptable to face future dangers with composure. Otherwise, they are unworthy of becoming ninjas. This statement garnered agreement from most students, yet concerns lingered. It was rumored that the exam questions would be improvised by the chief examiner, meaning each student might be assessed on different criteria. I heard that the chief examiner didn't even graduate. I checked. That person spent 6 years in school, but only attended for a few months. Who knows if they even know the basic techniques, yet they're the chief examiner. Shoo, keep it down. I heard that person has a close relationship with the Hokage. They must be well connected, or they wouldn't have been chosen as the Light of Konoha. Who cares? Let's just focus on doing our best in the exam. At the Ninja Academy, before Naruto's statue, the chubby boy, Yajian, and his entourage of admirers gathered to pay their respects. Ever since the statue of their elder brother was erected, they had not missed a single day. Look, this is our elder brother, and he is also the chief examiner for this graduation examination. The crowd cheered. Our brother is amazing. Yajian waved his hand. He has already greeted me. When we take the exam, we should bow and call him brother to prove we are part of his circle. Passing the exam is guaranteed. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live our brother. A few onlookers grew curious and approached, asking, is that true? If we join you, will we definitely pass the exam? Absolutely. Just 50, and you can join our light organization. This exam is so easy, even a monkey could pass. I want to join too. Count me in. As Uchiha Sasuke walked by, he scoffed derisively, asserting that true strength was what mattered most. Upon learning that Naruto was the chief examiner, Hinata felt flustered, her cheeks flushing. In front of the person she admired, if she performed poorly, it would tarnish her image. As the elder sister of the Light organization, she bore the burden of an idol's reputation. Passing by the statue of the Light of Konoha, a group of people bowed respectfully, calling out, "Sister-in-law." Hinata smiled gently, thinking, "Oh, this burdensome status." In the examination hall, Naruto reclined comfortably in the central position, crossing his legs. On either side sat the proctors, Iruka and Mizuki. Traditionally, they would oversee the exam, but this time, they held only advisory power while Naruto made all the decisions. Iruka couldn't help but marvel at the privileges of connections. Allowing a mere child who had yet to graduate to serve as the chief examiner was a testament to the Hokage's indulgence. Mizuki smiled slightly, offering a warm reminder. "Chief examiner, everything is prepared. You may begin the examination." Naruto nodded leisurely. Iruka picked up the list and called out the first name, Sakura Haruno. "Present," came the excited reply from the adjacent classroom. A girl with pink hair stepped forward, exuding confidence as she entered the examination room. "Hello, teachers," Sakura greeted sweetly. While behind her, her second personality emerged, cackling, "Test me to your heart's content. I will show you what true strength is." Iruka and Mizuki nodded, turning their attention to Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Do a spin for me, let me see." Chapter 67. The beautiful fainting Iruka? "Mizuki, Sakura Haruno?" She spun around on the spot. What is the content of this examination? Although she was somewhat baffled, Sakura complied and twirled gracefully before gazing ahead. Iruka and Mizuki wore expressions of utter astonishment as the chief examiner, Naruto, rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before declaring, "Very good. Now show me a few more somersaults." Iruka, Mizuki, Sakura Haruno? Somersaults? Are you treating this like a circus act? This is a ninja school examination. Ninja school. Suddenly, Sakura recalled a principle of ninjas, unconditional obedience to orders. With that thought, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I am truly clever. This trivial test is no challenge for me. She then began to perform somersaults. With each flip, she glanced at Naruto, hoping for new instructions. Seeing Naruto maintain his indifferent demeanor, she continued to tumble over and over. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of Naruto's stifling laughter and realized he had been suppressing his amusement all along. Sakura felt utterly defeated. After all her contemplation, it turned out to be a mere jest. Coughing, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Well, I suppose that counts as passing. Iruka and Mizuki exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Naruto's criteria. Was this a talent show? Finally, she passed. Breathless, Sakura inhaled deeply and leaned against the wall as she stepped out. One painstaking step at a time. The other candidates, witnessing Sakura's state, were thrown into a frenzy. After all, she was a top student. If even she struggled so much, what hope did they have? Soon, the exam resumed with a voice calling out, "Masashi Yoshida, here." A chubby boy jumped from his seat and scampered into the examination room. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt and offered Naruto a deep bow. Then, he slowly stood, excitement bubbling over as he exclaimed, "Big brother." Naruto nodded, impressed. This student is truly remarkable. He then turned to Iruka and Mizuki, who finally grasped the situation. Ah yes, quite impressive. Mizuki, he is a student with great potential. Receiving the approval of both proctors, Naruto chuckled heartily. He pulled out a brick and tossed it at the chubby boy's feet, casually stating, "Pick it up and give these two esteemed proctors a taste of your brick." Iruka, Mizuki, had it been anyone else, they might have hesitated. But the chubby boy's eyes widened in delight. What a brilliant idea. He picked up the brick and charged forward, exerting all his strength, determined not to embarrass his big brother. Bang, bang. Iruka and Mizuki received solid blows from the brick, unable to voice their outrage. Following the orders of the Hokage, they had to comply with Naruto's arrangements. They hadn't anticipated that the chubby boy would actually dare to strike. Naruto clapped his hands. Well done, full marks. Thank you. Big brother. You're amazing. The chubby boy bowed once more before hastily exiting. As he stepped outside, he couldn't resist shouting, "Big brother is awesome. What a quick one." In stark contrast to Sakura's exhaustion, the chubby boy radiated triumph. Those who had joined the organization echoed his cheers. "Big brother is awesome." Coughing, Naruto glanced at the two proctors who looked ready to explode and quickly clarified. You must have noticed, the first test was based on the ninja principle of obeying orders. The previous test gauged the essential courage of a ninja. I truly didn't expect that boy to strike. Indeed, you certainly didn't foresee that. That chubby boy is clearly your follower, bowing and calling you big brother. How could you not have anticipated it? Irika and Mizuki's faces twitched slightly, but soon settled into calm composure. Naruto was the chief examiner. Whatever he said was justified. Before long, a dozen candidates had completed their tests, all passing without exception. The only distinction was that those from the organization breezed through, while the others were utterly exhausted. Next up, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke entered the exam room with an air of aloof confidence, exuding an attitude of indifference. His expression was unmistakable. No matter what you throw at me, I fear nothing. I possess but one goal, to become a ninja and eliminate that man. Naruto smiled faintly, recognizing the Uchiha clan's prodigious lineage, particularly their formidable Sharingan. Kakashi had only acquired one and was dubbed the copy ninja. Logically, Sasuke should be even more adept at copying. Sasuke scoffed, bring it on. Copying? That's as easy as child's play. Naruto grinned mischievously, tossing two hefty tomes towards him. One was blank, while the other bore the scandalous title Intimate Techniques. Upon seeing the embarrassing cover, Sasuke's body quivered slightly, and he instantly lost his composure. Considering your youth, I'll grant you extra time. You have 20 minutes to memorize the contents of this book and 40 minutes to transcribe it. Irika and Mizuki's pupils constricted as they attempted to comprehend the nature of Naruto's chosen literature. To them, using the Sharingan to copy a book should have been a trivial task. Why did Sasuke appear so flustered? Sasuke's face contorted, caught in a dilemma. To look at it would be indecent. To ignore it would nullify the exam. This was a difficult choice every ninja would face in the future. The examination is so challenging. Grasping the intimate techniques, Sasuke's hands trembled. The cold words of that man echoed in his mind, my foolish little brother. Watch. The Sharingan activated instantly, and Sasuke, with unwavering resolve, flipped through the pages at lightning speed. Within 20 minutes, he successfully transcribed the intimate techniques. At that moment of completion, Sasuke felt an extraordinary sense of elevation. Quickly stowing the two books, Naruto couldn't help but marvel. This child possesses the potential of a Hokage. Excellent, full marks. Next, Hinata Hyuga. Here, Hinata cautiously entered the examination room, her gaze fixed on Naruto, who sat earnestly before her. Her heart raced, pounding furiously in her chest. Observing Hinata, Naruto felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Coughing lightly, he declared, in a taijutsu duel between ninjas, strength is crucial. Your assessment is quite simple. Pick me up and run a lap around the examination room. Irika, Mizuki. Irika and Mizuki exchanged incredulous glances. Is this something we can witness? Hinata froze in place, envisioning countless scenarios where Naruto would lift her. She never imagined that the exam would entail picking Naruto up and running a lap. Her mind felt a bit clouded, and her legs grew weak. Happiness had arrived quite suddenly. No, I can't faint. With a smile, Naruto took slow steps toward Hinata. Irika and Mizuki instinctively covered their eyes. They longed to report this chief examiner for his abuse of power. It was utterly inappropriate. A faint smile appeared on Hinata's face, and she fainted. Irika, she fainted beautifully. Mizuki, indeed beautifully. Naruto hurried over, cradling Hinata in his arms. If she were to faint, it must be in his embrace. Irika, I can't take it anymore. I must commit seppuku. Mizuki, I can't take it anymore. I must commit seppuku. Chapter 68. Serendipity. The nine-tailed demon fox within stirred, rising abruptly and performing a series of clumsy somersaults. Having escorted Hinata back to her abode within the Hyuga compound, Naruto returned to his seat at the examination venue. Inquiring with a nonchalant air, given Hinata's performance, securing the title of valedictorian should be a foregone conclusion, wouldn't you agree? Irika affirmed, indubitably. Mizuki concurred, none are more deserving. Since Naruto's endowment of the Ninja Academy, each graduating class's top achiever was invariably recognized and celebrated, accompanied by a monetary award. The examinations proceeded as scheduled, culminating in the late afternoon. The valedictorian of this graduating class is none other than Hyuga Hinata. Hayashi Hyuga leaped with elation, having learned that Naruto was the principal examiner. He had entertained the notion that Hinata might emerge as the top student. His expectations were met. With Naruto's patronage, the Hyuga clan was poised for a resurgence of prominence. Bravo, esteemed matriarch. Voices echoed throughout the academy. Hinata awoke in her chamber, and recalling her incomplete examination, she hastened to the academy. Upon the academy's walls, the roster of the graduating class's achievements was prominently displayed, accompanied by a portrait of the valedictorian. Hinata mused. The likeness of the valedictorian bears a striking resemblance to myself. Approaching the display, the words valedictorian, Hyuga Hinata assaulted her senses. Hinata was perplexed. How could I possibly be the valedictorian when I didn't even complete the examination? This must be an error. As she ventured into the academy, numerous individuals offered their congratulations. Leaving Hinata increasingly bewildered, she began to entertain the notion that she had indeed attained the pinnacle of achievement, despite her lack of recollection. In that moment, her thoughts turned to Naruto, the principal examiner. Could he have been responsible? Could my success be attributed to favoritism? She wondered. Amidst her contemplation, Irika-sensei approached, extending his felicitations and effusive praise. Subsequently, Mizuki approached, inundating her with commendations. Hinata was utterly perplexed, her mind fixated on a single thought. This honor is rightfully mine. Within the Hokage's office, Naruto reclined in the Hokage's designated seat, while Hiruzen Sarutobi graciously poured him a beverage. Learning of the day's successful examinations. With all students achieving passing grades, Hiruzen was visibly gratified. To his astonishment, the young prodigy had refrained from instigating mischief, a veritable miracle. With the examinations concluded, the subsequent task was to form teams and assign Jonin instructors. Hiruzen sought Naruto's input on the matter. Naruto demurred. I merely served as an examiner for amusement's sake. Defer to your judgment on all other matters. However, I would like Kakashi to lead my team, with Hinata, Sasuke, and myself as members. Hiruzen paused, contemplating the fact that Naruto had not yet graduated. However, he conceded that allowing Naruto to participate in team missions might be beneficial. His presence within the village was often a source of consternation. The following morning, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Sasuke's arrival elicited a chorus of adulation from his female admirers. Sasuke is the epitome of handsomeness, they exclaimed. Hokage Akimichi, overhearing the pronouncements, voiced his dissent. In terms of pulchritude, brother Naruto reigns supreme. Sasuke merely occupies the fourth position. A heated debate ensued regarding the hierarchy of attractiveness. Shikamaru Nara, shielding his ears, expressed his exasperation and longing for slumber. Hokage, meanwhile, consumed potato chips with gusto, observing the unfolding spectacle with amusement. Sasuke, seated at his desk, smirked derisively. Hokage, incensed, squatted before Sasuke's desk, locking eyes with him. A palpable tension filled the air. Sasuke was taken aback to discover that he was outmatched in the art of staring. Hokage, emboldened, intensified his gaze. Suddenly, a nudge from an unseen force propelled him forward, resulting in an unintended lip lock with Sasuke. In that instant, Sasuke recalled a scene from a certain book and extended his tongue. Having been bested in the staring contest, he sought to reclaim his dominance. I have been defiled. Hokage cried in dismay, recoiling from Sasuke. An icy silence descended upon the classroom. Naruto, arriving at the classroom doorway, narrowed his eyes at the bizarre tableau. Destiny has intervened. The female contingent was crestfallen. Why not me? They lamented. Hokage was distraught. Why me? He echoed. Shikamaru, uncharacteristically wide-eyed, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Hokage, in his shock, dropped his potato chips to the floor. Even the taciturn Shino Aburame emitted a series of muffled chuckles. Kiba Inuzuka declared Sasuke a seasoned practitioner of the art of kissing. Akamaru, Kiba's canine companion, barked in agreement. Who's barking like a dog? Chaos erupted as the two factions engaged in a fracas. Hinata sauntered into the classroom, greeting Naruto with a gentle smile. Good morning, Naruto. What's all the commotion about? A welcoming celebration. Naruto quipped. Shall we join them? Naruto and Hinata entered the classroom side by side, causing the brawl to cease abruptly. Big brother, big sister, the assembled students cheered. Many were surprised to see Naruto, the principal examiner, in their midst. The situation seemed incongruous. The pair nonchalantly took their seats at the front of the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Irika-sensei entered, congratulating the students on their graduation and announcing the team assignments. Team 1, Hokage Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha. The instructor for this team is Kakashi Hatake. Hold on. Sensei. A voice interjected. I thought Naruto Uzumaki hadn't graduated yet. Irika frowned. While it is true that Naruto Uzumaki has not yet graduated, in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to Konoha, the Hokage has granted him an exception, allowing him to serve as an intern genin, assigned to a team for practical experience. An intern genin. The students murmured in disbelief. Irika continued with the team assignments. Team 8. Shino Aburame. Kiba Inuzuka, Sakura Haruno. Sakura Haruno was visibly distraught. Within the Hokage's office, Kakashi expressed his trepidation. Hokage-sama, I believe Naruto's abilities are such that he could easily assume the mantle of Hokage. To assign him as an intern genin to my team, I feel immense pressure. Hiruzen Sarutobi responded calmly, Fear not, Kakashi. Have faith in your abilities. Focus on guiding Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto has his own agenda, and he may even prove to be an asset. Very well. Kakashi replied, unconvinced. The memory of the fourth Raikage beating at Naruto's hands was still fresh in his mind. Leaving the ninja academy, Naruto entered a secluded alleyway, where an assailant disguised as a wall launched a surprise attack. With a swift blow, Naruto incapacitated the attacker, revealing him to be Konohamaru Sarutobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi's grandson. Ebisu emerged in pursuit, incensed to find Konohamaru prostrate on the ground. Chapter 69. Survival Training, Naruto smiled knowingly. Once again, it was that insufferable blonde brat. He had openly attacked the grandson of the third Hokage, and this time, he must teach the little rascal a proper lesson. Ebisu sneered. Suddenly, he felt an ominous presence. As darkness enveloped him, he looked up to see an enormous, boundless brick hovering above him, poised to descend. He desperately wanted to flee, yet his body refused to move. It was over. Brick release. Heart-severing technique. Bang. The colossal brick crashed down, pinning him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Ebisu had already fainted from fright. Naruto could only shake his head in resignation as he headed to Ichiraku to grab 2 bowls of ramen before returning to school. The students in the classroom had nearly all departed with their respective Jonin instructors, leaving only Hinata and Sasuke waiting. Hinata, it's time to eat. Upon seeing Naruto return, a drowsy Hinata perked up. Her heart fluttered with joy. The person she admired had brought her food. Slurp. Naruto and Hinata happily dug into their ramen. Sasuke swallowed hard, his stomach audibly grumbling in protest. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling tormented by the slurping sounds. And the cheerful banter between the two made him feel like an unwelcome third wheel. Is it delicious, Hinata? It's amazing. I've never had such delicious food in my life. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke furiously practiced his fire technique against the air, delighting in his progress. He was astonished to find that, under such intense stimulation, the potency of the great fireball had easily surpassed his expectations. After some time, Kakashi finally entered the classroom. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball shot directly at Kakashi. Sasuke jumped in surprise. He had been so focused on his practice that he hadn't noticed the arrival of his instructor. What if he accidentally incinerated the Jonin? Bang! A piece of wood was charred. Sasuke sighed in relief. Indeed, the Jonin was formidable and wouldn't fall so easily. Kakashi entered the classroom, smiling as he scratched his head, observing Sasuke. It seems this year's students are quite spirited. He then turned his attention to another part of the classroom, where Naruto and Hinata were playfully teasing each other, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Ahem. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kakashi awkwardly interrupted, inviting them to the rooftop. The rooftop was a mysterious place, where one could speak freely without reservations. With Team 7 newly formed, getting to know each other would aid in future teamwork. Kakashi prompted them to introduce themselves and share their dreams. Naruto stood up, hands behind his back. I am Uzumaki Naruto, known as the Light of Konoha. My dream is to become the strongest ninja in the world. I love helping others, redistributing wealth, standing up against the powerful, creating, and of course, Hinata. He winked at Hinata as he finished. Hinata's face flushed. She hadn't expected Naruto to be so direct. Kakashi clapped appreciatively. Very good. Sasuke cleared his throat, gradually adopting a more aloof demeanor. I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, but nothing I particularly like. Furthermore, I am not merely speaking of dreams. I have ambition. I intend to revive the Uchiha clan and personally eliminate a certain man. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned indifferent. Naruto furrowed his brow, wondering if he was referring to the chubby boy. Sasuke. Hinata suddenly snapped to attention, realizing it was her turn for self-introduction. I am Hyuga Hinata. I enjoy pressing flowers and eating delicious food, like red bean paste and cinnamon rolls, and now, I must add Ichiraku ramen to that list. I dislike shrimp and crabs. My dream is to become a confident ninja who never gives up. Kakashi smiled faintly. Very nice. It seems everyone is well acquainted. Starting tomorrow, we will embark on missions. Missions? Sasuke and Hinata were momentarily taken aback. Naruto lay on the rooftop, his expression calm. Indeed, it is the survival training that every graduating class must undergo. Only by passing this training can one truly be considered a ninja. If you fail, you will have to return to the Ninja Academy for re-education. This has a failure rate exceeding 66%, so be sure to prepare adequately. We shall meet at the training ground tomorrow morning at 7. Oh, and do not eat breakfast, or it will be quite terrifying. Under the astonished gazes of Sasuke and Hinata, Kakashi vanished using the body flicker technique. I'm off for special training, Sasuke said coolly as he swiftly departed. He was determined to excel in the survival training the next day. Naruto, I'm going home to train as well. Hinata glanced back at Naruto reluctantly before leaving. The following morning, at the training ground, Sasuke was the first to arrive, leaning against a large tree with his eyes closed in meditation. Hinata arrived second, appearing somewhat drowsy. After a while, Naruto appeared, carrying a large bag of food. Hinata looked puzzled. Henti Kakashi-sensei said. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I thought we had plenty of time, so I wanted to help you train. If you get hungry, you can replenish your energy. All right, Hinata nodded. And after a brief rest, they began to spar. Sasuke's face twitched. Seeing Naruto and Hinata training made him restless. He considered going to buy food but feared Kakashi's appearance, so he began an endless cycle of self-torment. Around 11 o'clock, Kakashi arrived, notably late. Seeing Hinata and Naruto sparring, he clapped his hands in approval. In contrast, Sasuke was leaning against the tree, relaxing. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. If Sasuke wished to revive the Uchiha clan, he would need to work as hard as Naruto and Hinata. Finally spotting Kakashi, Sasuke stood up excitedly. He felt the teacher was quite unreliable, having promised to arrive at 7 in the morning, yet showing up close to noon, wasting much of his training time. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly and gathered the three together. He placed a clock on the ground, jingled 2 bells in his hand, and began to explain the criteria for the survival training. The survival training is quite simple. Before noon, you must snatch the bells from me. Those who fail to obtain a bell will miss lunch and be tied to a post, watching as I enjoy my bento. By the way, without a determination to kill me, it will be impossible to seize the bells. After saying this, Kakashi cast a somewhat anxious glance at Naruto. His eyes filled with a desire to survive. Naruto grinned mischievously. That sounds too boring. He then produced 2 bells of his own, saying, coincidentally, I also have 2 bells. Instead of targeting Kakashi, why not come and try to snatch mine? Chapter 70. A snare. Hinata gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto, is this truly appropriate? Sasuke scoffed inwardly, deeply disgruntled by Naruto's audacity. Kakashi Hitaki was, after all, an elite jonin. What was a mere genin in turn posturing about? However, he dared not voice his discontent. Mindful of the potency of the fireball jutsu Naruto had displayed years prior, a feat he had yet to achieve. As one of the few in Konoha who had witnessed Naruto's power unleashed in its entirety, Kakashi held unwavering faith in Naruto's combat prowess. His pedagogical skills, however, remained an enigma, one he intended to unravel during this very exercise. With this in mind, Kakashi was on the verge of acquiescing to Naruto's proposition when Naruto dashed into the forest, proclaiming, the essence of a ninja lies in concealing one's presence. This survival exercise is, unequivocally, a test of a ninja's ability to endure. Prompted by Naruto's words, Sasuke swiftly apprehended the objective and sought refuge within the forest's depths. Observing Naruto and Sasuke's disappearance, Hinata, too, began to conceal herself. Kakashi, taken aback, exclaimed, I had yet to signal the commencement. In mere moments, Hinata and Sasuke had masked their presence. Naruto, concealed not far from Hinata, brazenly exposed his aura, as if inviting detection. Intriguing little imps, Kakashi mused, a smile gracing his lips as he fastened the bells to his waist. Subsequently, he produced a volume of Make-Out Paradise. He ambled along, engrossed in the text. In the direction of Sasuke, Byakugan, Hinata activated her dojutsu, her curiosity piqued by the nature of the book Kakashi perused. In an instant, her composure faltered. A wave of heat washed over her, threatening to overwhelm her. Is this a trap? Kakashi-sensei is truly formidable. Sasuke, too, noticed the book in Kakashi's possession. Having been tempered by the graduation examination, he remained unfazed, even finding the content somewhat insipid. Kakashi shook his head, lamenting Hinata's lack of composure. Sasuke, in contrast, had concealed himself admirably. "Ah!" Kakashi exclaimed upon noticing the book in Naruto's grasp. That appears to be the latest installment. Make out tactics. A treasure that even money cannot guarantee. I must see it. I yearn to see it. Just as he was about to lower his headband and activate his Sharingan, Naruto concealed the book. Sasuke smirked, amused by Kakashi's lapse in vigilance. Whoosh. 3 kunai hurtled towards Kakashi in rapid succession, drawing blood. In their wake, Kakashi transformed into a wooden effigy, the 3 kunai embedded in its form. Ninja Tactical Prowess, Part 1, Taijutsu. The Leaf Village's secret taijutsu art. 1,000 years of death. Kakashi's voice echoed from behind, sending a shiver down Sasuke's spine. He had been utterly oblivious to Kakashi's approach. I'm done for. A fleeting moment of agony ensued, and Sasuke, like a deflated balloon, contorted his face before fleeing in disarray, once more concealing his presence. Kakashi smiled faintly and began to approach Hinata's location. En route, he discovered a book where Naruto had previously been concealed. Make out tactics. Overwhelmed by temptation, Kakashi lunged forward. Seizing the book, hee. A contented smile spread across his face at the mere sight of the cover. He was on the verge of opening the first page. Oblivious to the impending peril. Whoosh. Ropes ensnared Kakashi's feet, suspending him from a tree. In an instant, he produced a kunai, severing the ropes and plummeting to the ground. Boom. Simultaneously, a miniature water dragon descended from the heavens, detonating upon impact. Already masked by a black face covering, Kakashi's countenance turned an even darker shade. Ninja Tactical Prowess. Part 2, Ninjutsu. Naruto's voice drifted by softly. Kakashi chuckled sheepishly, surveying his predicament with self-deprecating humor. Never fall for such obvious traps. He was acutely aware that it was a snare set by Naruto, yet he had been unable to resist it. What was a minor sacrifice in exchange for obtaining makeout tactics? However, as he reached for his waist, he was astonished to discover that one of the bells was missing. When did this happen? Kakashi's mind raced through the events that had transpired. It was during the miniature water dragon attack. The ink obscured my vision for a fleeting moment. For Naruto, capable of employing the flying thunder god technique, that brief interval was sufficient to pilfer the bell. Kakashi grimaced, acknowledging Naruto's extraordinary prowess. Hinata, concealed in the shadows, widened her eyes in astonishment. Naruto-kun is so strong. He managed to outwit Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke remained in a state of bewilderment. He had merely witnessed Kakashi falling for an obvious trap, succumbing to a ninjutsu. As for how Naruto had managed to acquire the bell, it remained a mystery. At that moment, Naruto leaned against a tree, toying with the stolen bell. Jingle jingle. The sound of the bell grated on Sasuke's ears, as if mocking him. The more I am in this kind of situation, the more I have to hold my breath and wait for the opportunity. Kakashi feigned nonchalance, pretending not to notice Hinata. Exposing his back to her, he continued onward. However, even as he moved further away, Hinata remained motionless. Impressive, very cautious. Kakashi mused as he quietly made his way towards Sasuke's location. Hinata sighed in relief, having mustered her courage only to falter at the last moment, unable to strike. Whoosh. A kunai whizzed past. Kakashi recoiled, narrowly avoiding the projectile. To his surprise, the kunai severed the ropes that had been laid in wait. A barrage of kunai assailed him from various directions. Kakashi swiftly assessed the trajectory of the kunai, immediately seeking refuge in a safe haven. Sasuke emerged with a triumphant grin, having been lying in wait at that very spot. Upon seeing Kakashi rush towards him, he launched a kick. Kakashi swiftly parried the blow, seizing one of Sasuke's legs. Smack! Sasuke retaliated with a punch from his right hand, somersaulting and following up with a sweeping kick from his other leg. Kakashi hastily blocked the attack, his expression shifting to surprise as Sasuke's left hand brushed against the bell. Alas, Sasuke's reach fell just short, his fingertips grazing the bell without securing it. Kakashi retreated rapidly, creating distance. Sasuke cursed his misfortune, lamenting the inadequacy of his reach. In that moment, he recalled a character from Makeout Tactics named Orochimaru, whose limbs, neck, tongue, and other appendages could be extended at will. If only he possessed such abilities, the bell would undoubtedly be his. Undeterred, Sasuke pressed on, initiating hand seals as Kakashi retreated. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball surged along the ground, engulfing Kakashi. Kakashi's expression reflected profound shock. The potency of the ninjutsu far exceeding what a genin should be capable of. In contrast to Kakashi's astonishment, Sasuke merely shook his head, his ninjutsu paling in comparison to Naruto's prowess from years prior. Boom. Just as Sasuke believed he had struck Kakashi, the latter once again transformed into a charred wooden effigy. Damn it. Another substitution jutsu. Chapter 71. Everyone passes. The art of earth release. Decapitation of the heart. As Sasuke searched for Kakashi, he was suddenly seized by a large hand, pulling him into the ground. With only his head remaining above the surface, Sasuke wore a helpless expression, acutely aware of the vast gap between him and the Jonin. Ninja Tactical Insights. Part 2. Ninjutsu. Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. However, before he could finish, he felt a slap on his body. A slight tremor coursed through him, leaving him numb and powerless. The sensation was reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. His chakra points were sealed, rendering his body momentarily immobilized. "Ah!" Hinata exclaimed, swiftly snatching the second bell, her face radiant with joy. "Naruto, I did it." Naruto smiled slightly. "Of course, with our seamless cooperation, there's nothing we can't achieve." Not long ago, Naruto had approached her, and together they launched their attack. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto transported Hinata beside Kakashi, while she was responsible for the offensive, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Seeing the bell easily plucked away, Sasuke felt a tinge of frustration. It was far too simple. After a considerable time, Kakashi finally regained his composure and stretched his limbs. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed elusive. He had never anticipated where Naruto had hidden the mark. At that moment, he finally realized. The mark of the Flying Thunder God was concealed within the book Intimate Techniques. Kakashi chuckled bitterly. From the very beginning, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Naruto knew he could never abandon Intimate Techniques, and from the moment he picked up that book, his fate was sealed. Nevertheless, trading 2 bells for a newly released book was quite the bargain. Ahem, I declare the survival exercise concluded. Naruto and Hinata successfully obtained the bells and completed the trial. With that, Kakashi handed over 2 lunchboxes to Naruto and Hinata, sternly admonishing them not to share with Sasuke, lest their trials be deemed failures as well. Gazing at the lunchboxes, Sasuke swallowed hard. He was in a dire predicament. Having not eaten since morning, he was now bound and forced to watch others indulge. Naruto, upon receiving the lunchbox, tossed it aside, casually discarding Hinata's as well. These lunchboxes aren't fit even for a dog. Hinata, wait. I'll bring you something delicious. Hinata paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. All right. At that moment, Kakashi, who was about to take a bite of rice, suddenly halted. In a flash, Naruto appeared with 2 steaming bowls of ramen, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The Flying Thunder God technique truly was remarkable. Kakashi, clutching the lunchbox, quietly moved away, finding the food nearly inedible. Bound, Sasuke caught a whiff of the delightful scent, as if subjected to torture. It was utterly unbearable. Burp. Like a magician, Naruto suddenly conjured another bowl of ramen, leaving Sasuke dumbfounded and agape. The 2 relished 3 bowls of ramen, patting their stomachs in satisfaction. Delicious. After filling their bellies, Naruto smiled gently and picked up the earlier lunchbox Kakashi had bought, intending to feed Sasuke. Sasuke, you must be starving. Let me sneak you a bite. Don't do this. We are comrades, and we should help each other. Come on. Just swallow it, all right? Despite Kakashi's repeated warnings against feeding Sasuke, she supported Naruto's intentions as fellow members of Team 7. However, Sasuke wore an unwilling expression, seemingly considerate of Hinata and Naruto. This was the essence of camaraderie. Initially, when Naruto attempted to feed him, Sasuke stubbornly refused to open his mouth. You think I'll eat this? I'm a proud Uchiha. I'd rather starve than suffer such indignity. Yet, under Naruto's relentless persuasion and unyielding determination, he eventually pried Sasuke's mouth open and forced the rice inside. Even so, Sasuke still struggled to swallow. After a prolonged tug-of-war, he reached a state of near exhaustion and, in a moment of surrender, finally exclaimed, "So delicious." All notions of Uchiha pride were cast aside. He had eaten, so he might as well indulge. As Sasuke devoured the meal, Kakashi suddenly appeared. If Kakashi discovered that they had fed Sasuke, the entire team would have to repeat the trial. Hinata felt anxious and at a loss. Sasuke suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Had he accepted Naruto's kindness earlier, they wouldn't be risking failure together. Naruto smiled softly, while Kakashi, with a serious demeanor, finally broke into a smile. Congratulations, you all passed the trial. In truth, this final step was the real test of the day. In my eyes, one must always cherish their comrades. Otherwise, they are unworthy of being a ninja. Upon hearing this, Hinata and Sasuke felt a sense of relief. It turned out that this was the true essence of the evaluation. Had they not fed Sasuke, that would have constituted a genuine failure. Sasuke pouted, lamenting his misfortune. He had endured the brunt of the punishment throughout the day. He was perplexed as to why Kakashi had executed the body technique, 1,000 years of pain, with such fervor. To this, Kakashi scratched his head. Survival exercises need to feel authentic. All right, everyone, go rest for now. Tomorrow morning at 7. We'll meet at our usual place to commence the real mission. With that, they all nodded and gradually departed. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the day's events. Naruto's performance was undoubtedly impeccable, whether in seizing the bells or displaying camaraderie. He had been the first to grasp its importance. Sasuke's performance, while not as dazzling as Naruto's, was commendable. Hinata's performance was steady, significantly improved compared to previous students he had assessed. Sarutobi chuckled. Previously, during your survival exercise, no one passed. It was Naruto who shattered that record upon his arrival. Kakashi smiled. It's not surprising that someone capable of besting the fourth Hokage would easily break my record. Under a grand tree in Konoha, two striking figures clad in green, both sporting bowl-cut hairstyles and thick eyebrows, were diligently exercising. Naruto approached them, greeting Guy Lee. Senior brother. It's so good to see you. Lee exclaimed, stopping his training to embrace Naruto's leg. I heard you were the chief examiner for this year's Ninja Academy graduation. Wow, you're amazing. Naruto laughed heartily. What can I say? My charm is irresistible. I have too many admirers. Guy chuckled. You haven't seen Naruto in action at the Cloud Village. That was truly remarkable. Chapter 72. The commencement of the mission. Senior brother, I wish to duel with you. Lee Rock declared, his gaze resolute as he faced Naruto. For years, he had regarded his senior as a benchmark, exerting efforts manifold compared to the average person. Even Guy could not help but commend him as a diligent genius, personally imparting the 8 gates technique to him. He yearned to ascertain the extent of the gap that existed between him and such a prodigy as his senior. Guy, with a wry smile, acknowledged that despite being a hard-working genius, there remained an insurmountable chasm when compared to someone who was both gifted and industrious. A few years prior, Naruto had stood toe-to-toe with the fourth Hokage. Now, the disparity was even more pronounced. In Guy's eyes, Lee needed to unlock at least the 7th gate of the 8 gates to have a chance to contend with Naruto. The current gap was too vast, potentially affecting Lee's resolve. Naruto shook his head. Perhaps another time, Lee. Hearing this, Lee felt a twinge of disappointment. Naruto chuckled. Soon, the Chunin exams will commence. Let us duel there. I hope you won't be eliminated too swiftly. The Chunin exams are approaching? Lee's excitement surged. It was a splendid opportunity to prove himself. I am not so weak, senior brother. Just wait and see. We shall battle again at the Chunin exams. Since it was a duel, there must be stakes involved. How about our eyebrows and hair? You better put in double the effort, Lee. With that, Naruto departed. Guy tossed his hair, feeling the thrill of such a wager. He hesitated to participate, sensing that his youth was slipping away. Indeed, at this age, once certain things are lost, they are irretrievable. Teacher Guy, I wish to increase my weight training. The following morning, Kakashi brought Team 7 to the Hokage's office to receive their assignments. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Naruto, who was holding a brick, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After considerable contemplation, he finally made a decision. Naruto, come and select a few tasks at your leisure. Naruto nodded, stowing the brick and cheerfully approaching. All right, since you insist, I shall begrudgingly pick a few. Kakashi was unfazed by this behavior. Hinata's admiration for Naruto soared once more. Naruto is truly wonderful. He can alleviate the Hokage's burdens. Sasuke could not comprehend why Team 7 had such privileges when other teams simply accepted whatever tasks were assigned to them. Naruto swiftly scanned the available scrolls and selected several before departing with his companions. They hurriedly made their way to a residential area. Naruto, what is our first mission? Sasuke inquired, A look of anticipation mirrored on Hinata's face. Kakashi silently observed, engrossed in his book. Naruto smiled and unfurled the first scroll, Assist Resident No. 56 with their clogged sewer. Soon, the door to the residence swung open, and a masked woman emerged, smiling warmly. You must be the ninja assigned to the task. My sewer has accidentally clogged. I would be grateful for your assistance. As the door opened, an odd odor wafted out. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke instinctively covered their mouths, while Kakashi had already vanished from sight. Ahem, the difficulty of this task is evident. It is quite simple. I believe one person will suffice, Naruto proclaimed, glancing at Hinata and Sasuke. Why are you all looking at me? Sasuke replied, exasperated. Naruto squinted, need I even ask? Of course, the weakest among us should go. Hearing this, Sasuke fell silent, recognizing the truth in Naruto's words, as he was the only one who had failed to obtain a bell during their survival exercise. Is there a gas mask? The woman inquired. Shaking her head, she led Sasuke inside. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within, and the stench intensified. What the? Sasuke's voice reverberated throughout the house. Naruto quickly grabbed Hinata and left for the next task. Where are we headed now? Hinata asked. We're going to the Konoha forest. A pet cat from a wealthy family has wandered in, and we need to retrieve it. They soon arrived at their destination. Hyuga activate. Hinata surveyed the area, her vision extending for hundreds of meters. In no time, she spotted the brown cat. Naruto, I see it. It's 300 meters southwest, up a tree. Got it. With the precise location in mind, Naruto sped ahead. The instant he caught sight of the cat, he hurled the brick. The brick flew through the air, and sensing danger, the brown cat bolted, but no matter how it maneuvered, it could not evade the incoming projectile. Bang! Meow! The cat was knocked unconscious. Hinata quickly caught up, scooping the dazed cat into a cage. She couldn't help but marvel at Naruto's precision. His throw was akin to a guided missile. Clap! The two exchanged celebratory high fives. Mission accomplished. Just then, Kakashi appeared, commenting, your teamwork is simply impeccable. Be a Chunin and a brick. Such retrieval tasks are a breeze for you two. Naruto and Hinata simultaneously shot a disapproving glare at their nonchalant teacher. Next, they proceeded to the subsequent task location. Naruto had chosen simple, manageable assignments, allowing them to complete numerous tasks in a day. Sasuke, clad in black, finally finished his task and headed straight for the river. After washing for 2 hours in silence, he caught a whiff of that dreadful odor. Ugh, he still detected the stench. How pitiful and helpless I am. A genius of the Uchiha clan reduced to this. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a fireball jutsu, which exploded in the river, generating towering waves. I've leveled up again, Sasuke exclaimed with delight. However, despair soon washed over him as he realized his clothes had been incinerated. At that moment, a chubby boy named Yoshinari happened upon the scene and began whistling cheerfully upon seeing Sasuke's predicament. Their eyes met, and Yoshinari lost consciousness, left only with a vague memory of having been mistreated. Upon waking, he felt the chilling wind and shivered uncontrollably. For the next half-month, Naruto consistently arrived early at the Hokage's office to collect mission scrolls. Sasuke, feeling frustrated, could not fathom why they had to unclog sewers daily, often undertaking the task multiple times a day. He even purchased a full set of protective gear. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it favors, testing their endurance and resilience. Naruto merely hoped that Sasuke would understand the intentions behind these tasks. Hinata, too, was puzzled as to why the brown cat seemed to get lost multiple times each day. Frequent use of her Byakugan had made her increasingly adept at tracking. Hiruzen Sarutobi praised Team 7, noting that their daily task completion rate and efficiency exceeded that of other teams by 3- or 4-fold. Of course, these were all D-rank missions. On this day, Naruto finally laid eyes on their first C-rank mission. The doors of the Fire Shadow studio were thrust open, and in sauntered a tipsy, middle-aged man clutching a liquor bottle. Dismay washed over him as he observed that the mission's recipients were mere children. What's this? Nothing but brats. Especially the one in blue. He reeks. Can't even keep his clothes clean. Are you truly a ninja? Upon hearing this, Naruto and Hinata instinctively distanced themselves from Sasuke. Release me. I'll obliterate him. Sasuke, already irked by his daily sewer duty, was incensed by the taunt. You think plumbing the sewers doesn't leave a mark? I change my clothes daily. Sasuke was on the verge of a breakdown. Sasuke, compose yourself. This is the very man we're tasked to protect, Kakashi interjected, barely managing to restrain Sasuke. The man approached, scrutinized Sasuke, and gingerly covered his nose. Goaded further, Sasuke's fists clenched tighter. The man, after a swig of his drink, mustered the courage to speak. Ahem, I am Tazuna, the renowned bridge builder. During my return to my homeland to construct this bridge, I expect you to exert yourselves to the utmost to ensure my safety. Hiruzen chuckled. Tazuna, rest assured, this is Konoha's elite Team 7. If they cannot safeguard you, then no one in the entire village can. At the gates of Konoha village, let's depart for the land of waves, Naruto exclaimed, leading the charge with Tazuna trailing closely behind. Tazuna sensed an inexplicable safety in the presence of the blonde youth, even more so than in the masked adult. Hinata walked in the middle, followed by Kakashi. Sasuke brought up the rear, constantly adjusting his position according to the wind's direction. It was Hinata's first mission abroad, and nostalgia tugged at her heartstrings as she glanced back at Konoha. Kakashi, ever the enthusiast, relished the opportunity to immerse himself in his reading. As the group ventured away from Konoha, two figures emerged from the shadows, assassins hired to eliminate Tazuna. En route, Hinata inquired, Kakashi-sensei, are there any ninja in Tazuna-san's land of waves? Kakashi shook his head. No, the land of waves has no ninja. However, most countries possess ninja villages and ninja. He proceeded to enlighten them about the land of wind, the land of earth, the land of lightning, the land of water, and the land of fire. The Hidden Leaf Village is the mightiest among the 5 great nations, with the Hokage reigning supreme over tens of thousands of ninja. The Hokage is that formidable? Hinata asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Sasuke merely shook his head, recalling the clandestine books he had discovered in Hiruzen's office. He doubted that an old codger with such literary tastes could be truly powerful. Kakashi's words stirred memories within Naruto. In his eyes, none of the 5 great Kage were particularly impressive. Hinata then posed, might we encounter ninja from other countries during this mission? Kakashi reassured her, rest easy. C-rank missions do not involve ninja confrontations. Tazuna's expression faltered, a detail not lost on Sasuke, who furrowed his brow. The first day passed uneventfully. The second dawned clear, and the group traversed a forest, passing a puddle. Kakashi paused, his gaze lingering on the puddle before resuming his reading. Sasuke, observant as ever, noticed Kakashi's unease and activated his Sharingan, peering into the puddle. He then proceeded as if nothing had happened. Ninja lurk within that puddle. Sasuke mused, inwardly gloating that Naruto had missed the subtle detail. As the group moved past the puddle, 2 figures emerged, launching hooked chains at Kakashi. The chains ensnared him, tearing his body asunder. Hinata cried out in horror at the sight of Kakashi's demise. In a flash, one of the ninja appeared behind her, driving a hook through her heart. Ah, you. The other ninja turned in disbelief, unable to comprehend his comrade's betrayal. With a thud, his body hit the ground. Lifeless. How? I was aiming for the girl. Realizing he had been ensnared in a jinjutsu, he trembled. His gaze darted towards Naruto. The mere sight of the youth had trapped him in an illusion, a feat typically reserved for Jonin. They had mistakenly assumed the masked man to be the most formidable, only to find him easily dispatched. Instead, the seemingly innocuous youth possessed formidable power. Naruto smirked, his eyes glinting. He would not tolerate anyone attempting to harm Hinata before his very eyes. Sasuke engaged the remaining ninja in combat. With the Sharingan enhancing his perception, he evaded every attack. The ninja, faltering, contemplated retreat, but it was too late. Kakashi materialized, a kunai pressed against his throat. What is your objective? You're alive, the ninja exclaimed, nearly succumbing to terror. He braced himself for death, but the kunai never pierced his flesh. Instead, Naruto delivered a blow to his head, and the ninja awoke to find himself bound to a tree. Confused, he struggled to discern reality from illusion. Before him stood the 3 youths and the masked man. Just kill me. I won't divulge any information, the ninja declared, clinging to his professional ethics. Naruto grinned, seizing the ninja's neck and staring into his eyes. The ninja's gaze turned vacant. We are the Demon Brothers, rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. We were hired by the wealthy Gado of the Land of Waves to assassinate Tazuna. All eyes turned to Tazuna. Chapter 74. He probably didn't notice me, did he? Dasna coughed a couple of times. I offended someone, which is why I posted the mission in Konoha. I never anticipated that Kato would hire ninja to assassinate me. Kakashi was rendered speechless, realizing that the old man was undoubtedly aware of Kato's ninja hire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out Konoha for a mission. Common bandits and brigands wouldn't necessitate the use of ninja. If you persist in withholding the truth, we'll have no choice but to turn back. We accepted a C-rank mission, but the current difficulty surpasses that. We reserve the right to withdraw. The initial assault involved 2 Chunin. The next wave could very well consist of Jonin. While Team 7's capabilities are certainly not lacking, the sensation of being deceived is quite unpleasant. Sasuke seized the moment. Kakashi-sensei, we needn't waste our breath on him. Let's depart forthwith and leave him to his fate. Hinata seemed perplexed. Are we returning, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto, understanding Kakashi's intent, stated, Dasna, I believe you ought to disclose the complete, unvarnished truth to us. The ninja of Konoha are ardent champions of the weak and relentless pursuers of justice. The mission's remuneration is secondary. Our strength ensures we are far from destitute. However, we harbor no fondness for being manipulated, not short on funds. Champions of the weak and relentless pursuers of justice. Kakashi glanced at them, offering an awkward smile. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is affluent. The Hyuga clan is affluent. Naruto has contributed so much to the prosperity of Konoha that he certainly isn't lacking in funds. Thus, he surmised that he was the only pauper on the team, humbly refraining from voicing his thoughts. Not short on funds. Dasna's eyes lit up. He preferred the golden-haired brat's words, unlike the abrasive utterances of the other imp. He had concealed the truth out of dire necessity. Under the oppression of the magnate Kato, the common folk of the land of waves were impoverished. With a sigh, Dasna said with a hint of apology, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to deceive you. Our nation is simply too impoverished. The land of waves is a diminutive island nation. Kato, an affluent magnate engaged in clandestine activities worldwide, is a villain of unparalleled wickedness. A year prior, Kato set his sights on the land of waves, employing wealth and violence to seize control of all maritime transport. The populace has endured relentless oppression and humiliation, leading to abject misery. In a desperate bid for survival, we have staked everything on the bridge that was under construction but remains incomplete. Once this bridge is erected, Kato will no longer be able to control us. As the master overseeing the bridge's construction, I have long been a target of Kato. My assassination would halt the bridge's completion, enabling Kato to perpetuate his reign and control over the land of waves. I am willing to forfeit my life, but the construction of the bridge of the land of waves must not cease. I implore you, aid the common people of the land of waves. With that, Dasna prostrated himself. Though Sasuke loathed the old man, his heart was stirred. Despite the mission's escalating peril, he was determined to assist the land of waves. Dasna-san, rest assured, we will assist you, Hinata declared resolutely. Naruto nodded, already contemplating how to thoroughly thrash Momochi Zabuza. Witnessing the unwavering support of his comrades, Kakashi chuckled, very well. We shall continue the mission. However, the mission's difficulty has escalated from C rank to B rank, potentially even S rank. Are you afraid? Hinata and Sasuke exclaimed in unison, no. Naruto waved his hand, signaling the continuation of their journey, and strode ahead, with Dasna and Hinata quickly following. Kakashi and Sasuke remained stationary, as the bound captive had yet to be dealt with. I know too much. I beg you, grant me a swift end. I truly wish to cease living. Kakashi gestured to Sasuke. Sasuke understood, swiftly dispatching the ninja. The ninja perished instantly. Witnessing Sasuke's composed demeanor in committing murder, Kakashi displayed a hint of admiration. Admonishing Sasuke to remember to dispose of the remains, he hastily rejoined the team. After Kakashi departed, Sasuke couldn't help but vomit. It was his first time taking a life, and he felt extremely unwell. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The raging flames incinerated the corpses into ashes, and Sasuke's mind gradually regained composure. Land of Waves. Kato, a diminutive figure, received news of the demon brothers' disappearance and, visibly displeased, pointed at the assembled group, bellowing, I was told you were formidable ninja, which is why I hired you at a premium. Yet, you failed to assassinate an old man. Utterly useless, a bunch of good-for-nothings. The kneeling ninja dared not voice their resentment, while Momochi Zabuza, lounging on the sofa, scoffed. Boom. The executioner's blade crashed down in front of Kato. Kato trembled in terror, while the two bodyguards behind him gasped. What do you intend to do? Zabuza loathed imbeciles who knew nothing yet constantly bossed people around. Spare me your incessant drivel. This time, I shall personally take action, and success is guaranteed. Are you certain? The enemy appears to have hired formidable ninja as well. Given the demon brothers' failed assassination, they will undoubtedly heighten their vigilance, making it no easy feat. Kato swallowed hard, still unconvinced. I am Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. a supremely powerful ninja who successfully assassinated the fourth Mizukichi. With that, Zabuza hoisted the executioner's blade and stormed out. Seeing this, Kato's expression soured. A mere mercenary, putting on airs in my presence. He then ordered his subordinates to repair the door. Meanwhile, Team 7 had boarded a small boat, heading towards the land of waves. The sea was shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring all visibility. We're nearly at the bridge. Follow it, and you'll reach the land of waves, the boatman said. After a while, a half-completed bridge emerged before them. What a colossal bridge! Hinata exclaimed in awe. Alas, it remains unfinished, the boatman remarked wistfully. Dasna became vigilant, cautioning everyone, be alert. We are now entering Kato's territory. We could be discovered at any moment, so exercise caution. Fear not. Though the fog is dense, my eyes can see clearly. I shall relay the surrounding conditions to you, Hinata said, activating her Byakugan. Kakashi smiled faintly, noting Hinata's growing competence. With Hinata's assistance, the boat successfully evaded Kato's surveillance and reached the shore. Be careful, everyone. I must depart, the boatman said, quickly rowing away. Upon disembarking, they entered a forest. Dasna grew uneasy, frantically scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a dense fog appeared ahead, enveloping them. Kakashi wore a cautious expression and was about to instruct Hinata to activate her Byakugan when the fog abruptly dissipated. I retreated so swiftly, he probably didn't notice me. Did he? Momochi Zabuza muttered, hiding nearby, his heart pounding. He seemed to have spotted a familiar face on Dasna's side. Chapter 75, Brother Naruto. A voice resonated, enemies approach. Naruto, with an air of nonchalance, affirmed, prompting Hinata to activate her Byakugan, immediately discerning the unfolding situation. A figure, clutching a massive blade, lurked furtively near a distant tree. I perceive him, Hinata declared, a formidable presence to the northwest. In response, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his senses heightened, remaining ever vigilant. Kakashi, lowering his mask, revealed his three-tomo Sharingan, poised to investigate. A nagging familiarity gnawed at him, as if he had crossed paths with this individual before. Zabuza, his countenance betraying unease, realized his detection. As Kakashi advanced, he emitted a resounding roar, leaping before the group, his executioner's blade resting upon his shoulder. Long time no see, Zabuza greeted. A flicker of recognition crossed Kakashi's face. It appears to be Momochi Zabuza. During their journey to the land of water, they had once clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Rumors had since circulated, alleging Zabuza's assassination of the fourth Mizukichi, a testament to his formidable prowess. Momochi Zabuza, it has indeed been a while, Kakashi proclaimed, positioning himself at the forefront, ready to engage. Prioritize the protection of Tazuna. This adversary is exceptionally strong, demanding my undivided attention. Understood. Hinata and Sasuke, flanking Tazuna, formed a protective barrier. Both were unfamiliar with Zabuza's capabilities, uncertain of the extent of his power. Momochi Zabuza, Naruto elucidated. A rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, possesses skill at least at the level of a Chunin, and succeeded in assassinating the fourth Mizukichi. What? Hinata and Sasuke exclaimed, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Successful assassination of a Kage-level combatant. No wonder Kakashi-sensei insists on giving it his all. Zabuza's brow furrowed, recalling his attempt to greet the blonde youth, who resembled Naruto. However, the lad had ignored him, prompting him to question his identification. If it was not Naruto, then he could stand his ground against Kakashi. As for the mediocre genin, he paid them no mind. In an instant, a dense fog began to envelop the surroundings. Kakashi, Zabuza's voice echoed. Our previous encounter was left unresolved. Today, we shall determine the victor. Water style, hiding mist jutsu. As the incantation concluded, Zabuza vanished completely. Kakashi cautioned, maintain vigilance. His primary objective will be to eliminate me. The fog intensified, obscuring vision. Tazuna, gripped by panic, struggled to discern even nearby figures. An eerie silence descended. Zabuza, exploiting the advantageous terrain, saw no need to hurry. He could slowly deplete Kakashi's stamina and emerge victorious. A wave of murderous intent washed over the area. Kakashi, relaxing his shoulders, unleashed an equally potent aura to counter Zabuza's. Such intense bloodlust. Sasuke lamented, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of dread, fearing imminent demise. The notion of succumbing to death rather than enduring prolonged torment crossed his mind. Gripping a kunai, he contemplated piercing his heart. Fortunately, Kakashi's voice cut through his despair. interrupting his thoughts. Sasuke, fear not. I shall protect you all, even at the cost of my own life. Naruto, in stark contrast, remained composed, unaffected by the oppressive aura. Hinata, shielded by Naruto, also remained untouched by the killing intent. Kakashi-sensei, be cautious. Hinata warned, her Byakugan detecting Zabuza's impending assault. The two Jonin engaged in their initial clash. Before Zabuza could swing his blade, Kakashi's kunai had already pierced his body. Drip. Water trickled from Zabuza's form. Humph. Another Zabuza materialized behind Kakashi, brandishing his blade. Kakashi's face registered alarm as he realized that the earlier strike had merely struck a water clone. Subsequently, Kakashi's body was cleaved in two, eliciting a smirk from Zabuza. However, upon discovering that the slain Kakashi was also a water clone, Zabuza sensed imminent danger. It ends here. Kakashi's voice echoed from behind, a kunai pressed against Zabuza's neck. Zabuza scoffed, ends? It seems your Sharingan is not as infallible as you believe. You failed to perceive the true situation. Kakashi paused, applying slight pressure with the kunai. The Zabuza before him dissolved into a puddle of water. Another water clone. Sensing the approaching blade, Kakashi swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the strike. Just as Zabuza prepared to resume his assault, a gust of cold wind swept through the area. Turning, he beheld a colossal brick hurtling towards him. An ambush. The sheer force of the impact sent Zabuza careening through the air, colliding with two trees before collapsing, coughing up blood. Hinata? Sasuke? Kakashi? Naruto scratched his head. That stings. Zabuza groaned, struggling to regain his footing before melting back into the fog. He had been too preoccupied with Kakashi to anticipate an ambush. Who could it have been? That reeking blue-clad brat? Unlikely. The frail girl? Even less probable. That leaves the composed blonde youth. The more Zabuza considered it, the more apprehensive he became. Only Naruto could have ambushed him so effectively. Perhaps he had simply forgotten him. A pang of sorrow struck Zabuza. Could it be that his benefactor had genuinely forgotten him? Zabuza materialized before Naruto. Hinata and Sasuke cried out, brandishing their weapons in preparation for battle. Tazuna retreated, his face etched with terror. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, but upon realizing that Naruto was Zabuza's target, he felt a sense of relief. Brother Naruto. The fog dissipated, revealing Zabuza sheathing his executioner's blade and kneeling before Naruto. Hinata? Sasuke? Kakashi? Tazuna? The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. A rogue ninja, rumored to have assassinated the fourth Mizukage, kneeling before Naruto? It defied belief. Seeing Naruto's lack of response, Zabuza continued, Brother Naruto, have you truly forgotten me? You saved my life in the Forest of Fire country and provided invaluable assistance in the Land of Water. Despite the passage of years, those memories remain vivid. Kakashi's memory stirred. Years ago, he had accepted the Hokage's commission to investigate the impostor of Naruto, who was disrupting the operations of the Hidden Mists Umbu in the Forest of Fire country. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the investigation had been abandoned. Now, it seemed that Naruto had indeed rescued Zabuza from the Hidden Mists Umbu. As for the invaluable assistance, could it have been the assassination of the fourth Mizukage? The implications were unsettling. That was information he was better off not knowing. It ends here. Kakashi quietly pulled up his mask. With such a deep bond between Zabuza and Naruto, it was unlikely that they would continue fighting. Chapter 76. Murder. Naruto suddenly realized, letting out an "oh" in his heart, lamenting the missed opportunity after delivering that blow. Squinting at Zabuza, he remarked, I remember now, you are the one who knows these roads like the back of your hand. A hero should not dwell on past glory. Zabuza chuckled, having long forgotten the events of yore. Fortunately, he recognized Naruto as his elder brother, otherwise, he would surely have met his demise today. It appeared that the ghostly brother had perished. Hinata sighed, having previously thought that Naruto was quite impressive as the leader at school. Little did she know, outside, he was equally a figure of authority. Sasuke curled his lip, unable to believe that this formidable being, whose mere aura nearly shattered him, was indeed Naruto's subordinate. Tazuna exhaled a sigh of relief, his instincts proving correct. Compared to the masked man who only brought chaos, this golden-haired boy resolved matters with a mere word, evidently more reliable. That Kato had caused great harm, nearly turning me against Naruto. He is truly detestable. I shall ensure that Kato meets his end when I get the chance. Zabuza chuckled, shifting the blame entirely onto Kato. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, urging him not to rush. You should first join us in protecting Tazuna. A villain like Kato deserves to be tormented slowly. I trust you understand my intent? Zabuza furrowed his brow, pondering this. At that moment, another voice emerged. Mr. Zabuza, I've come to assist you in breaking through. The masked figure, Haku, rushed over, observing Zabuza half kneeling, seemingly enduring torment. Zabuza's pride was well known to Haku. This position was more torturous than death itself. I must rescue Zabuza. Ice release, crystal mirror. 12 ice mirrors appeared, encircling Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Tazuna, and Zabuza. Kakashi remained outside, knowing from the voice that it was indeed one of Zabuza's allies, and that all was well. Haku, do not act rashly. Halt at once. We are all allies. Zabuza called out urgently. However, it was too late. Naruto's brick had already been launched. Bang! Haku was knocked unconscious, and the 12 ice mirrors shattered in an instant. Oh, that foolish child, Zabuza lamented, moving to place Haku in the shade beneath a tree. After ensuring Haku was settled, Zabuza explained, This is my little brother, Haku. He thought I had been captured and came rushing to my aid. Is that long-haired sister all right? Hinata inquired curiously. Approaching, she removed Haku's mask, revealing a delicate face. Why does such a beautiful sister wear a mask? Zabuza chuckled. He is actually male. In our line of work, wearing masks is practical. Sasuke could hardly believe it. This is a boy? Naruto narrowed his eyes, having long suspected Zabuza's preferences. Haku's feminine disguise was likely a precaution against Zabuza's potential oddities. Zabuza. With Zabuza and Haku now part of Naruto's team, their journey proceeded smoothly, soon reaching Tazuna's home. Inside were two individuals, his daughter Tsunami and his grandson Inari. Inari sat by the window gazing at the sea, and upon seeing the group enter, silently walked outside. Tazuna sighed. That was my grandson Inari. He used to be lively and cheerful. Ever since Kato arrived in the land of waves, everything has changed. After inviting Naruto and the others to sit and rest, Tazuna continued. Inari has a guardian named Kaiza. Kaiza saved Inari during a crisis and taught him to face life with courage. He is a hero in Inari's heart. He was also a hero for the land of waves, bravely confronting disaster. Because of his bravery, Kato captured him and executed him publicly to instill fear in those who might oppose him. At that moment, everyone could only watch in anger. Yet none dared to rescue Kaiza. From then on, the people of the land of waves became like turtles, mere shadows of their former selves. Faced with Kato's oppression, they dared not resist. Inari lost his faith, becoming taciturn, often staring at the sea and weeping for Kaiza, longing for his return. Hinata's eyes glistened with sympathy for the poor child. Sasuke felt a surge of anger, recalling the massacre of his clan by Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku remained stoic. The world of ninjas was far more brutal than this. After a brief respite, Tsunami left with Tazuna to purchase supplies in town. Naruto instructed Zabuza and Haku to shadow them for protection. Do not worry, brother Naruto. I assure you their safety. Zabuza was acutely aware of the strength of Kato's hired ninjas. Even Haku alone could handle them. I will find Inari, Naruto declared before stepping outside. Knowing that Kato would soon learn of Zabuza's defection, he was certain that the next ninjas sent would be even stronger and more numerous. Kakashi decided to conduct specialized training for Hinata and Sasuke to enhance their survival skills. Sasuke, Hinata, you understand Zabuza's strength. Next time we might face several Jonin. And the difficulty of the mission has escalated to an SSS level. Therefore, I will subject you to rigorous training. Hinata responded resolutely, Kakashi-sensei, I am ready. I will do my utmost. Sasuke smiled slightly. I can hardly wait to grow stronger and face off against Jonin-level opponents. Meanwhile, in Kato's domain, upon learning of Zabuza's betrayal, Kato lashed out at his ninjas. A bunch of fence-sitters, utterly useless. Is it truly so difficult to kill Tazuna? Is my bounty insufficient? He declared, from now on, the reward for Tazuna's death will be tenfold. And as for that traitor Zabuza, ensure he meets the same fate. Immediately, bring me their heads. Upon hearing this, several individuals nearby looked uneasy. Lord Kato, Zabuza possesses Jonin-level strength. It will be quite challenging to find someone capable of dealing with him in a short time. Just as Kato was about to erupt in fury, one person stepped forward quietly. Lord Kato, I know of a formidable organization that could certainly eliminate Zabuza. However, their fee is quite steep. Upon hearing this, Kato approached and slapped the person. Do you think I cannot afford it? This slap won't go unpunished. You are now responsible for finding them. With that, Kato disdainfully tossed several stacks of money at the person's face. The harder he threw, the more the person seemed to smile. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Kato. I will ensure everything is handled to your satisfaction. On the other side, Naruto found Inari and seized him, leading him toward the marketplace. Inari recognized this golden-haired boy as his grandfather's guest, but was unsure of his intentions and resisted. What do you want? Naruto smiled slightly. Of course, to kill. Chapter 77. Guardianship. Inari was taken aback by Naruto's words, fleeing in a panic. Kill? Are you out of your mind? Naruto shook his head. Inari, do you not wish to avenge your adoptive father, Kaisa? If you lack even this small measure of courage, then perhaps you should remain locked away in your room, wallowing in self-pity. It is truly laughable. If Kaisa knew that the one he sacrificed his life to protect turned out to be such a coward, do you think he would continue to guard you in his next life? Yes, he would undoubtedly continue to protect me. And I am not a coward, I simply... Inari halted, his voice quivering before he burst into tears. There are things I do not shy away from, but rather choose not to face. If I were as strong as my father, I too could fight fiercely to protect those I cherish, even if it meant death. Seeing Naruto move further away, Inari hesitated but quickly followed. Naruto felt a sense of relief. The child was teachable. Do you know where the Kato members are? Inari nodded. Yes. There is a shipyard in the nearby market where several Kato members are located. However, before they reached the market, Naruto spotted a figure lurking in the shadows, carrying two swords. Since Zabuza's defection, Kato had increased surveillance on Dazna and his associates. Rei had been tasked by Kato to keep an eye on Inari. He found this task simple and lucrative, a comfortable endeavor. Inari had already distanced himself from the blonde boy. Rei hurriedly followed, but unexpectedly, a flying brick struck him from above. Rei smirked, drawing his swords in a fluid motion to counter the threat. Bang! His swift actions met only empty air. Before he could react, he was struck on the back of the head by the brick and knocked unconscious. Naruto, you're amazing. Could you teach me how to throw bricks? I want to learn to protect my family too. Inari exclaimed, watching in awe as Rei crumpled to the ground. Although still a child, throwing bricks seemed within his reach. Naruto waved him off. Your strength isn't sufficient yet. However, I can teach you other skills. Inari, initially disheartened, became excited again. After some time, Rei finally regained consciousness, finding himself bound beneath a large tree. Noticing his solitude, he scoffed and effortlessly broke the ropes that restrained him. Do they think such trivial bindings can hold me? Who dares to ambush me? They must not know I am sent by Lord Kato. As he stood and stretched, he took a step forward only to find himself tumbling into a pit. Who dug this hole? And set traps? This hurts. Rei lamented, realizing he was trapped. He desperately sought to remove the trap from his leg, but the space was too confined to move. One may kill, but cannot endure humiliation. Naruto, I understand now. When the disparity in power is too great, one must rely on intellect, Inari reflected. Naruto nodded and casually asked, do you hate them? Hate? How could I not? Inari's eyes flared with emotion. If it weren't for Kato's people, I would be living a happy life. Now, I suffer daily because of them. Naruto silently handed Inari a brick. Then take action. Yes. Inari grasped the brick with trembling hands, hesitating before striking down into the pit. The brick landed repeatedly on Rei's head, each blow intensifying the pain from the trap beneath him. As a formidable warrior, Rei held his pride. Being humiliated by a child while trapped was unbearable. Yet, he found himself unable to even die in dignity. Bang! 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 Inari cried as he struck. Return my father to me. Until he could muster no more strength, he dropped the brick and sat on the ground, lost in thought. After a long contemplation, he finally found calm. I no longer wish to fight. I want to drive Kato out of the land of waves and protect the place my father cherished. Inari declared resolutely. Naruto waved his hand. Let us go to the shipyard. Inari, rarely smiling, rushed ahead to guide Naruto. Sensing that Naruto and Inari were not intent on killing him, Rei began to call for help, desperate to survive. Yet, the next moment, a fireball descended from above, engulfing him. Boom. Rei was reduced to ashes before he could even scream. Upon reaching the market, Naruto was deeply moved by the plight of the common folk in the land of waves. Bang! He kicked open the shipyard doors, drawing 6 gazes upon him. Who dares to cause trouble in Lord Kato's territory? Just 2 little brats? Have they lost their minds? That small one, I believe, is Dazna's grandson. So, he is the son of the heroic Kaisa. How amusing. Kaisa was slain for resisting Lord Kato, and now his child seeks death. As they spoke, the The 6 men armed themselves and approached Naruto and Inari. Despite the loud commotion, the onlookers outside remained indifferent, lacking even the curiosity to watch. It seemed they had resigned since the day Kaisa was murdered. Are you afraid? Inari shook his head defiantly. I am not afraid. I finally understand how my father felt. Naruto smiled faintly. Haha, let us capture these 2 little brats and hang them at the gate for all to see. Perhaps Lord Kato will reward us handsomely. At the mention of money, the group became disoriented and surged forward, eager to seize the opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 6 men fell one by one, knocked unconscious and discarded onto the street. At this moment, Chapter 78, Kato arrives. Kato was infuriated upon learning that several of his subordinates had been publicly hanged in the market. His wrath escalated when he inquired who was willing to retrieve the troublesome blonde brat and Inari, only to be met with an unsettling silence from the mercenaries. You worthless fools! How can you be so useless at such a critical moment? Get out of my sight. With that, the group dispersed, leaving Kato alone in the room, stewing in his anger. The notoriety of Zabuza Momochi, the infamous assassin of the 4th Mizukage, loomed large, while they sought to earn money. They were not willing to risk their lives on an impossible mission. Kato calculated that it would take approximately another week for Dazna to complete the bridge. He promptly dispatched a few men to hire powerful ninjas, vowing not to rest until the market area and Dazna's family were dealt with. In the days that followed, Naruto took Inari everywhere, eliminating Kato's men without exception. To Inari, Naruto appeared as a hero descended from the heavens, capable of anything and everything. In the streets, Yamai, entrusted with an important mission by Kato, confronted 2 individuals clad in peculiar garb. Greetings, I am Yamai from the Kato group, seeking to hire. Before he could finish, he was sent flying by a swift kick from Kisame. What rubbish! You think you can hire us? Itachi Uchiha interjected coolly. Let us not cause a scene. We're leaving. Yamai was stunned by the furious temperament of the fearsome fishman, nearly losing consciousness from the blow. As the duo turned to depart, he hastily called out, Kato is one of the wealthiest men in the world. Money is no object. Our target is the formidable Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza Momochi? Intriguing, Kisame murmured, halting his stride, as he had long desired to confront Zabuza. Itachi turned to Yamai, who felt as though his innermost being had been laid bare under the Uchiha's gaze. Soon, Itachi received crucial information that Sasuke was also in the land of waves. Let us have some fun, he decided. With Itachi's agreement, Kisame grinned excitedly, effortlessly lifting Yamai off the ground. Kid, we're in. We can help you deal with Zabuza, but our fee is quite steep. Regardless of the outcome, we demand payment up front. All right, no problem. Yamai eagerly led Kisame and Itachi to Kato, detailing the terms of their arrangement. Kato furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 2 peculiarly dressed figures. You want payment up front? Can these 2 even manage the task? He promptly summoned the remaining 5 hired ninjas to test their strength. To his astonishment, Kisame unsheathed his sword and with a single sweep, rendered the 5 ninjas incapable of rising, even affecting Kato with the residual force, causing him to crash against the wall in agony. Ha. Money is no issue. I shall have someone bring it to you immediately. My task is simple. Bring me the heads of Dazna and Zabuza. Shortly thereafter, Kato summoned 2 elite jonin. With a sinister smile, he noted that the surveillance he had set up around Dazna had been thoroughly eliminated. Even those in the vicinity had gone silent. Today he intended to reclaim everything. Sulfur, you will accompany me to the market to capture everyone nearby. Mr. Silicone, the bridge Dazna is constructing is set to be completed today. I leave that to you. Despite his arrogance, Kato dared not speak out against Kisame, as too many had perished for offending him in recent days. With that, Kato and his entourage of warriors, along with the 2 jonin, stormed toward the market. At Dazna's home, Naruto was resting in bed when Inari rushed back in a flurry. Naruto, it's terrible. Kato has come with a group and captured everyone around. Finally, they've arrived. I haven't had enough sleep and feel a bit drowsy, Naruto replied, rising leisurely and stretching. Inari, in a panic, exclaimed, we must hurry. Otherwise, they'll be tortured beyond recognition. To which Naruto waved dismissively, let them suffer a bit more. After all, if we rush over, they won't be grateful. Inari pondered this thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. At the market, a throng of civilians had been gathered and bound in the central square. Kato and his subordinates lashed at them mercilessly, their cries echoing in the air. Lord Kato, I beg you to spare us. We are innocent. They pleaded. Yes, it's all the fault of that blonde brat and Inari. It has nothing to do with us. Lord Kato, we tried to save you, but we were no match for that blonde brat. Kato smirked, unmoved by their pleas, and intensified his whipping. With the aid of the two Jonin, more and more people were treated like refuse, thrown into the square. It's all that blonde brat and Inari's fault. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be enduring this torture. As Kato grew more ruthless, the crowd began to accuse Naruto and Inari, condemning them for their misdeeds. At that moment, Naruto and Inari strolled leisurely toward the market when a burly middle-aged man named Waya stepped in their path, wearing a contemptuous smile. You must be the blonde brat who hung Kato's men. Naruto gestured for Inari to step aside and replied coolly, that would be me. You're one of Kato's subordinates, so you must be next in line to be hanged. With a faint smile, he began to form hand seals at a leisurely pace. Waya burst into laughter. You must have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, right? Your seal formation is so slow, it's amusing. Very well, I wouldn't want anyone to think I'm bullying a child, so take your time with the seals. I'll wait. You're mistaken. I haven't graduated yet, but I'm more than capable of dealing with you. Earth release, 1,000 army sweep. A massive slab of earth appeared in Naruto's hands and swiftly shot toward Waya. What the? Waya was caught off guard, finding himself unable to move. Smack. The next moment, Waya was struck with tremendous force, sent flying several meters and coughing up blood. After years in the ninja world, he had never encountered such an unusual jutsu, and a sense of retreat began to creep in. Just then, he noticed Naruto sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. I feel completely drained. It's over for me. Inari, you should run. Inari merely smiled and concealed himself. Waya squinted, feeling embarrassed that he had nearly been frightened by a mere child. It seems I don't need to run. That jutsu was so powerful that a novice couldn't possibly use it twice in a row. Ha ha ha, little brat. Are you done? Then it's my turn to strike. Chapter 79. He has arrived. The weapon of Yui was an iron chain, which he swung effortlessly to ensnare Naruto. With a powerful tug, he began to drag Naruto closer. However, as soon as Yui reached him, he felt the chain being abruptly freed. Naruto's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he appeared behind Yui and delivered a swift blow with a brick. Bang! Yui felt a ringing in his head and instantly lost consciousness. What a calamity! Why did I drag him over? In the central square, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to hang Yui up before returning. After a considerable time, someone finally noticed a person dangling from above. What in the world? There's suddenly someone hanging up there. A warrior exclaimed in shock. When did this happen? A wave of panic swept through the crowd. Kato was also startled. When he recognized the face of the person, he was astonished to find it was Yui, who had gone out to apprehend someone and hadn't returned for quite a while. Hanging motionless above, it was uncertain whether he was alive or dead. He was A.J. Nin. Although Kato didn't know the full extent of A.J. Nin's strength, he was well aware that Yui could easily overpower the group of warriors he commanded. The presence of such a formidable individual inexplicably suspended above was quite unsettling. Where's Hato? Get him back immediately. Kato felt a twinge of fear. Hato was another Nin, and he hoped nothing had happened to him. Soon, Hato returned, and upon seeing Yui hanging, his heart sank. As a fellow Nin, he understood that their strengths were nearly equal. Using fire release to sever the ropes, he rescued Yui. After checking, he found no visible injuries on Yui, only a concussion from a severe blow to the head. Realizing Yui had been ambushed, he sighed in relief. Naruto, my brother, we have arrived. Not far away, Naruto and Inari appeared in Kato's line of sight. Kato-sama, that golden-haired brat has come. Quick, capture him. He is the instigator. We are completely innocent. Surprisingly, this outcry did not come from Kato's associates, but from the captives. Upon hearing this, Kato immediately ordered his warriors to encircle Naruto and Inari while he hid behind Hato. Capture these two brats. With Kato's command, over 10 warriors charged forward. Naruto quietly drew a brick from behind his back and casually tossed it. Each brick that flew out was accompanied by screams and the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Within mere moments, the warriors lay sprawled on the ground. Subsequently, Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, terrifying sparks sword, incinerating the group of warriors to ash. How ruthless Hato stood frozen, hesitant to act, realizing that Naruto was evidently a formidable ninja, not to be underestimated. It wasn't until Kato nudged him that Hato recognized he had no choice. In the presence of such a merciless opponent, he would meet his demise regardless of his actions. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon erupted from his mouth, surging towards Naruto. Hato unleashed his most powerful strike, causing those around him to hold their breath in fear. To his surprise, Naruto neither dodged nor evaded. In the next moment, Naruto, with electrifying hands, reached forward, ripping the water dragon in two. As a ninja skilled in water release, Hato feared lightning release. Upon seeing the lightning-charged chakra emanating from Naruto's hands, Hato began to flee. Despair washed over him as a brick pursued him relentlessly. A hand crackling with electricity passed right through him, leaving him paralyzed. Kato fell to his knees, crying out, "My lords, I realize my mistakes. Can you grant me a path to survival? I will withdraw my men from the land of waves and never return. I acknowledge my wrongdoings. I would gladly die 1,000 times if it means I can apologize to Dazna and the people here before my end." He had brought the Market people to their demise, and now he could only rely on those two oddly dressed warriors. Naruto sensed something amiss and utilized the Sharingan to cast an illusion on Kato. In the illusion, upon seeing Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha, he felt a sense of foreboding. After knocking Kato unconscious and suspending him, he entrusted the situation to Inari and hastened towards the bridge. On the other side, the great bridge was shrouded in fog. Zabuza and Haku encountered Kisame and Itachi. Their intentions are nefarious. Before the battle began, just the overwhelming aura emanating from the newcomers made Zabuza realize they were not opponents he could handle. Fortunately, Kakashi was nearby. With their combined strength, they could hold out until Naruto arrived. "Haku, Kakashi is nearby for training. Summon him for support, and then call for Naruto." "Yes," Haku replied, vanishing in an instant. "Zabuza, I have heard that you assassinated the fourth Mizukage. I have longed for a chance to face you." Kisame drew his sword, Samahata, and regarded Zabuza with interest. "So, it is one of the 7 ninja swords." Zabuza inhaled sharply, gripping his beheading sword cautiously, his peripheral vision continuously scanning Itachi, whom he sensed was even more formidable than Kisame. "Rest assured, it will be a fair duel. My companion will not interfere." Water release, hidden mist technique. Zabuza smiled faintly, the thick fog enveloping him as his form began to vanish. Concealing himself in the mist was his preferred tactic. Clang. In a brief span, the weapons of Kisame and Zabuza clashed several times, leaving Zabuza's arm tingling with numbness. In terms of strength, he was leagues behind Kisame and could not afford a head-on confrontation. Haha. With a swing of his great sword, Kisame shattered Zabuza's 2 water clones effortlessly. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water shark bullet technique. After several exchanges of ninjutsu, Kisame gradually lost patience. Zabuza's strength was simply too weak to provoke his interest. He wondered how Zabuza had managed to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. Surely, one finger from him could obliterate Zabuza. "I'm done playing with you." Water release, exploding water shockwave. A deluge of water surged from Kisame's mouth, creating an overwhelming force that engulfed everything in its path. Water release, great waterfall technique. With no avenue for escape, Zabuza could only brace himself with all his might. The 2 torrents collided, creating an overwhelming tide, and Zabuza was launched several meters away, coughing up blood. Swish. "Mr. Zabuza, I have arrived." Just as Kisame advanced to finish Zabuza, a dazzling figure appeared. 12 ice mirrors emerged, enclosing Kisame within. Water release secret technique. 1,000 killing water shuriken. The ice mirrors began to emit countless flying needles, hurtling towards the center where Kisame was trapped. Kisame chuckled. The handle of Samahata extended several meters, twisting like a chain. His body spun, wielding Samahata, shattering the ice mirrors, and the resulting airflow deflected the flying needles. Haku cried out in horror, collapsing before Zabuza. Swish. Kakashi arrived on the scene just as Hinata and Sasuke joined. Upon seeing Sasuke, Itachi suddenly broke into a smile. Chapter 80. No more games. The prowess of these 2 individuals was terrifying. Without full exertion, we would undoubtedly perish here. Zabuza rose, grasping his decapitating blade, and positioned himself alongside Kakashi. Kakashi lowered his mask, revealing his Sharingan, bracing for the impending confrontation. Though he did not recognize the oddly shaped figure, he was well aware of Itachi Uchiha, a man capable of annihilating his own clan. However, Itachi seemed disinclined to engage. The two displayed an extreme confidence in their abilities. Is this the famed copy ninja Kakashi Hatake from Konoha? How intriguing. Let the two of you come at me together. Kisame Hoshigaki sneered, finding the arrival of new opponents amusing. Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged a glance, then charged towards Kisame with determination. In the face of Kakashi's electrically charged kunai and Zabuza's decapitating blade, Kisame effortlessly raised his sword, prepared to counter. Itachi, I will kill you. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke's eyes burned crimson as he activated his double tomo Sharingan and lunged forward. My foolish little brother, you've activated your double tomo, but you're still far from my level. Itachi's expression remained impassive as he sent Sasuke flying with a single kick. Before Sasuke could land, Itachi's hand was already gripping his throat. Itachi, if you have the capability, kill me now. Otherwise, one day, I shall personally send you to hell. Sasuke's face reddened as he struggled for breath. You are not worth killing. My foolish brother, if you wish to slay me, then hate me, loathe me. Live on in your wretched existence, evading and escaping, until you possess eyes like mine, and only then may you confront me. Tsukuyami. In the illusion, Sasuke found himself bound to a cross, two grim reapers stabbing into his body. The night of his clan's massacre replayed vividly in his mind. Sasuke screamed in despair, crumbling into unconsciousness. Let go of Sasuke. Despite knowing the enemy's strength, Hinata recklessly charged forward, striking out with her palm. Itachi merely deflected Sasuke aside, avoiding Hinata's attack without retaliation. Heh, Itachi, I didn't expect you'd encounter a worthy opponent, Kisame remarked, seizing the moment to taunt. In that instant, Kakashi capitalized on the opportunity, inflicting a wound on Kisame. Zabuza raised his decapitating blade and swung fiercely. Kisame could only block, retreating under the force of the blow. Focus on yourself first, Itachi replied coldly, performing a series of backflips to distance himself from Hinata. She did not pursue but instead rushed back to check on Sasuke, relieved to find he was merely unconscious. Worry etched across her face as she glanced at Kakashi, who struggled against the enemy. Naruto, where are you? Kisame bellowed, unleashing his full power. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Zabuza countered, water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, copying the ninjutsu. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. The clash of waters surged forth, creating towering waves as both sides momentarily stalemated. Kisame scoffed, launching another assault. The torrent of water overwhelmed, sending Kakashi and Zabuza soaring. With his sword, Kisame charged forward, intent on slaying the fallen duo. His first target was Kakashi, but in that instant, Hinata appeared, arms outstretched to shield him. Hinata, get away. She shook her head, closing her eyes, awaiting the inevitable. To everyone's surprise, Kisame's sword halted above Hinata, failing to descend. Naruto, enveloped in a green aura, pressed a hand against the sword. Sixth gate of the 8 gates. The gate of view is open. Naruto. Hinata felt a surge of gratitude. Each time she faced danger, Naruto always arrived in time to protect her. Big brother Naruto. Zabuza exclaimed joyfully. Thank goodness, we're saved. Kakashi squinted, astonished that Naruto could open the 6th gate. Such a feat required immense dedication, far beyond mere talent. Indeed, only Naruto could achieve it, possessing vast chakra and the audacity to train with multiple shadow clones. Naruto smiled, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kisame flying. You dare to threaten my woman? Even if we're colleagues, you'll receive the harshest of blows. Kisame grunted, retreating wildly, while Naruto showed no intention of letting him escape. With the speed and strength granted by the 6th gate, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Kisame. Kisame bared his teeth, defensively protecting his face against the onslaught. Realizing Naruto's intent, he focused his strikes on Kisame's visage. Previously, he had doubted Naruto's strength, believing he only attained his position through external means. Now, after enduring such fierce blows, those notions were eradicated. We're on the same side. Do you really have to hit so hard? Kisame growled, his face swollen from the relentless assault. If you strike my wife, I'll kill you. At last, Kisame comprehended why Itachi had merely evaded Hinata's earlier attack. He recognized the bond between her and Naruto. As Naruto landed another devastating punch, a sudden wave of pain coursed through him. The 6th gate's effects were fading. Heh, done playing, are we? Now it's my turn. Kisame wiped the blood from his mouth, sensing Naruto's strength plummeting. Seizing his sword, he He charged with ferocity, intent on returning the punishment he had received. Naruto smiled faintly, forming a hand seal. In the distance, a shadow clone dispelled, his eyes transforming as he entered Sage mode. Boom. Kisame was once again sent flying by a single punch. I'm done playing with you. Itachi, let us retreat. With that, Kisame fled hastily. Itachi, rarely showing emotion, allowed a brief smile before casting a serious glance at Naruto and departing. Big brother Naruto, it's all thanks to you. Zabuza limped towards Naruto. Naruto whispered, we need to deal with Kato. Zabuza furrowed his brow. I'm injured and can't move well. I understand. After bidding farewell to Hinata and Kakashi, Naruto took Zabuza and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the central square of the market. Wah! I realize my mistakes now. Please, let me down. Kato, suspended above, cried out as Naruto deftly severed the rope binding him, causing him to plummet to the ground. Kato screamed in horror. Subsequently, Zabuza began to educate Kato on his misdeeds. Where did you go wrong? Chapter 81. The Light of the Land of Waves. Naruto turned away silently, overwhelmed with astonishment. Zabuza truly proved his worth, managing to take down such a greasy figure. After the deed was done, Naruto employed his Sharingan to cast an illusion on Kato. From now on, all matters concerning the group would be under Zabuza's command. Kato appeared dazed. Is that so? Zabuza was taken aback. What do you mean? Naruto nodded. Kato was one of the few wealthy merchants in the ninja world, and he wanted all of his assets for himself. Zabuza agreed. Well, it's much easier than being a mercenary, where life and death are uncertain. Suddenly, Haku appeared in the square, exclaiming, Naruto, it's bad. Two powerful foes have arrived at the bridge, and Mr. Zabuza cannot withstand them. Haku's eyes darted around, realizing that Zabuza was indeed in the square, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He had just informed Kakashi to provide support, and hurried here to notify Naruto. What is happening? Haku asked. Mr. Zabuza, how did you end up here? Zabuza quickly realized that Haku had come seeking assistance. It was somewhat awkward since Naruto had already resolved everything and returned to the square. Haku had just now arrived. This pace seemed akin to a tortoise crawling. Haku, Naruto has already taken care of everything and brought me here to finalize the remaining matters. Oh, it has already been a round trip? Haku chuckled foolishly, incredulous and feeling somewhat disheartened, as if he were a mere novice. Zabuza limped over to Haku's side, offering consolation. There's no need to feel disheartened. You ran on foot, while Naruto arrived in an instant. It's not a fair comparison. Under Zabuza's direction, Kato retreated from the Land of Waves. With Kato no longer obstructing them, the bridge was swiftly completed. To express gratitude for the unwavering support of the Leaf Ninjas, Tazuna named the bridge after Naruto. Since Sasuke had yet to awaken, Naruto decided to take Hinata on a tour of the Land of Waves. The people regarded Naruto as a hero, greeting him warmly and referring to him as such. Naruto, with a calm demeanor, waved his hand. You're too kind. Just call me Big Brother. By the way, this is my sister-in-law. Hinata's face flushed. She had just shed the title of sister-in-law from school, only to find herself called that by the people of the Land of Waves. Would she soon be recognized as such by the 5 great nations or the entire ninja world? Given Naruto's prowess, it was indeed a strong possibility. Sigh. I must strive even harder. Unable to refuse their fervent hospitality, Naruto decided to fund the construction of a statue in his likeness at the center of the Land of Waves. The plaque beneath the statue read, The Light of the Land of Waves, the 5 characters glistening brightly. Suddenly, Sasuke awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from a nightmare. You finally woke up, Sasuke. Kakashi, who had been reading beside him, wore a smile. What about Itachi Uchiha? The mere thought of that man made Sasuke's fists clench tightly. He has left. Naruto showed up just in time, driving off Kisame, and Itachi followed suit. Kakashi replied calmly. Sasuke punched the wall, filled with frustration. He had thought that after intense training, he could at least exchange a few blows with AJ Nin. Yet, against Itachi, he remained utterly powerless. The bitterness consumed him. Why was it that Naruto, of the same age, could overpower Itachi's comrades? He had worked just as hard. What was he lacking? There was no denying it. True geniuses were on a plane far beyond the ordinary. Itachi, at this age, had also far surpassed Sasuke. Early the next morning, Naruto and his companions bid farewell to Tazuna's family. Inari shouted from behind, Thank you, Big Brother Naruto. In just a few days, traveling alongside Naruto, he had truly matured. Hinata couldn't help but marvel. It seemed wherever Naruto went, he was a remarkable presence, beloved by all. Sasuke remained silent throughout the journey, desperate to become a truly powerful ninja and avenge the Uchiha clan, though he had no idea when that day would come. Naruto sensed Sasuke's thoughts and felt it was time to introduce him to Orochimaru. After several days of travel, they returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi began to report all that had transpired to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was taken aback, unable to believe that a simple C-rank mission to protect the bridge builder Tazuna would lead to encountering Zabuza Momochi, an S-rank fugitive and members of the Akatsuki. Fortunately, you all returned safely. Those two are indeed members of the Akatsuki. Any one of them possesses strength that rivals the Kage of the 5 great nations. It's fortunate you all made it back in one piece, Hiruzen said, looking at Naruto with growing admiration. Naruto held a secret identity that none knew of. He was one of the members of the Akatsuki. He understood well that had Naruto not been present, no one would have returned. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, Sasuke and Hinata were left in shock. Every member of the Akatsuki possessed strength on par with the Kage, yet Naruto could defeat one of them. Did that not imply that Naruto was also a Kage-level powerhouse? Sasuke suddenly broke into a grin, a look reminiscent of Haku's earlier disbelief. He felt incredulous, his mind reeling, grappling with the notion that he was a failure. Hinata chuckled as well. Naruto had not even graduated from the Ninja Academy. In the records, he was merely an intern genin, yet possessed Kage-level strength. Kakashi had long since grown accustomed to this. He had witnessed Naruto overpower the 4th Raikage years ago. Now, with the 6th gate of the 8 gates released, he easily bested Kisame. Moreover, he was now certain that the assassination of the 4th Mizukage was not the work of Zabuza, but rather Naruto himself. Zabuza's strength paled in comparison. He was far too weak to contend with a Kage-level foe. Zabuza interjected, "We fought side by side. Are you not going to show some courtesy? By the way, you all just returned, but you may not be aware that the Chunin exams will be held in the Leaf Village next week. Competing alongside you will be the Sand Village, one of the 5 great nations, and several nearby hidden villages. Now that your mission has concluded, you must make the most of your time to rest and train." What? The Chunin exams? Upon hearing this news, Hinata felt a wave of anxiety. Perhaps others had been training diligently for a long time, while she had been leisurely exploring the land of waves with Naruto. I mustn't let this happen. I need to double my efforts this week. I cannot afford to be embarrassed. My idol image is becoming increasingly important. Sasuke, who had been lost in thought, turned to Kakashi with a hopeful expression. "Kakashi-sensei, can you continue to guide my training?" Kakashi smiled. "Of course, but this training will be more arduous. However, it should allow you to break through your current limits." Sasuke resolutely declared, "Kakashi-sensei, I am not afraid of hardship. I only wish to grow stronger." After bidding farewell to Hiruzen, Hinata returned home to practice her gentle fist, while Sasuke trained intensively with Kakashi. Naruto remained in the Hokage's office, engaging in light banter with Hiruzen. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. "You are not thinking of becoming the proctor again, are you?" Chapter 82. Gathering at the Ninja Academy outside classroom 301, the corridor teemed with aspirants. Submitting their applications to the proctor within was the prerequisite for formally participating in the Chunin exams. 2 sentinels stood guard at the entrance, barring a throng of candidates from proceeding. Rock Lee, in a brazen attempt to force his way through, was promptly sent reeling by one of the gatekeepers, colliding with a nearby wall. "You aspire to partake in the Chunin exams with such meager prowess? It would behoove you to abstain, children." A gaggle of greenhorns. The 2 gatekeepers chimed in unison, their voices laced with derision. "Pray, permit us to enter," pleaded Tenten, as she assisted Lee to his feet, beseeching the sentinels. She advanced towards the classroom, only to be repelled by a forceful blow. "Consider it a kindness. We are acting in the interest of your well-being. The Chunin exams are a crucible of trials. We have witnessed countless individuals succumb to despondency, abandoning their aspirations as shinobi. To ascend to the rank of Chunin is to command a squad. Failure in a mission, the demise of subordinates, all fall upon the leader's shoulders. Can you, mere fledglings, shoulder such a burden? It is best you remain outside, for you are destined to fail." The gatekeepers sneered, their faces etched with disdain. "While your words may hold a semblance of truth, I must proceed. I implore you to dispel this illusionary barrier. My destination lies on the 3rd floor," Sasuke Uchiha declared, his countenance impassive as he approached. "Indeed, You possess keen perception, one of the sentinels remarked with a subtle smile, dispelling the Jinjutsu, revealing the true inscription, 201. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, realizing they had been deceived. However, merely discerning the illusion is insufficient, the other sentinel retorted, his countenance darkening as he launched a kick towards Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke mirrored the attack, meeting the blow with a kick of his own. Whoosh! A verdant blur interposed itself between the two combatants, intercepting their attacks with practiced ease. Sakura, observing from the sidelines, marveled at Lee's velocity. Sasuke, his expression inscrutable, was inwardly disquieted by the ease with which Lee, the bowl-cut youth, had parried his assault. Neji Hyuga approached Lee, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Did you not profess a desire to avoid attention? Lee, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, approached Sakura, extending a thumb and flashing a toothy grin. I am Rock Lee, Sakura. Grant me the honor of your companionship. Sakura, aghast, retorted, absolutely not. I harbor no fondness for thick eyebrows. Sasuke is the object of my affection. Lee collapsed against the wall, crestfallen. Woe is me. With the minor fracas resolved, the candidates proceeded to the third floor, classroom 301. Sasuke entered the classroom, his gaze landing upon Naruto and Hinata, seated at a table, collecting applications. A twitch flickered across his face. Perhaps his presence was superfluous. Hinata's voice, soft yet audible, reached his ears. I neglected to inform you, Sasuke, but I have already submitted your application. Indeed. However, the journey was not in vain. At the very least, I have made a grand entrance, a symbolic stride in the Uchiha clan's resurgence. Naruto, my friend, mend my eyebrows. Sakura finds them displeasing in their thickness. I am inconsolable. Lee wailed, clinging to Naruto's leg. Naruto shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. Lee, you err in attributing the issue to your eyebrows. The crux of the matter lies in Sakura's prior affection for Sasuke. Therefore, you must challenge Sasuke to a duel. Upon vanquishing him, Sakura's affections will naturally shift. Remember to taunt him beforehand. Otherwise, he may not accept your challenge. He gestured towards Lee's hair and eyebrows. Lee's eyes widened in comprehension, and he promptly pursued Sasuke. Sasuke, engage me in a duel. The loser shall shave their eyebrows and hair. Do you dare accept? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, regarding Lee as if he were deranged. A duel? Wager hair and eyebrows. Are you mad? He turned to leave. Huh. The Uchiha prodigy, it seems, is all bark and no bite. He lacks the courage to engage in a duel. How utterly laughable. Sasuke halted abruptly, his gaze fixed upon Lee. I shall impart to you the meaning of brutality. Whoosh. Both figures vanished, engaging in a flurry of blows. After a few exchanges, Sasuke was sent flying by a kick from Lee. Enraged, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, two tomos swirling within his eyes, and charged once more. Yet, in short order, he was once again sent sprawling. Arc. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke's Sharingan transformed. Three tomo now visible within his eyes. Emboldened, he renewed his assault, only to be met with the same ignominious fate. Within the classroom, Naruto and Hinata continued their duties, receiving applications from the assembled hopefuls. Neji, brother. Hinata, my lady. The two Hyuga clan members met, an unspoken complexity hanging in the air. Neji felt a renewed sense of inferiority in Hinata's presence. Soon, representatives from the Hidden Sand Village arrived. Naruto, we meet again, Gaara exclaimed, a rare smile gracing his features. Naruto returned the sentiment, exchanging a fist bump with Gaara. Naruto, I hear you have yet to graduate from the academy? What is the meaning of this? I had hoped to rely on your prowess during the Chunin exams, Temari lamented, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Naruto's abilities were well known to her, surpassing even Gaara's. She could not fathom why he remained ungraduated. It seemed the Hidden Leaf Village failed to recognize and nurture true talent. Naruto chuckled. Who said one must graduate to participate in the Chunin exams? I shall await you on the battlefield. Temari sighed. On the battlefield? As an examiner, perhaps? Kankuro remained silent, feeling like an outsider. Naruto seemed more like a relative to Temari and Gaara than he did. I detest children, Kankuro muttered, his frustration bubbling over. In an instant, Naruto struck him unconscious with a brick. Temari, Gaara splendid. Hinata smiled, surprised to find Naruto had acquaintances in the Hidden Sand Village as well. Truly, exceptional individuals shone wherever they went. The candidates in the queue grew uneasy. The Hidden Sand and Hidden Leaf were two of the 5 great shinobi villages. If they were to form an alliance, the others would have little chance to prove themselves. At that moment, the Sound Ninja trio approached. Naruto. Lord Orochimaru inquires whether you recall the promise you made. He requests your presence at our usual rendezvous tonight. Lord Orochimaru? Naruto grinned. The Hidden Sound Village was founded by Orochimaru, making him the de facto leader. So, after all these years, Orochimaru still remembers my words. And what usual rendezvous is he referring to? Very well, I shall have a long, overdue chat with him tonight. Chapter 83. Written examinations. Subsequently, the candidates from the Rain Hidden Village began to enter, all respectfully calling out, Lord Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Hinata felt bewildered. Why did so many from various ninja villages refer to Naruto in such a manner? She sensed that she knew little about him. With the lead of the two groups from the Sound and Rain Hidden Villages, the others, not understanding the situation, followed suit in their calls. Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto. After considerable effort, all candidates were finally recorded. Sand Hidden Village. 30. Rain Hidden Village. 21. Grass Hidden Village. 6. Waterfall Hidden Village. 6. Leaf Village. 87. Sound Hidden Village. 3. Totaling 153 individuals. However, it was likely that fewer than 5 would ultimately qualify as Chunin. That night, Naruto arrived at the room of the 4th Kazekage. Naruto, my brother, it had to be you. No one in the entire Leaf Village noticed me. How did you figure it out? The 4th Kazekage, Raza, appeared behind Naruto, extending his long tongue. Naruto grimaced, the heavy stench reaching him from a distance. You are quite bold to dare assassinate the 4th Kazekage while masquerading as him to participate in the Chunin exam. Were you planning to annihilate the Leaf Village? Of course, there is something of greater importance. Let us see your beloved Sasuke. Raza removed his disguise, revealing Orochimaru, who laughed sinisterly. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. With your capabilities, it is a pity you remain in the Leaf. I assume they are unaware of your affiliation with the Akatsuki organization. In my view, the Akatsuki won't be your final destination, will it? The two exchanged knowing smiles. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Speak, little snake. You summoned me here. What assistance do you require? Orochimaru chuckled. Actually, it's nothing significant. During the Chunin exam, I intend to engage Sasuke for a brief moment. I am aware that you and Sasuke are teammates, so you and your wife can enjoy yourselves elsewhere. At the conclusion of the exam, I will initiate the plan for the destruction of the Leaf Village. It would be beneficial if you could lend me a hand. Naruto smiled faintly. That is too easy. Given our relationship, I will certainly assist you wholeheartedly. However, when you destroy the Leaf, the Ichiraku ramen shop must remain untouched, as well as the Hyuga clan and the Ninja Academy. The rest is inconsequential. The following day, in the examination venue, the arrival of Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke caused quite a stir. That Lord Naruto is actually participating in the Chunin exam? I thought he was extraordinary, hence the title Lord. Temari appeared notably surprised that Naruto, not having graduated, could directly enter the Chunin exam. What an intense competition this was. Gaara smiled at Naruto, pleased at the prospect of collaborating on significant matters once again. Kankuro scratched the back of his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread towards Naruto. Suddenly, perhaps due to the heat, someone inside cast a small wind release technique, causing Sasuke's hair to fall to the ground, revealing a bald head. Sakura was stunned. Temari was astonished. Ino was left speechless. All the fangirls were in disbelief. They could not fathom that the handsome Sasuke had transformed into a bald figure. Sasuke, embarrassed, glared around, unsure who was responsible for this mischief. He hurriedly retrieved his wig, attempting to appear nonchalant while inwardly cursing Rock Lee. What a gamble! Isn't that the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke? Why has he become bald? Perhaps being bald is advantageous in the Chunin exam, haha. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? I happen to like Sasuke's bald look, declared Kaido, earnestly. Faced with ridicule, Sasuke could no longer contain himself, engaging in a scuffle with the crowd, causing his wig to fly off. The chubby boy joined the fray. Unable to stand by, Naruto and Hinata also leapt into the chaos. Bang, 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 a cacophony of heads being covered. And with anguished cries from the ground, the scene finally stabilized, and the commotion ceased. Who burned my wig? Sasuke cursed. After a prolonged wait, the examiners finally arrived. I am the examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection, Marino Ibiki. The first round is a written examination. All participants should line up to collect their numbers and proceed to the adjacent examination room. Soon, everyone orderly transitioned to the next room to begin the test. During the first examination, several critical rules were outlined. I will not entertain any questions henceforth. Maintain your composure. Firstly, upon the commencement of the exam, all of you will start with 10 points. The written test comprises 10 questions, each worth 1 point, and operates on a deduction system. For each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. If 3 questions are answered incorrectly, you will only retain 7 points. Secondly, qualification will be based on the cumulative scores of the 3-member team. Thirdly, any form of cheating or behavior akin to it will result in a 2-point deduction upon detection by the invigilator. This means some may not even reach the final grading stage and may have to withdraw from the examination. If any member of a team receives a score of 0, the entire team will be disqualified. Lastly, since you are ninjas, you should conduct yourselves like exemplary ninjas during this examination. I hereby declare the written portion of the Chunin exam officially commenced. With that, the test papers were distributed. Most participants, upon viewing the questions, were left in a daze. There were 9 questions in total, and apart from the first, nearly none were comprehensible. The first question read, "Who is the light of Konoha?" For the ninjas of the Leaf, this was clearly a question meant to be easily answered. However, the candidates from outside the village were left bewildered. The light of Konoha? I've never heard of it. The 4th Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, was indeed more familiar to them. Naruto sat at his desk, yawning. He understood that the primary focus of this first round was to assess the ability to gather intelligence. 2 candidates aware of the answers were strategically placed within the examination room, and only by successfully cheating without being caught could one avoid point deductions. Of course, none of this mattered greatly, as there was still the 10th question looming. 45 minutes into the examination, many candidates had yet to answer a single question, their anxiety palpable. Nonetheless, several managed to procure answers. For instance, Shino Aburame utilized his insects to sneak a peek at others' answers. Niji Hyuga employed his Byakugan to directly view others' responses. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to mimic the writing motions of others to obtain answers, while Kiba Inuzuka attempted to use his dog Akamaru for the same purpose, but ended up getting his dog detained. Marino Ibiki clapped his hands and smiled. With 15 minutes remaining, I am prepared to announce the 10th question. Of course, you may choose to answer or abstain. If you choose not to answer, you will be disqualified immediately. However, if you choose to answer, an incorrect response will lead to the disqualification of your entire team, and you will be barred from participating in future examinations. What? The examiner's words plunged them into despair. Whether to answer or not was a weighty decision indeed. Chapter 84. Damn it! In a fit of excitement, Inuzuka Kiba sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "How can there be such a foolish rule? Many of us here have participated in the Chunin exams multiple times." Mori no Ibiki smirked coldly, stating, "That merely indicates your unfortunate luck. This year, I am the rule." He continued, "Moreover, haven't I provided you with a way out? If you lack confidence, you may as well leave quietly and return next year or the year after." I choose to leave. I choose to leave too. Soon, several indecisive individuals gradually exited the examination hall, while a small handful struggled intensely. Unexpectedly, the majority remained resolute. As the final 5 minutes of the exam approached, Mori no Ibiki observed the many students still present and couldn't help but marvel at their psychological resilience. Everyone awaited the arrival of the 10th question until the end of the examination. Finally, with a smile, Mori no Ibiki announced, "Well done. Congratulations, you all pass." Upon hearing the news of their success, the crowd erupted in excitement, though a few still expressed confusion. But the 10th question hasn't even been stated. How could we have passed? Sasuke, rubbing his bald head disdainfully, remarked, "Choosing to stay is the 10th question." Another student inquired, "Then what do the first 9 questions count as?" Mori no Ibiki replied, "The first 9 questions were an assessment of your information gathering capabilities. You don't appear particularly clever. So I hereby declare one more person eliminated." Just then, a figure tumbled into the classroom, landing with hands in pockets. "I am the proctor for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Now, follow me to the second examination venue." A hush fell over the classroom, with no one responding. Anko felt a bit awkward and glanced at Ibiki. Clearing her throat, she noted, 78 candidates remain, and yet there are still 26 teams left. You've been rather lenient in the first exam. Ibiki sighed. There are simply too many outstanding candidates this year. Anko smiled slightly. Well then, for the second exam, I will eliminate more than half of you. Listen closely. The second exam will commence tomorrow. For the specifics regarding time and location, consult your Jonin instructors. I'm off. More than half. The crowd grew anxious, as Anko's nonchalant tone hinted at the reality of her intentions. With the first exam concluded, the candidates gradually dispersed. Ibiki began reviewing each examination paper, discovering that most had filled theirs with correct answers, except for one, which was entirely blank. Uzumaki Naruto? What an amusing little rascal. On the following day, the candidates gathered at the second examination venue. Proctor Anko announced, "This is the location for the second exam, the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death." The mention of the Forest of Death sent a chill down the spines of many candidates. Anko continued, "The second exam is straightforward, titled the Scroll Battle. Of the 26 teams that passed the previous round, half will acquire the Heaven Scroll, while the other half will obtain the Earth Scroll. Each team will enter the Forest of Death from different entrances, competing to seize the scrolls. To pass the examination, you must obtain both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and safely enter the Central Tower with your 3-member team. The duration of the second exam is 120 hours. The Central Tower will only open for 1 hour after that time. Furthermore, once you enter the Forest of Death, even if you perish, no one will come to your rescue. Therefore, I grant you 30 minutes to consider your decision. Those who wish to proceed must sign the death waiver in exchange for the scrolls and prepare to enter the examination." As soon as Anko finished speaking, a murmur of conversation erupted among the candidates. Naruto squinted at Sasuke. Wind release. Whoosh. Sasuke, filled with anger, shouted, "Naruto, you," and hurriedly dashed over to retrieve his wig. Hinata couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Sasuke, what on earth happened to your hair? I recall it being fine just 2 days ago." Sasuke pouted, glancing at a thick-browed fellow in the distance with a resentful gaze, unable to calm his feelings. "It's nothing, just a bet with someone. I lost and had to shave my head." Hinata gasped in shock. "Wow, losing means you have to shave your head? How extreme." Naruto, puzzled, asked what? Sasuke shook his head. "Not just that. The guy also suggested betting my eyebrows, but thankfully, I was cautious and didn't he agree." Hinata covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, that's too extreme." Naruto, still confused, asked what? At that moment, Gaara approached without pretense, stating, "Naruto, once we enter, let's collaborate to eliminate all the other ninja villages." "Sure." The two immediately exchanged a fist bump. Other hidden village candidates began to cast fierce glances their way. "I think I want to withdraw. The strength of Sunagakure and Konohagakure is too great. We 1T stand a chance." "What are you afraid of? They can form alliances, and we can do the same. We are all Chunin. What do we have to fear?" "Exactly. We'll band together. Who is afraid of whom?" Naruto and Gaara exchanged smiles. The 30 minutes quickly passed, and, as expected, everyone signed the death waivers. They began to enter the Forest of Death from different entrances. The Forest of Death was vast, with each entrance situated over 10 kilometers from the center, a distance that a ninja could cover in less than half an hour. After running for 20 minutes, Naruto decided to stop. "Let's go catch some people. Hinata, you handle the scouting." "Got it." With her Byakugan activated, Hinata kept a watchful eye, and the trio moved stealthily to the side. Soon, she spotted the first team. "Attention! 500 meters ahead, beneath a tree, there's a 3-member team lying in ambush. Watch me perform," Sasuke declared confidently and swiftly crept forward. However, due to his rapid movement, his wig fell off. Sasuke suddenly froze, feeling helpless. He had practiced tirelessly with Kakashi-sensei for a week, yet various reasons had prevented him from showcasing his skills. Meanwhile, the ambushing team had already noticed Sasuke. "One from Konoha is alone. Let us go take him down. Let us get him." The three charged towards Sasuke, who barely managed to retrieve his wig and put it back on, only to see them rushing toward him. He activated his Sharingan and prepared to confront them. However, before he could land a punch, 3 bricks flew through the air, knocking the trio unconscious. "Oh, I really want to hit someone," Sasuke lamented, feeling wronged. Naruto approached, snatching Sasuke's wig and patting his bald head. "Sasuke, do you know why I'm so strong? Because I possess a heart of a warrior. I've cast aside all external distractions." The implication was clear. He meant that Sasuke should embrace his baldness. Sasuke squinted, as if gaining a new understanding. Chapter 85. The Bald Strong One. Sasuke murmured, "The bald strong one." Suddenly, he felt his power elevate to an entirely new level. Naruto nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seemed the youth was indeed teachable. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata had already scavenged the scrolls from their bodies, her excitement palpable. We are the book of heaven, while they are the book of earth. Our examination has been completed. By the 5th day, when we reach the heart of the forest of death to submit our scrolls, we can proceed to the next round of the exam. Let us continue capturing others. Naruto and Sasuke charged ahead. Hinata paused momentarily, then quickly followed suit, activating her Byakugan. A kilometer away, Team 10 from Konoha, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino found themselves encircled by 3 enemy squads. Shikamaru felt a sense of helplessness. The numerical superiority was overwhelming. Choji, wait for the right moment to break through and seek reinforcements. Ino and I can momentarily hold off 4 of them, he instructed. Ino was incredibly anxious. Her ability to execute the body turn technique and restrain even one opponent was critical. Choji nodded, understanding that if he could escape to find help, their team might have a chance of survival. However, he lacked confidence in his ability to escape and could only try his best. Are you Konoha ninjas so impressive? You think you can eliminate us from Sunagakure? One of the enemies sneered. I've always found them displeasing. Oh, that fat pig seems off. Haha. I can't believe he thinks he can break through. Upon hearing the insult, Choji's expression darkened. It was a taboo word for him. Shikamaru buried his face in his palm. If there had been any chance of breaking free, it was now completely extinguished. Ino forced a smile, but quickly grasped Shikamaru's meaning. Body turn technique. Shadow imitation technique. In an instant, the ninja who had called Choji a fat pig was invaded by Ino's soul, seizing control of his body. The 2 nearest ninjas to him were ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow, rendering them immobile. Multiplication technique. Meat tank. Choji bellowed as his body expanded, his limbs retracting and transforming into a rolling sphere. With a resounding crash, the 3 captives were sent flying, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Ino swiftly withdrew her soul, avoiding any pain. Despite injuring 3 opponents, they still retained their combat capabilities. As Choji rolled towards them, they swiftly evaded his attacks. Having become wary, before long, Choji's movement slowed, his form reverting to normal as he sat on the ground, panting heavily. Shikamaru and Ino, not adept in direct combat either, were soon captured, pressed to the ground. You enjoy crashing into people, don't you? One of the injured ninjas punched Choji hard. Though he felt immense pain, he remained silent. The 3 were subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks. Someone's coming. One of the enemy ninjas exclaimed. Who? Such incredible speed. Oh no, it's a bald one. Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. They decided to ignore the 3 captives for the moment and focus on the newcomer. As the 3 held down Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, the remaining 6 charged forward. Suddenly, before Sasuke could rush in, several bricks flew through the air, knocking out the 2 ninjas in front of him, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? Are you trying to prevent me from making a move? The 4 halted, anxiously scanning their surroundings, unable to locate their assailant. Using hidden weapons for sneak attacks? How dishonorable. Come out for a fair duel. What skill is there in using hidden weapons? Sasuke scoffed, launching himself into action once more. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 ninjas crumpled, unconscious. Sasuke shrugged. All right, I understand now. Another brick soared through the air, knocking out one of Team 10's members. Naruto, using the Flying Thunder God technique, transported Hinata along with him. Hinata swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 with her palms, leaving them incapacitated. Naruto shook his head. Sasuke, you're pretty pathetic. You didn't touch a single one. Sasuke erupted in frustration. If you're so capable, why are you using bricks to steal my kills? Naruto waved dismissively. How about this? Next time we encounter someone, Hinata and I will just hang back, and you can handle everything. That way, you won't complain about missing opportunities. Sasuke agreed without hesitation. Naruto smiled subtly, sensing the scent of impending conflict. Team 7 displayed remarkable strength. From Sasuke's striking appearance that drew attention, to Naruto's ambush with the brick, and finally Hinata's decisive finishing moves, a seamless collaboration. Aside from Sasuke appearing slightly dazed, the execution was nearly flawless. Ino couldn't help but applaud, acknowledging that while Team 10's coordination was impeccable, Team 7's raw strength was undeniably superior. Choji's earlier attempt at a sneak attack had ultimately yielded no casualties. Gazing at the fallen bricks, a chill ran down Choji's spine. He had heard whispers of Konoha's secrets. The brick was almost a taboo object in Konoha. Most had experienced its sting. Thank you for arriving just in time to assist us. Otherwise, we would have surely been defeated. Team 10 expressed their gratitude to Team 7. Naruto smiled. In truth, it was my doing. Had I not spoken to Gaara in that manner, they wouldn't have banded together against you. See you in the next exam. With that, Naruto, along with the bald Sasuke and Hinata, departed in search of their next target. Once Naruto and his companions had vanished from sight, Shikamaru scratched his head, puzzled. That bald one. He is actually the Uchiha clan's genius, Uchiha Sasuke. How strange. He seems so pitiful, completely unlike his usual aloof self. Ino rested her chin in thought. Even if Sasuke became bald, he would still look handsome. Choji, speechless, quietly pulled out a bag of chips, only to suddenly exclaim, wait, they didn't take our scrolls? Ino hurried to check the 6 fallen ninjas, and soon they discovered 2 Earth Scrolls and 1 Heaven Scroll. Shikamaru chuckled. No wonder Naruto said we'd see each other in the next exam. They delivered all the scrolls to us. We just need to hide and wait until the 5th day to successfully advance. Choji praised. Naruto is truly remarkable. He is the light of Konoha, always thinking of others. Shikamaru replied nonchalantly. Regardless, with their strength, obtaining scrolls is far too easy. Aside from Gaara's team from Sunagakure and those from Otogakure, they have virtually no rivals. Moreover, with their current alliance, even if other teams banded together, they would still be no match for them. Ino appeared incredulous. Are they really that strong? Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions came to a halt before an unusual woman standing in their path, holding an Earth Scroll. Do you wish to have my Earth Scroll? Hee. With that, the woman extended her long tongue and swallowed the scroll whole. Sasuke squinted, feeling as though he had seen such a lengthy tongue in some book before. Chapter 86. Nausea and Gagging Sasuke. This grotesque creature is yours to handle. I shall accompany Hinata to another location for leisure. Should you find yourself unable to prevail, do not hesitate to call for help. I detest such hideous beings. If I were to falter, I would simply shave my eyebrows. Never mind, I shall remain composed, for there is wisdom in caution. It would be unwise to speak such words carelessly. Upon hearing Sasuke's confidence, Naruto turned his back, taking Hinata by the hand as they departed. Hinata, let us continue our search for targets. All right. Hinata activated her Byakugan once more, and the pair sprinted forth in pursuit of their next objective. There, 500 meters to the southwest, there lies a small squad, seemingly from the Hidden Rain village. Let us go, let us take them down, Naruto proclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Hinata paused. Do we really have to take down Lord Naruto as well? It is Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto. The trio from the Hidden Rain village, upon spotting Naruto and Hinata, exhibited signs of excitement. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto approached and executed a swift triple strike, rendering all 3 unconscious. Consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered me. Had you faced Gaara, you would have met your demise. Upon waking, find a shaded spot to endure 5 days, and refrain from seeking your end elsewhere. Hinata carefully stored the team's Heaven Scroll, marveling at Naruto's thoughtful nature, always considering others. Meanwhile, in the Sunagakure team, led by Gaara, a frenzy of violence ensued. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you the scroll. The terrified man offered the Earth Scroll as his 2 comrades lay lifeless. This scroll is of no use. Perish. Gaara clenched his fist, and the man was ensnared by sand. Sand burial. The man was crushed, reduced to a mist of blood. Temari and Kankuro observed with trepidation. Their brother was terrifying, slaying without a flicker of remorse. Let us move. Gaara, with an icy demeanor, sought to claim more lives. By now, 3 squads had fallen victim to his wrath, none surviving. He and Naruto had agreed on a plan, the first day for free movement, and the second day at noon to regroup near the tower. On the other side, Sasuke and the woman engaged in an intense close-quarters combat. You are Uchiha Sasuke, are you not? Quite impressive, though I abhor bald heads. I find you intriguing. Would you consider aligning with me? My hair restoration techniques are unrivaled in the shinobi world. Shut your foul mouth. How disgusting. Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of nausea as, in the midst of their battle, the woman inexplicably licked him with her elongated tongue. The stench was reminiscent of a month without dental hygiene, nearly causing him to retch. Had he not traversed the sewers for 2 weeks prior, he might not have endured this assault. Act! Sasuke shouted, activating his Sharingan to seize an opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent the woman flying. The Sharingan, quite remarkable. Orochimaru wiped drool from his mouth, his excitement palpable. Warm-up exercises concluded. Sasuke, shall we engage in something thrilling? You fool. Who would want to play with you? Sasuke, unexpectedly incensed, finally recognized the individual before him. Orochimaru from the intimate secret techniques. How revolting, engaging in such disgraceful acts. So you are the infamous Orochimaru. How delightful that you know of me. Join me, and I shall ensure you become a top-tier warrior in no time. Huh. Who would join you in such vile pursuits? Fool. Fire style, great fireball technique. A 5-meter diameter fireball surged forth. Sasuke felt a surge of joy at that moment. His great fireball technique finally matched Naruto's prowess from 5 years ago. Orochimaru's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Sasuke's ninjutsu was formidable. A Kusanagi sword extended from Orochimaru's mouth, elongating infinitely as it cleaved the fireball in two before lunging towards Sasuke. Sasuke scoffed, evading while inching closer to Orochimaru. Swish. 3 shurikens soared in 3 directions, encircling and targeting Orochimaru. Orochimaru smirked, continuing his assault on Sasuke. Suddenly, 3 snakes emerged from his sleeves, intercepting the shurikens mid-flight. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As he formed seals, Sasuke tumbled to evade the Kusanagi sword, unleashing 18 fiery petals toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled, summoning a multitude of snakes from his sleeves, forming a shield that absorbed the flames entirely. How astonishing! Can so many snakes truly be concealed within your sleeves? Sasuke pondered, quickly recalling Naruto. Naruto's brick had similarly given the impression of boundless resources. Orochimaru, with a sinister grin, declared, "Behold my great snake." With a swift gesture, a 5-meter-long serpent emerged from his sleeve, lunging at Sasuke. This scene felt eerily familiar. Naruto had once produced a similarly sized brick. At this moment, Sasuke was convinced that Orochimaru and Naruto had mastered the same secret techniques, perhaps even sharing a history. A realization dawned upon him. Those he could defeat were often preempted by Naruto, while those he could not were invariably acquainted with him. Damn it! Sasuke felt as though he had been meticulously maneuvered into this predicament. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of a shadow-level warrior descended upon him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Before him, the serpent gaped wide, preparing to strike. How infuriating! To possess shadow-level power, yet feign an even match with me, tormenting and humiliating me. No, I must resist. I still have to kill Itachi. I cannot perish here. Sasuke drew a kunai, slicing into his thigh. The blood flowed, and the intense pain liberated him from the oppressive force. Infusing his kunai with fire chakra, he slashed at the serpent, striking true at its vital point. The great serpent was cleaved in half, meeting its demise. Oh, you managed to escape my grasp. Orochimaru regarded him with admiration, clearly impressed with this vessel's capabilities. A mere genin achieving such a feat before him was indeed remarkable. As for Naruto, he could only be described as a monster. Swish. Orochimaru lunged toward Sasuke. Clenching the kunai, Sasuke understood the gravity of the situation. If he could not overcome Orochimaru, he would stand no chance against Itachi. This was a hurdle he had to surmount. In that instant, Sasuke felt as if he were frozen, unable to move. Hee. Orochimaru's body elongated and softened, ensnaring Sasuke. His head hovering near Sasuke's ear, breathing heavily. Sasuke's face flushed crimson, the sheer force of the breath rendering him breathless. Subsequently, Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking Sasuke's face and neck. Ugh. Chapter 87. The gift. Without further ado, Orochimaru declared, "Let me present you with a gift." With that, he sank his fangs into Sasuke's shoulder, leaving behind a cursed seal. The seal erupted with bizarre runes, enveloping Sasuke's entire body. As the runes invaded him, Sasuke writhed in agony, trembling. Just before losing consciousness, he uttered a cry for help. "Save me." Meanwhile, Naruto sensed the urgency. Sasuke seems to be in trouble. We must return. Hinata nodded. All right, but we've come quite a distance. It will take time to get back. However, before she could finish her sentence, Naruto grasped her shoulder. In an instant, they appeared beside Sasuke, instinctively covering their noses. Ugh. Naruto kicked Orochimaru away from Sasuke. Woman, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to defeat Sasuke. Orochimaru slowly rose, a look of resentment on his face. Man, you have interrupted my plans. The two began to engage in close combat, neither gaining the upper hand after several exchanges. Hinata was astonished. Naruto's strength was at the level of a Kage, yet this woman could contend with him equally. Heavens, how terrifying. 2 Kage-level fighters have emerged in a single Chunin Exam. Seizing an opening, Naruto launched a kick at Orochimaru. Orochimaru grimaced, clutching his vulnerable area, feeling somewhat helpless. This body has too many weaknesses. Fighting is indeed a disadvantage. Rasengan. Rasengan. They both summoned a blue energy sphere in their hands. Boom. The two Rasengans collided, sending Orochimaru flying. Oh man. Just you wait. After delivering her threat, Orochimaru vanished, reappearing at a distance. My hand. Just as she lamented her damaged hand, a brick flew towards her. Bang. Rubbing the sore spot on the back of her head, Orochimaru complained, Naruto, you are quite ruthless. On the other side, Hinata had been searching with her Byakugan for a long time when she finally spotted a lake. Naruto understood and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Sasuke there, tossing him into the water. Splash. The color of the lake began to darken, with a few fish succumbing to the toxicity, floating lifelessly on the surface. Phew. The two finally dared to breathe deeply. Witnessing the scene, Hinata's face twitched in horror. How terrifying. Thankfully, Sasuke already had a scent. We worked together on missions before, so I was accustomed to it. Otherwise, getting close to him today would have made me faint. Naruto felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to disrupt Orochimaru's actions. Otherwise, Sasuke would have been thoroughly drained, and when he awoke, he would likely wish he had tea. After a brief rest, Naruto said, Hinata, you should take a break. I'll go find something to eat. Hinata replied affirmatively, all right. But be cautious about poisonous food in the wild. After a while, Naruto returned with 2 steaming bowls of ramen. Hinata was astonished. This. Naruto smiled slightly. Huh? I made arrangements with the owner of Ichiraku Ramen in advance. Hinata chuckled, realizing that Naruto often surprised her with his resourcefulness. Meanwhile, in the Sound Village, the team of Tsu, Kin, and Sakan, under Orochimaru's orders, had gathered several teams from minor hidden villages, sweeping through with ruthless efficiency. A large number of leaf and sand ninjas had their scrolls stolen, some even perished, becoming the dominant force in the Death Forest. The first day swiftly passed. Originally, 26 teams had entered the Death Forest, but now only 20 remained, with 6 teams completely lost to its depths. Currently, 11 teams had acquired the Book of Heaven and Earth: Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Team 7 of Konoha, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Tenten, Team 3 of Konoha, Hiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno, Team 8 of Konoha, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Team 10 of Konoha, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Team Sand, Kabuto Yakushi, CHG Akimichi, Esma, Team 4 of Konoha, Tsu, Kin, Sakan, and their accompanying teams. The remaining teams dared only to hide at the edges, waiting for the exam to conclude on the 5th day to exit safely. The Death Forest was perilous. Encountering the sand or sound teams meant certain death. And not to forget, Orochimaru was disguised among the contestants. By the lake, the morning sun streamed in. Hinata stretched lazily, having slept comfortably through the night. She had anticipated that the second round of the Chunin Exam would be fraught with anxiety, constantly fearing ambushes. Instead, being here felt like a vacation. 3 meals a day, afternoon tea, and late-night snacks, all meticulously arranged by Naruto. She even began to worry about gaining weight after 5 days. Sasuke still lay unconscious, floating in the lake, mingling with the dead fish. Hinata stifled a laugh and quickly roused Naruto. Naruto, wake up. Sasuke has been in here all night. Please help him clean up. Naruto yawned. Appearing groggy, he ambled over to a small pond, forming a flying thunder god seal. In a moment of drowsiness, he instinctively sniffed his hand after touching Sasuke. Ugh. Instantly alert. Hinata, bring me a leaf. Hinata complied, fetching a leaf and handing it to him. Naruto nodded, signaling her to step back. He quickly performed hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Since Sasuke wouldn't want this clothing anyway, he decided to incinerate it. Covering Sasuke's modesty with the leaf, he tossed him back into the pond. Naruto then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique again, returning with breakfast for 4, leaving 2 portions for Sasuke, along with various cleaning tools for when he awoke. He had forgotten to buy clothes, though. There are few who are as considerate as I am, doing everything for you. Naruto shrugged, leaning against a tree to relax. Hinata hesitated to approach, wary of the unpleasant sight. Before long, Sasuke stirred slightly, sputtering water as he finally awoke. He sniffed his hand. Ugh. Discovering he was unclothed. Sasuke remained remarkably composed. It was not his first experience like this, and he was partially covered by leaves. With only Naruto around, It was a minor issue. There's breakfast and cleaning supplies by the pond. All for you, Naruto said nonchalantly, closing his eyes again. Thank you, Sasuke replied, touched by Naruto's kindness. After breakfast and a thorough washing, he could finally tolerate his own scent. Ultimately, he fashioned a makeshift garment from abundant leaves. Hinata, please use your Byakugan to check if I have any clothes to wear. Chapter 88. A ray of light. Do you think anyone will discover us hiding here? Rest assured, as long as they are not of the Byakugan lineage, they will never find us. Ah, someone is coming this way. Sasuke landed directly in front of the hollow tree where the three were concealing themselves. Is this an indigenous inhabitant of the Death Forest? Judging by their attire, it appears so. The natives possess keen senses. We are doomed. The trio pushed aside the foliage concealing their hideout and stumbled out in a state of panic. Wah! We are good people. Please do not kill us. Our scrolls were stolen. Sasuke, with an expression of indifference, removed his clothing. Wow, the natives here are quite twisted. We must flee. Immediately, the three scattered in different directions. Sasuke smirked, knowing that none could escape his grasp. Just as he prepared to pursue, a sharp pain surged through his shoulder. Sasuke broke into a cold sweat, kneeling on the ground, utterly drained of strength. What is happening? Why do I falter at such critical moments? Naruto approached to console him. It's simply that you are incapable. Oh no, that was incorrect. It is because Orochimaru placed a curse mark on your shoulder, and you have yet to master it. Once you fully adapt, your strength will multiply. Sasuke focused intently on the energy within him, surprised to discover a significant increase in both speed and strength. No wonder Orochimaru spoke of presenting him with a gift. It was indeed a gift of power. Yet, he suspected matters were not so straightforward. Sasuke turned to Naruto and inquired, why would Orochimaru do this? Naruto replied nonchalantly, it is quite simple. He shares the same enemy as you, Itachi Uchiha. In the past, he was no match for Itachi and was humiliated, constantly derided as a foolish Orochimaru. In this world, only the Sharingan can contend against another Sharingan, which is why he has set his sights on you, believing in your potential. He possesses the capability to elevate your strength to a level that could rival Itachi. However, he remains uncertain whether your potential is worth cultivating, thus the curse mark. Utilizing its power will enhance your strength, but also erode your body and soul. Conversely, refraining from its use will suppress your power. How will you choose during the Chunin exams? He is eager to find out. Itachi Uchiha. Once again, Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing that name, Sasuke, who had felt powerless moments before, suddenly rose to his feet. To him, relying on the curse-marked strength was less appealing than breaking free from its constraints. In circumstances where he was constantly subdued, it was easier to surpass his limits. I will personally kill him. Just then, Hinata rushed over. I have located the whereabouts of that trio. Excellent. Let us take them down. The trio had run several kilometers before regrouping in a concealed cave. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Boom. The stones blocking the cave exploded, and Sasuke entered with an air of indifference. How did they hide here? Even the forest natives can find them. I will not grant them my clothing. I would rather die than be humiliated. The three charged at Sasuke, who merely chuckled, swiftly dispatching them with a flurry of punches and kicks. At that moment, Naruto's urgent voice echoed from outside. Sasuke, be careful. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. 3 flames shot out, incinerating the clothing of the 3 fallen foes. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. I thought they were merely pretending. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I think you are the one pretending. Noticing Sasuke's slight irritation, Naruto quickly placed a hand on his shoulder and encouraged him. Sasuke, didn't you say you wanted to revive the Uchiha clan? The key to reviving the clan is, of course, fame. Just like me, the light of Konoha. Who doesn't he know my name? Sasuke nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. That was the first question in the exam. It would be odd if anyone was unaware. Rather than acting like an ordinary person, why not? As he spoke, Naruto yanked off the leafy garment Sasuke had fashioned and hastily covered his critical areas with a single leaf. Sasuke blinked. I've even thought of a title for you. The Leaf of Light. The leaf representing light, a symbol of power and majesty. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Hinata's face flushed, her voice trembling. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Sasuke suddenly realized, I think it's quite fitting. Indeed, if he could wear something, he would have donned it long ago. Furthermore, this would serve to strengthen his resolve. Let us go and make a name for ourselves. Hinata, we will fight our way through from the edges. All right. In the short span of half a day, The team that had been waiting at the edges for the exam to conclude faced Sasuke's onslaught. Fortunately, Sasuke only fought without killing. Some even expressed gratitude for being spared. Before long, the title of the Leaf of Light was proclaimed throughout the borders. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged in the central area. Gaara sat calmly atop a tree, commanding a torrent of sand to pursue a group of enemies, intent on crushing them. Sand Funeral. Temari wielded her massive fan, fanning fiercely. Wind Style, Dust Devil. The two large-scale attacks threw the Sound Village trio and their subordinates into disarray. Kankuro manipulated his puppets, a crow and a salamander, alternating between offense and defense, creating chaos on the battlefield. The three held the upper hand against 15 opponents. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Although the adversaries bore various injuries, they were all minor wounds. The opposition appeared frantic, yet they were consistently draining their chakra. Thinking quickly, Temari cautioned, "Gaara, conserve your chakra." Gaara remained impassive, releasing even more chakra as the sand surged faster. "I command you to retreat." In an instant, two individuals were ensnared by the sand, their limbs ensconced. Kankuro's puppets attacked and defended without depleting chakra. Gaara paused for a moment. Temari reiterated, then launched a fierce offensive. Wind Style, Great Dust Devil. The storm intensified, catching several off guard, sending them sprawling. Gaara's sand followed suit. Two more fell. Temari and Gaara began to breathe heavily, halting their attacks. "Let us retreat first when they approach. We can engage again from a distance. With their numbers, some are bound to fall behind." Gaara shook his head, unfazed. The time agreed upon with Naruto had long passed. He trusted Naruto's imminent arrival. If they dare approach, they shall perish. The trio from the Sound Village, Tosu, Kin, and Sakan, exchanged knowing glances, silently signaling their subordinates to charge recklessly. Seeking to deplete the chakra of the Sand Village trio, they had long been displeased with the arrogance of the Sand Village members, and this gathering was intended to eliminate them. "They are running low on chakra. Let us encircle them and wear them down from a distance." Chapter 89. What do you know? In an instant, a barrage of hidden weapons hurtled towards the trio from Sunagakure at the center. Seizing the opportunity, the Chunin trio unleashed their assault. Tosu utilized his right hand, equipped with a porous armor, to generate a piercing sound wave attack. Sonic Resonance. Sak raised his arms high, channeling energy before striking downward, creating a wave of sound that rendered them defenseless against the invisible onslaught. Air Slash. Taking advantage of the disarray caused by the sound, Kodo swiftly hurled a multitude of hidden weapons. Thousand Paper Rain. The Sunagakure trio, having completed their B-rank mission unscathed, exhibited no signs of panic. Originally facing 15 adversaries, they had dispatched 4, leaving 11 encircled around them. They promptly chose to distance themselves from the Chunin trio, making a forced breakout. With Gaara's sand providing cover, they were unperturbed by the risk of injury. Yet, amidst the tumultuous sound waves, Gaara's sand faltered for a moment, allowing a flood of hidden weapons to surge in. Kankuro hastily summoned his puppets for defense. Crack! Every attack was deflected, but all 3 puppets were obliterated. Kankuro's heart bled. Wind Release, Cutting Whirlwind. Temari targeted 2 individuals, sending them flying with a powerful gust, successfully breaking through. "Let's go." As the initial wave of aggression subsided, Gaara deliberately slowed his pace, manipulating the sand to ensnare a nearby adversary. Sand Binding Coffin. To eliminate this one foe, Gaara endured numerous attacks, causing much of the sand enveloping him to fall away. Nearby, the members of Team 3 from Konoha, Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten, watched the spectacle. They had encountered the Chunin trio in the Forest of Death, but under amicable circumstances. Naruto, from outside, had proposed an alliance with Sunagakure, and they contemplated whether to intervene. The trio, Kabuto, Chg Akimichi, and Kenjishi came, who, after 4 years, still held the rank of genin, exhibited a mere spectator's demeanor. Although they represented Konoha, they were, in truth, subordinates of Orochimaru, akin to the Chunin. The second wave of assault had already commenced. Gaara could have promptly commanded the sand to counter the attack. However, an unexpected figure emerged, catching him off guard. The radiance of one leaf, Sasuke, made a dazzling entrance. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. 18 flames intercepted the majority of the hidden weapons, and with a series of agile flips, he evaded the remainder. "Is that Uchiha Sasuke? He seems somewhat dashing." Temari. "Kankuro, is that a puppet?" Niji hiss. Tintin immediately shielded her eyes. Rock Lee. That bald head looks strangely familiar? Swish. Two more figures descended. Naruto and Hinata appeared. They exchanged glances, their long-standing partnership having fostered an unspoken understanding. 3 bricks soared through the air, and the duo vanished from sight. Hinata unleashed 3 swift strikes, and in an instant, 3 opponents collapsed. The first time Temari had encountered Naruto, she had been intrigued by his elusive movements. Witnessing it firsthand now, she finally understood. It was an instantaneous technique executed with unparalleled speed. Flying Thunder God technique. Kankuro scratched his head, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding. Meanwhile, even with his Byakugan activated, Neji struggled to fully perceive Naruto's movements. How astonishingly swift. Tintin felt a pang of envy, yearning to experience such exhilarating prowess. Rock Lee exclaimed, "My sister is simply incredible. I cannot fall behind." With that, he charged forward. Konoha Great Whirlwind. In an instant, he incapacitated one foe. Neji was no less impressive. Employing a technique from afar. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Sasuke's fist nearly struck an opponent, but Neji preempted him. At present, aside from the Chunin trio, who were beginning to grasp the gravity of their situation and attempted to flee, all others lay incapacitated. Where do you think you're going? 3 bricks once again soared through the air. Tosu, Sak, and Kodo all received a brick to the back of their heads, tumbling forward. Just then, a massive serpent erupted from the ground, its tail sweeping back to repel the advancing group. It then opened its enormous mouth, swallowing the 3 of them whole. Bang! A brick flew past, and the serpent's eyes welled with tears, nearly ejecting its unfortunate meal. Hiss! In a flurry, the serpent dove back underground, escaping. Detecting the serpent's scent, Sasuke grimaced in disgust, feeling nauseated. Again with Orochimaru. Why is his presence felt everywhere? That serpent was terrifying. Neji stepped forward, his astonishment evident. That serpent possessed strength comparable to a Jonin. Such creatures should not appear in the Chunin exams. Moreover, the serpent's arrival was likely to rescue the Chunin trio. Yet, this formidable serpent had nearly succumbed to Naruto's brick. Years had passed, and Naruto had transformed into a peer who was now out of reach. Tintin felt a twinge of discomfort. She had just thrown a plethora of ninja tools but could not even pierce the serpent's hide, while Naruto, with an unremarkable brick, had managed to make the creature weep. Seizing the moment while Naruto was distracted, Tintin stealthily collected several bricks from the ground. She was eager to discover whether these bricks truly wielded more power than her ninja tools. Rock Lee instinctively clung to Naruto's leg. "Brother, your bricks are truly remarkable. I barely kicked that serpent, and it rebounded right back." Ouch! Naruto shook his head in exasperation, then knocked Lee unconscious with a brick. Gaara approached, exchanging a fist bump with Naruto. "It's a pity those 3 managed to escape. If we encounter them again in the coming days, we will surely eliminate them." Temari smiled slightly, remarking, "Naruto, you truly saved us this time. Had you not arrived just in time, we would likely have been worn down." She understood well that had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention, Neji, Tintin, and Lee would not have joined the fray. Kankuro remained silent, moving beside Sasuke and exchanging a glance. Then he reached out to poke. Bang! "Ah, that is not a puppet. Why are you not wearing clothes?" Kankuro was sent flying by Sasuke's punch. Sasuke coldly stated, "Art, you know nothing." The moment these words left his lips, they captured the attention of everyone present. Naruto hurried to Sasuke's side, clearing his throat. "This is my teammate, the one known as the Radiance of One Leaf, Uchiha Sasuke. You may not comprehend, but to transcend everything is the true foundation of strength. Sasuke has indeed grown increasingly formidable. This unyielding mental fortitude is unmistakable. As for his combat prowess, it is challenging to gauge. I cannot discern how ruthless he has become. Let us explore elsewhere." Neji, Tintin, and Lee felt a disconnect with Sasuke and promptly bid farewell. Temari dared not approach, opting to find solace atop a tree. Kankuro began repairing his puppets. Gaara scrutinized Sasuke, contemplating whether to crush him with sand. Sasuke frowned. "You pervert. Look at me, and I'll kill you." Saying this, the curse mark on his shoulder began to emanate runes, enveloping his entire being. Chapter 90. The conclusion. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? I not only wish to observe, but also intend to pluck your leaves. The gourd on Gaara's back melted into 2 enormous hands, swiftly reaching for Sasuke. Sasuke let out a cold snort. Empowered by his cursed seal, his speed was unparalleled, evading the sand as he retaliated with a punch aimed at Gaara. The sand countered with remarkable swiftness, blocking Sasuke's strike. However, Sasuke remained undeterred, launching rapid assaults from various angles. Soon, he discovered that attacking from two directions simultaneously slowed the sand's defense considerably. With this realization, a wave of triumph washed over him. He hurled 3 shurikens, diverting the sand's attention while enhancing his speed and strength. Seizing the moment the sand defended against the shurikens, he appeared behind Gaara. A swift kick followed, though a small amount of sand still obstructed him. In the next instant, he was in front of Gaara, the sand unable to keep up. His foot struck Gaara's face, leaving Gaara in a state of disbelief. He was sent flying, the layer of sand that served as his secondary defense beginning to crumble. Yet, Gaara soon wore a smile, his small hand clenching. The sand he had deliberately left on the ground earlier sprang up, crushing Sasuke's leaves into dust. Upon witnessing this, Naruto hurriedly intervened. All right, let us cease hostilities. We're all on the same side. Each of you has had your moments. Let's call it a draw. Sasuke scoffed, quickly setting off to find new leaves. The forest of death was fraught with peril, yet Naruto found himself more at ease than outside. He faced no worries regarding sustenance or entertainment. Whenever fatigued, he would send Hinata to seek out other teams from hidden villages for a thorough beating. Since Naruto's arrival, Gaara and his companions had refrained from taking lives. Sasuke had been locked in a rivalry with Gaara, each vying to subdue a team first, with victories and defeats alternating between them. The teams from other hidden villages bore the brunt of their relentless assaults, finding no refuge, leading them to eventually submit, acknowledging Sasuke and Naruto as their leaders. To their disappointment, the Sound Three seemed to have vanished without a trace. On the last day at noon, the doors of the central tower slowly opened. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara lounged in rocking chairs, legs crossed, awaiting the arrival of others. Cough, cough. At the sound of Naruto's cough, the first team to arrive exclaimed, Naruto-senpai, Sasuke-senpai, Gaara-senpai. Upon seeing the trio wave, the team expressed their gratitude and rushed inside. Although they left without the heaven and earth scrolls, they still cheered. The nightmare of the Chunin Exam is finally over. Enduring 3 beatings a day is truly arduous. Next to arrive at the Tower's center were Team 8 from Konoha, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. Yamanaka Ino, always wrapped tightly during the summer, was taken aback by Sasuke's cool attire. Wow, Sasuke. The moment Sakura laid eyes on Sasuke, she was enraptured. This was her beloved Sasuke, even bald or scantily clad. No, wait, even with a single leaf covering him, he exuded an aura of greatness. He was, in her eyes, the epitome of the perfect man. Inuzuka Kiba felt a twinge of anxiety as he sat among 3 esteemed seniors, any one of whom he could not afford to offend. Akamaru, woof woof. Suddenly, Akamaru was knocked unconscious by Naruto's swift strike. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, urging them to hurry along. Keep moving, no barking. Following them was Team 3 from Konoha, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Neji held immense respect for Naruto. Naruto-senpai. Tenten echoed. Naruto-senpai. Rock Lee clung to Naruto's leg, only to be swiftly knocked out again, wearing a smile as he relished the sensation. Neji and Tenten exchanged glances, resignedly dragging Lee into the tower. Soon after, the remaining teams arrived in succession. With 10 minutes remaining, Naruto and Gaara entered the tower. Inside the room, Naruto unfurled the heaven and earth scrolls. Boom. A Chunin materialized, none other than Irika. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the second exam. He then noticed Sasuke. This participant is. Sasuke frowned, displeased to encounter yet another who failed to comprehend artistry. I am Uchiha Sasuke, known as the Light of One Leaf. Irika chuckled awkwardly. So you are the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Would you like me to fetch you a set of clothes? Sasuke replied with a cold smirk, yes. Hinata covered her forehead, relieved that Sasuke had finally. After a brief intermission, all the candidates who passed the second exam gathered in the hall. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood on stage, commencing his congratulatory address to the candidates. Gazing at the multitude of genin below, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A total of 26 teams participated in the second exam, and those who succeeded included Team 3 from Konoha, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Sasuke Uchiha. Team 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. Team 10, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, the Sand Siblings, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Team 7 from Konoha, Kabuto Yakushi, Akatsuki, and Ketsu. In total, 7 teams, comprising 21 individuals, succeeded. Notably, most were recent graduates from the Ninja Academy, with Konoha's numbers dominating, underscoring the prowess of the new generation. Red Bean stood to the side, somewhat disheartened. She had anticipated a reduction to a mere handful, yet so many remained. She understood the reason well. Naruto and Gaara had united to eliminate the competition while safeguarding their fellow candidates from Konoha. Next, the Hokage would introduce the content of the third exam, urging everyone to pay close attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, stating, before the exam, I wish to discuss why we are hosting the Chunin Exam in conjunction with allied nations. The reason is simple, to foster amicable exchanges among allied nations. Historically, these nations were once embroiled in continuous conflict. To avert mutual destruction, they designated this battleground, thus giving rise to the Chunin Exam. During this third exam, numerous dignitaries from our allied nations, including those who have entrusted us with tasks, will be present. They will observe your battles. If there is a vast disparity in strength, stronger nations will receive abundant commissions, while weaker nations will see a decline. Therefore, the results of the Chunin Exam will influence the strength and future development of each village. So, with a swift motion, a ninja appeared. Now, I shall allow my esteemed colleague, Moonlight Breeze, to elucidate the details of the third exam. Chapter 91. The Match-Fixing Greetings, esteemed participants. I am the referee for the third examination. Due to the overwhelming number of contestants, a preliminary round must take place before the main event. Therefore, I must ascertain if anyone is feeling unwell and wishes to withdraw. Please speak up now, for the preliminaries are about to commence, Moonlight Gale stated. At last, the opportunity for combat has arrived. The crowd was eager and ready. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Naruto and Gaara, the hidden competitors from other nations were too intimidated to step forward and fight. The majority of those who progressed were essentially from our own ranks. And aside from the fierce battles of the first 2 days, the following 3 days were primarily spent in recuperation. Moonlight Gale was taken aback by the vitality displayed by the contestants who had passed the second exam. They appeared remarkably invigorated, as if they had just returned from a holiday. I withdraw. Kabuto raised his hand, prompting a chorus of puzzled glances from the others. I am unwell and will participate in the next round. Farewell. With that, he gradually exited the arena. Moonlight Gale cleared his throat and continued. If there are no further withdrawals, I hereby declare the preliminaries to commence. The upcoming preliminaries would consist of one-on-one duels, employing a real combat format. With exactly 20 contestants, there would be 10 matches. The victors would advance to the third examination. There are no rules, only that the match continues until one side is incapacitated, falls, or concedes. Therefore, if you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to surrender quickly. However, should I deem the outcome clear, I will intervene to prevent unnecessary fatalities. Your fates now hang in the balance. Boom. An electronic announcement board appeared, generating a low rumble as it began to randomly select 2 contestants for the first match. Each name flickered rapidly across the screen, heightening the tension among the crowd. Soon, the board came to a halt, displaying the names. Moonlight Gale announced, for the first match, we have CHG Akimichi versus Sasuke Uchiha. Under the referee's direction, the contestants made their way to the spectator platform above. Kakashi approached Sasuke and kindly advised, Sasuke, do not use your Sharingan. If the curse mark activates, it could be fatal. Should that happen, I will intervene to stop you. Sasuke smiled confidently. I'm fine, really. In no time, Sasuke and CHG stood on the arena. Moonlight Gale declared the match to begin. CHG swiftly launched 3 shurikens, while Sasuke remained unfazed. Retrieving a kunai from his pocket, with a swift motion, Sasuke dashed forward, deflecting the shurikens effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, CHG attempted to flank Sasuke from behind, reaching out to grab him. His special ability allowed him to absorb chakra, rendering his opponents incapable of resistance once caught. However, to his astonishment, Sasuke spun around and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Ack! CHG cried out as he was sent flying 3 meters away. As he struggled to regain his footing, he caught sight of Sasuke's ominous 3-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke scoffed, Your movements are as slow as a turtle in my eyes. After days of training with Gaara and with Naruto's assistance, he had successfully suppressed the curse mark. Using the Sharingan and performing jutsu was no longer an issue for him. CHG's expression darkened, feeling humiliated. This is speed. Sasuke sneered, suddenly appearing in front of CHG. What? CHG exclaimed in shock, sensing an imminent threat, yet unable to locate Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke executed a spinning kick, sending CHG crashing out of the arena and slamming against the wall with a resounding crash. Boom. CHG lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, and Sasuke emerged victorious. What overwhelming strength! What astonishing speed! The spectators were in awe. The match concluded so swiftly, with just 2 kicks bringing it to an end. The genius of the Uchiha clan is indeed terrifying. For those from prestigious clans, Sasuke's might imposed considerable pressure on Neji. Even Lee, who had recently bested Sasuke, felt a pang of embarrassment at this display. In just a few days, Sasuke had grown to such an extent. Kakashi was equally astonished by the power of the curse mark. Even Anko Mitarashi, a seasoned jonin, found the situation perplexing, as Sasuke remained unaffected, which was indeed surprising. At that moment, Orochimaru, disguised as a Konoha ninja, watched from the sidelines. It hadn't been long, yet Sasuke had managed to suppress the curse mark. His talent was genuinely formidable, making him the perfect vessel in Orochimaru's eyes. Sasuke is incredible. Hinata quietly applauded. Naruto smiled slightly. I knew it. Bald heads are strong. Sasuke felt a mix of exasperation and gratitude. Others regarded him as powerful, yet he felt he still fell short compared to Gaara and Naruto. He needed to strive even harder. As the first battle concluded, the electronic announcement board reappeared, displaying 2 new names. Moonlight Gale's voice returned. The second match will feature Sasuke versus Hinata Hyuga. Oh no! Hinata exclaimed, her heart racing. She hadn't anticipated being called up so soon. Don't worry. I'm here for you. Let us keep your strength hidden for now, Naruto encouraged, discreetly handing Hinata a brick. Is this truly all right? Hinata pondered, scratching her head nervously as she grasped the brick and hurried to the arena. Go, Hinata! Sasuke cheered, a rare display of support. Witnessing this, Sakura and Ino felt a pang of envy. If only Sasuke were their teammate. Sasuke, eyeing the brick in Hinata's hands, swallowed nervously, recalling the pain from the brick that Naruto had previously thrown at him. From the spectator platform, some were puzzled. Isn't the Hyuga clan known for their taijutsu? Why is she using a brick? Is she planning to employ it as a hidden weapon? Neji scoffed inwardly, disdainful of their ignorance regarding the power of a mere brick. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed the back of his head, reminiscing. Among those present, he likely had been struck by a brick more times than anyone else. He understood that the moment Hinata tightened her grip on the brick, the outcome of this battle was already sealed. After confirming both contestants were ready, Moonlight Gale announced the match to begin. Sasuke began to gather energy in his right hand, preparing to unleash a sonic attack. Air slash. Hinata casually tossed the brick forward. Bang! The brick struck Sasuke squarely on the back of his head, interrupting his charge and sending him crashing to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. Moonlight Gale approached to assess the situation, incredulous, and promptly declared, Sasuke has lost the ability to fight. Hinata Hyuga is the victor of this match. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in commotion. What a farce. How could he be defeated by a single brick? Seriously, what kind of match fixing is this? Why didn't Sasuke evade? There must be collusion. An investigation is warranted. Sasuke wished to protest. He too had wanted to dodge, but the opportunity had slipped away. Orochimaru concurred, noting that below the rank of Chunin, any attack from Naruto could incapacitate them. Hiruzen added his agreement. Kakashi, however, remained unfazed, accustomed to such spectacles. Anko, new to such occurrences, found the scene bizarre. Hinata felt equally frustrated. She was capable of winning in a fair match as well. However, she chose to heed Naruto's advice and conceal her true strength. Ahem, for the third match, the contenders are Uzumaki Naruto and Kanjuro. Upon hearing this, Kanjuro silently raised his hand and inquired, Referee, may I forfeit the match? Yet, Moonlight Shibuki shook his head, stating, Not at this moment. You must compete. Chapter 92. The light of Konoha is majestic. Brother Naruto is beating him up. Konoha ninjas dominate Suna. Go, Naruto. Defeat that dazzling husky. Kanjuro was quite displeased, exclaiming, You are the dazzling one. You are the husky. This pattern signifies the rank of a puppet master. Do you understand? Still want to fight me? I'll just admit defeat as soon as I enter. What can you do about it? Naruto strolled leisurely, greeting those around him. There was no helping it. His popularity was overwhelming. Upon reaching the arena, Naruto flashed a simple smile, saying, I detest huskies, and I loathe puppet players even more. You are indeed quite impressive. Kanjiro remained unfazed, stating, when the match starts, I'll just concede. What can you do about it? Once both contestants were confirmed to be ready, Moonlight Shippu declared the match to commence. Kanjiro immediately raised his hand, proclaiming, I concede. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto dashed over and landed a punch on his face. Of course, this was merely the beginning, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. I said I concede, I concede. For heaven's sake, stop hitting me. Kanjiro, with a bruised face, looked at the referee, Moonlight Shippu, pleading for help. However, the referee feigned ignorance. Kanjiro screamed in agony as two of his front teeth were knocked out, erupting in rage. I will take you down with me. Boom. Crows, black ants, and a pepper fish, 3 puppets were summoned instantly. At this moment, the spectators in the stands were perplexed. Did the match not start? Why are they both just standing there? That husky is summoning puppets. Wasn't he supposed to concede immediately? This is the Chunin Exam. How could one concede so casually? Orochimaru shook his head with a slight smile. Kanjiro has fallen into an illusion and remains unaware. Within the illusion, Naruto obliterated a puppet with a single punch. Boom, boom. 2 more punches followed, and the 3 puppets were utterly shattered, leaving no remnants behind. Kanjiro felt a pang of heartbreak. Those puppets were the result of years of his dedication, now destroyed in an instant. Overwhelmed with sorrow and despair, Naruto lifted the illusion. Kanjiro, with a face of despair, tears streaming down, suddenly saw 3 intact puppets before him and broke into a silly grin. This husky must be a fool. Why is he acting so dazed? The onlookers were momentarily baffled. The first gate of 8 gates, open. Bang. The first puppet was shattered by Naruto's fist. Kanjiro's heart skipped a beat. Bang. Bang. The remaining 2 puppets met the same fate. Kanjiro trembled, 2 tears falling. The dual torment of illusion and reality left him numb. Naruto smiled faintly and charged forward, delivering a punch that knocked out Kanjiro's 2 front teeth. Following this, both fists struck Kanjiro's face with tremendous force. Bruised and battered, Kanjiro cried out in despair, I concede. Please stop hitting me. Moonlight Shippu promptly announced. In the 3rd match, Naruto Uzumaki wins. Naruto shrugged, ceasing his assault, and left the arena, feeling unfulfilled. Temari watched Kanjiro's condition with a twinge of sympathy. She understood all too well that Kanjiro had poured years of effort and countless emotions into crafting those puppets. With them destroyed, she worried he might lose hope. Gaara clapped, exclaiming, well done. Temari, in disbelief, stated, Naruto is truly formidable. Kanjiro had no means to retaliate. Sasuke scoffed. Is that all? I could handle him too. Kakashi covered his face, remarking, Naruto is rather ruthless. He has completely overwhelmed his opponent. The electronic scoreboard rolled once more, revealing the next match. Moonlight Shippu announced, in the 4th match, the contestants are Rock Lee and Inuzuka Kiba. Rock Lee glanced towards Sakura Haruno, revealing a bright smile before leaping from the upper level to the center of the arena. Sakura, watch my performance. Sakura Haruno responded, go, Akamaru. Wolf Kiba Inuzuka jumped down alongside his ninja dog, Akamaru, though Akamaru was still dazed from a recent incident. The match commenced immediately. Rock Lee assumed a battle stance. Kiba went down on all 4s, resembling a beast. Beast mimicry technique, 4-legged technique. His strength and speed surged. Seeing this, Rock Lee smiled faintly. A dog, huh? I'm not afraid. A few years prior, Teacher Guy returned from the land of lightning and developed a specialized taijutsu to combat dogs. He had trained in it, and now it was the perfect opportunity to apply it. Swish. Kiba's speed became extraordinarily swift, his hands transforming into claws, striking with power equal to that of fists. Rock Lee charged forward, countering with his heels against Kiba's claws. They grappled for several rounds, evenly matched, before both retreated to catch their breath. Kiba tossed a soldier pill into Akamaru's mouth. Woof! Akamaru's body turned a vibrant red and leaped onto Kiba's back. Beast clone. Akamaru transformed into Kiba's likeness. 2 Kibas. The 2 Kiba figures whirled rapidly, forming twin tornadoes that rushed towards Rock Lee. Faced with such potent ninjutsu, Rock Lee could only rely on swift movements to evade, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. The preliminaries held no weaklings. He had no choice but to unleash a secret technique. Rock Lee looked towards his teacher, Guy, who nodded in approval. He immediately removed the weights from his hands and feet, letting them crash to the ground, shattering the floor beneath. Boom. The first gate of 8 gates, open. The second gate of 8 gates, open. The first gate of 8 gates, open. Rock Lee radiated green energy, transforming into a figure of sheer terror. 2 Kibas. Kiba felt the pressure and once again transformed into a tornado, charging forward. Rock Lee shouted, his aura shattering the ground beneath him as he lunged and struck the left tornado with a punch. Boom. Akamaru was sent flying off the arena, crashing against the wall, reverting to his original form. Boom. Another punch sent Kiba flying, collapsing to the ground. Moonlight Shippa checked Kiba's condition and promptly announced, in the 4th match, Rock Lee is victorious. Remarkable. What kind of taijutsu is this? In an instant, it catapulted his speed and strength to unprecedented levels. Kiba's defeat was not unjust. Rock Lee turned to Naruto with a faint smile. Did you see that, brother? I am indeed strong. We agreed. During the Chunin Exam, I await our duel. Naruto responded with an affirming glance, assuring he wouldn't make him cry. Neji shook his head, exclaiming, this is madness. However, Rock Lee's prowess was undeniable. Even he recognized it would not be easy to best him. Yet Naruto's strength was something they could only aspire to. Kakashi glanced at Guy. Your student certainly knows how to pick a duel, directly challenging the strongest among us. Hiruzen Sarutobi awkwardly cleared his throat, indicating his presence. Guy chuckled helplessly. Youngsters are full of vigor. I no longer dare to be so bold. Chapter 93. The preliminary rounds conclude. Orochimaru raised his thumb in admiration, truly embodying the audacity of youth. Even he was reluctant to engage in a brawl with Naruto. Regardless of the outcome, he knew he would endure several painful blows, leaving him sore for days. Rock Lee impressively advanced, piquing Gaara's interest. Indeed, Konoha is a cradle of talent. Apart from Naruto and Sasuke, Rock Lee is formidable as well. Hyuga gazed intently at the electronic bulletin board as the announcement echoed again. The 5th match of the preliminaries, Gaara versus Shino Aburame. Gaara maintained a cold demeanor, arms folded across his chest, as he manipulated sand to glide effortlessly from the 2nd floor to the arena. What an entrance! Witnessing this, Naruto felt a pang of regret for his own hasty appearance. Sasuke scoffed, thinking to himself that Gaara was just a foolish child playing at bravado. Temari smiled subtly, surprised that Gaara understood the theatrics of the moment. She then moved to the corner to console Kankuro, who was curled up in a cold corner, looking woeful. Shino Aburame strolled leisurely, tiny insects already beginning to swarm towards the arena. Neji activated his Byakugan, discerning that Shino was not to be underestimated. The two stood quietly at the edge of the arena, both unaccustomed to close combat, one wielding sand, the other insects, both masters of ranged warfare. After confirming their readiness, Hyuga declared the match to begin. Gaara waved his hand, sending sand drifting forward. Shino extended his hands, unleashing a multitude of insects that mingled with the sand. Sand coffin. More and more sand enveloped the insects, crushing them mercilessly. Shino remained impassive, continuously releasing insects to counter the sand. As the ground became littered with the corpses of insects, the atmosphere grew increasingly foul. When Gaara sensed a weakening control over his sand, realizing some grains were slipping to the ground, he finally understood the gravity of the situation. The insects appeared to be consuming his chakra intermingled with the sand, diminishing his control. He could not afford to be careless. Prolonging this battle might lead to disaster. Sand waterfall funeral. An immense volume of sand ceased its entanglement with the insects and surged directly towards Shino's form. Secret technique. Insect wall. The insects swirled around Shino, forming a protective barrier against the impending sand. Simultaneously, the insects concealed in the air began to swarm towards Gaara. Shocked, Gaara noticed the sand armor enveloping him gradually disintegrating. He realized that insects had been hidden on him for quite some time. The gourd transformed into sand, enveloping his body to crush the insects. Shino frowned, surprised by the volume of sand Gaara wielded. Before the storm of sand could engulf him, he promptly conceded and retreated. Hyuga immediately announced, in the 5th match, Gaara is the victor. Gaara, cold as ever, allowed the sand to carry him back upstairs. Niji marveled at how terrifying Gaara from Sunigakure truly was. Not only did he possess the impenetrable defense of sand armor, but he also wielded devastating area attacks, rendering him nearly invincible in the confines of the arena. Naruto nodded at Gaara, acknowledging that in the end, it was indeed the sand that triumphed. Shino felt a tinge of regret, acknowledging that Gaara's raw power was overwhelming. In the sixth match, Niji Hyuga faced off against Ken Mizumi. The two swiftly ascended to the arena. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Niji instantly became the center of attention. Hinata's voice rang out, "Go, Niji." Niji nodded, preparing for battle. Yugao proclaimed the match to commence. Ken charged at Niji. His body functioning as a weapon, each part could soften and extend freely for attack, making him well-suited for close combat. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Niji, whose gentle fist style was unparalleled in melee combat. Activating his Byakugan, Niji lunged forward to engage, and the two began a fierce exchange of blows. Each strike Niji delivered was infused with chakra, and Ken, unable to withstand the gentle fist technique, attempted to leverage his physical advantages for sneak attacks. Yet, under the scrutiny of Byakugan, all his efforts were in vain. Every move was laid bare. Seizing an opening from Ken's mistake, Niji unleashed a flurry of strikes, landing over 10 hits before delivering a final powerful blow that sent Ken sprawling out of the arena, concluding the battle. Yugao approached, instructing the medical team to carry Ken away, while announcing, in the sixth match, Niji Hyuga emerges victorious. This bout showcased no extravagant ninjutsu, nor did it even employ the Hyuga clan's intricate gentle fist techniques. Niji secured victory with sheer prowess, a demonstration of dominance. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but praise, acknowledging the brilliance of the Hyuga clan's genius. He glanced at Naruto, considering that with Naruto's addition, the Hyuga clan would surely rise again in the ninja world. As a fellow genius from a prominent clan, Niji's efficiency left Sasuke feeling apprehensive. Should they encounter each other in the third exam, it would likely be a grueling contest. The pressure on Niji during this Chunin exam was palpable. Among the known victors, all were formidable. In the seventh match, Sakura Haruno faced Ino Yamanaka. As the battle commenced, Sakura hurled 3 shuriken at Ino. Ino effortlessly caught one and deflected the other 2. What followed was a pure brawl, exchanging blows with no regard for evasion. Spectators were left bewildered. The strength of these two was on an entirely different level than the previous contestants. Even the eliminated competitors surpassed them in skill. Ultimately, both fighters collapsed from exhaustion. Yugao shook her head vigorously, declaring both contestants eliminated. The eighth match featured Tenten against Temari. Tenten, skilled in physical techniques and weapon manipulation, began by summoning a plethora of weapons for wide-ranging attacks. Temari, unperturbed, flicked her hair back and wielded her giant iron fan to effortlessly deflect all projectiles. Wind release, gale palm. The fan generated a violent gust, rendering Tenten unable to evade. Lifted into the air and slashed by countless blades, Tenten sustained numerous wounds. Temari, not holding back, concluded the battle as Tenten fell, incapacitated. Another decisive victory for Temari. In the ninth match, Shikamaru Nara faced off against Kodo. Initially, Shikamaru struggled under Kodo's bell attacks, suffering multiple injuries. Ultimately, however, through cunning, he dispelled the Jinjutsu and successfully ensnared Kodo with his shadow imitation jutsu, using the terrain to execute a clever maneuver to eliminate Kodo and secure his advancement. In the 10th match, Choji Akimichi battled Tofu. As Choji entered, Tofu acknowledged him with a taunt. "Fatty pig." This incited Choji's rage, prompting him to utilize the expansion jutsu and charge at high speed across the arena. Yet, everything unfolded according to Tofu's strategy. While dodging, he led Choji to crash against the wall. With a resounding punch to Choji's rear, Tofu employed soundwave attacks to claim victory. With that, the preliminary rounds concluded. Chapter 94. Grouping. The preliminary round was exceptionally thrilling, with a total of 9 individuals advancing. Among them, Konoha had 6 representatives: Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara. Sunigakure contributed 2 participants, Gaara and Temari, while Otogakure had 1, Tosu. Upon witnessing this outcome, Hiruzen Sarutobi could hardly contain his smile. Once again, Konoha demonstrated its supremacy, far surpassing the other nations. With Naruto in the mix, the first place was assured. Strength equates to wealth and development. The future of Konoha is indeed promising. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi summoned the successful candidates to gather as he began. The preliminary round has concluded, and I extend my congratulations to all of you for advancing, particularly to the ninjas from Konoha, who have performed remarkably, occupying the majority of spots. I also hope that the other hidden villages will strive harder. He continued, the official matches will showcase your battles to the audience. So as representatives of your respective nations, it is imperative that you display your prowess without any regrets. The formal competition will commence in 1 month, granting you ample time to familiarize yourselves with your opponents and address your weaknesses. I intend to disband you now, but prior to that, there is one task you must complete. Akane Mitarashi produced a box, inviting everyone to draw a number to determine their groupings. With that, the participants began to draw their numbers in turn. Subsequently, Ibiki Marino announced the schedule for the third exam. The first half of the draw yielded numbers 1 to 4 for the left bracket. The first match would be Shikamaru Nara, number 1, against Temari, number 2. The second match would see Hinata Hyuga, number 3, face off against Tosu, number 4. The winners of these matches would then compete again in the second round. The right bracket, comprising numbers 5 to 9, included Naruto Uzumaki, number 9, battling Rock Lee, number 8, in the third match. The fourth match would pit Gaara, number 5, against Sasuke Uchiha, number 6. The fifth match would feature Neji Hyuga, number 7, against the winner of the third match. The ultimate champion would be determined between the victors of the second round. As Ibiki's voice faded, an undeniable silence enveloped the arena. The matchups appeared somewhat lopsided. The left bracket seemed relatively easier, while the right bracket was a veritable clash of titans. Breaking the silence, Rock Lee expressed his excitement, exclaiming that facing Naruto was a long-held dream of his. "This is wonderful, brother. We can finally fulfill our wishes." The others regarded him as if he were mad, unable to comprehend his fervor. Neji felt disheartened upon seeing the matchups, lamenting the prospect of facing Naruto, whose victory was all but certain in the third match. Gaara and Sasuke exchanged glances, their rivalry from the Forest of Death now set to culminate in an exhilarating showdown in the fourth match. Sasuke, brimming with disdain, declared, "I will obliterate you with a single punch." Gaara retorted coolly, "I shall crush you with my sand, bald head." Shikamaru felt a headache coming on, knowing the difficulties of facing a wide-range damage ninja like Temari. Tosu too was troubled. He knew little of Hinata's capabilities, but as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she was unlikely to be weaker than Neji, making her a formidable opponent. Hinata felt immense pressure, aware that Tosu was the strongest among the Otoge-Kure trio. Over the next month, she resolved to train diligently, aiming to confront Naruto in the finals. Despite the abundance of strong contenders in the right bracket, she held unwavering confidence in Naruto's abilities. At that moment, Shikamaru posed a question. "I have a query. If this is an elimination tournament, only one person can emerge victorious, correct? So, only one can become a Chunin?" Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled softly, clarifying, "Not at all. This exam will be observed by evaluators, including myself, the Kazekage, and the feudal lords from various nations. By observing the elimination rounds, the evaluators will provide assessments. As long as they recognize your potential for Chunin status, you may still achieve it even if you lose in the first round. Therefore, every one of you has the possibility of becoming a Chunin. Thank you all for your efforts. Until we meet again in a month, you are dismissed. Off you go." The participants quickly dispersed, embarking on their arduous training. The preliminary round had revealed many of their strengths and characteristics. Without breakthroughs in the coming days, they risked being thoroughly analyzed and targeted by their opponents. After leaving the Forest of Death, they returned home. Sasuke and Kakashi had already arranged for a month of intensive training together. Naruto accompanied Hinata home, intending to assist her in further honing her skills. Defeating Tosu would not be overly challenging. It merely required dodging soundwave attacks. At the entrance of the Hyuga residence, the head of the clan, Hiashi Hyuga, awaited with anticipation, accompanied by Neji. In the distance, Naruto and Hinata approached, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Hayashi's face broke into a proud smile, ready to greet them, but Neji dashed forward eagerly. "Naruto, since our last meeting, I've missed you dearly, unable to eat or sleep. The day I longed for has finally arrived, and upon seeing you, tears of joy streamed down my face. When I learned of your generous investment in the school, I was utterly in awe. At such a young age, you have become the greatest light of Konoha. It is an honor to have you visit the Hyuga clan. Naruto and Hinata exchanged bewildered glances. Hayashi clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Well said. Welcome, Naruto. The exam has just concluded. You must be famished. We have prepared a feast. Please follow me." "Yes, yes. Please, young master and young lady." Naruto and Hinata hesitated briefly before following Neji into the Hyuga household. Inside, the clan members stood neatly in 2 rows, all smiling warmly as they greeted, "Welcome back, young master. Welcome back, young lady." This grand reception left both Naruto and Hinata feeling somewhat shy. However, the dining table hosted only Hayashi, Neji, Hinata, and Naruto. As they dined, they reminisced about their graduation from the Ninja Academy and the conclusion of the preliminary exam. When Hayashi heard Hinata was more exceptional than Sasuke Uchiha, he let out a hearty laugh. His eldest daughter was increasingly impressive, perfect in every regard. The youngest daughter, Hanabi, also displayed remarkable talent. Among the younger generation, there were prodigies like Neji. The future of the Hyuga clan appears bright. After finishing their meal, Naruto rose, a gentle smile on his face as he turned to Hinata. "Hinata, it is time for us to attend to our important tasks." Chapter 95. Special training for Hinata. Just as Hinata Hyuga was drinking water, she nearly choked, awkwardly coughing a couple of times before encouragingly uttering a word of support and hurriedly pulling her brother, Hinata Hayashi, away. However, Hinata Hayashi stubbornly protested, crying out for more time to converse with Naruto. Confounded, Hinata Hayashi couldn't comprehend how someone from their family could be so inconsiderate. Without hesitation, he swiftly knocked him out and carried him away. The two then proceeded towards a nearby training ground to overcome T.S., Shikamaru, and others. Both endurance and explosive power were essential. Thus, for the next 25 days, they would train intensely, possibly to the point of exhaustion. Hinata resolutely declared, "I am not afraid of fatigue. Bring it on." Her singular conviction was to ardently pursue Naruto's footsteps. Naruto smiled faintly. The first step of their training involved utilizing the shadow clone technique. By training simultaneously with multiple clones, and with the time dilation of the Tsukuyomi, where 3 days equate to a mere moment in reality, Hinata would grasp various gentle fist techniques within a month's time. With extraordinary endurance and explosive force, coupled with the balanced offensive and defensive nature of the gentle fist techniques, she would certainly astonish everyone. However, the Tsukuyomi could not be used too frequently, as it risked blindness. If only she could evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan required the transplantation of another's Manjiki Sharingan. Currently, the most attainable option was Shirsue's eye. Itachi Uchiha's left eye was relatively easier to acquire, but the right eye belonging to Danzo remained elusive. Where had Danzo hidden himself all these years? He needed to be found. With this thought in mind, Naruto immediately sent a message to Momochi Zabuza, believing that with Kato's vast resources, locating one person shouldn't pose much of a challenge. For a solid 25 days, Hinata felt her strength advancing by leaps and bounds. The first half of the month had her training to the brink of consciousness, yet every moment was worth it. She had now wholly adapted to this rigorous pace. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. 8 trigrams palm reversal. Many gentle fist techniques that were previously beyond her grasp had been mastered under the guidance of her father, Hinata Hayashi, and Naruto's insightful prompts. Of course, there remained a gap compared to Neji, but she was more than capable of handling the opponents in the left quadrant. In the morning, Hinata effortlessly completed her training tasks. During lunch, Naruto shot her a knowing glance and said, "Hinata, your foundational strength is sufficient. Thus, this afternoon we shall commence practical combat drills." Practical combat drills? All right. The mere mention of combat made Hinata somewhat anxious, fearing Naruto might unleash a surprise attack. After a brief rest, they made their way to the training ground. TS relied solely on his right hand's sound wave attacks, which could numb auditory nerves and even cause disorientation. To counter him, all she needed was a pair of earplugs, feigning vulnerability to draw him in close, and then land a gentle fist strike for an assured victory. Hence, today's practical content revolved around acting. Hinata was somewhat perplexed as Naruto began forming seals. Wind release, gale dance. 2 gusts of wind emerged from his hands, causing Hinata to wobble unsteadily. Get accustomed to the sensation of losing balance, then counterattack me. Okay. At that moment, Hinata finally grasped the essence of Naruto's training directive. Again, wind release, gale dance. After 2 hours, Hinata had come to a realization. In the instant of losing her balance, her body twirled gracefully. While stabilizing herself, she successfully struck Naruto with a palm. Thankfully, Naruto's chakra was abundant enough to sustain the ninjutsu without strain. Excellent. Again. 8 trigrams, empty palm. 8 trigrams palm reversal. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Seeing Hinata maintain her composure while executing the gentle fist techniques, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Now we proceed to the second phase. He instructed Hinata to wear earplugs, then remove them repeatedly, encouraging her to experience the panic of sudden deafness. Although her Byakugan granted her a broad field of vision, ensuring she remained undeterred in battle despite losing her hearing, a simpler victory through strategy was always preferable. Conserving energy for the subsequent round, the training session ended at a reasonable hour, and they resumed normal routines. The next afternoon, Naruto initiated a new round of special training, leading Hinata to an open field. Hanabi excelled in wide-range wind-release attacks, and defeating her would not be difficult. If she could evade her strikes, victory would be assured. As the attacks were expansive, today's training focused on high mobility akin to the body flicker technique. Without further ado, Naruto unleashed his ninjutsu. Wind release, gale dance, whoosh. Just as Hinata seemed to comprehend, a gust blew her off her feet, sending her tumbling. Quickly regaining her footing and clenching her fists, she felt the urge to retaliate. Naruto smiled slightly. Opponents would not grant her time to prepare. He then unleashed another swift ninjutsu. Wind release, gale dance, whoosh. Hinata was knocked down once more, rolling over in frustration. How infuriating. Fortunately, the ground was soft grass, and after several tumbles, she gradually adapted to the rhythm. Wind release, gale dance. Hinata successfully dodged, a joyful smile lighting her face as she made a fist in a gesture of encouragement. Yay, not bad. Naruto nodded approvingly, but before he could finish speaking, he unleashed another rapid wind attack. However, Hinata had already anticipated this, dodging ahead of time with a sense of triumph. Naruto smiled faintly, increasing the challenge. Not only must she continuously evade, but she also needed to find an opportunity to approach him for an attack, or launch an 8 trigrams empty palm from a distance. Facing Hanabi, who excelled in long-range attacks, getting close was no easy feat. However, the 8 trigrams empty palm could also be utilized for ranged strikes, a technique neither Hinata nor Neji had previously employed. This would serve as a trump card in battle, potentially catching Hanabi off guard. Wind release, gale dance. After successfully dodging, Hinata swiftly maneuvered behind Naruto for a surprise attack, delivering a palm strike. Yet Naruto had already sensed her approach, pivoting to grasp her wrist and pulling her close. They locked eyes for a few seconds before Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them back to the Hyuga compound. Time for a meal, a bath, and some rest. On the third afternoon, Naruto brought Hinata to a desolate area. Today, a special training would naturally focus on countering Shikamaru Nara's shadow imitation technique. This would require some mental agility, but it was nothing too serious. I will soon unleash a ninjutsu that moves like a shadow. Your task is to evade it, just do not let it get too close. There will be a penalty if you do. I'm not afraid, bring it on. Hinata replied resolutely, her recent hardships having forged her into an indomitable force. Naruto smiled slightly as he swiftly formed seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon, no larger than a palm, emerged in the barren landscape. Wow, what an adorable water dragon. In the next instant, the water dragon surged toward Hinata. Boom. It burst forth explosively. Chapter 96. The Chunin Exam commences drenched in ink. Hinata stood bewildered, her mind swirling in confusion. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Can't they do something sensible? Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique was remarkably swift, capable of sudden bursts of speed, akin to my water dragon technique. Thus, if you can adapt to my rhythm and respond quickly enough, you need not fear Shikamaru. Moreover, shadows possess a limit to their reach. So that is how it is. Hinata pursed her lips, pondering whether honing her reflexes could be achieved with a standard water dragon technique instead of this inky variant. Bang! In no time, half of Hinata's face was covered in black. This small water dragon was erratic, sometimes fast, and other times still, making it utterly unpredictable. A moment's inattention resulted in her being splattered. Yet, she discerned that upon reaching a certain distance, the water dragon could not advance further. Indeed, this was the aforementioned limit. It seems you have grasped some techniques already. Now let's increase the difficulty. I will change from a stationary to a mobile state. Instead of one small water dragon, there will be two, but the total distance traveled remains unchanged. You will then find an opportunity to strike me. Come on, I'm ready. Though she spoke confidently, Hinata felt a twinge of insecurity within. Bang, bang. The match commenced with a double blast, leaving Hinata in despair, her entire being cloaked in darkness. Oh no, I don't want to play anymore. This is too difficult. There is simply no way to evade it. On the fourth day, the training continued, and Hinata was astounded. Perhaps due to excessive practice, there were moments when her mind lagged, yet her body instinctively retreated, only to still be covered in ink. On the fifth day, the day before the third exam, after completing her morning training, Hinata declined the afternoon's special training, using the excuse of fearing the ink would not wash off cleanly. Tomorrow was the day of battle. She had an image to uphold and needed to look her best. Naruto chuckled, having no intention of continuing the special training either. If Shikamaru were to be eliminated in the first match, Hinata's arduous efforts would surely lead her to resent him. After a brief respite, the two agreed to venture out for a meal, seeking to relax and enjoy the sunset and the stars. At the third round of the Chunin Exam, thousands gathered in the spectator stands, cheering with enthusiasm. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, occupied the highest seat, observing the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, who approached leisurely and courteously remarked, "After your long journey, you must be weary." Gaara fixed his gaze on Hiruzen, retorting, "Not at all. Fortunately, this venue is in Konoha. Had it been in Sunagakure, at your age, you might have collapsed from exhaustion. It seems you ought to decide on a successor soon." Hiruzen replied with a hearty laugh. "Do not regard me as an elderly man. I still plan to serve for another 5 years," Hiruzen added, pausing to gaze at Gaara. "Well then, let us commence. Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence here in Konoha to witness the selection exam for the Chunin. We shall soon invite the 9 candidates who have passed the preliminary rounds to engage in the formal selection matches, so please enjoy the spectacle." On the arena floor, the competitors lined up in neat formation. Shikamaru sighed. His opponent was a woman, and he had no desire to fight her nor receive any blows. As the first match approached, he prepared to concede. At that moment, Gaara and Sasuke locked eyes, sparks igniting between them. "Don't you dare back down now, or I'll make sure to fry your head. Whoever retreats is a coward. I'll crush you into paste with my sand." Shikamaru remained speechless. Moonlight Gale addressed the 9 contestants, stating, "Listen carefully, all of you. Although the venue is different, the rules remain identical to the preliminaries. There are no rules. Victory is determined only when one side is incapacitated or concedes. However, if I believe the outcome is clear, I will terminate the match. Now, the first round features Nara, Shikamaru, and Temari. The rest may return to the waiting area." Naruto cleared his throat and placed his hand gently on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang! A massive red toad appeared, adorned with a large pipe, bandages around its waist, and a short sword at its side. It was none other than Fukasaku from Mount Myaboku. As Fukasaku emerged, his enormous form sent several nearby individuals tumbling aside. Whoa! Moonlight Gale swiftly dodged. Sasuke, Gaara Lee, and Neji reacted just as quickly. Shikamaru expressed his disbelief. Temari cursed under her breath, unable to voice her frustration. Gaara scoffed, saying, "You Konoha ninjas are truly remarkable." Hiruzen chuckled. "Indeed, Naruto is the light of Konoha, the most understanding ninja in the village. He probably just lost control momentarily." Meanwhile, Naruto had already climbed onto Fukasaku's back with Hinata. "Fukasaku, take me to that old man over there." Fukasaku frowned. "Isn't this the Chunin Exam arena? Aren't we supposed to be fighting? You summoned me for this." Without hesitation, Fukasaku leapt into action, having just praised Naruto. Hiruzen felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing this spectacle and promptly jumped aside. Boom! Fukasaku landed gracefully on the stage, carrying Naruto and Hinata. "Let us watch from here," Naruto said nonchalantly, glancing at the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, while Hinata nodded shyly, feeling a bit apprehensive. Gaara sneered. "Is this the most understanding ninja you speak of? It's rather amusing." Hiruzen coughed, disregarding the comment and returning to his seat, unfazed. Naruto smiled at Gaara. "Keep talking, and I'll throw a brick at you." Orochimaru, disguised as Gaara, felt a pang of fear and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Hiruzen was taken aback, not expecting the fourth Kazekage to appear so timid, afraid of a mere child. Hinata quietly wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Naruto's conduct truly exuded power. First, he intimidated the third Hokage, then threatened the fourth Kazekage. Who would dare to do the same? It had to be Naruto. Observing this, Gaara manipulated sand to lift himself beside Gaara and looked down at Sasuke, taunting, "Hey, bald kid, if you have the guts, come up here. You're just a rookie." Sasuke grimaced, feeling helpless. He had no dignified way to ascend. If he simply ran up, it would be even more embarrassing. So he opted to join the others in the waiting area. Soon, only Shikamaru and Temari remained in the arena. Referee Moonlight Gale confirmed their readiness and announced the match as commencement. Whoosh. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Temari swung her iron fan. Wind release, gale palm. Shikamaru quickly retreated, hiding behind a tree. A fierce wind arose, causing leaves to scatter and leaving deep gashes on the tree trunks. A dark shadow swiftly emerged from behind the tree, pursuing Temari relentlessly. Shadow imitation technique. Temari retreated rapidly, but eventually, the shadow came to a halt. She swiftly traced a line in the ground with her iron fan, measuring the shadow's length. Temari was acutely aware that Shikamaru excelled in controlling shadows. As long as she maintained a safe distance, she would not fall under his control. Having discerned this, Temari commenced wielding her iron fan with abandon. Wind style, sickle weasel. Gusts of wind arose, and Shikamaru, utilizing the terrain, shifted his position incessantly, darting between the foliage and trees, while evading the wind blades. He simultaneously employed his shadow imitation technique. However, his shadows halted before the line drawn by Temari, solidifying her conviction in her judgment of the shadow's range. In a brief span, Shikamaru had conceived over 200 strategies. He was cognizant that, given Temari's analytical acumen, he possessed but a single opportunity to strike. Rapidly divesting himself of his garment and affixing it to a shuriken, Shikamaru hurled a smoke bomb forward, concurrently launching the shuriken adorned with fabric into the air, preceded by 2 shuriken for cover. Bang! Dense smoke billowed, obscuring vision. Temari smiled serenely, raising her iron fan and fiercely fanning it forward, the tempestuous gale swiftly dispersing the smoke. Whoosh! 2 shuriken hurtled forth, directed at Temari. She deployed her fan to intercept them. Simultaneously, Shikamaru once more invoked his shadow imitation technique. Upon witnessing the approaching shadow, Temari remained composed, confident that the shadow's length would fall short of her position, according to her calculations. However, to her astonishment, the shadow breached the line she had demarcated, hurtling toward her with alacrity. Disaster! The shadow has abruptly elongated. Temari retreated in alarm, yet the shadow relentlessly pursued her. Ultimately, her foot became ensnared, and the shadow halted precisely before her. Temari exhaled in relief. A hair's breadth, and I would have been ensnared. Fortunately, Shikamaru's shadow did not extend excessively, lest I would have succumbed. At that juncture, Temari raised her gaze, finally apprehending that the sun's position had descended slightly. Consequently, the shadow on the wall had lengthened, enabling Shikamaru's shadow to advance further. Having deciphered the characteristics of the shadow imitation technique, Temari's anxiety dissipated entirely. However, in the subsequent instant, Temari froze, discovering herself suddenly immobilized. Shikamaru's shadow had abruptly surged a further distance, resulting in her capture. Impossible. Temari wore an expression of disbelief. Having successfully immobilized Temari with the shadow imitation technique, Shikamaru offered a faint smile. Upon launching the smoke bomb, he had propelled the kunai affixed with fabric into the air. Subsequently, Temari's gale had intervened, altering the kunai's trajectory. This, too, had been within his calculations. Hence, he had launched it with meticulous precision. Had Temari not generated the wind, his shadow would have elongated directly. However, the wind would delay the process. This gave rise to the perilous scene that had just transpired. Under the sun's illumination, the kunai bearing the garment had cast a new shadow, landing upon the arena, enabling Shikamaru's shadow to extend, increasing the distance once more, and successfully immobilizing Temari. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the spectators erupted in jubilation. This marked the inaugural match, and Konoha was poised to secure its first victory, a cause for celebration. Hiruzen Sarutobi guffawed. The Nara clan of Konoha has historically produced strategists of the highest caliber. While you, Temari, are indeed intelligent, you ultimately fall short. Raza remained unconcerned. Heh, Temari is merely here for amusement. My foremost expectation lies with Gaara. Gaara, standing adjacent, remained impassive, uttering not a word. Within the arena, Shikamaru feigned releasing his technique, then extracted a handful of shuriken from his pouch. Constrained by the shadow imitation technique, Temari replicated the gesture, her iron fan crashing heavily to the ground, while she grasped at emptiness, her pouch devoid of shuriken. Subsequently, Shikamaru brandished the shuriken and charged toward Temari, who was involuntarily propelled forward. Inevitably, should the two collide, Temari would suffer a resounding defeat. Temari despaired, utterly incapable of resistance, murmuring, "Am I to be defeated?" However, as the two converged, Temari sensed her body lighten, the shadow imitation technique dissipating. Shikamaru, with resignation, raised his hand in surrender. Alas, he had overextended the shadow imitation technique, resulting in the depletion of his chakra. The sudden reversal of fortune left Temari bewildered. The spectators were equally dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend. Why concede defeat when victory was imminent? Hey, Gecko smiled wryly, promptly announcing, "The first match is won by Temari." Hinata and Niji, employing their Byakugan, discerned that Shikamaru had exhausted his chakra, lamenting his unfortunate defeat. After all, not all possessed chakra reserves akin to Naruto, measured in tons rather than grams. Observing the reversal of fortune, Raza offered a sardonic smile. "Lord Hokage, it appears your strategic foundations are somewhat lacking, depleted after a mere few ninjutsu techniques. Our Temari, in contrast, can unleash wind-style techniques ceaselessly, without so much as a gasp." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled faintly. Some attributes can be attained through diligence, while others remain unattainable, regardless of effort. Alas, haha. Naruto abruptly leaped from atop Gamabunta, landing beside Raza and patting him on the back. "Congratulations, Lord Kazekage." Raza chuckled, nearly succumbing to the impulse to extend his tongue. But fortunately, he restrained himself. With the conclusion of the initial bout, Hey Gecko promptly summoned the participants for the subsequent round. The second round features Hinata Hyuga versus Dosu Kinyuta. Boom. In the ensuing moment, Gamabunta, bearing Hinata, descended into the arena. Dosu, en route, was met with a glare from Gamabunta, filling him with trepidation. "Referee, this is unjust. Is that not merely a summoning beast? Is it permitted to participate alongside the contestants?" Hey Gecko furrowed his brow, deliberated for a moment, and nodded tacitly. Dosu was utterly dumbfounded. Such a colossal summoning beast. What chance do I stand? A mere gust of its breath could topple me. It appears that conceding defeat is the prudent course. At that juncture, Hinata shook her head vehemently, asserting that it was not her summoning beast. Upon hearing this, Gamabunta puffed on his pipe, declaring with disdain, "Contend with me? You are not worthy. I am under Naruto's command to observe from the periphery, not to participate. Once the match concludes, I shall escort her back." Dosu experienced a moment of enlightenment. "Oh, this is Lord Naruto's summoning beast. In that case, all is well. However, this Hinata Hyuga shares a close bond with Lord Naruto. I shall endeavor to emerge victorious while being as gentle as possible." "Hinata, you can do it," Naruto exclaimed first. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Raza, observing this, joined in the chant. "Hinata, you can do it." At the Chunin exams, the presence of two Kage-level figures cheering for Hinata overshadowed all other contestants. A collective of spectators was awestruck. Heavens! The Lord Hokage and Lord Kazekage have both taken notice of this young girl. What young girl? That is the Hyuga clan's heiress, Hinata Hyuga. A prodigious talent from the Hyuga clan. She appears to be a dark horse. "Hinata, you can do it." Sasuke and Niji echoed. At that moment, her support group, the Light Organization, led by the rotund Choji Akimichi, brandished signs and commenced cheering. "Sister-in-law, you can do it. Sister-in-law is formidable. Sister-in-law is destined to be number one this year." Hinata, overhearing this, felt a surge of embarrassment. The referee, Hey Gecko, after confirming the preparedness of both contestants, announced the commencement of the match. Chapter 98. Is it possible? With a flicker of her Byakugan, Hinata's vision became exceptionally clear. She could perceive the chakra flowing within Tosu, confirming that he was indeed somewhat stronger than her. However, in comparison to Naruto, the difference was akin to a drop of water against the vast ocean. Aware of the potency of the bloodline limit, Tosu sought refuge within the expansive arena. He then unleashed a piercing sound wave attack towards Hinata using the porous armor on his right hand. Hinata stifled a laugh upon witnessing this. In the presence of her Byakugan, Tosu's attack trajectory was painfully obvious. As long as she wished it, There was no way he could land a hit on her. The difficulty of this encounter was several times lower than the special training Naruto had bestowed upon her. How dull, Hinata murmured. She had never imagined that one day she would experience the satisfaction of effortlessly overpowering an opponent, much like how Naruto fought against weaker foes. Indeed, at this moment, Tosu appeared to her as a mere novice, easily crushable. This sensation was exhilarating. Thank you, Naruto. I owe my strength to the grueling training you have put me through over the past month. Tosu continued to hurl soundwave attacks at Hinata, who stood motionless, feigning ignorance. As the sound waves approached, she swiftly evaded them, finding their speed laughably slow in comparison to Naruto's training. After several such exchanges, Tosu was nearly beside himself with frustration. Each time, it felt as if he were on the verge of landing a strike, yet he consistently failed. He began to suspect that this young girl was toying with him, but such extraordinary maneuvers were far beyond the capabilities of a freshly graduated Chunin. Having thoroughly investigated Hinata, he was convinced that her strength was merely slightly above that of an average Chunin. Absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Tosu decided to charge directly at Hinata. Hinata smiled slightly, thinking, this guy truly lacks patience. Youth is indeed synonymous with impetuosity. With a series of fluid punches and kicks, Tosu launched his assault. Yet Hinata merely crossed her arms in front of her chest, effortlessly dodging each attack, while even finding the time to taunt him. Hey, that was good. Hurry up. Is that all you've got, Tosu? Tosu was taken aback. Is this what it feels like to dominate an opponent? Quite comfortable. At that moment, Tosu fully grasped the vast disparity in their abilities. As he prepared to raise his hand in surrender, Hinata seized the opportunity. Take this. With a swift motion, her palm struck Tosu's body, halting him in his tracks. He found himself immobilized, unable to utter a word. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. With a series of precise strikes, Hinata suddenly became serious, delivering a final blow that sent Tosu flying. He landed a short distance away, frothing at the mouth. Mizukage swiftly came to inspect, promptly declaring, in the second round, Hyuga Hinata emerges victorious. Truly, she embodied the prowess of the esteemed Hyuga clan. Throughout the match, she exhibited remarkable composure, and her final move showcased the strength of Konoha's elite. The Sound Ninja Village's fighters were evidently lacking. It was no wonder that both the Hokage and the Kazekage held her in high regard. Her strength was undeniable. Well done, sis. First place among the Chunin. Those who had previously doubted Hinata's sincerity quickly silenced themselves. This was an absolute display of overwhelming strength. Frog Winter shook his head in disbelief, finding the battle utterly devoid of interest. He then carried Hinata back to Naruto's side. Hinata, you fought beautifully. However, the Sound Ninja Village does seem rather weak. So don't become complacent, Naruto remarked nonchalantly. Hearing this, Rasha chuckled awkwardly. Sarutobi Hisashi felt a sense of pride, realizing that this Chunin exam had turned into a showcase for Konoha's talents. Indeed, Hinata nodded in agreement. After her victory over Tosu, her next opponent would be Temari. Renowned for her long-range area attacks, Temari posed a significant threat, and one misstep could lead to disaster. What an impressive display. After witnessing the match between Hinata and Tosu, Temari acknowledged that she stood no chance. Indeed, none in Naruto's team were weak. Currently, the least formidable seemed to be Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata's outstanding performance astonished Neji, who understood her capabilities well as a fellow member of the Hyuga clan. He had not anticipated that after just a month of training with Naruto, Hinata's strength would come so close to his own. Naruto's teaching abilities were truly extraordinary. Sasuke felt somewhat embarrassed. He had always believed that Hinata's success was solely due to Naruto's influence, and had not considered her strength to be on par with his. Now it appeared he might genuinely be the weakest in their team. Mizukage called out again, announcing the next round's contestants. The third round featured Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee. Naruto smiled subtly and pressed his hand against the ground, summoning jutsu. With a resounding boom, a giant purple-red toad adorned with a distinctive U-shaped black tattoo appeared, wielding a shield resembling a pot lid and a spear bristling with spikes. It was none other than Fukasaku from Miyaboka Mountain. Caught off guard, both Sarutobi and Rasha were sent flying by the sudden appearance. Frog Winter chuckled. Fukasaku, you've arrived as well. Fukasaku grinned. The two of us summoned simultaneously, and the brethren from Miyaboka Mountain must have thought the Ninja World War had recommenced. Frog Winter awkwardly smiled. No, we're just here for a ride. With a tremendous leap, Fukasaku landed on the arena, shaking the ground beneath him and causing Mizukage to stumble and fall. Does this little rascal have to make such a grand entrance? Upon arrival, Rock Lee saw Naruto riding the giant toad and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're incredibly cool. Big brother is the best. He must take first place. The members of the Konoha Light organization began to cheer. Hinata joined in as well, chanting, Konoha S Light. Konoha S Light. The majority followed suit, clearly recognizing Naruto as contributions to Konoha. Sarutobi and Rasha awkwardly returned to their seats, slightly embarrassed after being caught off guard by Naruto. Rasha began to comment sarcastically, Konoha truly has an abundance of talent. Sarutobi replied nonchalantly, that is undoubtedly true. In the arena, Naruto leaped off Fukasaku's back, who quietly retreated to the sidelines. After confirming both contestants were ready, Mizukage announced the commencement of the match. Brother, I know I'm not your opponent, but I still want to give it a try, Lee declared, assuming an attacking stance. Naruto squinted his eyes and grinned mischievously. The old rule applies. The loser must shave their head and eyebrows. Absolutely, Lee responded without hesitation. In his eyes, Sasuke was already bald, and Sakura seemed to adore Sasuke. Thus, he believed that if he were to shave, perhaps Sakura would take a liking to him as well. Chapter 99. The eccentric Sasuke curled his lips in disdain, muttering about the ridiculousness of betting on one's hair and eyebrows. It was evident that everything stemmed from Naruto's machinations. How infuriating. Hinata momentarily froze, recalling how she had previously remarked, in Naruto's presence, that those who bet on such trivialities were rather peculiar. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she reassured herself that Naruto likely wouldn't mind. Indeed, Raza looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a disdainful expression, questioning whether all the Leaf villagers indulged in such wagers. Hiruzen squinted his eyes and replied, What is this? Are you intrigued? Shall we partake in a little game? Let us wager on who will emerge as the champion this time. The loser shall have their hair and eyebrows completely shaved. With a scoff, Raza declared, I am betting on Naruto's victory. Hiruzen smiled slightly, then I shall wager on Hinata. Meanwhile, Hinata discreetly wiped the sweat from her forehead, contemplating the peculiar nature of this bet between the Hokage and the Kazekage. No, it was rather entertaining. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the Hokage's confidence in her victory was somewhat misplaced. Clearly, Naruto was destined to win this round. Yet, it seemed Naruto had little interest in such hollow accolades. Who knows, he might even concede the victory to her. During the graduation exams at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had already helped her secure the top position. Perhaps, in this Chunin exam, he might do the same. The thought sent a wave of bliss through Hinata. It appeared that the Hokage had a slight edge over the Kazekage. On the competition arena, Naruto and Rock Lee had commenced their duel. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Hurricane. They executed identical techniques. A spinning kick from both resulted in a violent clash of legs. Boom. A fierce gust of wind erupted, sending dust swirling around. Leaf Gale. Leaf Gale. Spinning upper kick. They collided once more with great intensity. Within a minute, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times, their speed rendering the movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, with only the sound of impacts echoing through the air. Bang! Their fists collided, and both were sent staggering back several meters. To the spectators, it appeared as though they were evenly matched. In reality, Naruto was unfazed. This was merely a warm-up for him. Conversely, Rock Lee was in agony, feeling as though he had just unleashed the 8 gates. Brother, I am now serious. Giving it my all. He shouted. 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Fifth gate, limit gate, open. Lee charged forward like a madman, leaving a trail of sparks in his wake, nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. Naruto, not underestimating his opponent, also entered the 8-gate state, opening the first gate. He stood his ground, waiting for Lee to approach before delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Lee was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. To the audience, it seemed Lee had charged fiercely, only to be sent flying by a single blow. Mikazuki Shikaze trembled nearby, realizing how terrifying this novice was. Even in the 8-gate state, having only opened 1 gate, he had sent Lee, who had opened 5, flying. What chance did anyone stand? I refuse to concede, Lee shouted, rising and charging. Chapter 100. Sasuke vs. Gaara. With a swift motion, Sasuke circled around Gaara, his speed astonishingly quick. Gaara's eyes meticulously tracked Sasuke's movements, and he began to spin in place, with sand forming a protective barrier around him to thwart any surprise attacks. Sasuke, unfazed, opted to first launch 2 kunai as a means of probing. Gaara, wearing a disdainful expression, didn't even need to consciously control the sand. It instinctively shielded him. In a flash, 3 kunai were hurled in succession. The second kunai was imbued with lightning chakra. The first kunai was easily intercepted by the sand, while the second forcefully tore through the sandy defenses, leaving a scratch on Gaara's sand armor. This was an impressive display of control, one that even a Chunin might struggle to achieve. Kakashi watched with a satisfied smile, recognizing this as Sasuke's greatest achievement over the past month. Indeed, Sasuke had made remarkable strides not only in chakra control and utilization, but also in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Observing Sasuke's performance, Raza couldn't help but commend Uchiha Sasuke. You truly are a rare genius. This single maneuver placed him leagues ahead of the other competitors. With a swift motion, 5 kunai charged with intense electrical currents shot towards Raza. Fortunately, Raza was prepared, executing several rolls to evade the onslaught. Naruto smirked. Is this really that difficult? He then produced 5 kunai of his own, channeling lightning chakra into them. The crackling sound of electricity made Raza feel slightly embarrassed. He fixed his gaze on Hiruzen Sarutobi and exclaimed, Lord Hokage, does Konoha harbor some grievances towards our sand village? If you continue to target me, I may have to declare war. Hiruzen, bemused, dismissed Raza's words as jest. Lord Kazekage, you jest. Naruto's merely a bit playful. It's nothing serious. Besides, he's not solely targeting you. Just look beneath me. Raza squinted and noticed a kunai positioned dangerously close to Hiruzen. Had it been just a bit off, Hiruzen's companion could have met a dire fate. Interesting, Raza thought, instinctively licking his lips. Hiruzen frowned at Raza's behavior, which reminded him uncomfortably of his former student, Orochimaru. Hinata remained silent, shaking her head vigorously. Sasuke is incredible, but compared to Naruto, he seems almost insignificant. In the arena, Gaara's tone grew increasingly frigid. Interesting. You bald-headed fool. You certainly have some skill. Sasuke, brimming with confidence, retorted, well, you know quite a bit for a pumpkin. Since becoming a genin, I've traversed the sewers daily, never parting from my kunai. I've amassed quite a collection. By the way, weren't you boasting about crushing me with sand? Then come at me. Sasuke began to taunt, his intent clear, to draw Gaara's sand away from him. Seeking death, Gaara clenched his fists, channeling vast amounts of chakra to control the sand, which surged towards Sasuke at an incredible speed. Sasuke smiled subtly, distancing himself as he ran along the arena's edge. Although Gaara's sand seemed to gain on him, Sasuke had been concealing his true strength, aiming to lure the sand away before suddenly accelerating to close the distance and attack Gaara. With a thunderous crash, Gaara's expression shifted to one of delight as he unleashed a torrent of sand to envelop Sasuke. Sasuke, however, broke through the sandy barrier with a kunai, swiftly emerging and launching a powerful kick at Gaara. Gaara, caught off guard, was unable to defend as he was sent flying by Sasuke's strike. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, and cheers erupted from the crowd. Before Gaara could recover, Sasuke was already behind him, delivering another kick. This time,